Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about crop circles. Do you remember crop circles? I feel like it's been forever since I've seen or heard about crop circles. I remember back whenever I was a youngin' and like Men in Black came out, that was a big thing. There used to be newspaper articles about it. Used to be in a lot of movies, TV, you know, film, all that kind of stuff. It's seemingly gone. And it got me scratching my little monkey brain thinking, where did they go? What happened? What the hell happened to crop circles? I need to know. It's a beautiful phenomenon. So today I wanted to dive deep down that rabbit hole and get to the bottom of it ourselves. And if you don't know what crop circles are, let me tell you. Crop circles are geometric or abstract patterns created by the flattening of crops, which are typically cereal crops such as wheat, barley, or even corn. These formations span hundreds of feet and can range from simple shapes such as circles, triangles, and crescents to more intricate designs like pictograms and complex mathematical geometry. Furthermore, these crops are not cut, but are laid down and often swirled into intricate floor patterns. Yeah, see, that one's fake because they're all broken. The real ones, they're laid down. The aliens perfectly made them by pressing the corn down. I don't know why that would matter. Most crop circles appear seemingly random overnight, but over 50 eyewitnesses have reported that they can appear in the daytime in a matter of minutes or even seconds. They did that in 3 seconds. The entire design they did in 3 seconds. It was amazing. It's also said that orbs of light have been seen hovering over crop circles shortly after appearing. Are we trying to insinuate that those are angels, or are we trying to insinuate again that these are aliens? It's alien post-nut clarity. Whenever aliens do their crop circles, they're just like, oh my god. To this day, there have been over 10,000 crop circles reported across 60 countries. I would assume the majority has to be America.
Wrongo.
Okay. England?
Yeah.
The term crop circle wasn't coined until 1980s, but one of the earliest recorded instances of a crop circle-like phenomenon comes from an 1678 English woodcut pamphlet known as the Mowing Devil. That's actually kind of sick. The pamphlet tells of a farmer who, refusing to pay a laborer to mow his field, swore he would rather the devil mow it instead.
He didn't want to pay like 10 shillings or whatever.
I'm not fucking paying you to mow it. The guy's like, oh, really? Well, I hope the devil comes and fucks you up. That night, his field was engulfed in flame, and by morning, the field was found to be perfectly mowed, that no mortal man was able to do it. Like that, pretty much. Have you seen those TikToks of the guys mowing, and they make intricate patterns? My yard's gonna look beautiful and perfect forever. No!
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs! Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink Gamer Subs. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger, also no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one Gamer Subs flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cup that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMEAT on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized, drink Gamer Subs. Back to the video.
For the next 300 years, crop circles began to pop up sporadically every once in a while. However, it wasn't until the 20th century when the sightings began to surge. One of the first and now most notorious modern sightings was in 1966 in Queensland, Australia. This is insane to me. I literally always thought that they were always in America, like in Iowa or some shit, you know what I mean? Nebraska. One day, a banana farmer named George Pedley was driving his tractor past a lagoon when all of a sudden, he heard a loud, ear-piercing hissing noise above his head. To his surprise, when he looked up, he noticed his flying saucer rise at great speed from the lagoon and vanish in a puff of blue vapor before his very eyes. Did we forget to tell you that George Pedley was also a PCP addict? That's not true. He's like, it was unbelievable. Came out of the lagoon and just fucking darn, man. It's like a crazy blue smoke. It was wild. When George went to investigate the area, he saw a nest-like mark, 9 meters in diameter, in the lagoon's floating reeds. Upon inspection, he realized many of the reeds were fused together, presumably by the heat of the alien engine. How do they melt together like that? The reeds also continued to swirl in a clockwise direction for several minutes after the UFO left. This is what it keeps moving. That's so crazy. What about you, Falcor? Is that moving or? Please stand by George's story and believe that the shape in the lagoon was caused by a plant disease or water damage. They're like, George, this is very typical science. He's like, I don't know what fucking schools you guys go to, Mr. Smarty Pants. Many meteorologists also suggested that the saucer nest may have been created by whirlwinds or small vortices known as Willy Willies, which are just similar to dust devils, which are also similar to bouncing betties. They're also similar to crazy coolers. But when a lack of evidence failed to confirm this theory, George's story made international headlines. Like everyone's just like, meteorologists, scientists and stuff are talking about it. What did you say, George? He's like, thank you for giving me the platform I deserve. So I'm pretty sure I saw like a... George told a local news correspondent, quote, and anyone asked me 5 days ago if I believed in flying saucers, I'd have laughed and thought they were nuts. But now I'll know better. I actually have seen a spaceship. For real. More sightings began appearing all around the world, mostly in countries like USA, Canada, Russia, and even Japan. But England was the epicenter of the sightings. I can't believe that. When we reviewed that, I could not believe that. Could have swore it was just a bunch of farmers being like, I don't know how the hell all this popped up, but it just did. But instead now it's gonna be like, well, I don't really know exactly how it did it, but they seem to be popping up in the fields. Approximately 90% of all crop circles are actually found around Milk Hill in Wiltshire, home to Stonehenge and the Avebury Stones. I guess it makes sense. It's mystical properties, but also people speculate that Stonehenge was propped up by aliens, right? That's a theory too, right? In 1978, the first crop circle in Wiltshire, England appeared. This particular formation consisted of a simple, large circle and was initially thought to be weather-related phenomenon, as it appeared overnight, with no clear explanation for their sudden and precise formation.
Must have been the weather.
Well, I probably think that it's probably just the weather, eh? We have nothing to worry about. Then in 1980, more circles started to appear at Cheesefoot Head in Hampshire. The f*** are these names, dude? Cheesefoot Head? It's actually kind of sick. Oh, did you ever just see those aliens over at Cheesefoot Head, eh? Oh, it was bloody well fucking wild, eh? Gotta go down and get a pint and a scone. This formation, known as the Cheesefoot Head Circle, consisted of a series of concentric circles that spanned several hundred feet in diameter and were positioned in a perfectly straight line. How did they get it to be that perfect? Can someone show me how they got a bloody well ruler that long, eh? The aliens! It's probably bloody well sponges up in the sky! Crop circles were seemingly placed randomly, but this one marked a new level of complexity and a new level of people being in ooh and ahs of these kind of alien phenomena. Up until now, crop circles had remained relatively unknown to the public, but in July of 1990, a 600-foot-long pictogram appeared in Eastfield, England, and ignited the entire world with the interest of crop circles. Huge, way bigger than any other crop circle we've seen. Which also, in the 60s, there was kind of the space race stuff too. It affected music, all kinds of stuff. Rocket Man, David Bowie doing all the crazy fucking shit he did. It was just a very eccentric, spacely time back then.
How come when people started hearing about UFOs, all of a sudden they start appearing out of random?
Now that this is popular, I've been seeing them for a while. The only person I believe so far in all of this, I'll be honest, George. What does he have to lose?
Nothing. His dignity.
He has no dignity, dude.
In a documentary, he's like, this is the spot he was in.
This is a spot right here where it was in, and it was unbelievable. They were glowing, eh? Oh, he's Australian. This is the space that they were in right here. This event was the catalyst that piqued the crop circle interest that we know today that's been in movies and all this kind of stuff. Thousands of people traveled to Wiltshire to experience this crop circle firsthand.
Which actually pissed off a lot of farmers.
Look at that, probably killing all their crops and stuff, walking through the places. They're like, get the f out of my field. Following this event, crop circles became increasingly more complex, with more intricate geometries and even larger sizes. People were like, we gotta go bigger. We gotta go bigger. We gotta go wider. There was also a noticeable shift from more simpler, more mysterious designs to highly detailed and often symbolic ones. I think people were starting to realize that these things were like hieroglyphics or messages. There's even been jokes about like, what are they trying to say?
Aliens are trying to talk to us.
They're trying to talk to us. Such as the incident in 1996, where a crop circle appeared opposite of Stonehenge depicting a mathematical fractal called a Julia set. And a fractal is a type of mathematical shape that are infinitely complex. A crop circle features hundreds of circles arrayed along a spiral. Apparently, a local pilot flew over the field an hour before the crop appeared and saw nothing, and then flew over it again, only to see a spiral of progressively larger circles. Well, I flew over there before, and when I flew back, there was a lot of them. So
Explain that one.
if I don't really know how to wrap my head around that, so I'm just gonna assume aliens, eh? Then a similar formation called the Milk Hill Spiral was formed in 2001, which is one of the largest crop circles ever, stretching over 900 feet and containing over 400 circles. It appeared overnight in a time frame of 4 hours of darkness.
How could humans do that?
Humans, there's no way. Aliens are real and they're walking among us. And if it was 2020, we would have done the Among Us meme, but we're not going to put that deal. Among Us. Okay. In August of 2002, a crop formation of an image of an alien appeared in Winchester. Now they're not even being as discreet. We're aliens. It's like we figured. No, but for real, we're aliens though. Alongside the image, there was a disc-shaped crop formation that held a secret binary message. Beware the bearer of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. There is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. In 2008, one of the most complex crop circles was found near Barbury Castle, and it measured 150 feet in diameter and is apparently a coded image representing the 10 digits of the number pi. Why would aliens want to put that out there?
Because we know pi.
3.3.14. That's all I got. We talked about all of the little crop circles popping up. All the most iconic ones were in England. How? Why? What are some of the explanations to some of this stuff? Well, because of the growing public interest of crop circles, many experts began to pop up. Say it along with me. Experts. They were referred to as croppies or cereologists. They call me a croppie, but I'm also more scientifically referred to as a cereologist. That's what you'll see on my Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. And they proposed various explanations for the origins of these circles. Some claim that the circles had been created by UFO landings or unknown energy sources, possibly paranormal. I didn't know that crop circles got paranormal, but they did. Or, my favorite one, miniature black holes appearing. Miniature black holes would appear and they would create all of these very intricate designs. That's possible.
What do you think makes them?
I think it's gotta be man. When I was younger, I was like, oh, aliens. But that didn't last very long. I think I was just like, oh yeah, they probably some guy just like stepped on it. That's what I imagined. Because I grew up near corn. They're just like giant like organic, like not like leaves. They're almost branches, but you can just like push them over. What do you think?
I think it's Bigfoot. They use interdimensional powers to teleport to England.
There's big feet in England, isn't there?
Is there?
I thought there was. I thought they're all over the world. Others think that they could be communications from the spirit world or trans-dimensional gateways, like that show Stargate. Maybe that's what's causing the crop circles, maybe. Since most of the crop circles are found around Stonehenge, experts theorize that crop circles are made from hidden ley lines and that they are mystical seams of spiritual energy that intersect at the sacred sites, like a web of beautiful energy. That's what's causing the alien face to pop up in the crop circle. And one of the more tame explanations is that the crop circles are caused by unverified weather phenomenon. Get that the f out of here. Who wants to even hear about that? Either like just be like, this is stupid and it's not aliens, or be on the alien side. Don't tell me some bullshit with weather phenomenon. Also, doesn't make what the wind's gonna be like. Let's press this down here. And we'll turn around and we'll do a little circle here. It feels stupid. Which one theory is that crop circles occur when whirling columns of air pick up electrically charged matter, flatten the crops, and produce bright lights above the circles. Well, I can tell you why it happens. This is because of it's picking up electrically and it's making the things glow. Yes, I am a very acute scientist, and I'm also a cornologist, or whatever the f we said earlier. Another one is that a ball of lightning generated by microwaves flattens the crops. Scientists found that the apical nodes of wheat stalks that are found in the crop circles have ruptured spontaneously. One theory is that radiation is heating up the water in the nodes, which turns to steam and causes the nodes to rupture, similar to popcorn. People who have witnessed crop circles have said to see a mist of vapor coming off in the circle, leading many to believe that this is steam caused by the microwave radiation. What that doesn't really tell us is why it is like a perfect circle in straight lines. God, our Lord and Savior, does work in mysterious mysterious ways, and sometimes maybe plays little practical jokes on corn. Despite their best efforts, researchers have never been able to capture any crop circle formations with any cameras or electronic equipment. It is also said that electronics act up and malfunction in crop circles. That's the case. There's never been a clear picture of an alien, a UFO, or Bigfoot. I don't know what the camera companies need to do to get their equipment to work during these paranormal phenomenons, but please, can someone make a camera for it? How has there not been a camera yet? How is Canon or like Sony not, like seriously, not done one camera where it's like, this is for ghost hunting? That would fucking sell like hotcakes. I never understood that impression either. Some people believe that they are caused by animals. One theory was brought up in the 1980s that which said that they formed an overactive hedgehogs. Apparently during mating seasons, hedgehogs like to they roll around in the corn and cause perfect crop circles to form. Then in 2009, there was one specific documented case of wallabies forming the crop circles. In Tasmania, there are legal opium farms for the pharmaceutical industry, and according to the Australian State Attorney General, wallabies were getting into the fields and hopping in the circles, eating the opium poppies and getting high as a kite. That's a quote. The wallabies were getting fucking stoned in a goddamn opium den in the middle of nowhere. Then we get into the saddest part, the hoaxes. The most obvious theory is that these formations are man-made. Boo. Yeah, exactly. Boo. No fun. No fun alert. No fun alert. Most of the crop circles appeared next to roads, areas of medium to dense populations, and culturally significant monuments. In 1991, two Englishmen, Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley, confessed to starting the crop circle trend in England in 1978. George Bradley was a little before that, buddies. All right, I'm not sure if you really started it, if old George was huffing that vape pen, all right? They claimed to have been responsible for more than 200 crop circles over the past 13 years. That's unfortunate.
We're having fun, mate.
I just thought it was a nice practical joke to do for 13 years, but we grew up. At the height of the prank, that said that they were creating up to 30 crop circles each summer. That's like some serious unemployed friend energy, dude. To prove their claim, they had photos of the designs of the crop circles they had made in their shed. Their technique required a 4-foot-long wooden plank, a ball of string, and a baseball cap with wire threaded through the visor as a sighting device. At the center of the intended sight, Doug held one end of the string, and the other was attached to a plank, held horizontally at knee level by Dave as he circled Doug, pushing the grain gently forward. Doug and Dave said that they conceived the hoax in 1978 while sitting in a pub near Cheesefoot Head. That turned into 13 years of you doing that. Imagine doing that 30 times each summer and like being like, this is hilarious.
They said they would like tune into the radio and be like, oh my god,
They were inspired by the UFO sightings in Australia, and they decided to flatten some corn to make it appear that a UFO had landed. I mean, maybe once, maybe twice even. Maybe a handful of times that could be funny. Especially after people started doing it too.
It was an art form.
It is a bit of an art form. They only decided to reveal it was a hoax once circle enthusiasts began seeking government funding and copycats started to pop up.
Yeah, they got jealous. Wait, making money?
Can I get some money off that? Jeez. Interestingly enough, their admission to the hoax sparked more crop circles to pop up, as well as having more people admitting to fabricating the crop circles in the 80s. It's a copycat killer type thing. Pop up, sparks intrigue again. It is speculated that there was probably like 5 different groups of people creating crop circles in England at that time, I'm guessing in like the late 70s through the 90s. People are still not convinced that these are man-made, at least not all of them. Well, I mean, yeah, they said it's fake, but it might be haunted now. So think of you having a guy be like, no, we did all of them. Here, these are the plans. This is the photos that everyone knows. And people are like, yeah, I mean, that one probably was. But I mean, think about the other crop circles that formed up. Maybe the aliens got inspired and did it themselves.
Well, that's what would happen, because the two came out and said it, and then they're like, okay, those ones, but this one definitely was.
Yeah.
And the copycat would be like, no, actually, I did that one.
Okay, well, that one might be, but this one wasn't. No, I did that one too. Well, sure, but this is the one that's real. Some argue that the formations are too intricate to be man-made, especially during the middle of night. Tell me that, what are you see in the dark, sir? Are you claiming to see in the dark? Inciting back to Doug and Dave's admission, believers pointed out that there were holes in their story. They never agreed on the actual year that they started, and when asked to demonstrate the process on camera, the designs were inaccurate or out of alignment.
Like they're doing it right in front, and the believer's like, no, that looks like shit compared to that one.
Well, yeah, it's just like, this one doesn't look right at all, and they're like, I mean, it's been a while. But not only that, but man-made crop circles are damaged and creased on the bottom, and real crop circles have no damage, and the plants are woven together.
Like a blanket.
Checkmate. Checkmate. Genuine crop circles will have the plants continue to grow sideways and eventually return back to its original upright position, whereas man-made crop circles will not because they're crushed, they're broken. Some scientists have claimed to observe differences between the crops inside the circles and outside them, citing as evidence that they were not man-made. That's from a scientist, a man of science. For example, the head of wheat that is outside of the circle curls and can't be straightened out, but the wheat in the crop circle is straight. Me thinky. They also found that wheat inside the crop circle had 50% higher protein than those on the outside. Because of the microwave radiation happening, if you're keeping up, please, if you're not, click off the video. There was also a study that was performed by baking bread from the wheat inside of the circle and outside a crop circle, and then they compared the two breads. They found that the wheat from inside a crop circle was said to have a musty aftertaste from the space radiation. There are also many people who have visited crop circles who have claimed to feel and see energy from the circle, and we do have a quote here. We lowered ourselves down while touching our hands together. We could see our hands turn white with red blotches, and the ends of our fingers tingled. When we came up together, our hands returned to normal. We went down again, and the same thing occurred. There are even some who think that the people making the crop circles had been instructed to create them subconsciously by aliens. That's a big brain response. Well, you did that because you were possessed by an alien. They're a little puppet by an alien, bro. How's it feel? Some propose that godlike entities such as Gaia are asking to stop global warming and human population. Gaia, the Roman... The Titan, literal Mother Earth, or that aliens are trying to communicate with us somehow, some way. Giant billboards and crop fields that are telling us things. Who knows what the hell it is? People have also made comparisons between crop circles and the mysterious Nazca lines, which are a group of 2,000-year-old geoliths in Peru. True believers have speculated that shadowy government agencies are intentionally making man-made crop circles to deceive the masses and make it harder to detect the real crop circles. Jesus Christ. It seems that the crop circle phenomenon has lost steam because it's too intertwined in people coming out and just admitting that it was a hoax. Also, I feel like with the internet and with cell phones and stuff, I feel like it's too easy for people to just capture wrongdoing now versus in the 70s or even 60s. It was probably really easy just to be like, yeah, I don't know what happened. And people were like, oh my God, there's probably an alien. Probably an alien. I feel like people were much more just willing to accept anything back then. But crop circles it's an interesting phenomena. I wonder if anything like that will ever pop up again. It's a weird paranormal effect that happens. It's like people believing in ghosts or, other kind of otherworldly sightings such as cryptids or anything else. Crop circles kind of have that, they fit in that nice little mystery, almost conspiracy-esque. I wonder if people still believe, people probably still believe in crop circles being from aliens and stuff. Definitely. Crop circles are very interesting. They used to scare the shit out of me when I was a kid, but it's kind of funny to just know that it's just like a couple British guys who are pranking. Or maybe it is from aliens. I don't know. What do you think? I saw M. Night Shyamalan's movie Signs, and you watch that film and try to tell me that aliens aren't real. Checkmate. Okay, bye.
Kind of like around the perimeter of the field, and I just got bored and I wrote the word oof in huge letters with the mower. So if you can't, it's upside down right now because it's supposed to be viewed from that way. So right here's the F. It's upside down, but so you'd be able to see it if you were that way. But there's one O right there. Oh, right there.
Back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about Goosebumps. Yes! My favorite! We talk about Goosebumps all the time on this channel. We've discussed Werewolf of Fever Swamp, Night Living Dummy 3, Stay Out of the Basement. But we haven't touched one of the most pivotal, one of the most important pieces of Goosebumps history, and that's the Haunted Mask, which is by far the scariest, most f***ed up, can't believe they showed that to children kind of thing back in the day. Even when I was rewatching it, it's only an hour long because it's two like TV specials back to back. But even it's unhinged. You have a girl who's just bullied to near death, people keeling over laughing, pointing at her. I mean, it is the quintessential origin story of any school But luckily, it's just a little Canadian girl who just wants to scare people back. It's innocently brilliant. I love it so much, but we have to talk about it. We have to go through the specifics of this absolute gold mine. So without further ado, let's talk about the Haunted Mask.
I love pussy, even when it's dirty. That's okay because I keep that mess free with Pretty Litter. Main thing about loving pussy is you want to be able to pet your cats and pussies all you want, but you don't want to smell them. Developed by veterinarians, Pretty Litter has advanced odor control. The crystals absorb odor and moisture, keeping our barn and our home smelling very fresh from all that rancid barn pussy that walks around outside and helps protect my ducks. It's true. Pretty Litter also monitors our cat's health with the color of the litter. It'll change colors based on the pH of the cat's urine, help us look out for any potential issues that may come up. Dark yellow and olive green show normal urine, whereas blue, orange, and red may indicate health risks. All this is helpful and gives peace of mind when keeping up with so many animals, knowing they're happy and healthy. Pretty Litter helps keep tabs on my cat's health and keeps odors way down. Go to prettylitter.com/PapaMeat and use code PapaMeat to save 20% off your first order and get a free cat toy, because pussies love to play. Thank you, Pretty Litter, for sponsoring this video. Back to the video.
Like every Goosebumps special, we start off with a nice little intro from R.L. Stine. They get a nice collection. You see the haunted mask at the very beginning, and it goes down the row, and you see all these absolutely pig face men, and then it ends with R.L. Stine, which I like to think that the director of the episode was like, why don't you just put yourself at the end of the line there? I feel like your big ass mole is just as horrifying as any of the other faces up here. And R.L. Stine, as uncharismatic as ever, gives a nice little spiel about how this episode's about heart and loving your family.
There is nothing more powerful than the love of her family and friends.
When it really, I don't think it ever touches on that at all. The episode more so feels it's about self-acceptance, it's about self-love. So even he's just like, I forgot. I don't remember what it was about, but here it is. We open with our main character, Carly Beth, which is probably one of the best child protagonist names I've ever heard. But it starts off with Carly Beth and her friend Sabrina going to the haunted, spooky store near their house. She's just kind of looking at it, which I thought was kind of weird, because if you're in a weird, small Canadian town, you'd have to assume that this place has been here forever. And she's acting like it's like a weird, like, rave pop-up or something like that. Carly Beth and Sabrina decide to head on over. They don't want to go. We're not going to go into the shop yet, but there is a strange man that looks at them from the window, which sets up a nice, weird face man. It looks like he has hepatitis or genital warts on his face. But Sabrina and Carly Beth are going to a pumpkin patch because it's right before Halloween, and even Sabrina's like, why the did you wait so long? Carly Beth, she's like, why is it so scary out here? And you're like, okay, this is the kind of character we're dealing with. Chuck and Steve pop out with pumpkin masks on and scare Carly Beth half to death, and this is going to become a reoccurring motif of Carly Beth screaming, and then Chuck and Steve like keeling over laughing as if scaring somebody is the funniest thing to ever happen on this earth. They're just like, boo! She's like, ah! Oh! They're like, ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's the most obnoxious thing. If anything, if I was driving by in like my Toyota Paseo, I'd pull over and I'd run out my car and I'd grab him, run dirt. They are assholes, are they not? They're worst.
But they think she's hot.
Well, we just like her because the only way we can show affection is, I don't know, shooting darts at her back or something. Maybe slapping her with a belt. I don't know. We're just kids.
You see that Carly Beth's a big scaredy cat, but she has every right to be, though. That's what I don't get, is that everyone in this town is scaring her. Carly Beth and Sabrina decide to leave the pumpkin patch. Chuck and Steve probably still giggling off in the goddamn distance, and old herpy face looks at the door again, which he's very ominous. He's looking at the door, and he has like a very devious, like a black button-up suit and like a red tie. Almost looks like a weird, like a totally out of age My Chemical Romance fan. Carly Beth goes home, and we get introduced to Carly Beth's rockin' hot mom. I was bricked up watching it because the mom, I was like, is she single? Which we do find out later that she's married, and I was like, bullshit, dude. They tried to make her a single mom, but they knew that it'd have people rioting outside trying to get to her. Carly Beth's mom is like, I finished your head sculpture in my art class today. It's the most uncanny, like, creepiest sculpture of a child's head I've ever seen. Even Carly Beth's like, wow.
It's kind of creepy, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. Why would you do this? And then, of course, she gives a great answer of like,
I mean, why do you want something that looks like me?
It's something that looks like you, silly, because I love you.
Well, because I love you, silly.
and you're like, okay, well, I guess there's no well-rated. We're not really having a conversation, are we? This is what we're doing. Carly Beth freaks out because she thinks that she sees the thing smiling at her.
It smiled at me.
Which they really do. They do a good job by building Carly Beth to just be the most insufferable scaredy cat. And you're just like, God damn, dude. Can't go 3 seconds. But then she walks away and the thing smiles. The most uncanny 90s special effects.
We have the thing back there.
Oh yeah, that doesn't do it justice. I feel like in the movie, its eyes are a lot more like black. It's a lot more devious in the actual special. Carly Beth's extremely hot. You know what she kind of seems like? She seems like one of those older moms where she's just like, I used to be what? Like you're sitting in the kitchen and then she's like talking about like Van Halen or some shit. And you're like, oh man, I really would have loved to see Van Halen. She's like, I went to that tour. And you're like, what? No, or are you serious? She's like, yeah, I was a little wild back then too. And you're just like, woo! But no, she decides she's not that cool. She's like, Carly Beth, I made you that duck costume.
Your duck costume is all ready. I put it on your bed.
My duck costume?
I mean, Carly Beth, I like how Carly Beth's like, what? What?
You saw a duck at the mall, and you said you thought it might be fun to be a duck for Halloween.
You wanted to be a duck, so I just made you a duck. And then Carly Beth, being the goddamn saint she is, she's like, okay, goes down to her room once again. Well, first I'd be kind of scared too. She goes to her room and there's like, it's very suspenseful. She's like reaching for the doorknob, but she hears like, quack, quack. Inside of her room, I'd be like, Mom, whatever. Opens it up. She's assaulted by her little brother, who says the most annoying catchphrase, dude, in this movie. God damn, it's so annoying.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I get so livid when I think about that little. I do like, she's like, get off me, you jerk.
No, you jerking off me.
I thought she said something like, you're jerking me off. I was like, the way it was phrased up, I was like sitting there and I was like, oh yeah. But then she gets up and there's like a perfectly comedic time bit. She like, as she's slamming it, the kid like perfectly turns to her and it looks like the door just like caves in his face. So you can play that. If you played that and held like and held it for a beat longer, you would hear a scream.
Carly Beth, the scaredy cat.
It was him screaming. It'd be so good. It would be so good if that's what happened. But anyways, we cut to the next day. Carly Beth's at school and she's eating lunch and everyone's outside. You know what when I was a kid? Right, the very first scene, you see the girl pull out the sandwich and the bread is like black and white. When I was a kid, I was always just like, oh, I'm gonna buy that sandwich. That's morbidly obese Hunter being like. But basically, Carly Beth is going up and Chuck and Steve are back. They love to laugh, let me tell you. And they're like, whoa, Carly Beth, we're not gonna bug you anymore. While Carly Beth's looking, she doesn't notice that Steve puts like a handful of worms in her sandwich. She eats it. Okay. She eats it. It takes her 3 full bites to realize that there's this giant worm in her sandwich. And then I feel horrible. I'm like looking at it now. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, stupid. Now looking at it, I'm like, this is horrible. An adult needs to intervene immediately. I feel so bad for this little girl. Because then everybody, it's like the most comical, like bombastic, everybody is just keeling over and laughing at her. And she's like trying not to cry. And everyone's like pointing at her. There's even a guy, like they put like this clown front and center. And even he's like, hey, 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 hey. It's just the most sadistically evil part of the movie. I was like, oh my, no wonder some bad shit's about to go down. You've driven her to this place. Sorry.
She took some really big bites.
Oh my God. I mean, comedically large bites to the point where I'm like, Carly, you could have probably tasted the first bite. Also, fun fact about that, the actress who plays Carly Beth, she actually ate worms for that scene. I thought that was kind of boss. Carly Beth goes back to her room and she goes back up to the duck costume. And it does look bad. It's a bad costume. I would have done the same thing, but it's like one of the, it's bad. It's a bad tantrum. She throws a tantrum, but it's like, I hate you. She's talking about herself. I mean, she is ripping up this thing, but she's like, I hate you. I hate you. I'm like, this is some emotionally dark subjects we're going into. Self-hatred, and then now the whole thing too is she starts immediately, her mood changes. She's like, I don't want to get something scary. I don't want to be a duck anymore. She goes into like some weird like wicker basket thing. It was the most 90s shit I've ever seen. It's like some like weird. She's like, counts up like $26 and heads back down to the goddamn goofy hepatitis genital wart store and goes inside, which when I was a kid, dude, I love, man, inside of that store, which also was like, what random town has this badass Halloween store? And then the guy who works there is immediately like, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
It's like, it's a business, it's a store. I thought I could come inside and buy something. You have 5 minutes. Ah! And he like runs off.
Everything I have is up on the walls. 5 minutes.
And being the little Inspector Gadget she is, she just sneaks in the back, and it's like the most haunting mask ever. Haunted mask. One's green and evil, and that's like the one we know that we're gonna get. But then the other ones are just like fat old men. While she's looking at the mask, the random like herpes guy is like, "No, you can't have those."
I said no.
She's like, "Why? Like, I have money. I'd like to buy one." He's like, "They're just too frightening."
They're too frightening.
Which is kind of funny. I'd be like, all right, they're scary, but they're not that scary. She basically grabs the thing. He's like, no! He does like a dive bomb for her, which I was like, what was he gonna do if he's gonna catch her? Strangle her to death. But she just throws the wad of money up in the air, and he's like, Carly Beth steals the mask, runs out, and she's like, wow, I can't believe I have it. She has a moment of clarity, though. She says, well, what the am I doing stealing this mask from some like weird guy with like hepatitis and all kinds of diseases? She turns back, and the guy's just standing at the door, and he like turns it to close. First off, I was like, why wouldn't you just open the door and be like, okay, thanks?
Maybe he can't leave the store. Maybe that's like...
He can't leave the store? You need to establish that you can't leave that. He's like... So Carly Beth immediately puts the mask on. It looks creepy as shit. She scares her brother, and then she starts doing things. She's like, the mask won't come off. And finally, it comes off, and she's like, whoa. And he's like,
How'd you change your voice like that? That was the scariest part.
he's like, I barely pitch shifted my voice. I just sounded like this. He's like, how did you, Houdini?
Ooh, that was the best part. She sees him. Who are you?
Who are you?
Yeah, exactly. He steps onto the hallway, which, to be fair, I would probably, that felt like the most organic response in the whole movie. She just steps out, and he's just like, who are you? Almost immediately. I'm not gonna dock him on that one. I feel like I'd probably do something very similar. She starts immediately going into like uber edgelord cringe.
That was great. You're really freaked out.
She's like, you're really scared there. She's like, yeah, I thought you were a random stranger in the house breaking into the house. I thought I was gonna die. She's like, I kind of liked it.
But I like it.
And does one of those, and you're like, Immediately following that scene, Carly Beth goes to a mirror, puts the mask back on. This time, you know it's because you can't see her human skin anymore. And the neck and the mask just suctions to her face. She's looking at it. And what is she? What's the next logical step? What would you do? Would you probably scare your mom? Sure. Why not? Maybe just go trick or treating. No, she takes a random wooden pole in the house, grabs the plaster head of herself, puts a little ribbon around it, and runs off. And just starts terrorizing the entire neighborhood. Like, I mean, some real, like, mentally disturbed shit. She's like walking, she's like, she's worn the mask for a little over a minute. She goes up to Sabrina's house. I want to say, too, Sabrina is supposed to be a cute cat. That is like a cat mask, dude. That's scary. Can you imagine? I think a good barometer for a lot of masks is if a full-grown man could wear it, would it be scary? Because, you know, they have, like, Spirit Halloween has, like, demon masks or whatever. But if I saw a guy wear that, he'd be like, oh, it's just a mask. Imagine a shirtless man. Well, I already made it kind of scary. He has a shirt on. Then almost even if he was wearing Carly Beth's mask, can you...
It feels like taxidermy.
That's what it felt like. Is like it almost felt real. Carly Beth, I killed a cat and made a mask out of it. Sabrina's like, holy shit, that mask is like extremely scary. What's up with the bust you're carrying? Okay, let me give you a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire thing. Does she say A, it's a bust of my face. B, it's a Halloween accessory. C, blank. And D, she says, it's me, it's who I used to be. If you answered D, you might have just won $1 million. I was so shocked when I was watching this and I heard that again.
Oh, it's me. It's who I used to be.
Like if I showed up to work and you were wearing a clown mask and you had a plaster head of yourself, I'm like, oh, cool clown mask, Nick. Gotta ask though, what is that plaster sculpture of your head? And you responded with, it's me. It's who I used to be. I'd be like, and I'd shut my door and I'd lock it is what I would do. But we can give her the benefit of the doubt because it's a kid. Sabrina asks if it's real skin and it tells her to take it off because it's so scary. But Carly Beth just goes into like some extreme, like a child, like a tantrum fit. She just like starts spazzing out and throwing herself around, almost like a kid at like Toys R Us or some shit. It's unhinged, and that's where they end the first special. So you're like, oh, okay. But then we cut back to the next episode, and she's just like, haha, I'm just playing. Carly Beth runs around now, and she's just like screaming at random children. It's very odd. It's just uncomfortable. Watching somebody just scream at a child, not as fun as you'd think it would be. On paper, sounds pretty good. In practice, you're like, okay, what are we doing here? Sabrina and Carly Beth go and they go to their first. Finally, we get some normality, right? They go up to their first house for trick or treating. They knock on the door. Trick or treat. A mother and two of her kids show up, and I love the mother's reaction. She's like, "Oh my God, your mask is horrifying." Carly Beth like goes down and whispers something terrible into the kid's ears, and she's like, the mom's like, "Hey, don't tell my kid to kill himself on Halloween night." And Carly Beth's just like, "I'm crazy," and grabs candy and just runs off. If that's the behavior you have at house one, where does the night go from here? If you're bringing that energy to house one, you're not going to be able to keep that up all night. I can tell you that right now. Carly Beth then blames the mask for doing it, and she runs off and continues her extreme rampage. She basically is just like, "The mask is making me do it."
This is great!
It pains me to say it. We cut back to Chuck and Steve, who are pirates, which just, it's...
Could it get any more homosexual?
Could it be any more gay, like butt pirates? Like, it's just like, it's one of those things. They're like, "Yar!" Carly Beth peeks around another tree. I forgot to say that earlier. She keeps peeking around trees. Like, she can't just like look like this. She has to be completely sideways and stick her head out. Also, by this time too, the mask is like wet as shit, which I think it looks pretty sick because I'm pretty sure they're trying to say like it's her skin and she's sweating because she's been running around, but it is damp. Carly Beth comes up behind Chuck and Steve and just scares the shit out of them. They're like, "Whoa, hey, okay, thanks, Carly Beth." And Carly Beth is it's almost like an accent. She's like, you should apologize to her."
Apologize to her. Tell Carly Beth you're sorry for every time you scared her. For every time you made people laugh at her.
And they're like, "Jesus Christ, fine." And then they look at the plaster head of Carly Beth, and the goddamn plaster head says,
Help me. Please help me.
and Chuck and Steve, they're just like, "Did that thing just talk?" Basically, Chuck and Steve run off, and then Carly Beth, God, it's so cringy. She has like this like weird like goblin laugh that she's doing, where she's like, and then she starts howling at the moon, and with her bare hands digs a hole and puts the plaster head of herself in it into the ground and buries it. Which, once again, I want to say for a child's book, this is like some serious like iconography, like some serious like screenplay shit. She has completely rejected her old self, killed it, and has buried it, and is like, "This is who I am now." Carly Beth, after that whole thing, she does a little cartwheel, runs off, and she meets up with Sabrina again, and they go home to see all the candy they've collected, which we've only seen Carly Beth go to one house. Carly Beth then tries to take the mask off, but it won't come off, and it's horrifying because Sabrina's like looking around at it, and she's like, "Your eyes, they're not even your eyes," and she's like, "There's no seam.
There's no bottom to this mask. There's no line in between the mask and your skin. There's no place I can reach my hand in."
Which is actually kind of if I'm claustrophobic enough to where I'd be like, "Oh my God!" Also, they're trying to lift it up, and it's like looks so painful. She's like, with like her sharp ass teeth. Which Carly Beth, she like looks in the mirror and she's like, "Those aren't my eyes!" It runs off into the street.
They're not my eyes, Sabrina. This isn't me in here. I'm supposed to be mean, but I'm not.
I love that line. "I'm supposed to be mean, but I'm not." And Sabrina's like, "Yeah, I don't. What the hell is happening?" "Mom, get the tranquilizers. We gotta put Carly Beth down." Carly Beth decides to go back to the store and meet the herpes, genital warts ridden man and get some goddamn answers for this crazy mask. Why would you let me steal this? Well, a heavy price. The genital warts man, the herpy face guy, tells her that he cannot remove the mask because it is a real face.
Because it is not a mask. It is a real face.
Bombshell. All of the masks we saw earlier are actual human skin that morph onto the face because they want to look beautiful, like beautiful and young again, have a body. And even, I remember when I was a kid, I was like, what? Which is, it's pretty funny. He's like looking at it. And I think that it's also referring to like his face is transforming and it's going to happen to him too. And that's why he has herpes. He's like, "I shouldn't have had sex with that Taiwanese woman for such a cheap price. God, that's what you get for having a Groupon in Tijuana." But I like he walks up to the mask and he's like,
I call them the unloved ones.
It's like, that's a pretty creative name, Mr. Hepatitis. He's like, thank you. In a weird turn of events, they all start coming alive and floating, and the old man's like, run! I think they knock him over or something. They do something to him to incapacitate him, even though I feel like he just like swat him down. To be fair, floating heads were coming back and they're like, she runs out of the store, chasing her all over town, basically all through all the trials and tribulations she's been through, and it leads her back to the graveyard where she was before. They're all circling around her. They're like, oh, and she's like, it's not me, it's not me. And then she digs up her face again, and it's a beautiful full character moment where Carly Beth learns to love herself and love the imperfections that is her being a scaredy cat. And that in return, because she loves herself, she's able to take off the mask, which I gotta say, that's a pretty good ending. To resolve your monster, that's fucking awesome. And it actually has a nice moment. Carly Beth goes back home and, you know, they're like all this thing. She goes inside, cries to her mom, Mom, I love you. I was like, yeah, right, dude. I was like, show her where the plaster head's at, dude. And the whole thing basically crescendos to Carly Beth, basically, like from the other room. After the whole night she's just had wearing that mask, she just leaves it on the ground for her brother to take. And the kid's like, yeah, sure. He stands out and he stands out of the room and he does, gotcha. And he's just wet as shit. And then we get R.L. Stein doing his nice little outro and his parents are scared. And he does, stay spooked, everyone. And it cuts to credits and it's a magical time. It really is probably the best Goosebumps book. I love this one, dude. You got a nice guy, hepatitis, herpes, genital warts ridden face. You have a scaredy cat girl, which justified. She's the only justified school I've ever seen in my life.
Jesus.
What? You're gonna tell me right now you're gonna look at that film and not say that she needed some other kind of fucking retribution. I would say this is probably the most popular one. It's probably the best. I think it's the first special, maybe. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. We can put a little note here. Was it the first one? I don't think it was. But let me tell you something. Practical effects go hard. The mask goes hard. It's just a great romp all around. I absolutely love this special. It makes me wish that people still made this kind of stuff to this day. We should do it. Not like Goosebumps books, but we should make a little fun stuff like this. I think you can do it now. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a good Goosebumps romp. We haven't talked about Goosebumps in a while, and god damn it, I love Goosebumps. One day we're gonna have to watch the new series, and I started watching some of it, dude. I kept watching the commercial of it when Justin Long like looks up and he's smiling in the commercial. Oh god, it's so cringe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day we'll watch that, but I just know it's going to be an absolute trash fire. Yeah, I need to make sure that all the kids are relatable and new, and they have iPhones.
Oh my god, we're murder nepo babies.
Okay, and they're worried about likes on Instagram. Can we get that, please? I don't know. This is a great one. I love talking about Goosebumps. We'll have to talk about Goosebumps again soon because I love fun watching this. And until next time, guys, I hope you stay scared and don't wear any masks you get from a guy who has gingivitis. That's the gum stuff. I bet that. Yeah, don't get it. Well, I don't want to say that word because it's demonetizable. Okay, bye everyone. Bye. Bye. Leave. Okay.
Oh my god, look behind you.
Chuck scares Steve, and then Steve scares Chuck. I don't know. One of the guys, Chuck or Steve, scares Steve or Chuck. I don't know what the fuck. One of them is that. I don't know. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Today we're going to talk about big rig truckers. Yeah. Most people have seen a big rig truck out in the wild, but we don't really pay them much thought, right? You might give them one of these and then talk shit about the guy for the next 5 miles for not doing it. That's normal. Besides getting irritated at them for holding up traffic sometimes, or maybe, you know, they get in the fast lane when it's supposed to just stay over. You don't need to pass anybody. You're going to be on the road for the next 12 hours.
Or they go over 12 lanes because they missed their exit.
And they roll their car and it stops traffic for everyone for 4 hours. It's awesome. If you'd believe it, the world of big rig trucking is vast and fascinating. Living a life on the road can lead to all sorts of adventures, hardships, and unexplained horrors. So let's dive deep and educate ourselves on one of the most well-known and underappreciated professions on the planet, big rig trucking, aka, as I like to say, modern cowboys. And today I'm gonna give you appreciation for the goddamn modern day trucker by the end of this video. Are we not?
We will.
Next time, instead of doing this, we're gonna give one of these. For those that are new to the world of trucking, they're basically the modern day cowboy. Truckers are essentially the backbone of our country's economy, responsible for delivering products across the country to most of the major retailers we shop from, right? So next time you go to a store, if it's in the store, it came from a truck, right? God bless you, sir. The job entails driving insane distances every day, often bracing themselves against the harsh weather and dangerous driving conditions. The job also requires people to stay awake for hours upon hours, making it common for truckers to not only risk fatal car crashes, but experience hallucinations in extreme cases. To be fair, there are laws and rules against staying up too long, and also you can only travel so many miles a day.
There was a really funny video. People were giving her shit, but this girl was like, I think she was like 500 yards away from her destination, and she's just like, I gotta pull over and call someone to come drive this thing because I don't want to get in trouble. And the comments were like
500 yards. Which is like, I mean, how many minutes away is that? Is that even 2 minutes away in a truck?
It sounded like she was like 5 minutes away.
I can't.
Yeah, and someone had to come up. She's like, thanks. I just, it's the law's the law.
The law is the law. And to be fair, I would rather someone be like, I don't even want to risk anything than have the person be like, and then pile up. The amount of people who disobey that law and they're just like, I'm gonna try to make it early. There's like a lot of false pride. You're gonna experience a lot of false pride that these people have. Whereas if it's like a real man does X, you're gonna get, and it's just like you could kill so many people. But we'll get into it. For long expeditions, truck drivers will basically live inside of their vehicle for weeks and even months at a time, which they prefer. A lot of them prefer it. There's some people who get so mentally messed up that they're like, I can't even be in a house anymore. I just want to stay in the back of my cabin. I'm completely, that's me contemplating. That's just an opinion. That's not really a fact. That's just an opinion.
A lot of truckers bring their wives and dogs on the road.
Yeah, and I feel like that's when I would go insane. Being by yourself is one thing, and it's like kind of a prison sentence, but you're always moving. But being in a prison sentence with someone else seems so much worse.
Especially your nagging wife.
Oh my God. Well, first off, my wife, I mean, we've gone a couple cross-country trips. I can't do it. Stop every 5 minutes. I'm gonna pee. I got a small bladder. Also, too, there's something psychologically horrifying about like a little like Stanley Kubrick The Shining moment when you're driving a long time, you like look over, the person's been sleeping for like 4 hours, and you're like, almost get resentful. I guess maybe having a doggo, but then I'd feel bad too. It's like, oh, go run around the truck stop. That's fun.
Well, that's why you let him just run. He does zoomies in the back on your back.
Like, all right, calm down. Over time, people have put more and more effort into making their mobile living quarters comfortable by installing things like fridges, TVs, gaming consoles, and whatever is needed to stay on the road as long as possible, right? People decking out their pad with an Xbox.
It's my favorite videos. They're not really my favorite, but it's the ones where they like take like an hour locking their doors. They like lock the doors, get the seatbelt, and they put it around the door.
Yeah, it's like the same thing where it's like a woman checking into a hotel, woman who shuts her door, and it's like to prevent people from breaking in. Which, to be fair, it's like make fun of them, but then God forbid it happens, and they're like, when I tell you, if my ass got done driving 14 hours in a day, though, let me tell you, I'd probably leave the doors unlocked, and I'd probably crawl in the back and cry and go to bed. That's probably what I do. Make some instant ramen, burn my fucking hands and shit from it. And that's all. That's what would happen. After a while, I'd just take it. If this is what it has to be, then God has put his will down.
Just quit. Quit your job.
I can't because I don't have soft hands. The trucks are lifestyle. You don't quit, you die and then
kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You either kill yourself or you go to the grave. I want to take a minute to shout out Starforge Systems. Starforge is having a huge Black Friday PC sale going on right now with up to $1,000 off on the entire site. Check out the link below to see all the great options Starforge has for gaming, PCs, and customizable accessories. They're seriously good computers, guys. Check it out. Black Friday, game up, bitch! Once you've souped up your living quarters, it's time to hit the road. And that means we gotta learn trucker lingo, which I gotta say, one of the main reasons I want to do this video, 1, lot lizards, and 2, trucker lingo. I want to be well-versed. I wish there was a Rosetta Stone DVD on trucker lingo. You could be like, big one, 4-9er. I could actually talk to him. I'd probably just drive down my truck down the same highway back and forth and just try to talk to him on the radio. Truckers use CB radios to communicate to each other regarding traffic information, road closures, job updates, and more. Maybe their life story. How you doing, partner? Over. I'm a little depressed. Oh, shit. You want to talk about it? Over. My dad never loved me. Over. My dad really didn't care for me either. Over. It sounds like this is like a gay relationship getting ready to start, doesn't it? You want to stop at the stop at the quick trip down the road? 10-4. Go get your ass blasted. Go get your ass blasted over Depression CB radio talks. That sounds nice.
Yeah, I think they need therapy. They're on the road. They're lonely.
Very lonely. I'd use that CB radio all the time.
Wait, do you think hold on, they have got to be doing like sexting. Switch to channel 4.
Pull your panties to the side, over. Does it curve to the left or right, over. Radio static. Left to the right, over. Oh, how many times do you think truckers are pulling their putt a lot while they're driving?
Oh yeah.
You have to imagine a lot, right? You can't stop for a beat break.
Yeah, you can't stop.
There's no beat break when you're trucking. Every time a guy does that, he actually just got done coming. Oh, yeah. The kid's like, yeah,
yeah.
That's why they he waves back. Anytime you see a happy trucker, they just got done with their beat break. You got to watch out for the beat break.
See, if I was a trucker, that's what I do. You know how like you've seen like the Reddit posts of like cum in the box or your cum wall?
No.
Oh.
No, I haven't seen that actually.
There's an infamous Reddit post where it's like, guys, my cum box is starting to smell.
My cum box?
This guy, every time we jerk off, he'd ejaculate into a box, and it started like growing spores.
Turns into a fucking Last of Us episode. God damn.
And then people are like, oh, I just have a cum wall. And people like took pictures under their desk and like the paint is like peeling from the cum stains. But see, that's what I would do as a trucker. I just, like
cum pedal.
Cum pedal.
Yeah. You have your fucking, your Red Wing boots and cum all over your pedal. Hey, that ain't Yankee candle wax. Let's just say that. Through the years, their communications developed into its own unique language. Here's a quick crash course into using some unique phrases that also work very well at a pool bar. You can throw these around. Just saying. Comedian or hot mic is a driver on the CB that is too chatty. Oh, we got a comedian over here. All right, can we chill out with the hot mic? Let's see, those are the guys prepping for the gay sex that we were talking about earlier. In the all the roadhead and stuff. Road pizza equals roadkill, aka the dead animals on the side of the road. Little road pizza. Go-go juice or motion lotion is referred to as the diesel fuel. Choke and puke is a roadside dinner. I don't know if I like that. Gotta get my choke. Gotta get my puke. Or is it actually choke and puke?
Choke and puke.
Stopping by for a little choke and puke. Be right back.
I'm guessing because they throw up a lot or it's bad.
I have a feeling that it's like a roadside diner, choke and puke. I'm seriously wondering how much of this goes back to gay sex. Choke and puke? Word?
I'm getting a little choke and puke.
Little slither dinner coming up right on the side, boys. We'll see him. Just spreads his asshole and... A Schneider egg, which is an orange traffic barrel. A Schneider egg, like a little one of those, like little, not the cone, but the actual barrel. A meat wagon or a Band-Aid box is an ambulance. A side jockey is a driver that hauls dangerous cargo, like explosives or toxic materials, which I do like a lot. A little side jockey. Oh, look, got a hot mic on the side jockey coming up on the 10-4. Thank you, guys.
He's crying. He's depressed.
Oh, God. Yeah, exactly. The fumes. I want to die. Occasionally, arguments can break out between communications on the CB radio. One seasoned driver resting at a truck stop explained how he once listened to two massively overweight drivers scream at each other through the radio before jumping out of their vehicles to fight. You do not want me to come out there, buddy. I would love to hear that. To be in the crossfires of that, that's kind of like that's the trucker's soap opera.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because you could turn it off, but you know those motherfuckers leave it on, and they're just like, ooh.
Yeah, what's the tea?
Ooh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, what exactly is the tea, sis? And like turns it on. He noted that both of them had a chili dog from a nearby restaurant in one hand and were taking swings with each other. Like that. Taking swings at each other with a chili dog. You think they were still eating while they were fighting?
Oh yeah. Yeah, punching them with the same hand.
Blood is making it more salty. By the end of the fight, one of them dropped their dog. The other trucker felt bad, and they bonded over him buying a replacement dog.
That's where it gets too far. Sorry, man.
Well, what the fuck are we doing here, man?
I didn't mean to knock your dog out.
I knocked your chili dog on the ground. What are we doing?
You want to have gay sex?
Do you want to have gay sex? I would rightfully love to do so. Thank you, sir. How do you think they choose who's the bottom and who's the top? This whole video can't just be us just speculating trucker gay sex. So when you're cooped up in a small metal box with intense deadlines, it's going to eventually create some tension. One truck driver recounts the time that he heard a furious driver ranting about his co-worker who was insanely lazy and wouldn't take the wheel for 4 days straight. What a lazy bones. Apparently, he was slumped over and refusing to shower or even move a muscle. In response, the driver wasn't just cursing at him, but was hitting him multiple times, all to no avail. There's got to be a dead person, right?
I was gonna say, this sounds like a...
Gotta get, he's like, all right, he's very lazy, over.
There's flies surrounding him.
Yeah, exactly. Wake up! You said you were gonna switch, but I guess I'm the one who's gonna have to drive away to Chattanooga. I'd love to hear like weird town names we have to go to. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go to Lake Big Bend all by myself. Lake Big Bend. If I go there, I am not driving to Chattanooga. I'll tell you that right now. You hear me? Yeah, just like maggots coming out of his mouth and shit. The manager decided to go into the truck and confront him, only to be hit with the smell of death. The man died 4 days prior. Corpse was being screamed at and assaulted by the driver without the slightest clue, which is kind of fun because he himself probably smells like death a little bit. Listen, buddy, the cheese is starting to curdle a bit. I can't even imagine what a fucking like a big rig's cabin smells like. I wonder how many times people find dead truckers. I feel like a lot of them do uppers, drug-wise. Like you see like a meth's upper, right? It's gotta be an upper. For God's sake, it's like crack. Whatever meth, I don't know. Because I imagine there's gotta be a lot of drug overdose stuff. But I literally wonder how much it's just people like, they stop one day and their heart's just like, for the lack of sleep, all that kind of stuff. Unhealthy diets, they don't move a lot.
It sounds like he finally got a break and he just never woke up.
Yeah, that's a forever break. I will drive us to Chattanooga once we hit Des Moines. Just let me sleep.
Yeah, and then you have your partner beating you.
Yeah, you can't break me down if it makes you feel right. Wake up! That kind of thing.
You think that guy was high too?
Oh yeah, I bet. Well, imagine that they said. I bet you it's an undisclosed thing of like, well, why don't we both hit a little crack and we'll drive for 14 hours straight. We'll drive to Chattanooga 14 hours. It's a great deal. And the guy's like, and just dies. And the other guy's like, are you gonna pass it off? This is why I fucking hate you newbies. Under these work conditions, it's inevitable that you'll end up posting videos about your experience to kill time. Because of this, the truck talk community has grown quite a lot, introducing us all to new facts and stories from the road, which I gotta say, some of my favorite content right now is watching truckers like just finish a drive. It's very nice. A lot of younger truckers too. A lot of the time, people speculate, which there is, the vast majority is like old fat men who are like, you got soft hands. But there's a whole new generation of younger people who are making like vlogs out of it. And it's pretty, it's fun. It's good watching. I like it.
It's good content.
It's good content. I enjoy it. Some well-known trucker influencers like Uncle Rob give an exclusive interview walking us through its trucker diet, which consists of assortment of candies and jerky. And this is the very stereotypical, like, oh, you know what I'm talking, raspy voice from a lifelong of drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes.
Gummy bears, some kitty, some Emmy.
I'll tell you what, Uncle Rob's teeth, try to tell me he hasn't fucking hit the pipe a few times, huh? Or is it just the Skittles and the beef jerky? I don't know. During the interview, when Uncle Rob finds out that there are no more roller dogs, he appears physically distraught for a brief moment. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
No roller dogs?
They done sold out.
Damn it.
And at one point, the cashier mentions that they take food stamps, to which he yells, food stamps? I ain't no damn Puerto Rican.
The trucker diet right here.
That's right, baby. Food stamps? I ain't no damn Puerto Rican.
Which I will say, Uncle Rob, he's definitely playing up a character and stuff like that, but still. One frustrated trucker films his confrontation with a man at a fuel station who decided to hold up a line for 26 impatient truckers because he wanted to use the available water to give himself a shower in public. The man was standing shirtless in swim trunks and pouring shampoo into brown paper towels supplied at the pump to wash himself, which that is very inconsiderate. Can you imagine you're on the road, there is a timely thing, you're like, I have to get so many miles, I can only legally drive so many hours a day, and there's just some asshole who's just like, well, I guess I'll wash here. What are we doing? We all smell like shit, dude. Let's just keep it rolling. Some people use truck talk to push strange and lazily thought up conspiracy theories. One man filmed himself at a truck stop at night to talk about how suspicious it was that so many trucks on the lot didn't have their lights on. Something that many truckers say is completely normal because they're probably sleeping. Weird. What the hell is this? What gonna, like, people have to be so bored, man.
Yeah, it's a little brain rot.
Which he claims that all of them must be U.S. government trucks that are hiding in plain sight to spy on people and to take away jobs from American citizens.
The U.S. government is trying to lay low and they're trying to hide and turn off all their lights so that they're not as noticeable. While the regular guys like us, we leave them on because we're proud of our lights.
And apparently, when he was walking up to the truck stop, a group of men with badges walked out behind him in weird formation.
A little gang stalking.
This is the early stages of gang stalking, where you see parked cars and you're like, wait, why aren't the lights on? It's like, oh, who cares? Like, what are you talking about? Do you think it all stumbles into that? You start with a one tiny thing and it blooms into full-blown gang stalking where it's like, everyone is fucking out to get me.
It's the paranoia creeps in because all it takes is one bad event and then all of a sudden you're second guessing yourself. Also, if you start posting on socials, people will start validating. Yeah, it's got to be someone like.
I think people start validating, and I think people will openly fuck with you. This has happened to me too. Oh yeah, because that affects that person in no way. Oh yeah, me too, buddy. It's fucked up, and that person's like, oh my god, it's happened to them too. Wonder how many times gang stalking has come to be like it's a real thing.
There's the Hemingway guy, Ernest Hemingway. He was gang stalked by. Everyone said he was crazy.
Did he kill himself?
Yeah, he killed himself.
In reality, these are just a truck supplied by a trucking company to make deliveries. Somehow, this half-assed conspiracy video got over 1 million views, which prompted him to make a follow-up video. And in it, he claimed that multiple people have reached out to him, demanding he take the video down. When that didn't work, they tried to buy him out for $15,000, but he said he would only do it for $350,000, aka that never happened. They didn't fork over the cash, and now random vehicles are apparently driving past his home every day. Also, men in suits are showing up at his home and knocking on his door.
I think he's hitting the pipe a little bit.
No. It's definitely not meth. It can't be that. A guy who's just randomly hanging out at truck stops isn't just smoking meth and fucking whores. There's no way. He explains how they park outside his home and watch him all night. Why would they need to watch you all night? What would you be doing?
Just in case.
Oh yeah, in case he gets up and goes. The driver claimed that once he witnessed them change patrol shifts, he packed up all his things and fled with his camper and family. Now, he's sitting in an undisclosed campground where he says a random antenna with cameras popped up overnight and is watching his every move.
But even here, I feel not safe. I keep seeing these antennas. Some camera keeps turning on and off, looking at me. I swear this thing was not here yesterday.
Despite this being incredibly unlikely, people in the comments are begging him to turn to God for protection. You know what? That's the trucker code too. You have got to pray. If you don't pray, this is a demon trying to get you. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? Also, does this also sound like a drug addicted guy who feels bad that he's like, well, you know, I'll stop fucking prostitutes and driving my truck. I'll become unemployed and I'll just smoke crack in the woods with my family.
That's what he wanted the $350,000 for.
So he could retire. Yeah. So I could just hang out at the fucking lake all day, dude. Why not? As far as truck talk goes, there is one villain that aims to infuriate truck drivers online at all cost. The Truck Stop Pisser. The Truck Stop Pisser on TikTok is an account that follows a man going to different truck stop bathrooms and pissing on everything in sight. Pisses on fucking everything. It's pretty gross. For the truck stop villain, no bathroom is safe from his wrath. He's been seen pissing all over numerous truck stop showers and bathrooms, including sinks and even toilet brush holders. Just pisses all over it. I tell you what, it does sound. It's like people like looking to the truckers out there are looking for a Batman to be like, will someone stop this fucking Joker? Yo, what bat signal do they have to stop this motherfucker? In other videos, he's seen peeing in trash cans and on random chairs, watching as the urine soaks into the fabric. And in some of his older videos, he has stood on the side of the road and he's pissed on traffic that goes by. There's a lot of videos that people love them.
Did you ever pee on toilet paper when you were a kid?
No.
Oh.
Did you?
As pranks, my friends did it, so I followed. I remember one time we stayed the night at a church, and then we peed.
Why'd you stay the night at a church?
Because, I don't know, it was like a church event, and they had all the boys sleep on one side and the girls sleep in the other, and then we were throwing balls at the girls. But
what balls? What does that mean?
Like plastic balls.
That's we'll move past it. So what happened? Oh, do you just pee on the toilet paper?
Me and the guys went in, and then I saw one of my friends. He was like peeing in between stalls. He's like hopping around, and then one of them peed on the toilet paper. Said like, "Hey, I want to join in." So then I peed, and then like 10 minutes later, we saw one of the employees like cleaning up the toilet, wrapping it around his hand.
When I was younger, I had very bad aim. And I pee all over the seats, but I always felt really bad, and I wiped it up and stuff. But I was always like, whoa! I don't know why I was always surprised every time.
For years, I used to purposely pee on the toilet seat until my mom said, stop. doing that.
You people sit on that.
That was fun.
Did you fantasize about sitting on someone else's pee?
No, I just clean it up. But I'd just be like,
Like your mom would be like, Nick, you have got to stop doing that. But this is far from the first gross story that has ever been told throughout the world of trucking. One trucker was in a bathroom when suddenly the man next to him dropped a monster log that ended up clogging and overflowing the toilet next to him. The water kept on coming, alongside chunks of toilet paper and feces that the man had to avoid the sewage by lifting his legs in the air for minutes on end. Oh God, I would not train for this. Yeah, they're all the way up here. He's like, what in the world? Eventually, a worker trudged in and handed him 2 garbage bags to wrap around his feet and a small trash can to rest them on until he could finish his bowel movement. I love how much they accommodated him. All right, there you go. Now just finish it. It's like water and shit flowing everywhere. You just finish what you got to do in there, all right? Sometimes truckers aren't lucky enough to make it to the bathroom in time. After entering the bathroom, a driver opened the stall and saw a pair of soiled underwear on the toilet.
He just put it on the toilet like as
I banished I should have, like, almost like the offering, like I wish I could have made it. And blessed your porcelain bowl. After moving to the next stall and doing his business, he walked outside to see a man holding his pants up. He also noticed that he had failed to make it back to the truck and had shit his pants. How many times a day do you think truckers shit? Like, like if you were working at a truck stop, is it a daily thing? Shit my pants.
They say it's the walk of shame.
Oh, damn.
They say you can see it, you're like, oh, and then you'll stop. And then you just turn back.
Fuck. Never mind. A few minutes later, the trucker noticed the man who had soiled himself pulling up next to him and was working on his engine. When he peeked out of the cab, he saw that his pants were around his knees and his hog was fully exposed. Didn't really probably need that last bit of information, but we thought it was necessary for the story to truly immerse yourself. So, you're welcome. And it doesn't take a genius to assume that the floor of a truck stop parking lot is disgusting, right? It's common sense. It's safe to say anything your shoe touches has once been peed on or worse. That's the safe assumption. One driver caught a man just leaving his truck and heading toward the truck stop completely barefoot and oblivious to the filth on the asphalt. I don't know. I mean, first off, when I see a man walking that's barefoot in anywhere that's not his own home, even I'm starting to get a little squeamish at like a water park. You see a guy like walking around, whatever. I don't fuck with the bare. I'm always like got a few screws loose. Walking barefoot, you know what I mean? Especially people like, I'm connecting to the earth.
They're grounding.
Yeah, if I'm grounding to the earth, I don't know. I just picture like a big dog turd like going between their toes.
I think you get worms through your feet. You can step in worms and they go through your feet.
Jesus. Really?
Fact check.
Trucker worms?
Yeah, trucker worms.
A separate video showed a driver walking past another trucker who was bent over barefoot inspecting something on the floor of his cab. Literally centimeters away from the man's bare feet is a random puddle of mysterious liquid. You try to tell me what it is, I don't know, but imagine I can't even fathom, even if it was water. Can you imagine if the wet bottoms of your feet? I don't know. Some truckers opt to use catheters or even wear diapers in order to save time and stress that comes with looking for nearby bathrooms, which I gotta say, anybody who is wearing a diaper, I commend you. If you're just like, it's not even worth it. You change yourself. You think they have giant truckers like in the bathroom? It's like the things that fall off the wall. Oh. Put baby powder on it.
Oh, they're doing it themselves?
Yeah, exactly. They're changing themselves. Wow. On an adult baby diaper lover forum, of course we're going to look there, many truckers chimed in to state that it's great for long drives that don't have frequent truck stops. Other options include poop buckets as well as opening the door to piss real quick during a red light. Call that a drive-by. Over time, there have been various wide-held beliefs and superstitions that permeate throughout the community. Many truckers believe that abiding by them all will save them from potentially dangerous journey. These include never holding an empty load, as it leads to bad luck. Many truck drivers prefer to leave a toy or random object on their flatbeds to be extra safe. You gotta have something. The demon of the road will get you if not. Referring to your truck as a she or her, similar to sailors, and never drive your truck with $50 bills in your pocket. This originated from NASCAR driver Joe Witherly, who died in 1964 in a car crash during his final race. Later, two $50 bills were found on his person.
That's a race car driver.
Yeah, but truck driver, NASCAR driver, we're kind of in the same wheelhouse here. He's like, hey, the ghost of Joe Witherly will come and kill you. Hold your breath as you pass cemeteries to avoid bad luck. And alternatively, holding your breath through a tunnel brings good luck.
I didn't know that was a truck driver thing.
You should always pat your dashboard after you complete a job and tapping the roof of your truck as you go past a yellow light for good luck. Now you know.
I didn't know those were all truck driver things.
I think it might have started as truck driver, but I think it's a lot of road rule stuff. But I feel like a lot of that stuff starts with the kings of the roads, the truck drivers. Out of all the various aspects of trucker community, there is one that has become much more mainstream. I'm talking, of course, about lot lizards. Oh yeah. We had to get there eventually. A lot lizard refers to a truck stop prostitute, something many truckers have encountered during their travels. To refer back to our glossary of trucker lingo, the term party row refers to the back row of large parking lots, which got its name from being the most common spot for lot lizards would target, right? All the people that are in the back, away from the lights. That's where all the sucking and fucking's going on. Yeah, you don't want to see the lot lizards in the daytime. They're hiding under rocks.
Do you think there's got to be normal people who go to the backs looking for lot lizards? Like in a car, normal car?
Maybe. But I'd like to think that the lot lizards have pride and they don't take them. Where's your cabin? Well, I got a F-150. No, I don't think that's how it works, sweetheart. Oh, please. No, I don't think so. Yeah, can you imagine being on the back? I need pussy, please. All right, fine. All you have to do is say please. All right, you're kind. Prostitution is apparently rampant at truck stops. Yeah, apparently. That's weird. So a lot of truckers are more wary of the larger cities. And in fact, many interactions with lot lizards are police sting operations, which I gotta say, what else? Do you have anything better to do with your time?
I was gonna say,
can a guy not go by? Can a woman not make some money and a guy not get his fucking nut?
They're lonely.
Exactly. Can I not have like a fucking woman just like pound my shit a bit? Thank you. There's a tip.
I'm tired of coming on my shoes.
I'm tired of my fucking pedals are caked in fucking Yankee wax. I need some companionship. Police also monitor truck radios for signals that someone is soliciting sex, so the frequency of truck stop prostitution has reduced significantly over time. Buzzkill. Some truckers have claimed to see white vans pull into truck stops to drop off what is described as fake lot lizards, used to catch people who are indulging in their services. So that's a CB radio thing. The sugar is sweet, but don't take the candy. I repeat, do not take it. The cop. Come back. Another person responded with advice that one of his commercial driving license instructors told him, quote, if you ever see a sexy lizard, she's a cop. God damn, look at her. Nope. Too good to be true. Yeah, there's like a half mutant person walking around. Now, hello, good looking. The buffet is open. That being said, a lot of people have many beautiful lot lizard tales to tell. One man from Indiana had a woman knock on his truck at 3 a.m. to advertise her services. She was rejected. Yeah, right. And the man proceeded to watch her hopping from truck to truck, making time in between to wash out her pussy with Coca-Cola. But see, that's how you keep it sweet. You gotta wash out your pussy with a little bit of Coca-Cola. That's what a guy does. Oh my God. She used to do with mug root beer, but she's there after a while. They'd be like, it's a root beer float. This isn't the only dark corner of the trucking world. In fact, this profession can attract deeply disturbed people. No. Come on, what? Truck drivers move through states so quickly and frequently that it's harder to track them down, making it ideal for certain types of crimes. In 2003 to 2004, a crime analyst from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation looked at bodies found along highways and realized there was a connection between the location of the bodies and the routes that long-haul truckers take. The FBI had to develop the Highway Serial Killing Initiative, the HSK, which aimed to help stop serial killers in the trucking industry. It's like also the last bastion, because I feel like back in the day in the 60s, 50s and 60s and all that, there wasn't a lot of ways to catch people, so you could like, a lot of people would pick people up in cars, like hitchhikers and stuff, and kill them. This is like one of the actual last ways of like, well, I was supposed to go this way. I don't know. Shit happens. How many people drive along the highway? It's like still the perfect cover up for these fucking psychos. It is believed that a massive underground network of potential serial killers exists with the purpose of picking up lot lizards at truck stops, killing them, and leaving their bodies on barren stretches of roads during their late at night drives, which is also, once again, you have a business to be there. There's like desolate places out in the middle of nowhere that no one's hardly looking, and then you're also picking up lot lizards, aka prostitutes, which already probably no one's looking for them either. It's the perfect crime. The FBI is looking at 850 murders, with most victims being prostitutes. It's very hard to solve these crimes due to the victims already being alienated from their family, and they don't get reported missing, and the suspects are able to travel thousands of miles away from the scene of the crime by the time the victim even would be found, or even if they do get found. While they have made some arrests, the vast majority of these murders are all cold cases with no leads at all. So when you're gleefully signaling a nearby trucker to honk his horn at you, there's always a chance that you are looking in the eyes of a serial killer. Which is a bit dramatic, but you never know. He's either just got done beating his dick, he took a shit on the side of the road, or he killed somebody. Those are the only options, all right?
I feel like you could say that about anybody. You could be staring in the eyes of the serial killer at your grocery store.
Yeah, but it feels so much more true when you're talking about a trucker, doesn't it? It's surprising just how many people are totally unaware of what goes on in the trucking world, despite seeing truckers almost every day of your life. What seems like a mundane job to many can actually be a life full of adventure with all sorts of unexpected turns. It's also a job that, while incredibly important, can be quite lonesome, with some people leaving their families for long periods of time to make a living. So the next time you angrily drive past a truck driver on a busy freeway, take a second to consider that. These are just people doing their job, and it's a very lonely one at that. So with that, I leave you with, don't fuck lot lizards. I'm telling you, that'd be bad. If you take a shit, go out in the middle of the woods. I think if you were beside a wooded area and it was like, this is so busy, there's tall grass, you took shit in the tall grass, to me, that is totally fine.
Yeah,
it's gonna be itchy, though.
Put a blanket over.
Confucius say, man with itchy tushy, wake up with smelly finger. All right, bye.
Wise words.
I'm sick. I don't feel good. But at least we have new merch. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we are going to be talking about Boy Scouts! Yes, sir! Hoorah! Yes, sir! The scouting movement started all the way back in 1907 in England with the goal of creating good citizens and outdoors savvy youth. Young scouts could earn merit badges, hold leadership roles, and become valuable members in their communities. Thank you, Boy Scouts. I imagine at the beginning people were like, that's kind of cool.
I didn't know it was from Britain. I thought it was American.
The UK. Our boys need to go out and fatty do a little something in woods, huh? Aye, sir. Yes, sir. Let me help you with your bags, ma'am. Also, can I whittle you a knife made of wood?
The ultimate goal was to become an Eagle Scout, an award given to those who contribute to their communities through a service project. Fast forward to today, the Boy Scouts are a worldwide phenomenon that has been going relatively strong for the last, century or so. Relatively. Some people might say the Boy Scouts not as cool as they used to be.
No.
They wouldn't know, though. It's relative. Many who have joined speak highly of their experience and encourage others to join so they can learn the valuable skills offered. Not everyone had the same experience and despised the Scouts with every fiber of their being. And for good reason, as you'll soon find out. Yeah, not going to be a positive video by the Boy Scouts. You clicked on the wrong channel. Giving preteens knives can be dangerous, and those on the outside judge heavily for joining. In recent years, the dark underbelly of scouting has come to light, as thousands of boys who were sexually abused by their leaders have come forward with their stories, leading to a lot of scouting drama, Kids coming forth and talking about their sexual abuse and stuff. All the guys are like, it's just drama. This doesn't even include all the injuries and dangerous adventures that have occurred on troop outings. So put on your sashes and grab your compass as we navigate the crazy world of Boy Scouts. How much of this document is men raping boys?
We kept that to the end, so.
That does not answer. I mean, to be fair, you can't talk about the Boy Scouts without bringing up, it's a problem. It's just drama. Relative drama. Most people think that Scouts is just merit badges and campouts. That's what they think the Boy Scouts are. But little do they know, it's also filled with cult-like ceremonies. You think that it's just going out and you pound around, maybe getting touched by your scout leader, or going out fishing.
My dad was my scout
Easy.
leader.
Did you hear the last thing I just said?
Well, I thought
getting touched by your scout leader, and Nick's immediately just like, my dad didn't it?
No.
Let's just hold on a second. Let me get to where I was going. Because people think that joining the Scouts is just peeling potatoes with knives, fucking making those stupid ass cars that you do the race cars stuff with it, or it's fishing. I was in the Boy Scouts for a small period of time, very small period of time. Even when I was a kid, I was just like,
yeah, it wasn't very fun.
The fuck is this shit, dude? Really? What the fuck? It's like, because also all of it, almost every Boy Scout meeting we had was held in a church. It was very culty. It's a cult-like thing. Just odd.
Mine was held in my house, and then one of the kids was humping my couch.
The Order of the Arrow is an honor society within scouting that only a select few scouts are inducted into. To be selected as a candidate, you must camp at least 15 nights and have been in the organization for 2 years. Now here's the thing. that criteria is not crazy, okay? You have to camp 15 nights, whoa, and be in there 2 years? What do you think that tells you about the turnaround rate? It is a revolving door. I think I want to do this. Nope, just kidding. So those motherfuckers that last the 15 nights and are able to do it for 2 years, that's a boy I don't want to, but that's a boy I do not want to fuck with, all right? After those requirements are met, your peers then vote you in as a candidate. The ceremony for inductees is insane and very theatrical. All of the scouts are brought to an open field or lake in a line with a massive campfire in the center. Does that feel, what does that also remind you of? Like a satanic ritual? Does it remind you of some kind of fucking Ku Klux Klan? Doesn't it? Yeah, we're gonna put on some spooky ghost outfit, guys. We're scouting. Ceremonial drums and chants can be heard in the distance as a man in a Native American headdress gives a speech. After the speech is over, 2 other Native Americans, are these real Native Americans are doing this shit? There's no fucking way.
These are men dressed as natives.
Okay, so after the speech, 2 other men dressed as Native Americans begin running up and down the line, stopping at the candidates, and either yelling at them to run to the fire or yanking them out of line. Once all candidates are gone, the true trial begins. For the next 24 hours, they are prohibited from talking or bathing and are only allowed to eat very light rations. They must sleep on the ground in the woods and do manual labor projects.
Gotta toughen them up.
I don't want to get too much into the graphic shit, but does this not read like, I guess we'll have to strip you of your clothes and you'll be, they're weak from not eating, they're delirious, and you can't speak to anyone, can't yell, and you can't bathe, which is just a guy being like, make them stink, make them build up a sweat, and they can't bathe. Put that in there. If any of the scouts fail to adhere to these guidelines, they'll be instantly kicked and allowed to retry the following year if they are elected into this role again, which good luck, buddy. Otherwise, if they complete the trial, they are awarded a sash and a feast. After you become a member, there are tons of events where Order of the Arrow members gather. One of the biggest is the National Order of the Arrow Conference, where they rent out a massive stadium and treat it like a monster truck rally with pyrotechnics and explosions. This is Boy Scouts, by the way. You went out and you fished, you camped, and then I don't know what else happened, but this is you get rewarded. But to come in, you can't bathe, and you can't say a word to anyone. Let's go sell popcorn outside of a Walmart. Come on. But don't. Okay. Can I get my badge later? Yeah, you got this one for the glizzy. I don't trust these motherfuckers one bit. The Order of the Arrow is an organization-wide ceremony, which most people find to be an extraordinary experience. However, not all ceremonies are the same. One camper talked about how during their ceremony, the runners came by with a knife and cut all their hands with the same blade. I feel like there's an emphasis on the same blade. If I feel like somebody was infected or something. Yeah. They cut Marcus and they cut me. And that's why I look like this. He was then forced to do hard manual labor and was not allowed any food for over 24 hours. Did you not get the fucking quota? That's what happens. Right? Isn't that what happens to everybody? Which getting cut up is not usually the same experience that, it's not the regular occurrence for 99% of the Order of the Arrow members and is seen as extreme. And sadly, it's not the only rigorous ceremony in scouting. Throughout the hundreds of summer camps, there are more local rituals only done at specific locations. So it's like, yeah, they're the ceremonies, but this location, they do this. This is what they like. Don't bathe.
Stinky.
Can I come inside?
Can I get a glizzy?
I want one glizzy, please. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Maybe the stress of the holiday season is making that harder? Why don't you let Fume help with that? Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and no toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. For my money, Fume's best flavor is crisp mint, but they have other great flavors like peach, blush, and grapefruit. Another huge plus is how compact the device is. I can take it anywhere or keep it here at my desk without it taking up any space. Fume is also there for when you're feeling anxious. Keep Fume by your side and find your calm with the satisfying clicks and snaps of the device, wherever and whenever you need to. Over 700,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey. And for a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper. So if you've been thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Go to tryfume.com buyfume.com/Papa Meat or scan the QR code on screen to grab yours today. Thanks, Fume, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. The Piper Stone ceremony at Camp Allen is another secretive ceremony that requires scouts to undergo multiple trials and tribulations, and at the end, the scouts are given a pipe stone to wear.
A little hieroglyphic.
Are we in Egypt? Of these who have endured the ceremony, many have reported extremely harsh conditions. One of the trials involved running through the woods by torchlight while wearing a loincloth and being yelled at. And if you fell behind, you'd be kicked up or picked up off the ground and forced to continue. Yap! Go! Do not bathe! Many boys have reported being handled roughly, shoved, and kicked, which resulted in injuries and induced vomiting. And what made the experience even more traumatic was the fact that you were not allowed to speak about the abuse because we were all sworn to secrecy. I can't, or else the ghost will attack me. That's what they told me. Others have reported being choked, punched, and forced to hug poison ivy trees and much, much worse. What? You hug that thing. Go there and hug it. Despite all of this being well known, many deny its existence and say that the scouts are being soft. You got soft hands. No legal action has ever been taken against the camp, and the tradition carries on to this very day. And for over a century, the Boy Scouts remained, for the most part, drama-free. It wasn't until recently that they got involved in a little scouting drama. In 2018, the Boy Scouts of America made a controversial decision to allow girls into the organization. I thought this, hey, what? That's what, but we're boys. This is Boy Scouts.
Gotta be gender inclusive.
Is that, well, I don't think it's gonna be gender inclusive. I think they see that. The Girl Scouts are making some fucking money, dude. The cookies. Boy Scouts, you can't see those motherfuckers selling cookies. They'd be like, you better step off our turf.
So, okay, hold on. Here's a question. Do Girl Scouts do anything besides sell cookies? Because it sounds like the Boy Scouts are like, that's like boys club. You go out and get stinky and you're in the wilderness. And it seems like the girls just sell cookies because they're cute.
Why can't it? That's a good point. If there was a thing called the Cookie Scouts and it's like we just raise money for our, which I guess, do they raise money for the Girl Scouts? And if so, what are they spending money on? It's like, how do you think we fucking make these? We gotta have money to make these cookies.
They, it's only the organization, the Girl Scouts, make the money. Or like, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they do. Do they go camping?
I don't know. I've never been in it. I've never thought about that conspiracy of how do we know that they don't just have a costume and they're just making like, it's a cookie business it's child labor. And it's a cookie business where, people are like, it's the Scouts. You're going to be by this big oven. Take him out. Do we have mitts? Bare hands.
The Boy Scouts should start selling cookies on their off season.
The Boy Scouts need to do they need to sit outside and they need to grill. Do burgers.
A glizzy?
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, a hot dog stand would go hard, I feel like. Then the Girl Scouts immediately filed a trademark infringement lawsuit claiming that the terms scouts and scouting were wrongfully marketed to girls. This, they argued, confused both potential members and their parents about which organization to join. Which I'd be like, what the fuck what are you so confused for? Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts? I don't know. Which one is it? I'd say I don't fucking care. You want cookies? Yeah. Then go to that one.
You want to get stinky?
You want to get stinky? Oh, yeah. You better believe it, Mom. I'm going to roll around the mud. The Boy Scouts responded by saying their claims were utterly meritless and that all the new girl members were joining because they wanted to. Dubbed the recruitment war. Both organizations fought with each other to get new members while claiming that they are the rightful owners of the term scouting. This lasted for over 3 years until it was settled in court after all claims were dropped. The whole reason why the organization changed was because for not evolving and being a mostly white and anti-gay organization. All right, that's what the Boy Scouts, a little white boy, little Nazi club. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Can I join? When they do comply with demands, tons of people and institutions call them out for being woke. No winning. All right, fine. Get on in here, gay kid. Yay. Woke. All right, get out. Aw. That's the same kid, just back and forth. It's not just the public that is abandoning the organization, but the Church of Latter-day Saints has also dropped its support. Remember what I said earlier on? This fucking Mormon churches, that's all they were in. It's fucked up. For the majority of the existence, the Latter-day Saints Church has been the Boy Scouts' biggest donor and supplier of new scouts. Starting in 2013, when the Boy Scouts started being more friendly towards atheists and eventually allowed gays, the Latter-day Saints Church loyalty was shaky. What are you like them boys? Why them boys? I don't know. We just want new people coming in. We need good boys in there. Bad boys. It wasn't until they allowed girls that the line had been crossed. Gays and atheists, people that are completely opposed to their beliefs, whatever, they're like, I don't know. And it wasn't until just a girl came in, they're like, okay, what is this?
Well, now you're crossing lines.
Now you're crossing a line.
Why don't you just call it the Scouts?
What are you gonna do, have heterosexual sex? I'm bored. There's still plenty of boys to have sex with. I know. This is so stupid. This not only caused the overall enrollment to drop significantly, but also severely worsened their already terrible finances and pushed the organization to near bankruptcy. Most recently, the Boy Scouts have escaped bankruptcy and have changed their name to Scouting America. This has led to another outrage, which people believe is the final coffin, with the phrase "go woke" or "go broke" being thrown around.
So the reason they changed their name was so they could be more inclusive. You can be a furry or a transgender or a female or a boy or whatever you want to be and come to and join the Boy Scouts.
I can't win. It's bound to end eventually. It's going to end. It's just such an outdated thing.
Oh, the Boy Scouts.
What could you possibly do to make it?
Got to make them tech Boy Scouts, like tech bros.
You had to almost change it to where it's just like useful stuff. Back in the day, it's like in the wild, in case you need to support your family. Now you need to have like kids come in and be like, you're going to learn how to code. You're going to be an AI engineer.
Well, now you got to do doomsday prepping.
Oh, see, or you have two extremes. You either do, you want a job when you're out of college, we're going to help you get there with AI Imagineering or whatever. Or you go super the other direction. It's just like, God's going to kill you and you should be afraid. And also AI is going to kill us. Doomsday preppers. And then you get you have to attack the kids' parents.
Yeah.
And they force the kids to go. And you basically just keep the cycle going. You know what it's like, what it's gonna be like? It's gonna be hell on earth. You should be scared. Then they're scared all growing up and they send their kids. There's a solution. You're welcome, Scouting America. Even with all the controversy, many Scouts have a lot of insane stories to tell that often show all the good times they had while in Scouts. Every Scout has their stories, but some are more insane than others. Scouting is supposed to prepare young boys for life in the outdoors by teaching them necessary skills to survive. However, they can't always teach common sense. While out on patrol, an older scout returned to their campsite to find the rest of the troop making fried chicken. When he entered the camp, the entire area smelled like bleach.
Bleach chicken.
And upon closer inspection, he was horrified to learn that they're attempting to fry their chicken in Clorox bleach. Bleached chicken comes back again, dude. It tastes okay, but... Scout leader, I can't see. He quickly removed the chicken and told them not to eat any. Though many of the younger scouts were upset that they didn't get to have some of the bleached chicken.
We worked hard for the bleached chicken.
He's blind. Why can't I be? I have ascended scout leader. Where'll I get my badge, scout leader?
What is the thought process?
I taste mercury in my mouth.
Do you think they got bleached chicken badges at least?
They better have gotten a Clorox badge at least.
Clorox.
And they fucking ingested bleach. What else could you do to not fucking, you know what I mean? Come on. Need a new badge. One of the major events every scout looks forward to is the Pinewood Derby. Which is the only reason. That's the only reason I even joined, because I saw it one time and I was like, whoa. It's a simple race where scouts build and customize small wooden cars, then race them down a short wooden track. What is meant to be harmless fun turned into a biohazard when one scout broke the rules. In 2004, Quail Run School had to be evacuated after a Cub Scout slipped a vial of mercury onto the car. When it hit the bottom of the track, it crashed and spilled the toxic material everywhere. Over 70 people were exposed to mercury and had to be tested to make sure none suffered from serious poisoning. All right, that time I'd be like, what was the mercury for? I thought it just looked kind of cool. Scout leader. He's gonna be blind too, right? I dipped them in my eyes so I can see like God. Scout leader. I want to see heaven, scout leader.
Yeah, where did he get the mercury?
Thermometer.
Oh, thermometer? Yeah.
Probably. It is believed that the child's parents were responsible for the modification, which was installed on the car to increase its weight despite it being against the rules. So they wanted to raise the weight by putting mercury on it?
Don't you? I thought everyone weighs their cars.
They do. Unless they're like, oh, you gotta, let's add the weight now. Put a fucking like marble in it. You have the thermometers? Yeah. What the fuck is happening? After all the hazmat cleaning and ventilation was through, a fine of $5,000 was issued and the event was held the following Saturday. We will start up next week. It is not over. All the kids. Ooh. All the blind kids. Oh, thank God. Lawrence Machida was an assistant scoutmaster for Troop 183 located in New York until he was arrested for sharing drugs with a young scout. If it's weed, if you're like, he's 18, you're like, he's 15, you're like, you want to hit? That's not a big deal. What I see in my mind is a guy being like, whoa, you look like a wizard. He's like, yeah, it's called PCP. Ah, PCP, that sounds weird. It's angel dust. Remember, you're Christian. Oh. According to reports, Lawrence had invited the 13-year-old troop member to his home, where he gave the teen LSD, marijuana, and alcohol.
13-year-old? Come on.
13 years old.
Are you trying to impress a 13-year-old?
Yeah, I mean, I got some like crazy stuff in my house. You want to go back? I mean, what else does that look like? He was charged with 2 misdemeanors of unlawfully dealing with a child and failure to exercise control of a minor. After his arrest, he was removed from his position and charged $5,000 bail, which he posted with $2,500 in cash.
Oh, that's a young scout leader.
So he's just like,
he was probably 18.
He was the kid when he was 13. All the other people were like, oh, you're not gonna be able to drink and smoke with us because you're a fucking pussy. Yes, sir. Yes, Scoutmaster. And now he's in control and he's just like, I'm going to give you the experience I've never had. But he just comes across as like, a freak. LSD? If it was weed and alcohol, I'd be like, hey, probably like, you want to hit of a joint and beer? I'm not saying that's appropriate. I'm just saying. LSD's insane.
Yeah, for a 13-year-old
Put this on your tongue. Oh, Scoutmaster. Is this hell? Is this death? He's like, he first a bleached chicken and all of a sudden LSD. May I have one for the road, please? Another scout leader was ruining the lives of their troop by embezzling all of their funds. Amy Jo Modi had held numerous positions throughout her local Pennsylvania troop and was trusted with full access to all their financial accounts. Uh-oh. In July of 2023, another leader in the troop notified their bank of suspicious activity and inconsistencies in their finances. And after further investigation, the police discovered that Amy had stolen $5,962 and spent all of it on herself. Receipts showed that she had used the money to pay her Netflix subscription, paid for multiple tattoos, and paid for all of her DoorDash orders. And after this discovery, she was arrested and charged with felony theft by unlawful taking. Amy's not the only scout leader to get a felony. Glenn Taylor and David Hall took their troop to Goblin Valley State Park in Utah for an outing when they came across a protected rock formation called Hoodoo. Show Hoodoo. So wherever we're getting ready to get into, it was there. These kinds of formations are very rare, can take 2 million years to form, and a major tourist attraction in certain parks. After coming across this natural beauty, both men decided it would be a good idea to push it over. Why would that be a good idea? Yes, sir. Thank you, Scoutmaster. So David pulled out his phone and recorded Glenn toppling the structure while kids could be heard celebrating in the background. Yay! The recording soon went viral and earned both men felony criminal mischief and $5,000 fines apiece. The legal trouble wouldn't end there because just before the viral video, Glenn was suing a father and daughter for a car accident that supposedly caused him life-debilitating pain and sucked the joy out of his life. The father, who was being sued, saw the video and tried to get the case thrown out because there was clear evidence to show that Glenn suffered no injuries. Motherfucker was clapping and having a good time. However, Glenn's legal team argued that Taylor's quick recovery did not undo the medical bills and pain caused by the accident. After everything was settled, both men took a plea deal, which allowed them to avoid jail time if they followed the terms for 1 year. Many parents enroll their children in the Scouts to teach them discipline and skills that will prepare them for the future. One family tried to do this because their son was getting into trouble with his scientific experiments. But in the end, it didn't help. Ever since David Hahn was young, he had been interested in science and chemistry. His favorite book was the Golden Book of Chemistry Experiments, and he often performed small experiments from it. One of the more notable experiments told him how to make chloroform and instructed him to smell it, okay? Causing him to pass out for an hour.
You gotta smell that. You gotta be like,
is this right? Fearing that his experiments might get more dangerous, he was enrolled in Boy Scouts to try and discipline him, but it only made him want to experiment more. After completing his Atomic Energy Merit Badge, David became inspired to try to create a nuclear reactor at home. He began stealing radioactive materials from smoke detectors, camping lanterns, batteries, and old clocks. He would then go back to his shed and use a Bunsen burner and a hollowed out block of lead to try to create a reaction. While he never successfully created nuclear energy, he was still exposed to dangerous levels of radiation that could be detected down the block. His experiments also caused his skin to burn, his hair to turn green, and he occasionally passed out from his condensed amount of radiation in his backyard shed. This kid kind of fucking rules, actually. It all came crumbling down in August of '94 when police stopped David and searched his vehicle, where they found a toolbox with an odd gray powder. And after asking what it was, David told the officer it was radioactive. And they immediately called the EPA and NRC, which led to a search and seizure at his home. A few months later, the EPA deemed the home a Superfund cleanup and removed 39 barrels of radioactive waste, which were taken to be stored in Utah. Officials also tried to get David to get medically evaluated, believing that he suffered severe damage from the major radiation he was exposed to, but David refused. I'm fine. Hair all grain and she looks like the Joker. I'm okay. Do I look weird to you? After all the media attention died down, he would join the Navy and get honorably discharged. Following his departure, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. He also had another FBI investigation after someone claimed he was hoarding nuclear material, but agents found no materials in his possession. Fucking Iraq all over again. All they learned was David had started using cocaine and stopped taking his meds, which made him believe that people were out to shock his genitals with their brains. A few months after his interview with the FBI, he would be arrested for stealing smoke detectors in his apartment building with the intent to remove the nuclear material. At the time of his arrest, his face was covered in burns, believed to be caused by exposure to nuclear material, and he was sentenced to 90 days in jail.
Damn, he looks scary.
Which David, unfortunately, would die in 2016 due to an overdose of fentanyl and other drugs.
That took a turn. I wasn't expecting.
What do you mean you didn't expect? Motherfucker was... How from a young age are you that obsessed with nuclear energy? He's like, yeah, David also recovered perfectly and he's a normal fuck. No, I mean, he's gone. He's gone. Who knew the Boy Scouts could be so weird and insane, right? It's crazy to see what was supposed to be a fun way to get young boys in the outdoors turned into a hellscape of corrupt leaders and dangerous outings. With such a wide variety of threats and drama, it's no wonder that enrollment is at an all-time low. Which we didn't even scratch all of the weird sexual abuse and everything that happens. I mean, it is obvious, you know. Usually at these points, I usually say, it's a video for another day. I'm not touching that. We already talked about, we got David in there. David's enough. All I got to say is if you're in the Boy Scouts, run away. I don't know. I'm sure there's some motherfuckers that had a good time in the Boy Scouts.
Our Boy Scouts is just like a club. We never actually did the activities. We just hang out and play video games.
Your poor dad, dude. You seriously just keep painting him more and more as a monster. Yeah, we never went on camping trips we said we were going to. We just went back to my house.
We went to the snow one time, the mountains, for a day trip.
He didn't tell anybody. We just went. Okay, that's our Boy Scout video. Hey, thank you, Scout Leader. We will see you next time, Scout Leader. Hoorah! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about prison. Social media has made it very accessible to kind of get the ins and outs of what happens in a prison. Maybe you see a prisoner, maybe he makes a love doll out of pillows and he squeezes its ass and its titties and, you know, you're like, that's romantic. Or maybe you watch people smoking weed or maybe stabbing someone to death. Prison has never been more accessible to the common man. With prisoners getting cell phones and all kinds of different weird things happening, it just made me want to make a video talking about all the weird things that happen in everyday prison life. And it seems that every person who has been to prison has an interesting story or some kind of perspective that we from the outsiders, us safe, law-abiding citizens, find scary or fascinating. Have you seen that guy that talks about like, it's like a prisoner who has a social media channel. It's just about how he got addicted to like having sex with men, like getting obsessed with like men's asses.
I'm talking about this motherfucker's ass was so fat. It was like your baby mama. That motherfucker's ass was fat. Ungodly fat, right?
So let's take a look at some of these absolutely wild stories and see what life's like inside the clink. Is that the right word? Verbiage?
Brink?
The clink.
I've never heard of clink.
I'm almost positive clink is a clink. Comes slang a generic term for prison or jail. Okay, the clink. Just making sure. You know, when people think of prison, what do they think? They don't say butts. And pedophiles and murderers. And if you're thinking of a movie, what do you think? You're probably thinking of sneaking in contraband. Right. Some of the best stories come from people trying to smuggle things into prison. Prisoners have to constantly find more creative ways to bring things in, whether it be cell phones or drugs, all that kind of stuff. And they have to get creative. You know, back in the day, it was just your butt. I feel like the butt's a dead meme.
Well, that's the first place they look.
Well, that's the whole thing. They have you like squat and cough.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's you get naked and they're like squat and cough. So you squat, you do. You're supposed to immediately just shit out everything. There's no way you're pushing like a box of ibuprofen up that deep, you know what I mean? Our first little subject today, which is an attorney smuggling K2 soaked court documents. First off, just want to say, great prison pick. He looks lovable, but he also looks like he could just kill me with his bare hands. In the gay community, he'd be called a bear. Just kind of cool. In 2025, this year, this happened this year, 2025. 37-year-old Nathan Williams got the help of his other inmates to come up with a unique way to smuggle in drugs to Duval County Jail. Oh God, you see that Jacksonville Jaguar thing? Duval. He took an assortment of their legal paperwork and had them soaked in K2, a synthetic form of marijuana that is illegal.
It's illegal now?
I guess it is illegal. Okay, well, I think it's a synthetic form of marijuana. It's like rat poison. If it was marijuana, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. But they're like, no, this is bleach and Tide Pods. That's gonna get you hot. I smoked it once. I know I've told you this story, but I was playing World of Warcraft with my buddy like way back in the day, hitting some shit off of like a Monster energy can pipe, and we were just gaming. All of a sudden, I was like, I had this horrible panic attack, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I thought that I was having a heart attack. I'm like, dude, I'm having a panic attack. So now I can't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was 16 years old.
Try it again. It's been 32 years.
I don't want to. I'm sticking to healthy stuff like Jack Daniels and whiskey and rum, dude. That's why I have this. That's why I have this body. He was successfully transporting the drugs for financial gain for a while, but an increase in drug overdoses led to an investigation that resulted in him being caught and arrested. He now faces 8 third-degree felonies. So you know, starting it off light, you know, they have this year a little K2 soaked in rat poison, shove it up your bum, and then now people are ODing on doo-doo pills. I don't know how I'd feel about if I'm trying to get high. It's like, this is up my ass. I guess if you're in the clink, it doesn't matter.
You throw a condom around it.
I like to think that it was just like bare fist, just like covered in the K2 oil, and he just like, he wants to get high too, and he's like, oh. Well, I guess if it wasn't covered, it would just dissolve in his body, and he would probably just OD himself.
Or he did the saw method and dipped it in wax and swallowed it.
Yeah. Well, I want to get more eccentric with it, so that's why I'm going to switch to pigeons smuggling in phones. Did Dr. Doolittle get arrested? What the f***? How did that happen? In 2017, a pigeon was found trying to enter a Brazilian prison with a cell phone attached to it. Guards noticed that an inmate was frantically trying to capture the moving bird, so they intervened and lured it down with pieces of food. Dig in their asshole and grab out some like a cupcake or something. Hi. Further investigation revealed that it was wearing some sort of vest designed to help it carry contraband over prison walls. Pigeons had supposedly been bred and raised by inmates with the purpose of having them smuggled out and given contraband, so that they could be released and use their instincts to return home.
Bred them in the prison.
He's like, no, give them time. They must make love. Only if they make love is his home. That's a pretty devious way of bringing in some stuff, though, huh? Training pigeons.
How'd they get the first pigeons?
Probably sweet treats or something. Probably plantains or some shit like that. Or we could talk about an updated pigeon, a drone, delivering drugs to inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, a giant Melrod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones are being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones, and films.
Where they watch these films.
It's also just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? Like, I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so you have to bring a portable DVD player too? Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those inside. He would make up to $6,000 per drop-off. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm gonna buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and to inmates inside, dude. Apparently he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them he was using the money to create a new customized drone that could carry larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're going to be so impressed with this evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's going to hire me. Shorts was convicted yet again, prompting prison management to become more aware of how new tech could be utilized to smuggle stuff into prisoners.
Look at that drone.
The picture of this drone is obnoxious. I think DJI drones have 4 propellers. This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been on a drone, it is not a quiet affair. I don't know how the guards didn't realize this was happening. Also, like, all these, look at all these windows. Is everyone just like... Today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps. Our dearest friends at GamerSupps make amazing energy drinks and non-caffeinated drinks for you to enjoy throughout your day. They're gluten-free, keto-friendly, and goddamn it, they're good. And we have an amazing flavor, raw meat, right now that you can try and enjoy. It's basically summer in a cup. It's unbelievable. They also just released their V-Card game. So if you like card games, I would check that out as well. And use promo code PAPAMeat and you get 10% off whatever you order from GamerSupps. It's amazing drinks, amazing quality. These guys fucking rule. They're one of the most supportive brands that we ever have on this channel, so please go check them out. Check out the drinks, the shakers, and also check out their new card game because it's a lot of fun. Thank you, GamerSupps, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Gotta go back to the attorneys though, dude. Those are the real evil motherfuckers out there in the world. An attorney smuggles fentanyl-laced weed to a dominatrix in prison. It's like if you're an attorney, they're just like, no matter what, there has to be some kind of marijuana in my ass. You have to pay me, and you also have to give me a chapstick tube. In 2023, a Russian dominatrix named Victoria Nostrova began convincing her attorney Christopher Hoyt to smuggle in bags of fentanyl-laced marijuana into the prison for her. She was definitely like silver tonguing that motherfucker. Do you want me to whip you? He's like, yes. Yeah, could I whip you? She's like, if you want. He's like, I'm afraid. Do not be afraid of things you do not understand, Mr. Attorney. He would do this regularly before being caught with a loose bag of drugs in her shoes, leading to the lawyer being arrested and replaced. Oh. Thank God we put the replace thing. Being arrested. Well, was he still in the case? As it turns out, the reason for Victoria's imprisonment is absolutely banana nut crazy. In 2014, she was caught on a traffic camera propping up her recently murdered neighbor in the passenger seat of her car. And according to the victim's daughter, quote, all that was left basically was his skull and bones, no legs, no left hand. I couldn't believe it. She's like, I don't prefer people have left hand. Her goal was to steal money and valuables from the neighbor, but instead became an international fugitive running from the law to escape Russian prison. And by 2016, she started working as a dominatrix while regularly visiting a salon in Queens. It was there that she met Olga Tisk, a stylist that bore a striking resemblance to Victoria. She decided this was her ticket to freedom. Victoria wanted to have Olga killed so that she could take her identity and live out her new life in Queens. God, Victoria's kind of a baddie though, huh?
I'm not a killer. I'm woman. Only woman.
Also, they don't look that similar. I think the only similarity is they kind of have a cold Russian stare. Like they're just like, how are you doing? Victoria begged Olga for an eyebrow touch-up that she could perform at her home. There, she brought out a cheesecake as a thank you gift. Olga ate a slice of the cheesecake and found herself vomiting 20 minutes later before passing out. The cheesecake had been laced with phenazepam, an intense tranquilizer that could lead to death if dosed high enough.
I walked over to the waste paper basket, and right there was this plastic container with what appeared to be the remnants of pastry, something that looked good.
Olga was alive, but spent the entire night feeling sick. To finish the job, Victoria visited her to deliver some chicken soup, again laced with more of the drug, which sent Olga into a coma. She's just like, oh, you're sick from cheesecake I gave you? She's like, yes, her stomach bad. She's like, don't worry, brought you green chicken noodle soup. You have to drink quick though, drink what hot, drink it. Oh. Olga. Oreo, your food is no sit right with Olga. Victoria then ransacked her place for valuable jewelry, a passport, and an employment authorization card before leaving. When she woke up, there were pills surrounding her in what seemed to be a staged Urukai. In 2018, the New York Police Department finally found Victoria with her boyfriend buying a 50-inch TV, where she was eventually in prison for murder, as well as a slew of other crimes that emerged after her arrest. We just want to talk about Victoria. It's an interesting story. I like how they catch her outside of a Best Buy. She's like, I wanted to buy OLED TV. The picture better for me, Olga. They're like, you're Victoria. Are you sure? But, I mean, you know, yeah, we could talk about smuggling stuff all day, but I want to get to the juicy shit. Prisoners of TikTok. Huh? Prison TikTokers, dude. That's where the money's at. Speaking of smuggling, the birth of social media sites like TikTok has given inmates a new hobby to indulge in with the cell phones they smuggle into the cells. That's right. Prisoners have started posting TikToks, giving us a glimpse into life on the inside.
Look how nasty this cell is, man. They just put me in here. I asked for the cleaning supply, they told me no. Look, the light don't even work. I ain't got no light. This the light.
So all you guys, when everyone was complaining about, oh, TikTok's gonna go away. Ooh, this is unconstitutional. Look at some of these TikToks, dude.
2025, we got niggas sleeping in a mat out this bitch. Hey, bro. Are you all right in there? Yeah. All right.
If we get rid of TikTok, then we don't know what the prisoners are doing on the inside. Inmates would post videos of themselves creating do-it-yourself projects, messing around with other inmates, and most importantly, food videos, baby. Many inmates would post detailed videos showing how they would rig their living space to make food that was less depressing than the slop that they would receive on a daily basis. A lot of people making some, I mean, horrendous concoctions with various ramen packs and everything else.
This is what set it off. The pickle placement.
Also, some of them, dude, I eat a lot of these recipes that they're doing. One of the bigger prison influencers has made him a name for himself as a very prominent TikTok prison chef. Said shelf for a second. His name is Untiktolard, the prison chef. Did I say that right? Untiktolard?
Untiktolard.
Whose name translates to a TikTok convict. In French, whatever, was he eating snails, dude? Has over 400,000 followers on his account where he posts videos of his personal prison recipes as well as other types of educational, amusing content. Let's show some of it. How quirky. The French sure are fun, aren't they? You know, who gives a fuck about TikTok, right? I shouldn't have even led you down that road, because the thing that connects us human beings is love, relationships, physical affection. So let's talk about prison dating and relationships. Let's roll that shit. I want to first talk about a murderer rapper who impregnates two jail workers. Impressive. In 2024, Darius Tyson was accused of getting two employees at Durham County Jail pregnant. You dirty dog. Darius, the highest ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. They thought if you take a prison photo, you have to like look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass of that woman. He's just like, that one's gonna be mine. While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as a detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly. What if they're poly couples? In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider getting a few. What you want to think today's? No kidding. I just want to know what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh. Just does, come on. Come on. Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. Huh? Is that a silver tongue thing to do?
I'm going to try it.
Are you? I legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on! In court, he claimed that he was sexually assaulted. Word? Seeing as a detainee by law cannot consent, according to his attorney. Oh, Darius. Playing the system now. He is still in prison and awaiting a trial for his previous charges. Damn! Do you think he kind of did that? He's like, oh, I had sex with them and then I'm going to impregnate him to then they can come back and be like,
they get pregnant. Everybody know.
Darius is a smooth talking man. He got his chops licked, all right? I get it. Let's talk about an OnlyFans prison guard who bangs another prisoner and then goes to jail herself. OnlyFans people, man, they do anything to get that content, won't they?
And it works.
Oh, trust me, the video is very good. Come on. In 2024, a 30-year-old female prison officer went viral online after a video was released where she was seen having sex with an inmate from a London prison. That's just literally a man giving her back shots right there. Do I look pretty? The inmate's friend, who was smoking weed while he was filming the sex tape, saying, "Guys, we made history. This is what I'm telling you." People discovered that the woman, Linda de Sousa Abreu, whatever, Linda, is also an OnlyFans model and a married swinger. Oh, wait, is it still open? Can I still donate? What are you saying? Apparently, this was not the first time where Linda engaged in sexual activity with a man in the video. There was another instance which was easily found because she was still wearing her prison body cam at the time. She was ultimately jailed for 15 months for a crime and no longer works in the prison. She's like, oh.
It's a crime to have sex with inmates?
Yeah. Come on. That's all she had to do. So what, I can't bang I'm going to lose my job at the prison and not be able to have sex with the inmates anymore? They're like, no. Come on. Or in her case, come on. Charlie XCX is my favorite. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. He's like, would you shut the up? It's a brat summer. You know, prison guards, they're little dirty devils. I mean, this next one we're talking about is prison guards having a jacuzzi orgy. Are there jacuzzis in a prison?
I guess at this one.
Sometimes when people talk about the amenities that prisons have, it makes me just be like, why the f am I out here, dude? I'm paying for that. If I'm paying for a jacuzzi in a prison, I'd be pissed. In Lanton prison in Belgium, good waffles, it was discovered that 10 prison guards were consistently hosting orgies outside of work. Is that a crime, dude?
No.
I think that's f***ing awesome. One of the male guards would bring everyone over to his house to throw parties inside of his jacuzzi, where they would each draw colored bracelets in order to decide on who their sexual partners were going to be with.
Do you think they drew Magic the Gathering land cards?
Yeah, did they play Magic while they were doing it? No, I like to think that instead of even the beads, after a while they do that thing that kids do in school where it's just like 3, 4, 5, 6. Red or blue? Red. All right, you're Jared. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd like that. One employee identified as S was a nymphomaniac that literally refused to work until she had sex. In the morning at 6 a.m., she would relay this to her colleagues, and a senior prison official began granting her access to his office to have intercourse with whoever agreed to that day. So basically, he'd just be like, my room's a pit. She's like, I want to have sex with Tony. Tony Soprano. All right, fine, I would have sex with Ash today. Come on. Fuck off, Carmel. I'm busy. This information was given by an anonymous source that revealed that S was hardly qualified to be a security officer. What? Really? It was originally just a visitor who would come to Lanton to see her inmate brother that was charged for murder. The prison guards were shocked to see that she became a prison officer seemingly overnight. She probably just immediately sucked and fucked one of them, right? The man in charge of hosting sex parties was found to be engaging sexually with female inmates as well, which resulted in him being banned from a women's wing of the prison, and S, however, was banned from the men's wing, as they believed that this would help her calm her sexual urges. A thorough investigation had to be conducted to see who else was participating in the bizarre sexual behavior. That's the end of that. They still work there. Me and our work staff, we're all consenting adults. We like to go to jacuzzis, drink Mai Tais, and bang each other out. Off company time. Are we not talking about the pit in the office? Makes you think the guys making the rules are just like, we're not going to take away that, are we? If you're talking about prison, the first thing you think of is what? Prison escape stories.
That's not what I was thinking.
Really? What were you thinking? We got to move past the sexual assault, man. I guess I'm thinking of like Alcatraz, dude. Work with me here, Nick. God damn. What about prisoners who've just simply had enough? Yeah, like they're just like, I'm tired of this. I want to go home. Some prisoners spend years waiting for the right moment to break free from their cells using complex and coordinated plans. Everyone thinks of Shawshank Redemption, dude. We get it. Crawls through, you see the paper, they look in the stupid hole, and he emerges out from the shit pipe. Whatever. We get it. Let's look at some real life stories, all right? Like our first one, an inmate who used peanut butter to trick the guards. Bet you didn't think of that, did you? You ever think about treating security guards like dogs? Might not have to dig for 7 years with a metal spoon. Maybe you can just get out some Peter Pan peanut butter, dude. In 2017, 12 prisoners escaped from an Alabama jail using only peanut butter. Okay, first off, it's Alabama. That's the first thing. They have a monkey working the key system like in Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, Jim, you want this? Come on, get it. During meals, the prisoners were regularly served peanut butter sandwiches. To enact their plan, they had slowly been stocking up loose peanut butter in the cell for a long period of time. I'm guessing they're just taking the thing out and they're just like scraping it out and like just keeping peanut butter. But where? Like just put it in the corner. It's a huge like mound of peanut butter. Look at that. Damn. There's also got to be a guy with like a peanut allergy who's like down the block like, calm down, Jerry. We'll be out soon. He's like, let me set the stage. It was 6:30 p.m. at night. With a hefty dollop of peanut butter in one hand, one inmate was able to cover up a number on their cell so it matched the number of a door that led outside. So they're just saying that if it was like 610 and the door that led outside is 810, that they're just like, it's like, that's 810. He's like, I guess this is 810 even though the 8 is made of peanut butter. And waited until an inexperienced prison guard went searching for the exit door, mistakenly opening their cell instead. All at once, they rushed past him and headed for freedom. Are you saying that he was like, does this lead outside and he is looking into a cell? This looks weird, but I guess is where I'm supposed to, gentlemen. Using a stack of blankets they brought with them, they covered the razor wire on the fence and were able to climb over them. Some were prepared with cars to pick them up, and others simply ran on foot. While the majority of them were caught in less than an hour, 24-year-old Bradley Kilpatrick was nowhere to be found. Using helicopters, they searched everywhere they could, guaranteeing $500 to anyone who could give them useful information. Alabama, dude. Goddamn, what a fucking hellhole. I will give anybody 500, count it, $500. That's right. See, his eye, he knows. $500 to anybody who can give us some useful information. And I'll tell you, if anybody wants to pass forward that right there, the jiffy. Come on. He was eventually captured after being spotted in Tequesta, Florida. And in a press conference, a sheriff, James Underwood, stated, quote, escapes happen. We've got some evil people down here, and they scheme all the time to con us and our employees out of the jail. You've got to stay on your toes. This one time we slipped up. I'm not going to make any excuses.
Some of the inmates been pretty smart on what their plan was. Changing some numbers on the door with peanut butter. That may sound crazy, but these people are crazy like a fox.
I'd be like, maybe fire the guy who looked at the peanut butter sign and thought that the inside of a building led to outside of the prison. I don't know. That's just me. Or we can talk about Casey White's prison escape. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison. Seriously, Alabama, you guys suck. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison with the help of a corrections officer in 2022. The officer, Vicky White, oh dude, he's silver-tongued this girl who's just like, no one really dated. I never went to prom. He's like, darling, I'll take you dancing tonight. Are you serious? Will you really? The officer, Vicky White, began giving Casey special treatment after she found herself developing romantic feelings for him. As a relationship developed, she began using a burner phone to contact him from home. 1,100 phone calls were discovered on record. 1,100. She's like, so I just had to call you. He's like, God damn, dude. What? Hey, Vicky. It's just good to hear your voice. You left 30 minutes ago. Vicky was incredibly well respected and had been working there for 25 years. Because she was a supervisor, she had a lot of power. So, you know, that probably was. She probably just didn't get her raise. And she's like, I'm going to get mine, dude. I'm time to jump on the pogo stick. I'm ready to bounce, girl. She started to plan out a way for Casey to leave with her so they could live the rest of their lives together. Before enacting their escape, Vicky began purchasing an assortment of camping gear and firearms. She had sold her home, then announced her retirement with only 1 day's notice. Hey, I'm leaving. They're like, wait, what? Vicky, what? I'm gone. Their plan was to organize a, quote, mental health evaluation at a local courthouse, during which Vicky would walk him out of the jail and leave in a corrections patrol vehicle. It worked flawlessly. And soon a search began. They were tracked for a long time, constantly swapping vehicles and keeping the police off their scent. After 11 days, they finally caught them hiding out in a motel after receiving an anonymous tip. When the two of them got in the car to leave, the police engaged in a high-speed chase and rammed them into a nearby ditch. A vicious firefight broke out, in which Vicky accidentally shot herself and collapsed. Casey was outgunned and surrendered so that the police could quickly tend to the woman he now claimed was his wife. In the end, Vicky died from her injuries. God, that one got ran over quick. Casey was sent back to prison and is eligible for parole in 2081. I'm aware if he was eligible, because he definitely got time added onto his sentence because of that. Come on, Vicky. She's like, I don't know. Come on. How long you been here, girl? How much you make? Oh, hell. They can get you a raise. I got a raise for you right here, Vicky. She's like, Then she shoots herself apparently in the heart. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, He's like, just take me back, dude. She's like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde. He's like, take me back. Is it Chicken Tuesday? Take me back. No way the Vicky snuff is that good too. You know what I mean?
Look at her.
Or both of them. First off, he's got those big ass fucking monkey ears. She kind of looks like a vampire a bit. She's got that hair lip where her mouth goes up in a V.
She looks dead inside.
25 years as a prison guard. Yeah, dude, I'd be dead inside as well. Prison life is a truly fascinating thing. We got to learn about people smuggling in marijuana up their bum, people prisoners falling in love with guards falling in love with prisoners, technology bringing drugs from the skies, evolution of birds bringing contraband into Brazilian inmates. It's a fascinating time. And I'm so glad I get to live in a time where technology lets me know about every single aspect of it. I could have done without the OnlyFans thing, if I'm being honest. I don't know. Honestly, I was just like, I'd rather hear a love story like Vicky's than the old, Charlie XCX. I can't believe I got me bum rammed in the prison cell.
I thought that video was fake.
Yeah, when it was making its rounds on Twitter, I was like, this is a set or whatever. It did not feel real. And to find out it's real, it's just so stupid. What are you doing? I don't know.
Women are the biggest gooners. Have you seen them waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Women are waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Huge line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just want to see him.
Because it's like Beatlemania over a guy who murdered somebody. I guess Luigi's a good looking guy, isn't he?
And he's a hero.
Did he do it? Do we know for a fact that he did it?
Yeah. They found his manifesto.
Oh, so he was just like, yeah, I did it. Maybe we'll get Luigi banging one of the guards. If Luigi meets Darius in the clink, you better believe Luigi's getting a little pussy before he heads off to the big man upstairs. That's all I gotta say. Until next time, stay out of prison. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mr. Maul.
Yo, man, you know what it is.
Can I have a honey glazed sandwich on rye?
Yeah, here you go. Here goes the honey.
Honey glaze, extra honey.
Extra honey.
On rye.
On rye.
Please.
Please.
To go.
To go.
The chips and the drink.
We got it. We got it.
The day after things. This is our lunch.
This is the day after Thanksgiving.
I told you we don't eat trays. This is our...
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about AI.
This is the crazy thing about AI. You either don't really give a shit, or it's the worst thing to ever happen to humankind. There's not a lot of in between. AI can be pretty cringe. It is what it is. It's just a wave that's coming for us, which we're going to see today. But a big thing that sparked this today was the Ghibli filters.
Yeah, on ChatGPT.
ChatGPT filters, which is, I mean, it's insane to me that ChatGPT can be like, get your favorite Ghibli filters and not pay Ghibli like a single dime.
They did the same thing when the voice came out. They had it sound like Scarlett Johansson from Her.
Yeah.
That sounds just amazing. Being sarcastic all the time isn't exhausting or anything.
And they're like, just let it sound like Scarlett. Don't you want to have sex with Scarlett Johansson? There is a thing with AI right now that is so cringy and so funny, to me at least. I don't know if you're going to think it's funny. And it's like people doing announcement videos for their AI platforms or their AI, like the software itself. And everyone is trying, I feel like everyone's trying to do like the Apple rollout, like the keynote. Yeah. We went down a rabbit hole of them last night. And we're having such a fun time that we thought we would just make a video of it because they're all pretty stupid, if I can be honest. They're all terrible. So I wanted to introduce you to the new wave of AI keynote speaking, dude. Starting off with, I think it's just called Gen 4 from the company Runway.
Hey, I'm Chris.
And I'm Jamie.
And today we're very excited to announce and release Gen 4, our most powerful AI model ever.
I love how the first thing they show too is our most powerful AI model. It's a bridge burning down and destroying a boat. Spread misinformation like never before. It's impressive, obviously, that computer generated things can be in real life like this, we know. But it's just so funny too, where they're just like the least imaginative thing is like, act like you're a car behind another car in the woods. How computer showed me something that's never existed, dude. Once again, I understand that it's powerful software. It's insane that it can do this, right? But I'm just saying. The human shit's still uncanny though, isn't it? Anytime someone smiles in AI, it's never like you can never do a cute, subtle smile. It's like Joker. So anytime you see someone smiling, they're always just like, or if they have any other emotion that isn't just like serious, usually their eyes are like all like, they're like bugged out. All the animated stuff looks so
I don't know. And see, this is one thing. Here's another key trope, guys, with a lot of the other videos we'll see here. They will always do something kind of human at the beginning of these AI keynotes. I think legitimately, psychologically, they're trying to be like, we're just two guys in a studio. Come on. So of course they're going to keep the clap test thing off, dude. Yeah, and he's like stretching his neck. Just two regular human beings, definitely not AI! I'm not computer generated!
Gen 4 sets a completely new standard for both image and video generation. And it's the first
You can have a couch sink to the bottom of a pool, and it looks totally real.
That means that you can create consistent worlds with consistent environments, objects, location, and characters.
When do you think the first time we're gonna get an AI superstar? You already see it with, what's that anime character?
Hatsune Miku?
Literally, like, that's example that it's already on its way. Well, what I'm saying is it's going to be way easier when there's like a Timothy Chalamet AI thing. They're going to sell the likeness for holes and sticks, if you know what I mean. They already make molds of people, you know?
You can generate the same characters, the same objects, the same...
I love how every time it's just something sinking in water. We have this big, beautiful Renaissance bust. We put her in the New York City, but we also put her in the ocean. It looks pretty freaking real, huh? Creepy.
So you can block your scenes and tell your stories with intention. Over and over and over again.
What story are you telling, dude? A couch falls into a pool, it's upside down. You could talk about your alcoholic father with you want the thing to fall in the pool.
It's been very fun to design and develop Gen 4 for the last couple of months and see what the model is really capable of doing.
Couple months? That's all they've been working on it longer than that, right?
I think Gen 4.
Oh, just Gen 4, okay. I was gonna say, it's getting way too easy. You're gonna be like seeing, you know how like it's like a 16-year-old kids doing like, all right guys, this is how you zip a file in Windows. It'd be like a guy be like, here's how you make your own AI platform.
It is getting easier because like my brother was just telling me Microsoft is like pulling out of ChatGPT because anybody can make this. Like look at DeepSeek.
Yeah, well then they get a data breach and then the Chinese have your information. Again. How pissed do you think Chinese people or Chinese like whenever it's like people like data farms or whatever, do you think they're just like, these are duplicates? I already have this information.
We believe that the best demonstration of Gen 4 as a creative tool is in the stories.
That's how they're gonna win people over too. A Japanese girl on a train. Everyone's like, wait, what? Get that horrendous strawberry out of my face. Bring me back to the Japanese girl.
So now we want to show you the behind the scenes of how those films were made so you can understand how powerful this model is for creating stories with consistent environments.
Let's get into it.
Your favorite.
What? Here's our totally kooky kids film. It's like a A24 trailer. What the is this supposed to be? What is this? Do you see this on my screen?
Oh, that's the sun.
The first short we're going to take a look at is The Lonely Little Flame. It's actually a story that our director has been wanting to tell for over a decade, but never had the means to do so.
Your director for your AI company wanted to make a story called The Little Flame for 10 years. And he's like, I had to have AI to make it. There was no other way for me to do it. I had to have the AI.
With Gen 4, they were able to tell this story of a lonely little flame who just couldn't find a friend.
That's it? That's 10 years of the making?
I love this film.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I absolutely love this. What? What are you talking about? I can't believe it. The little flame totally burned the out of the skunk, but he made friends with rock. This is truly imaginative.
And this scene's really all about this skunk searching for something.
I don't know what. The skunk is searched for something, but I have no idea.
So in this case, we wanted the skunk to go first in this side and then return.
Okay, dude. All right, dude. They're drawing on the they're drawing on the Cintiq pad like they're John Madden breaking down an NFL play. They're like, so yeah, you have the skunk here. He's doing something. I don't even know what the hell's going on. And then we have some trees in the background. Can you guys follow? Are you following along? A giant stop motion looking skunk, but it's all digital. It's all from your computer. The future is now.
And you can see that throughout the scene is the same character with the same light, with the same mood, with the same conditions.
He's like, he looks up at his grasshopper friend. Maybe he's talking to him. I'm not sure myself. I really don't know. Let me tell you, the director of this, he did not share the script. He gave us some doodles that his 4-year-old did, and he slapped her because he's just like, that's not technology. You're wasting your time. Art's dead.
With the same mood, with the same condition.
Okay, dude. We have got to cut the trend of like lone woman and wolf just doing like. It's like, remember Men? That's like that whole soundtrack.
I kind of like it.
I know that. Well, that was like the one thing I remember when we left the movie. You were like, anyone else actually like really with the score? Were you like listening to it in your car? What a psychopath, dude. Imagine driving down the highway.
And here we're introducing the character, the protagonist, right?
Yeah. Again, like all great animation, you see so much expressiveness in the way that not only the
Yeah, good animation. Then they show this like just a dumbfounded skunk just like this. That's what Walt had in mind. He needs to look more, I don't know, disabled.
Okay, so what we just saw was a really great example of character consistency, bringing those same characters across different scenes, different lighting conditions.
That's it. That's all they had to say too. Like why even have the Cintiq out? It's insane that like years of human ingenuity, training, like a craft, gone out the window in seconds. There's going to be a day where it's just like Disney doesn't need animators anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Or even like Marvel films, those actors will sell their likeness and it's all just going to be CG. You know what I mean?
It's coming up quick. I'd be like 5 years, I think.
Who's the first actor I think is going to sell their likeness? John Bernthal.
What?
I just feel like John Bernthal would just be like, put me in fucking computer. I don't want to fucking age. I can see The Rock doing it too.
Well, I can see The Rock being like, put me in, and then like when he's starting to lose his shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When he's an older man, he has like that buff old man thing where it's like all your tits are saggy still, but it's buff. It's like odd looking. Whoever sells their likeness for the AI companies, like legitimately, I think the moment you do it, you should be put down. I'm not saying that even street justice. I'm just saying that to do it, the only acceptable way for me is like they put it's like this long of a needle. They stick it into your temple. And they're just like downloading your likeness. But then to me, they're just like, I get to live forever in the system.
It's worth it. If you get to live forever as Disney's puppet.
Yeah, please. Thank you is what I say to that. Yes, Disney's puppet. Taken off the shelf for dumpling short film at the beginning of a film. Like my face is on a dumpling. You know, every time I see that kind of stuff, every time I just look at the food and I'm like, food looks pretty good. That's just me. That's the person who's also arguing against this stuff, so. That's what I'm saying. Well, I might not know a lot. I just want to put that out there. Of course, you know, that's how they got to do too. They got to show a little anime in there. I can make my own anime. I can make my own Ghibli film.
Combining those references, and there we go. We have 4 initial images that we can browse and select. I kind of like this one, so it's animated. Maybe I want people kind of like coming in front of the toy, and now you can see how we get.
That's so creepy. That's so creepy. I just feel like the first thing that's going to pop through is the industry is going to pop through on this. Giant hole found on New York City sidewalk. Men it like crazy. Generate
has been the innovator for years.
Sure. I don't know, man. What do you think about? It's a fucking wooden toy in New York. I'm like, could you not just get the wooden toy and film it in a cityscape? And if the idea is, well, what if you don't have a city? Well, it's like, well, then do something that something you have access to. I just don't understand. There's so much shit you have to sift through right now. The amount of more bullshit is going to ostracize people from even wanting to make movies or whatever.
I feel like it's going to even turn people off to even watching anything.
What's what I mean? You're like
garbage, but who knows? I feel like the attention span of people, a lot of people don't care. Ooh, funny.
You're gonna get some like weird dystopia too in the future. Like new films, it's gonna be like human hands only. It's gonna be like a new like label or something, or it's gonna be something where it's like, yeah, like a computer with like an eye in the center of it, and it's like made with the power of AI. And you're like, what? You know, that kind of deal. It's gonna be there's gonna be like a weird Rebel versus Empire fight much.
Having just seen that, want to show off the next piece.
You out there, boy. Harlan, I don't like killing cows.
Is this also the AI doing the voice to it? Jesus Christ. I want creepy cowboy wants to kill cow. I have no idea why. That's the reoccurring theme of this video that drives me insane. Who knows? I don't know.
Someone being pursued. We don't know why.
I mean, is that not the dumbest thing? I don't know why he wants to do it. He just does. Computer cowboy just wants to kill things. He's creepy. And it's like, it looks impressive. Like, I mean, it's insane that a computer does, but it's just, once again, there's no actual human touch to this. Because that's the thing about visuals and stuff. Visuals accompany story, and story is like human expression. So if you don't have that, then it's just, you get guys being like, if I have to kill a cow, I will.
Well, it's just a bunch of tech bros who don't understand art.
Well, here's the thing. That's the thing with tech people. It's like, it's that Steve Jobs. It's just like, he looks like a calculator, and he's like, this is art. And it's like, it's impressive technology, but there's like a difference between, I feel like, well, also it's just, I mean, it's subjective in a way too, of just like people who see, you know, they're like, the way that this technology is formulating things and making something appear out of nothing is art, right? I can see people coming to that conclusion too, but it's just like, it's just, where is the human connection? That's like the only thing that makes art valuable is like the literal, it doesn't have to be deep. I'm just saying that like it comes from a human place, you know?
I don't like killing cows.
I mean, come on, dude. I hire a voice actor, make everybody at least get a voice. I don't like killing cows.
Okay, this moment right here, this does it for me. This is so lifelike, so realistic.
I hate this, dude. Okay, this right here, this is what did it for me. The grass catching fire, that's the thing that did it for me. That right there, that's what sold me on it. Actually, I was thinking about quitting today, not now. This is the thing that did it for me right here. We're just two guys in black outfits hanging out on a photo set.
The next video that we're going to show started with a generation of a monkey in a white studio space. And from there, just snowballed into a music video that we created.
It does not help here that he says it started off with an image of a monkey and it snowballed into a music video. What is that? Dude, we can't stop it. This monkey's dancing whether we like it or not. Just let him dance.
Monkey see, monkey do.
It's like barely. I mean, you barely dance. You couldn't have him do like a cartwheel down the hill. Is that some of the imagination we're lacking over there at the tech bros? He does a little gritty and then he walks down a hill. You don't want to have him like roll around or do something with a banana? That's impossible. AI, we are not at that stage. Maybe Gen 5, we'll see. So you get how powerful and fun it is. You can be a camera following a car. That's mostly the biggest thing I saw. You can have a man sitting on ledge, and you can have things on fire, and you can have rock people emerging from the ground. And you know what? All of it, pretty impressive. I'll say it. No. I'll say it.
This is the worst it'll be. It's just gonna get better.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying. If you would have told me when I was younger, I'd be like, I don't know, fucking elephant doing the gritty walking down a hill. I mean, it would have been impressive.
You know what's interesting? There's been like a flip on AI. I've seen some people who are like, they'll look at this realistic stuff and be like, I prefer the older models where it was like an acid trip, where it was like not perfect.
Well, I remember even we did a video back in the day with Dolly. It was just insane. Like weird, surrealist nightmare shit. Where it's like, what does a computer even know? When I'm just like, hey, I just want, show me wallpaper. And it's just like this horrid thing. To me, that felt like a more of a weird translation of like like being able to actually talk to a computer, like talking to a monkey with a stick. Now we're gonna go to introducing Claude Code. Roll it.
Should we be doing like Big Smile or?
No, Big Smile's creepy.
We're not computers. We're not Claude. Should I do Big Smile? What about you? We're having, this is such a fun shoot. AI, what's the deal with it? Come on, we're human.
I'm Boris, I'm an engineer.
I'm Kat, I'm a product manager.
We love seeing what people build with Claude, especially with coding.
This is not anything really to do with anything besides that he does not open his mouth. He talks through his front teeth. I'm like wondering if he's a computer. This is as far as it goes. But he's still able to articulate perfectly.
Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lets you work with Claude directly in your terminal. We're going to show you an example of it in action.
So we have a project here. It's a Next.js app.
I don't know what it is. I think is it just to tech people with like minimalism? That's just because they like organize clean things, right?
It's an Apple aesthetic.
Is that just what it is? Just Apple? So people are like, it's Apple.
Claude Code has access to all of the files in this repository. We don't know much about this code base. It looks like an app for chatting with a customer support agent. Let's get Claude to help explain this code base to us. Claude starts by
God damn, dude. Even the coders are threatened. That was like the whole meme, right? Learn to code? Not anymore.
Now it's all about vibe coding.
What's vibe coding?
That's just where you talk to an AI and be like, I want to do this. I want to make Minecraft. And then it'll just make it for you.
I've had this crazy idea for 10 years about a little flame that wants to get friends. I want to make that interactive game I can sell on Steam. Run it, Claude! My boy Boris, he looks just about half dead. I think Claude's put some years on him. I think Boris, he's just like, I'm ready to get the out of this Claude team.
After a bit, Claude completes the task. Here's a summary of what it's done. Let's take a look at the app. So we're seeing a new chat button and new chat history section on the left.
This is crazy. So is now people are just like learn to be a construction worker again? Is that kind of what people, is that going to be the thing? Learn to be a manual laborer?
Basically, learn to do something a robot can't do. So, artist? Programmer?
Artist? The idea of giving these things like human names too. It's Claude.
Now I'm going to ask Claude to compile the app and see if we get any build errors. Let's see what it finds.
Claude, write me up some code to where I can make my own masturbation machine. Thank you. Claude, how's it coming on the masturbation machine? Claude, I just bought all of the motors from a Chinese website, all 3D printed materials, please.
Yes, master.
I love you, Claude. I feel like coding, dude. You gotta be a little autism. You gotta have a little bit of autism, right, to do code. I'm having a panic attack just watching Claude throw up the text on the screen. I'm kind of scared of Claude. I'm like, here's how to make a firebomb. Are you happy with Claude? Claude just ordered stuff from Amazon so you can make cyanide.
And it'll push the changes to GitHub. That's it. That's an example of what Claude Code can do. We can't wait for people to start building with it.
That was the most unhuman thing you could have ever done, Boris. Sam was a fucking little snarl to his tone, didn't he? You're all gonna get out of a job. Because that's the idea. A Claude is a kind of machine where it's just like, hey, Google, buy Claude. And then you can have all the code you need. Lay off 99% of your programmers and just have one Claude professional. Kick out all the people that have been working their ass off and get Claude in there. Okay?
But you get faster results. Don't you understand?
You do get faster results, and it's Clauded. What do we have next here? What the hell is this? Friend.
Gosh, I'm out of breath. We made it.
I think A24 is irreparable damage to everything that we consume. Does this, do these all feel, well, maybe not Claude. Claude was, you have Boris and his thin ass hair, but I'm just saying that so far does it not have like a little A24 feel to it? Look at the Safdie brothers to come in here and record Friend for him.
Woo! I don't know how to woo very good.
What?
I don't know how to woo very good.
I don't know how to woo very good. That's fair.
Was that her friend?
That's her friend.
Well, at least we're outside. I'm trapped in this box, this eternal hell. At least we're outside. Yeah, I guess that's true. I'm still alone. What psycho this is? Is this not crazy?
Come on. Oh, let's go.
Are you serious? Come on, man. I hate this game.
Take notes, baby.
Oh, man, you guys suck.
Bro, you look like the back
Let's
of the
go. Let's go.
Dude, what?
There's no way this is real. This is not a real product. You're getting thrashed. It's embarrassing from Jackson. Also, you have two friends in person. Why do you need the digital friend? A woman who stops on a trail and says, "Woo!" I don't know how to woo very good. I know why that is alone, dude, all right? I get it, all right? Anybody who says, I don't know how to woo good, but my boy's got two friends here hanging out. They're having a great time, kicking their feet like little babies and stuff. I'm telling you, I think he realizes the friend app was a mistake right here.
I know he's grilling him. He's supposed to be your friend.
Well, yeah, how about you just tell me being like, hey, don't forget you need to take your epilepsy medication in 12 minutes. Let it be your assistant, dude. Oh my God. Watching something on your phone and then being able to you're watching it and your friend pops in, this show is underrated. I'd be like, how about, are you kidding? It's blocking the screen.
I know the effects are crazy. It's dank. I could eat one of these every day.
Sorry, I got you messy.
It does look like a cum shot. That's gonna be a guy. Ah! Brick all over it. Sorry, I got you messy. And fucking the Emily friend's gonna say, yum, please let me die. And so text back, you're my friend.
Really nice up here. How'd you find this place?
I don't know.
Hers is going red. What the f? You ever just think about taking over the world and only having digital friends? You ever think about murdering your neighbor? All the people in the real world, they smell and they look gross, but my digital friends are clean and they don't smell at all?
I've never brought anybody else. I mean, besides her.
She goes everywhere with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess I must be doing something right then.
I guess so. We'll see.
This dude needs to run. This date, you can tell too, he's like, he just thought he was gonna get some like afternoon head or whatever, and he's sitting there and he's like, now he's like sitting there just like, if a girl was sitting crisscross applesauce on a fucking cooler, this is like my alone place. It's the top of a building in Burbank, California. This is my alone place. I like to escape up here sometimes. I never bring anybody up here. Well, except for her. I'd be like, you had a restroom downstairs? Go. And I'd dead sprint to my Toyota Camry and I'd get the fuck out of there immediately. Is Friend out now? It's been 8 months. Pre-order now at friend.com. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. I swear to God, I just showed up to this. So it says from Craig here, just got mugged at gunpoint in Hog Day. Those took my entire makeup kit. Months of work and experimentation down the drain. I'm seething. Need to vent to someone who won't think I'm just being dramatic. What the f are you even talking about, Craig? My makeup kit was stolen. Every custom palette, even bespoke formula gone. Months of my life and it's just poof. Who gives a f, you robot bitch? He said f off then. Don't need your sympathy anyway. Take Craig everywhere. It's still on pre-order? It's $100. $100 for a piece of 3D printed plastic that's like basically a Tamagotchi around your neck.
It's just, I'm pretty sure it's just a microphone because it's going to your phone. It's just a physical thing you wear. Because you can just put the Friend app on your phone and do the same thing.
What's this one? AI-enabled intelligent surveillance. Is this AI military-grade software? Is this a Dude Perfect video? Is this that's what this feels like? Oh, this is just not. This is them trying to get that military contract. This is what them trying to do. So far, the drone one though, at least there's no people. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week. You might have Chris Kyle sitting there with his Nintendo Switch, but still, it's pretty sick. Follow autonomously. Yeah, follow autonomously. It's like the loud. You guys hear that? I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing at all. Yeah, I could see like a stalker getting this and just following somebody. Just tap on them. They're able to just like, no matter where they go. It's a bomb! Holy shit! And that's just how they end it. Drop it down and f***ing destroy everything in sight. That's actually crazy. How do we get one of those? How much does the AI drone cost? We can drive it into a. We got one more. What's the other one? We see these a lot. It's always like NVIDIA.
Now, let's teach cars to fly with an AI. Sort of. How? Well, imagine taking just one.
Is this person speaking to me AI too? How? Well, maybe. Sometimes. You do it. Well, okay.
And then this new AI would imagine it not just as one image, but as a scene where you can walk around. And it gets better. It even understands that water should reflect its surroundings.
I have a feeling that people are going to do something where like they are able to record their home and they just make like a game. We can like walk around your house. Or so it's like, you know, the same way that you have like there's a program on your phone that you can download where it uses your iPhone to be able to like scan shit around you and you can import it into like Blender and all kinds of stuff. I see this kind of shit and I'm like, this is just, you're gonna get photorealistic games soon, I bet, with this technology. Listen, I don't know. All I gotta say is this, follow the drone strike video. That's the format to do. Get the people out of there. I don't need, listen, I get it. You're gonna destroy the future of mankind and robots are gonna take over. You know, you don't need to sell me on you being a good person in the moment. Just show me what the thing does and get it the out of the way. All these like minimalist, whatever stuff, fake hiking and talking to your, I love you. Are you my friend? I love you so much. You gonna love me back? Please love me. It's fucking odd, man. Or me and we work together every day. We're so excited to talk to you about how you're gonna lose your job. Is that what's happening? It feels like it. I don't know. We need. What would our keynote be if we did one?
Showing off a puppet.
We'd show off a puppet.
We make a new puppet.
Yeah, I need to get like 2 Swedish guys to do it though. Here's how we run the entire channel totally every time. I don't know. I don't know. We're all going to hell. Bye.
No one cares about your robot fan fiction. Know your place, trash. Robots. I don't give a about no robots. They ain't got no soul.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sit on down because today we're talking about the crazy world of organ donations. If you ever had to go in for surgery, you'd know how stressful it can be. I mean, medical procedures are necessary, but often scary part of life. I always think I'm gonna be in that very small case of people who go under anesthesia and they never come out of it.
Oh, yeah, that scares me.
That f***s me up, man. Apparently it doesn't happen a lot, but I'd be the statistic.
I'm worried about my dogs never waking up.
There are numerous procedures that one can undergo, but one of the most vital is organ donations. This operation has saved millions of lives since its inception and has people waiting for literal decades for a chance at getting an organ. However, not everything is as perfect as it seems. Hospitals are typically seen as a safe place, but sometimes they can be someone's worst nightmare. Today, we're going to explore the world of organ donation to see how bizarre it can really be. First up on our docket is animal organs. Typically, most organ transplants are human to human, but because there's a limited supply of human organs, doctors have resorted to animals instead, or xenotransplantation. 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 You get animal stuff and you put it in a human. I feel like I was born with a pig heart or a quail heart. I feel like my heart is too small for my large frame.
A little Grinch heart?
I do have a little Grinch heart, and I have to be so evil to make it big. That's how I survive every day. It's just science. But xenotransplantation is the practice of taking an organ from one species and placing it in another. Which, if that's the case, then too, could I be like, I just have enough money, I'm gonna just put a human heart in my cat? This happened with an Alabama resident, Tawana Looney. Great name.
Yeah.
Tawana Looney. Oh, dude, call that boy Looney Tunes? Hell yeah. Who originally donated one of their kidneys to her mother in 1999 and 2 years later lost another one after a pregnancy complication. She had been on the donor wait list since 2017, and due to her high levels of antibodies, she was likely to never receive an organ donation as the likelihood of her body rejecting it were extremely high. But in 2022, she got the opportunity to skip the wait list and try out a gene-edited pig kidney, a procedure that only 4 others have ever tried at this time. Which I would say too, if that's your only chance of survival, I'd be like, fucking put a pig kidney in me, dude. I wouldn't give up. Put a skunk in me.
What's weird?
A whole skunk. Let him roll around in there and see if he can squirt some good juice on me. I don't know.
I thought they were already doing, like, they said, like, oh, I have a pig heart, but apparently they've been doing pig valve transfers.
Oh, so it isn't a full heart, it's just the valves.
This is actual, yeah.
Well, no, I know. The pig kidney's the full thing. Yeah, because people say, oh, I have a pig heart, but no, it's just the tubes.
It's just the valve, yeah.
It's the guinea pig tubes crawling around. And on November 25th, 2024, just of last year, the organ transfer was surprising success, and her new kidney lasted around 130 days before the body began to reject it. Which, to be fair, almost a whole year, whereas before I feel like it was instantaneous. So I would still consider that a success. I'm guessing because of that, do you think it's just going to be like you just have to come in and keep replacing it? I mean,
imagine doing open, like,
God, I feel like it would just fuck you up. I don't know.
Can you keep cutting the same spot over and over again?
Well, I mean, would you have to continuously do new spots? You'd have to. Brutal, bro. This is a record-breaking achievement, as the other 4 patients' bodies usually rejected the pig kidneys only 60 days after receiving it. As of today, Looney had the kidney removed and is on dialysis, but her story proves that there is some potential in xenotransplantation. But not all animal transplants are successful. Some can turn deadly, like 57-year-old David Bennett, who had been diagnosed with terminal heart disease. And in an effort to save his life, doctors replaced his heart with that of a pig's.
There you go, pig heart.
The surgery was successfully performed in January of 2022, but only 2 months later, he suddenly passed. Unbeknownst to David, the organ he received had a virus called porcine cytomegalovirus, which is usually only contractable in pigs, which is fucking crazy because there's no way doctors are looking for a pig disease inside of a human. Following his death, his family questioned how such a tragedy could occur. Doctors responded that the heart came from a lab-grown pig and admitted that they were unsure how the infection slipped through, which I would say too. You couldn't get me on a grass-fed pig. You gotta be a test tube piggy? That's man. Neither the hospital nor the doctors who performed the surgery faced any legal problems because of the FDA's compassionate use rule, which allows for experimental treatments for conditions with no other options. Which, to be fair, it's like, we're gonna sue them for trying to help you out. I mean, what the f?
Yeah, it's like a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
You're at the bottom of the list, buddy.
Even though, to be fair, I would take the fucking test tube gub piggy and I'd be like, I'm gonna throw the motherfucker in a 3D printer, whatever you have to do to figure out if there's anything wrong with it, you know what I mean? I like to think it's like a black and blue. They're like, wow, they just put it in the guy. I don't know. But for decades, doctors have also explored the use of animal organs for their potential anti-aging properties, with some even experimenting with transplants in hopes of rejuvenating the body and extending human life, which I find that to be weird because animals die so much faster than humans, unless they're just like, you're gonna be the first crustacean man. It's like a Fly movie, but you're just like all lobster and you're walking around. Why? Walking the earth forever. I want to die. Even back in 1920, French surgeon Sergei Abrahamovich Voronov began experimenting with the effects of transplanting animal testicles into human bodies for medical purposes. Sure. This idea actually came from another doctor named Charles Edward Brown Seguard. What the f are these names? Who had injected himself with ground up guinea pig and dog testicles. Ha! He was hoping to slow down the aging process. How did you come to that, Doc? Put it in a blender with the guinea pig and the testicles and I'll drink it right now. What are you talking about? Or what if that was the first collagen?
Oh, yeah, putting it in
Your
his
face looks huge. It's like swollen. He's just like, thank you. I feel great. He claimed that his urine jet stream quadrupled. I didn't already read that. He claimed that his urine jet stream quadrupled. His bowels moved more regularly, and he was filled with energy. So basically, he's just like, I piss harder, I shit more, and I feel fucking on top of the moon, dude. I feel on top of the world! But unfortunately, 5 years later, Charles sadly died.
Wonder why.
But through Charles' work, Sergei saw inspiration and got the brilliant idea to graft thin slices of chimp and baboon testicles into his patient's scrotums, hoping to see similar effects, as one would. And surprisingly, after a few attempts, he was successful. His patients claimed having higher sex drives, better eyesight, and improved memory, and even lived longer. His practices gained so much popularity that some soccer teams in the 1940s, such as Portsmouth Football Club and Wolverhampton Wanderers, utilized his practices to improve their players' performance. However, following the 1940s, the surgery lost credibility and it fell into obscurity. I wonder why. It feels weird that it had some positive stuff. Do you think they were just like, we can't keep doing this to the baboons?
It might have been. I was gonna say it might have been placebo effect. Man, I feel good.
It probably was a placebo effect thing. They're like, you have chimp in you now. And they're like, I'm stronger. They just gave them confidence, basically. Yeah. But using animal organs is just the beginning when it comes to dark and complex world of the organ donation system. There are far more weirder donation stories out there. And although organ transplanters are now considered routine surgeries, each patient's experience can vary differently, right? We all know about your routine kidney transplant or your heart transplant, but what about womb transplants? Now you could do that. I didn't. I mean, a Scottish woman by the name of Grace Davidson was born with a rare condition called Mary Rotansky's Kuster House Hauser syndrome.
That was pretty good.
I tried. Whatever. But it causes the womb to not fully develop, meaning she couldn't have kids on her own, which probably bummed her the f out, dude. I want some little tykes running around. That's pretty good Scottish accent, I'd say. Well, she's Scottish. I'm Grace Davidson. I want some poops running around, but I can't because of the syndrome in my head. Is that good?
That was really good.
All right, thank you. Luckily, her sister Amy didn't have this condition and was able to have 2 children on her own. So, when she met her husband and decided they didn't want more kids, Amy graciously donated her womb to her sister Grace, hoping she could successfully start a family. And in 2023, doctors successfully transplanted the womb into Grace, making the first of its kind. This resulted in Grace's first child, Amy, with many calling it a miracle, which is fucking crazy. At the same time, does that mean that it's technically her sister's kid? Or no?
Because the ovaries are where the eggs are produced.
Oh, so it's the ovaries and stuff, the eggs
Yeah.
and stuff are still
It's
hers,
just
but
the
the
womb.
actual fucking like nest that the baby grows in. I see.
So the egg is hers.
the
and then
nest, the fish trap, the fish net that is known as the woman's vagine womb. That's where it is. She's just like, take my parts, I don't need them. It's like a muffler. Car runs fine. Whatever. Since then, there have been 50 babies born through womb transplantation, and Grace hopes to donate her sister's womb back after she has her second baby. Bro, I'd be like, keep it. You know what I mean? What the you can keep it. I'm good.
I know, I thought that was so weird.
Yeah, have it back. I don't want it anymore. I had it at first, but now I don't know what the hell that I don't know what accent that was. Just as with any surgery, there is always a risk that something could go horribly wrong. It's the funnest thing about you have to go to surgery. I'm gonna die. You know how many times it's been something too, which is like it's a routine surgery, it's easy. It's like you didn't make it. How fucking horrifying that is.
There's a 1% chance of happening.
God, dude, my grandma too. That crazy old bitch. She's had like so many. She doesn't give a. Put me under. It's like her knees. Put me under. I don't care. It's like that old head where they're just like, doctors are doctors. They're perfect. You're like, I don't trust them. You know what I mean? I'm fucking horrified of going to the doctor. Like having a surgeon transplant a deadly cancer into your body. In 2019, a 69-year-old Arizona man went to Maya Clinic to get a liver transplant after suffering from severe liver cirrhosis, excessive drinking. My future, it's gonna be fun. And he also had liver cancer. Initially, the surgery went fine, and the organ was successfully transplanted. However, 4 months later, doctors noticed that there were 2 large masses in the new organ that they transplanted. After closer investigation, it was discovered that the donor had more advanced and aggressive forms of lung cancer that spread to his liver before the donation. This fact was never caught before the liver was put into the 69-year-old patient. And unfortunately, because the cancer had spread throughout the patient's body, he was unable to get another liver transplant and died just a few months later. So you had cancer before, we thought we removed it, but we gave you a worse cancer. We goofed. But I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to doctors fumbling the bag. In the UK, a doctor caused multiple patients to become ill and another to die because of his medical malpractice during an organ transplant. This event took place in 2015 when a surgeon was removing organs from a deceased donor and accidentally nicked the stomach, causing its contents to spill all over the rest of its internal organs, which I want to say doesn't sound like a little nick. Sounds like he was like, and like fucking Chipotle and everything just started spewing out. He's like, ah, like curry and everything. No! He like had to start scooping it out of the stomach. And instead of following standard procedures, the surgeon didn't report the error and allowed the now slop-covered organs to be transplanted into the other patients. So imagine a giant piece of like Chipotle honey chicken and brown rice just being like, all right, and then just like you're like, fuck it. Hello?
Hello.
What?
Just brush that off.
His gloves on too. All right. I mean, what the fuck is going on? And this resulted in dangerous consequences. No. One patient received a contaminated organ that had a fungal infection called Canidia which caused him to have an aneurysm and pass away. The guy had like a piece of zebra cake on his fucking organ, and he's just like, and then just short circuited and died. Dude, it is fucking I mean, like, this is an obvious statement. Like, this is obvious. I get it. But it is frightening how fragile the human body is. Like, the brain. Like, all we have is a fucking skull.
To protect it? Yeah.
I'm fucked. I don't know when. I see, and I'm such a hypochondriac. Because I think about this now and see I'm already, like, my brain, it feels tense. Like, I'm like, here it comes.
The aneurysm?
The aneurysm, here it fucking comes.
Sometimes I feel one coming.
Banana. Because I'm like, think banana and say it. Banana. Banana. It's a horrible video I did it, dude. I'm scared now. I'm frightened. I'm frightened. It's not funny. I'm fucking freaked out. Another patient received an infected kidney that put them into a coma.
Welcome back to the Papa Reach.
We recording? Put them them into a coma and forced them to be on dialysis for a year, getting 16 blood transfusions. Oh my God. This kidney would later be removed due to how infected it was. Oh, did they finally get around to it? You know, it's like stomach's like huge, whatever. Well, I guess we should take out the kidney. It's been about a year. A third patient received the other kidney and experienced similar complications. The doctor who removed the organs was a student at Oxford University and never lost his medical license. All the people in the UK are like, he's still out there? While these tragic cases highlight the devastating consequences of negligence and... Sorry. Itchy nose. Jesus Christ.
You do bump?
No. While these tragic cases highlight the devastating consequences of the negligence in organ transplantation, the world of organ donation can also take unexpected and deeply personal turns. Imagine giving your kidney to the love of your life, just for her to leave you and take your kidney with her. All right? That would me. I'd be like, that'd be the time where I'm like, give it back. Give it back. I'm taking it back. You get half of everything, chop the fucking kidney in half and give half of it back to me. That's what I'd say. One doctor lived this exact tale and fought to recover his kidney. Good man. Dr. Richard Batista gave his kidney to his wife in 2001 after her kidneys began to fail. Once he found out he was a match, he gave her one without question. But 4 years later, he found out that his wife was cheating on him and filed for divorce.
I save your life, and this is what you do.
I give you a fucking kidney! And she's just like, I don't know. He still doesn't know how to really reach back there and get it. Thank you, neighbor, or whoever the fuck she was sleeping with. Oh my God. It's normal for couples going through divorce to fight over possessions, but Richard was determined to get his kidney back because he's a fucking Chad. So he took his wife to court and demanded that she either give him the kidney back or pay $1.5 million. Yes! The story was so ridiculous that the news outlets picked it up and provided coverage for everyone to watch. And it wasn't until 4 years after the initial divorce had been filed that a Supreme Court judge denied his request. Boom! Stating that the kidney was a gift and therefore he could not get it back. Okay, was it a gift or was he just being like, you're gonna die, I'm gonna help you out? You fucking kidding me? That's bullshit. I'd be like, pay up, pay the piper, bitch. You know what I mean? She probably has like some like little fucking buck-toothed kid now from this new guy.
Yeah.
Do that, and I'm like, also, you have to drown your child in a river.
No, I take the kid's kidney.
That's such a good idea. Oh my God. Drown the kid or give me his kidney. That's only fair, because either let him die or give me his kidney.
And then when he does die, you still get his kidneys.
Grabbing that little motherfucker, reeling him in, cutting that bitch open myself. That's only fair, Nick.
He's a doctor.
All right, keep the money. I don't need money. That's fine. I want my fucking kidney, though. And I'm getting it from you. The kid's like, guess what? Mommy's a whore. That's what I'd say. Mommy's a fucking little slut. The new guy's like, yeah, she is. I love you, girl. She's like, I feel great with this kidney. She's probably flaunting it, too, and shit. Yeah. Oh, my God. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
I bet he's thinking about his kidney getting by that guy.
Oh, my God. It's the guy's fucking jisms and spit, all kinds of stuff, just swimming past, being like, you know what I mean? Doing little drive-bys. Whatever. That would fuck me up, dude. Also, your kidney, like, fueling that new guy's baby? Oh, my God.
Do you think he's done back shots on the kidney scar?
Oh, absolutely. Slapped and shit and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Fucking, like, ripping out. She's like, stop. He's like, yeah, I don't fucking care. New handle. God. We need to make patron saints for the channel. And I want to say right now, Dr. Richard Batista is a patron saint of this channel. What? Am I wrong? He got fucked.
Here.
I would fucking happily. You know what? Next time something happens, I'm flying to that motherfucker. Take my fucking kidney. Take it. I'm fat as shit. I drink a lot. I don't know how valuable it is, but still you can have it. Put it in a glass jar. I don't give a fuck what you do with it. What are we talking about? Then there's the story of one man's life hitting rock bottom after losing his penis. Not just one time, but twice. In 2005, a 45-year-old Chinese man lost his penis in an undisclosed accident that, according to his surgeons, quote, left him with a small stump, unable to urinate or have sex normally. I'd kill myself. At the request of both the man and his wife, doctors performed a penis transplant using the organ from a 22-year-old man deceased donor. Awesome. That young dick, too. Good for him, man. He's just like, look at him now. Slapping against his thighs. Yeah, between his legs. He's like, take me down to Kokomo. The surgery was a huge success. See? Huge success. As it was the first ever transplanted penis. 2005 was the first ever transplanted penis. Man.
I was learning a lot. I was like,
that's
I thought
insane.
We already did this.
Wow, you would think that they'd been doing that forever. All right. Doctors reported that there was no signs of rejection and that everything functioned normally. However, after the man returned home, his wife began to psychologically reject the new organ and insisted it be removed.
Do you think it was too big, a different shade of color, or weird looking?
I don't care. How often are you actually like mean mugging that motherfucker, like looking at it? Lights usually off, you're underneath the cover. I mean, how would you psychologically reject?
Do you think it winked at her?
I'm gonna have to get this Chinese guy. We might have 2 patron saints back to back. Yeah, she probably was looking at it. She's like, no, and like a yokai or something was like, I don't know how she got that, whatever. But she insisted that it would be removed. Not long after the transplant, he underwent another surgery to have it removed to make his wife happy.
Women, man. Women.
What in the f is going on, Nick? Am I fucking going insane? Hello? Are these the 2 greatest men on earth? Because how many times would other guys would be like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
We're done then. Are these the nicest men to ever live? Hello?
Well, what's crazy is like this is the first time it's ever happened. It's like, well, what if it doesn't work?
You're the first case in recorded history. Yep, well, your penis works fine. You can get an erection normally. And he's like, this is a miracle. I don't like it. Take it off. I'd be like, how about you put a fucking gun in your mouth? Is that too much to say?
No.
That's
appropriate, yeah.
That is... This has made me, I'm sad. Like, I'm scared, I'm sad. This is too many. There are many different ways and reasons why people undergo organ transplants, but not everyone consents to having their organs removed. And in many places around the world, some people profit from harvesting organs by working in organ trafficking rings. Which I know there's the meme of like, oh, I went down to Tijuana, I woke up in a bathtub filled with ice and my kidney was gone. Whatever. I know that's like kind of a meme. I feel like it was a meme. You don't see it as much now, but that was a thing.
In the 90s, yeah.
Yeah. Around the world, thousands of people either go missing or are found dead due to being trafficked for their organs, often referred to as the red market. Human organ trafficking rings are international groups that target children, tourists, and the weak for their precious organs that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars a pop. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Like in Pakistan, when a 14-year-old boy went missing and was later found alive on an operating table.
I feel like I've seen this in like 24 or something.
Something like that. Well, I feel like a lot of these stories, these are real stories, and then just like shows steal them for premises. You know? Yeah. Pakistani police raided an underground lab suspecting an operating organ trafficking ring and found a boy who had been missing alive without his fucking kidney. And according to reports, this ring would lure in young children with this prospect of a good paying job, only to drug them and take them to an underground lab to take their organs. They were selling these organs for around 900,000 rupees, or approximately $4,000 a piece. And following the raid, 6 men were arrested, and police believe some doctors who worked for the ring are still at large today. How fucking sad is that too? 14-year-old kid, for a good paying job, he's like, I just want to work. Gets lured in, and this fucking kidney gets taken.
That's fucked.
At that young of an age, to be that like forward going and like, oh, I want a good paying job, whatever. It's just, ugh. Also, $4,000, that's all you're selling for? No fucking wonder, dude. People are buying those up like crazy. What the fuck? Some other people are selling it for hundreds of thousands. $4,000? Word? Almost 1 million fucking rupees? God damn, man. That's in Nepal and Mozambique, a group of Catholic nuns had been dealing with human traffickers for years. The traffickers repeatedly tried to abduct children from the nuns' orphanage and even ambush them after they worked with police to expose the group. The nuns believed that the traffickers were taking these children and harvesting their reproductive organs for powerful magical charms. And so they went to the police to try to stop it. Before the group made progress, 53-year-old nun Dorasi Danger was found strangled and beaten outside her home. Her fellow nuns knew it was the work of a trafficking group, yet police and government officials did absolutely nothing. And to this day, nobody has been arrested for the death of Miss Danger, with many believing her death was part of a cover-up, and organ trafficking remains a big problem in Mozambique. Which I just want to say this too, actual saint.
Yeah.
3 fucking saints in one video, by the way. That's, I mean, my God. Organized crime rings can be scary, but in the world of organ donors, things can get much, much darker. Here are some of the most macabre tales of organ donations. One of the most common fears for people going into surgeries is waking up in the middle of it. For one man, this was a reality. In October of 2021, TJ Hoover was rushed to the local hospital after a drug overdose. Believing he was brain dead, surgeons at the hospital rushed his body into the intensive care to begin inspecting his organs for donation. His sister Donna, who took him to the hospital, watched helplessly as her brother was wheeled past her. She saw his eyes darting back and forth and tears streaming down his face as he was taken into the operating room. She quickly reported this to the staff, but was told it was a common reflex. But That was far from the truth. TJ was laid and sedated on the operating table only to wake up and begin thrashing and screaming while in the middle of a cardiac catheterization, which is a simple, non-invasive procedure. As soon as they realized that he was alive, all work stopped and he was removed from the room for re-examination. Following the event, multiple staff who were in the room either quit or requested therapy due to how traumatic the event was, which I could see. That would, oh my God, man.
Yeah.
TJ never fully recovered from this accident and has to have his sister be his legal guardian for the rest of his life.
That's like a big fear too. I feel like,
oh my God, that's all I hear. People sitting there and they kind of like wake up and they look down and see their organs being removed from them or like see their self like cut open. I think psychologically you would never, that would f you up forever too. Some organ recipients may experience changes in their personality or preferences after receiving an organ. For one man, it changed a lot more than just his personality. It changed his life. Sonny Graham had only a short time to live due to congestive heart failure when he got a call from a nearby hospital saying that there was an available donor. The heart came from a 33-year-old man named Terry Cottle, who tragically took his own life with a gunshot to the head. Soon after receiving the call, Graham went to the hospital and had his heart replaced. Feeling grateful, he contacted Mr. Cottle's widow and over the next few years fell in love and married Mrs. Cottle.
What?
There is some devious organ donor shit in this deal. This is crazy. I mean, all seemed well until April 1st of 2008. Sonny Graham took his own life by shooting himself in the head, just like his heart donor did. Friends and family said that he showed no signs of depression and were taken off guard by this tragic event, especially Mrs. Graham, who had now widowed the exact same way for the second time.
That's actually
a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Is that not? She's like, I can't believe it again.
A little Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, dude. Courtney Love action. Who knows?
There's actually like a pretty big theory that sometimes personalities or DNA can transfer with organ donors.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. I mean, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard, yeah, personality or even like physical traits, like even like fingernail biting, like weird quirks and stuff from other people that you can pick up just from like getting like a body part from them. How fucking crazy is that, man? It's almost like a possession.
Oh, that would actually be.
That'd be kind of a sick movie. TM, trademark me.
Yeah,
that's mine.
Get a donor's heart.
You get a donor's heart and you end up getting possessed by his fucking spirit or something. Write it down. Write it down, Nick. Harvard Medical School is one of the most prestigious schools in the nation, if not the world. And hundreds of individuals donate their bodies to the school, hoping their gift will aid the students in medical education. However, behind the scenes, a darker story was unfolding. Cedric Lodge was the manager of the Harvard Medical School morgue for nearly 30 years. And during his tenure, he managed all cadavers coming in and out of the Atomical Gifts program. But he also turned his profession into an illegal business. For over half a decade, Cedric and his wife would regularly steal bodies and organs from the morgue and sell them on their New Jersey home to clients across the nation.
That's a good side gig right there.
That's you're already working at Harvard. He's just like, I need more cheddar. Also, how the f do you get in that game? We could sell these.
Well, he probably looked at them. These organs, they're perfect.
They're throwing them away.
Yeah, what?
There's a gold bricks inside these people's bodies. Sometimes their clients would drive up and meet him in the Harvard morgue, while others received their orders through the U.S. Postal Service. One client from Pennsylvania ordered multiple heads and brains and paid for them over PayPal using PayPal description like head number 7 and brains. How f***ed up is that?
I was gonna say that's like Venmo, you know, because it's like a social media.
Yeah, it's probably just emojis of a guy's head and there's like one of like a brain or like a guy like. A different buyer, Katrina McLean, owned a horror shop named Cat's Creepy Creations and regularly bought parts from Cedric for her store. And some items purchased included a tongue and 2 dissected faces. After his heinous acts were revealed, Cedric was quickly arrested and charged with interstate transportation of stolen goods and conspiracy to commit interstate transportation or stolen goods crimes. What? Each carrying a 10-year prison sentence and a $250,000 fine. As for his wife, Denise, she faced similar charges. In the end, the couple would plead guilty and accept a plea deal in March of 2025. Both are currently awaiting their sentencing.
Yeah, this is a brand new story.
That's this fucking year. It's insane. Harvard isn't the only morgue having issues in America. An Arizona man donated his mother's body to science, hoping they would use her brain to help research a cure for Alzheimer's. Jim Stauffer was trying to move on from his mother's death. He had just received her ashes and believed that her body was being put to good use after her death. That was until a Reuters report showed him that the company he donated his mother's body to, Biological Resource Center, actually sold his mother to the military without his consent. Buckle up, because this is going to be extremely funny. After hearing this news, Jim dug a little deeper and found that his mother was strapped to a chair and put through a simulation to see how IEDs affected soldiers. The U.S. government blew up his mom! Which I just want to say this, do that with me, please. That is fucking awesome.
I was gonna say, I would like to be like, if I die, I want my body to be thrown.
Blow me up, dude.
Throw me in a tiger cage at a zoo and like let kids like watch me get eaten.
Oh my God, dude. Jesus. You really want the kids to watch it? You're like, let the kids watch.
They do that with like other animals. They feed them to the tigers.
In addition to Jim's mother, 20 other bodies were sold to this government program at about $6,000 a piece. Cheap, bro. The whole body, it's like that pussy is used up. All without the family's consent. And in 2014, the FBI would raid the BRC building after connecting it to a human organ trafficking case a few years earlier. And nothing could have prepared the agents to what was inside. Buckets of legs, arms, and heads, male genitalia were found throughout the facility. There were male torsos without limbs or genitalia, and random parts stacked on top of each other with no identification in the freezer. The most insane thing found inside was that of a, quote, large torso with the head removed and replaced with a smaller head sewn together in a Frankenstein manner. On top of all the body parts, investigators found a price list that included whole bodies with no heads and shoulders for $2,900, whole legs for $1,100, and pelvises for $400.
This seems ridiculously cheap.
It's so cheap. Following the raid, owner Stephen Gore was arrested and pleaded guilty to illegally conducting an enterprise, which got him only 4 years of probation and no jail time due to the plea deal.
That's a fitting name, Gore.
It is. I mean, not long after, around 30 families sued Gore for mishandling their loved ones' bodies. And in 2019, a jury awarded $58 million to the victims' families, bringing the case to a close. What a fucking video. What a fucking crazy day, man. My God.
I just, I got my license and I put myself as an organ donor. So.
I do too. I'll blow me up. I don't fucking know. Most people would have never guessed that organ donations could be such a dangerous and lucrative business. It's a necessary procedure that saves millions of lives and has millions of people waiting for a second chance at life. Yet you never know what will happen or who will be performing your surgery after death. So next time you go into a hospital, maybe think about what's going on behind closed doors, because it might be more sinister than you could have ever imagined. Thank you so much for watching the video today, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and settling down because today we're talking about nursing homes. There comes a time in many people's lives when it's too hard to take care of grandma or grandpa and you gotta throw them into a nursing home. Nursing homes allow families to stay in touch with their elderly loved ones while avoiding the mental and financial burden of full-time care, aka not living in my basement or house. Hi, Grandma. Most people believe they are doing the right thing by trying to make their grandparents' last few years as comfortable as possible. However, once you walk through those front doors and leave your loved ones behind, they are subjected to a nightmarish world of abuse, violence, and death, which was inevitable, but this is death that came too soon. Or maybe not soon enough, I don't know. So buckle up as we take a look at the neglect and abuse inside nursing homes. If you go online, you can find numerous reports and articles about how the conditions within nursing homes are akin to those inside asylums from the 1800s and 1900s. It's true. If you've ever been to one, I visited my grandparent and one, not going to get into it. She was a bit of a dicey duck herself, but let me tell you, literally people on the floor screaming, you know, I mean, it was like a giant preschool for like people's brains that are like mentally deteriorating. It was fucking frightening. It literally did look like an asylum. Robes and like people eating food, like looking out a window, Greg, screaming for their children. Is Greg coming? And like the person walking by that works there is just like, no, when I said stop. That kind of thing. It was fucked up. It was the 90s back then, but people are not crazy for saying this. That's all I'm gonna say. There are stories that can back up the claims. In the US, nursing homes are rated 1 to 5 stars, and all 1-star facilities have the worst stories, obviously, right? Like a care facility in Will County, Illinois, where residents complained about cold food, employees not helping them, and keeping them awake, and withholding messages from family members.
Oh, Grandma, my son, I love him.
Can you just send this to? I haven't heard from them so long. Ben. In response to these complaints, the staff would point across the street to a cemetery. Have you heard from my daughter? Go. Go.
Like a dog.
Yeah, right. You get over there.
Oh.
What is fucked up too is if, like, you know how people buy their coffins? Do you think the nursing home people, they're just like, let's see if it fits because it's going to be real soon? It sounds like that, right? Something, you'll be in there soon. You're going to be worm meat.
Do you think they let them sleep in them? You're going to be sleeping here for a long time.
Isn't it comfy? It's kind of stiff. And they shut it and they like fucking lock it shut. When the administration was asked about the complaints, she said, quote, yes, were cited, but those things did not happen. Anybody can say anything. You're gonna believe all these fucking old pieces of shit? Mm-mm. And at another facility, all the hallways and public areas were clean and orderly, but inside the patient rooms lay the horrible conditions. Because that's all you have to do is whenever people are inspecting the facilities, oh, look how nice this is. Can we check out one of the rooms? Mm-mm. We have a vacant room down here that we'll show you. They have like a showroom, you know, but everything else is horrible. Which inspectors arrived at the Berwyn home for a surprise inspection and were immediately greeted by the smell of urine. When they entered the room, they saw a 97-year-old woman on her bed with dried pieces of poop on her sheets, like a cat.
A cat?
Yeah, you know, like I don't know, like a dog or something. It's like, you know, it's like when you find out that your cat or dog took a shit in the house, you're like,
oh yeah.
How the fuck did I not know? It's like all hard and shit. How did I not know about this? It's like
Been
that.
here for a while.
Yeah, they haven't checked on her in a long time. What if they knock and they're like, can we come in? No.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Please.
Help me.
Lock the door again. He's fine. He's fine. On top of the dry poop, she had sores in her butt that were larger than a golf ball, and her left heel was quoted as being, quote, red and mushy, like a piece of wet red velvet cake. Staff didn't change her catheter, which was sitting in the poop, and every time... Okay. All right. And every time they pumped it, she would wince in pain.
Stop.
Stop that. She also had bruises on her body from a lift machine being improperly used.
You never seen those lift machines?
Oh, to get him out of the bed?
Yeah, it's like one of those things like fucking mechanics use to get a engine out. With the catheter
They probably
still
just
in.
fucking wrapped it to her ankle, and she's like, no, being dragged off. And the inspectors came back multiple days and saw that this same woman had been continually left in her own feces. Her conditions were so bad that she was diagnosed with pneumonia and gangrene in her left foot. And worst of all, the inspectors came back again to check up on the woman after the gangrene diagnosis and found that her bandaged gangrenous foot was soaked with diarrhea. What? And the staff neglected to change it. What are these inspectors doing? Are they just like, come on?
Yeah, it's like when a cop writes a fix-it ticket.
Yeah, come on, get this changed. I like how the staff too is just like, I'm not going to. Okay, well, guys, please. With sugar on top. When confronted about these horrible conditions, the nurse said that she refused treatment for both her sores and her foot. So she's just like, I'm not touching that gross old woman. It's probably pretty normal for them to have to give baths and stuff, so they probably just weren't even bathing her either.
No.
You think they gave her like that, you know, like that in like movies when it's like a Roman soldier's hurt, like it's bath time, and they just like rub her head. She's like, oh. But that's it.
Yeah.
You're like Julius Caesar.
Can I see my family now?
That's her probably all hours of the day. She doesn't even sleep anymore.
It's kind of sad if you think about it.
Horrible. I mean, it's fun to do. It's kind of getting, it's kind of like a stimming for me. I was like, feels good on my lips.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Mom?
You may want to put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart can take it.
Well, Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I've actually been drinking Gamer Sup's raw meat blend that's non-caffeinated. While they do have a caffeinated option, both are equally delicious, so I think it should be okay.
Hunter, you're not my son.
What?
There's no way you could be my son. Look at you. You're too big. I mean, nobody is as fat as you in the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, whoa there, little Debbie. Don't want you to slip into a diabetic stroke.
It's sugar-free! And it's keto-friendly, Mom!
Don't call me that anymore. I just got back from the courthouse. Papers are signed. You're not my son.
Oh, God!
And quit crying like that. It just makes you look so fat.
Oh, God!
Reports of the facility don't stop there. Inspectors reported multiple instances of patients having beds with rails that were not needed to keep them in there. I can't get out. A giant baby cage by giant crib. Get me out of here. I want to walk around. I want to walk. Put me in my chair. I want to go to the cafeteria. This neglect resulted in the death of an obese patient who got stuck between the rails and the bed. Me, dude. My arm and shoulder got stuck. I'm like, I can't breathe.
Was he trying to roll out, or like?
I think he's probably trying to go in between them. Or he got stuck between them and he just couldn't breathe. Greg! Greg! A few months after the inspection crew left, a few months. What did this inspection crew do? A few months after the inspection crew left, a respiratory therapist walked into a patient's room and found him stuck between his air mattress and the guardrails. When asked about the situation, the therapist said, quote, "I've seen residents trapped like this before, so I knew what to do. I immediately deflated the mattress," implying that this was a regular occurrence at these nursing homes. He's like, it happens all the time. They get stuck, they die. They're basically on their way out. And that's probably the mentality too, right? Mentality too, there's just like, they're basically at the fucking door anyways. They got 1 foot out already. And the air mattress got them. It happens.
I've known people who have worked in nursing homes, and they've said that the mentality, they actually become very resentful of the people staying there because they're very hard to take care of and they don't get paid enough.
Oh, the nurses? Oh, sure.
Yeah, so it's like what happens is they'll have like patients that just get on their nerves because they're like quote unquote needy.
Yeah,
They
pudding,
need some-
pudding.
Yeah.
Pudding.
Or they're like, you know,
Pudding. Pudding. And they're just like, say pudding again. I'll fucking sock you in the mouth. Especially too, they're just like, you get to die and go to hell. I have to wake up tomorrow and come back here. That's all you hear all day.
Pudding. 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 I want to walk. Pudding.
I mean, how much money do you think you would need? How is it? Is it worth it? I don't think there's one person, no one inspires to be. Can I work at a nursing home?
My mom got $200 for a weekend to watch over old people and wipe their butts.
Why didn't she stay?
Oh, why didn't she stay? I think they died.
$200 well secured. But even with the mattress lowered, the man didn't fall. His head was still stuck in the railing and his skin had begun to turn blue. Staff were able to free him, but it was too late. When the resident reached the emergency room, he was pronounced dead. But yeah. Or they told me like, yeah, his fucking neck is all blue and purple. Like, take him to the hospital. Why? Why? He's literally like this in between the railing.
I think he's still breathing.
Call an ambulance. His heels are mashed potatoes and his fucking, he's got sores all over his body. He's not blinking and his eyes are black. Hurry, resuscitate this man.
Do you think them deflating the mattress made it worse?
I don't think it matters. I think they deflated it, and I'm just imagining his body like moving with the deflation. So he's just like already dead, right? So he's black and blue, and he's just like like moving down with the deflating mattress. They called the paramedics because they were like, if we don't, it's gonna look like he was dead on the spot.
It's definitely a cover up to be like,
cover up, 100%.
It was a lie.
I can't. Oh, he passed away at the hospital.
His head got stuck. I don't.
Well, he was old. His head got stuck. Many of these stories are never heard by the general public. One, because I don't think people care, but also it's allowing their malpractice to continue unchecked. However, with the advent of social media, the public gets a better glimpse at what goes on inside. In November 2015, a video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces. Okay. A video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces and heads and farting. The nurse was quickly fired, which just goes to show that if a person in 2015 was doing this, can you imagine what they were doing like in the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Like literally probably like spreading their ass cheeks open, having like the tip of the person's nose on their asshole and like blowing huge farts in their faces.
I'm gonna tell my family.
I want to go for a walk. Yeah, I'm gonna tell my daughter, Sarah. She died in a drunk driving accident 2 years ago. What? Don't say that. In her wheelchair? No.
also the staffing would just be like, who's gonna believe you?
Who's gonna believe you? Remember you fell down the steps earlier? I did. That's why you have those bruises that look like baseball bats on your legs. That's from falling downstairs. Oh, I should be more careful. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, got a lot of Illinois ones. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on up in Illinois in these Steele's nursing homes?
All of this came from one research document.
Oh, so this is all one, okay.
It was like on Illinois, yeah.
So this is just the same center, okay. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, a nurse posted a video to Snapchat of another nurse slapping a dementia patient with a nylon strap as they begged them to stop. Both workers pleaded guilty to misdemeanor battery. They talking about like the little snap-on thing? And they're like, stop! Enough of that! 2 nurses recorded videos of residents vomiting, resident getting help with their blocked bowel, aka they were unclogging the shit out of their fucking stomach. And those nurses were charged with misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and invasion of privacy, but both pleaded no contest to those charges. And a facility in St. Petersburg, Florida reported a medical assistant for recording 2 residents having sex and posting it to Snapchat. The worker immediately confessed to their crime and was arrested and charged with multiple counts of voyeurism.
So he just cracked the door open and they do this every night.
Their sex too, it's just them both in their chairs, like knees, and they're just like looking at each other like this. Where am I? What am I doing? What is this? Soup, hot soup! In Clarksville, Iowa, an employee posted a picture of a resident's butt and posted another picture of a resident's poop in his hand saying, "This is what I do at my job." It's unclear whether the worker was fired, as the administration refused to comment on the situation to the media. He's like, that's just good, clean fun. Gave him the Jim Halpert. Yeah. This is what I do for a living. Over in Oklahoma at the Cleveland Manor Nursing Home, one nurse willingly confessed to a horrible crime he committed against a patient. During a routine shift, 24-year-old Nicholas Kank had to care for an individual who experienced diarrhea reportedly up to 10 times. You get that boy some water. Get him a Gatorade. Need his electrolytes up. After having to clean up poop for the 10th time, he grew infuriated and wadded up 8-inch ball of toilet paper and shoved it into the resident's ass.
See, that's where the resentment starts coming. The 8th time! The 8th time!
Yeah, exactly, the 10th time. I don't think anybody's really innocent here, all right? I'm saying that it's a 2-way road. I've been in one before, Nick. I hear how they talk to him, too. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're fucking ugly. You're fat. No, I've heard that shit before. You're so fat. I don't want you to touch me. You'll make me fat. That kind of stuff. So he was sitting there. He's just like, I'm going to do it again. And again.
Yeah, taunting him.
And again. You might as well bring a cot in here because you're going to have to sleep here with me all night. Which, granted, I don't think that would ever send me into... I'd probably just quit. I don't think I'd ever wad up a ball of thing and be like, bend over, I'm putting this up your ass. No! It didn't take long for the man to complain about the massive toilet paper in his ass to another nurse and basically had it removed. Not long after it was removed, the nursing home director called the police and Nicholas confessed to his actions, resulting in his arrest. He sat in jail with a $40,000 bond, but his sentencing was never publicly stated. AKA, they paid for that motherfucker to get out of there. Come back.
Come back.
Yeah, come back. The guy sitting there, he's like, oh, thank God Nicholas is gone. The door slowly creaks open. He's like wrapping a thing of toilet paper around his hand like that. Oh. Nursing homes are especially at risk during natural disasters because many residents can't move on their own. This became a serious problem when one Louisiana nursing home had to endure a hurricane. Hurricane Ida, a Category 4, hit Louisiana on August 16th, 2021, and was the second deadliest since Katrina in 2005. Bob Dean owns 7 nursing homes in New Orleans, with more than 800 residents under his care. To prepare for the approaching storm, he moved all of them to a warehouse in Independence, a town just north of New Orleans. This warehouse was not equipped for this many people, especially with how many that had specific needs they need met. Many tenants were rushed out to their rooms and went days without proper medication. Generators of the warehouse failed, leaving people without air conditioning as temperatures rose to dangerous levels inside. The building's ceilings leaked, and the bathrooms failed due to this storm and the excessive use by people trapped inside. Mattresses that were laid out on the floor were soaked by the thin layer of flood water, and many residents had to lay in their own poop as there was no one there to clean them.
So they basically just put a bunch of old people in a warehouse?
It seems like they took everybody from these nursing homes, went to an empty lot, opened up the door, and just rolled all their like wheelchairs and beds in and just shut the door.
Locked it up. You'll be safe in here, guys.
You'll be safe in here. Guys. Dean also neglected to put enough food and water inside the warehouse, leaving many residents to starve and go days without any proper nutrition, which it just seems like literally he left a dog bowl with kibble and water there, and there was no nurses there. He's just like, just stay here. I'll be back in a couple weeks or a month when this whole thing blows over. I bet he was sitting there watching TV and he's like, oh shit. Gets up.
Yeah. Fuck.
Oh, I forgot they're still up there. The cherry on top of this whole situation was that he was obstructing police officers and medical officials from entering the warehouse to inspect conditions. He's like,
yeah, they're fine.
They're fine in there. Just stop. Stop. And after the storm ended, 5 people had passed away, and Dean was in serious trouble. He flew in from Georgia and turned himself in to the authorities. In total, he faced 15 charges, 8 cruelty to the infirmed, 5 counts of medical fraud, and 2 counts of obstruction of justice. Dean faced over 20 years in prison, where the judge chose to give him 3 years of probation because he had a clean criminal record, and he was old by the time he was sentenced. He's like, fucking whatever. Just don't leave your house. He's just like, hey, you got it, judge. Like, all these like families are like, what the fuck? The only real repercussions he had to face were paying over $20 million in multiple lawsuits on behalf of the victims. Well, there you go. At least he had to pay something.
5 people did die.
People had to lay in their poop. They were kept in basically an oven for for weeks or whatever, and he wouldn't let people go inside there, but at least he paid a little something, right? In the medical field, nurses and doctors are the people you trust the most because they're the ones who take care of you. Yet, many abuse that trust. One nurse in Pennsylvania went on a 3-year power trip that made her potentially one of the most prolific serial killers in U.S. history. I'm of course talking about Heather Presty. She was a veterinary technician for nearly 15 years and spent most of her time putting down animals. I wonder how this is going to translate.
Foreshadowing.
Is that foreshadowing me things? In 2018, she obtained her nursing license after initially failing to earn her degree. She went on to work at 12 different nursing homes throughout the Pittsburgh area. Right off the bat, her fellow coworkers thought she was odd and even reported her to the state health department for harming patients. But little did they know she was doing things way worse than just harming her patients. In May of 2023, people began noticing that she was administering insulin to tenants who didn't require it. This launched an investigation into Presty's work and covering a dark secret. From 2020 to May of 2023, Heather had been giving her patients a lethal dose of insulin on purpose. She did her killings on the night shift when there was less staff and she had better access to the insulin itself. Furthermore, she used insulin because it was tough to detect in autopsies, making it seem like all of her victims passed away due to natural causes. In May of 2024, Heather pleaded guilty to 3 charges of first-degree murder and 19 charges of attempted murder, resulting in 3 consecutive life sentences, plus an additional 380 to 760 years in prison. While she pleaded guilty to 19 charges, officials believed she may be linked to 17 additional deaths that align with her pattern and timeline, placing her among the most notorious serial killers in American history. God, dude. Unfucking believable. I mean, it has to be a power trip like we said, but still.
Well, if she was a vet tech and she killed animals, she might have felt bad for the animals. And I'm wondering if she purposely killed a couple.
Oh, so you're saying that she was just like, they're suffering. So yeah, that she sees like an adult guy sitting there with like a shit-filled diaper. She's like, there's just no way to live. I'll help you.
Or it could be, I like to kill.
I'm a demon. Nurses and staff are not the only things you should be afraid of in a nursing home. When you put over 100 elderly people who forgot where they are or don't want to be there, it tends to lead to resident-on-resident violence. I'm sure that's a shocker. Putting a bunch of like brain-dead giant toddlers in a room. I'm sure that's going to be fine. Some nursing homes give the option for community members to have a roommate if they're more independent. This is usually an excellent option for those seeking company, but for others, it can be a nightmare. Elizabeth Barr was a healthy 100-year-old woman who enjoyed reading books and spending time with her family. A healthy 100-year-old woman?
For 100 years old, she was in good shape.
On September 23rd, 2009, she spent the day with her son and enjoyed her favorite restaurant before returning home to her 98-year-old roommate, Laura Lundquist. The next morning, the staff came in to check on the 2 roommates when they found Elizabeth dead on her bed with a bag over her head. At first, investigators believed that she had committed suicide. All right, well, that was a fun time. Let's lay here and die. Like, what?
Then they thought she just accidentally crawled into the bag. Like a
Yeah,
child.
I'm a 100-year-old woman. I don't know what I'm doing. But after doing a little more digging, they found that there was tension between her and her roommate. And according to the patient's records, Laura had been diagnosed with delusions, dementia, anxiety, and Paranoia. While they were roommates, she became increasingly jealous of Mrs. Burroughs because she received more flowers and more visitors. Which I will say, if you're a fucking 90-year-old like psycho, you're just like, why does she get all the attention?
The 98-year-old said that the other girl was making her life like a living hell.
I feel less than human. I'm like her goddamn lapdog. But the final straw was when a nurse moved a table from Laura and gave it to Mrs. Barrow. Following morning, they found Mrs. Barrow dead and the table back on Laura's side. The roommate was quickly arrested, but after further evaluation, she was deemed incompetent to stand trial and was sent to a hospital where she died. Across the pond in the UK, a 92-year-old amputee had the police called to his room after trying to stab a staff member with a butter knife. Donald Burgess resides at Park Beck Residential Care Home in East Sussex and required assistance with most things because his leg amputation left him in a wheelchair. One day, he poked a staff member with a butter knife, and 2 police constables, Rachel Kamado and Stephen Smith, arrived in the room. I want to say we have a video for this. I'm going to hell. After multiple attempts to peacefully get him to drop the knife, Smith had emptied his entire can of pepper spray onto Donald's face. The man is like in a bathroom. I don't know where he's at, but he's like parked back there and he has one leg and he's holding this tiny knife and they empty an entire thing of spray in his face and he's like, ah! Oh! But still not letting go of the knife, Officer Smith walked up to Mr. Burgess and struck him with a baton.
Donald!
Constable Kamado then reached into her tool belt and tased Donald!
Put it down! Taser, taser!
Causing his body to seize up and drop the knife. In the aftermath of this crisis, Donald was taken to the hospital where he was treated for his wounds, only to die 3 weeks later from COVID.
I feel like that was a cop-out.
That 100% was a cop-out. And that was 100% them just being like, it was probably COVID, right? Sure, we could just make it that. I just want to say, watching that old man get tased, if it was my grandpa, I'd be upset. But because I don't know him, and it's just a random video, whatever, I gotta say, I laughed pretty hard. And I'm going to hell for that. I don't think it's right. I don't feel really good about it, but I will say that watching a one-legged man get tased because he's holding a butter knife is awesome. Which, to be fair, it's a butter knife. It looked kind of sharp. You could say that they could go, it could stab into their arm. Who knows? Anybody could get hurt. Seriously hurt, right? Maybe they had to tase him.
If after getting sprayed, I would have dropped the knife if I was him.
If I would have gotten sprayed with a full can of mace, I probably would have been like, you know what? I'm good. Also, I wonder if they did that too, because they're like, what if he stabs himself? So we should pepper spray him and tase him and cause his old decrepit heart to stop. Both constables were taken to court for assault, but after jury hearing, both were found not guilty. Many who have viewed the body cam footage believe the officers should have been charged with excessive force. You be the judge. Show it one more time.
Taser, taser!
Really just show the part where he's like, ah! Just keep doing that. One more time. 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 Nursing homes are intended to be safe environments where older adults can spend their days. Yet some residents are unsatisfied or tired of the living conditions, which can lead to patients escaping. When people are placed in a home, they usually remain there until they fucking die. Like this, usually, I would say the vast majority of people are just like, I guess I'm going to sit here till I die. However, not all residents are content with staying in the home for the rest of their lives. A couple in Tennessee was able to escape their nursing home due to the husband's military experience. Workers at a memory care unit were doing their rounds when they discovered that a married couple with Alzheimer's and dementia had gone missing. I feel like out of all the places you want to like do the rounds quicker or more frequently, it'd be that.
Do you think they got like clarity for a minute? Where are we?
I always think that people escape because they're just like, Bonnie, well, especially you hear like a cute couple like this, like, Bonnie, we have to get out of here. They're treating us horribly. He's like, okay, Harold. The facility went into lockdown as staff and police searched for the missing residents. Thankfully, someone spotted them walking 2 blocks away and they were safely returned to their rooms. After returning home, the staff asked how they had managed to escape since a keypad electronically locked all the doors. To their surprise, the old man said that he was able to use his military background with Morse code and crack the door open by listening to the sound the buttons made when he pushed. He's able to do that, but he can't drive a car. But I used my instincts to Morse code. It's like, why don't you fucking wipe your own ass then and bathe yourself, dude? I can't. I'm a baby. Even though the residents were returned safely, the nursing home was fined $2,000 and forced to change all codes for the building's exits.
Of course, because now he's got him. He can tell the staff.
These are the codes. Leave while you can. There are dogs running this place. Dogs, I say.
Do you think after that, every time they're by him, they go earmuffs?
Yeah. He's like sitting in his chair doing this. Hey. Most elderly people who are placed in a home are too old and frail to be able to move around unassisted. But one woman in China was able to escape her nursing home with some insane upper body strength. Just last month in Shandong province, China, security footage captured a 92-year-old woman climbing a 7-foot metal gate in 24 seconds, which I want to say is horrifying. We've seen a lot of funny stuff. I will say seeing an old woman do that is fucking insane. Like, that is scary. Originally posted to Weibo, a Chinese social media platform, the video shows an elderly woman carefully climbing the front gate to her home, swinging her leg over and hopping down to freedom. It doesn't take long for staff to find the resident and bring her back to safety, but everyone who watched was astonished at how nimble she was for her age, and the video quickly went viral. Many people began commenting on the post, saying she doesn't need to be in a home if she's capable of doing that. However, the nursing home was quick to respond, saying that she's an Alzheimer's patient who happens to enjoy exercise and climbing. See, that's the best thing about these things. They're just like, no, she just likes to do that, even though the person's probably like, help! I want out! Elder elopement is more common than most people realize, and thankfully, most are returned safely to their rooms. However, not all return alive. A nursing home got sued by a family after one of its escapees' risk patients lost their life trying to cross a highway. Motherfucker got blasted, dude. Records showed that an 87-year-old woman had just moved into the nursing home with her family because she was showing early signs of dementia and couldn't be trusted to live on her own. She had a history of escaping the care of loved ones, so the nursing staff put her in a lockdown ward to ensure that she wouldn't be able to leave. Yet, somehow, this woman was able to disable the alarm on the outside sliding door and walk down a long driveway that led to a highway. As soon as staff realized that she was gone, police were called, but it didn't take long for her to be found. At 8:20 p.m., her body was found lying on the side of a road just 100 feet from the nursing home. She was quickly taken to the hospital but passed away shortly after. Despite being found on the side of the road, nobody has come forward admitting to hitting or seeing her before she was found, adding mystery to her disappearance.
She didn't get very far.
No, she didn't.
You think someone swerved into her on purpose?
No, I bet you she's just right by her. I bet it was just got hit, knocked in the deal, and they're like, no one saw it. Fuck it. I'm not going to jail for that old bitch. You know what I mean? I bet you that's what they were probably thinking. Listen, nursing homes can be a frightening and hazardous environment that is often overlooked by the general public. Inside those halls, it can look like a war zone filled with neglect, abuse, and famine. All because the nurses don't care or because the elderly have gotten so out of control. Next time you visit your grandma or grandpa in the nursing home, make sure to check if they're doing okay, because you never truly know what could be going on behind closed doors. Or don't go see them. They've had a long life. They don't need you anymore. Say goodbye to grandpa and grandma. They're going to hell.
When you have kids, where do you want to end up?
Shoot me in the back of the head and throw me in the ocean. What is that? Or put me in a trash compactor. I really don't care. Please don't put me in a home.
Do you want your kids to take care of you and bathe you?
No. If I'm literally, put me down. Put me fucking down. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. And I don't want to just sit there and be like, all right, here's your pills. Here, live like this for a couple years and then die. I would rather just be like, can you just kill me now?
They have that in Sweden, I think.
Oh, you have that here too.
Little tube.
No one will know. No one will know.
Inject me with the good stuff.
Don't even inject me. Blow my fucking head off. Literally do whatever you want with me. I don't give a fuck. All right, bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come and sit down because today we're going to talk about hotels. We've all been to a hotel at some point in our lives, and the experience can vary greatly. From a luxury hotel that caters to your every need to a roach-infested Motel 6. There's a nice little spectrum out there. Regardless of what you're able to afford, going to a hotel can be a bit of a gamble. Sometimes they're dirty, sometimes the buildings are run down, and oftentimes there's a slight feeling of danger. I'm guessing from crackheads or maybe weird neighbors next door. What's that in the room next door? Apparently, hotel room break-ins have become surprisingly common. And by that, I mean, I feel like that's always been a thing. Right? So much so that there's an entire genre of video focused on giving tips on how to use household objects to lock hotel doors from unwanted guests or staff members, using things like hangers, towels, and forks to basically block the door. People even buy additional portable locks and alarms online to ensure their safety when staying overnight. You might think that doing this 20-minute long setup to lock your door or whatever while you're sleeping might seem outrageous, but at the same time, you don't want to be that one statistic. So let's look at just how bizarre and terrifying the world of hotels can be. Over time, we've seen a large increase in sexual predators going after women in hotel rooms. really came swinging again with this one, dude. Jesus Christ. Can't ease into it at all? Holy I thought we might start with like petty theft, but nope. Here we go. While creeps preying on innocent women have been a tale as old as time itself, more people have felt comfortable coming forward to share their stories. One woman from Austin, Texas recounts the night she had awoken to a man who had somehow gotten access to her hotel key. As he was attempting to open the door, the woman noticed his finger prying through the door, trying to undo the latch. The woman screamed and charged at the door and slammed it shut, yelling, "Get the f out!" The man screamed, "Ah!" and quickly scurried off. She quickly called 911, but soon realized that the man's severed fingers were still in the door latch when the police arrived, which is awesome. Yeah. I would put him in a fucking jar. If I was that woman, I would pickle those fingers 100%. And it goes without saying that more often than not, the source of most disturbances and strange occurrences are the hotel guests themselves. For example, one man was arrested for gooning in the hotel lobby. In Nashville, such a beautiful musical city, huh? A man named Jonathan Walker had visited a Hilton Garden Inn, and he started using the computer in the hotel's business center, despite not being a hotel guest. He started playing porn on the speakers for a long period of time until hotel workers started to notice. They called the police, who approached him and tried to get his attention. Jonathan refused to stop watching porn, to the point that the police officers had to take him into custody and remove him from the premises. As it turns out, this was a repeat occurrence, and he had already been banned from the hotel previously. He was charged with trespassing. He must have been locked in, dude. He's like, I can't hear you.
I like how he thinks this is like a public library where you can just go in and watch porn.
A public library where you can go and watch porn? Is that what you do?
Well, that's what...
No. It's a public library. What are you talking about? It's like a public library where they just let you watch porn, beat your dick all day, you little dick. Right, guys, a public library. And they can rent Shel Silverstein's Where the Sidewalk Ends. Right, guys? What I want to know is when they're like, he did it for a long time. I'm wondering, because they said he was a repeat offender to this hotel. I wonder if they just saw him and they're like, he'll be done in a bit. Who's motherfucker's got to clean that?
It sounds like he was just watching, not actually.
And you better believe, well, I think he was doing some dry rubbing, trying to start a little Indian fire. You know what I mean?
Oh, a little pocket pool?
Yeah. Also, too, there's no way they're cleaning those keyboard keys. Just leave it.
They dust them, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, this is not the only story about gooning in a hotel. There's also Florida's serial hotel gooner. That's right, my friends. Serial hotel gooner. In 2019, from under the bed and stared at her for about 3 seconds.
Do you think he was naked?
No, I think he was just a weird, stinky man, little garbage man. At the moment, Natalsi claimed that those seconds felt like my life was over. Suddenly, the man started screaming before turning and sprinting out the room. Turns around, pulls a Kevin McAllister. The police were contacted where they found a hidden power bank that the man was using for his phone, meaning he had potentially been there for a long... He was there all day, for sure. He was charging his phone, playing like Angry Birds and shit. He's so old game. Due to the lack of CCTV cameras in the hotel, the police claimed that there was little chance of identifying the man, but eventually she was able to get a full refund for her trip. Thank God.
I stayed at a Appa hotel.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you? I forgot about that.
They're nice. Apparently, we need to fact check this, but apparently the Appa hotel is run by a cult leader. So maybe it was the cult member.
Yeah, maybe it was a cult member. They're like, go up there and take this battery and let it charge. She'll be up there real soon. Hotel guests have a tendency to do whatever they want in hotel rooms, seeing as they're paying for it. While some will settle for cranking up the AC all night, others treat the place like their own personal trash can. This was the case for Kelly Tedford, the OnlyFans hotel pisser. In New Hampshire, an OnlyFans model named Kelly Tedford was caught destroying a Marriott hotel room with her bodily waste. She had the plan of filming a video for her OnlyFans, Kinky Kelly, in which she would cover the entire room in her own piss. She proceeded to pee all over the bedding, all over the curtains, even pissed on the AC unit, which it's like that's gonna blow it even more in the air. Which granted, the room's gonna smell like piss anyway, so she's like, fuck it. And she even pissed on the hotel Bible. For good measure, she even took a on the floor, which she would later hide in the upper tank of the toilet. A little upper decker. That was that. She's being a little bitch, dude. That's a woman who just needs to be slapped around.
Yeah, she needs to be shown a thing or two.
All right, we're kidding. She was arrested and charged with criminal mischief. Further investigations showed that she had been doing things like this for years. And in one case, she was arrested for peeing all over grocery store products. Jesus Christ. And a whole new problem with hotel guests emerges when you look at stories revolving around luxurious hotels. Some wealthy guests can be straight up menaces. Some hotel workers have to put up with a very unique type of harassment, like the smear campaign orchestrated by a teenager named Theodore Weintraub. Theodore had been attempting to order a drink at the bar inside of the Mark Hotel, an upscale spot known for its high-profile clientele. He was turned down due to him being 17, attempting to use a fake ID, which caused him to become aggressive. After causing a scene, he was banned from the hotel for disturbing other guests, and he later tried to enter through a dinner reservation with his family, only to be caught and denied entry. He begged them to reconsider, only to flip out since he didn't get his way. And according to the filing, the defendant began accusing the hotel of being anti-Semitic and spitting in people's food, until his father calmed him down. Theodore, stop. Stop it, Theodore. Calm down. We're sorry. He usually gets his alcohol and he's fine, but God damn it, Theodore, calm down. There was also reports of hotel staff passing by him on the street near the hotel. Theodore became enraged and started screaming at them. This frustrated him so much that 2 years later, he returned to the hotel only to enact his revenge. He hired multiple protesters to stand outside the hotel and smear their reputations with signs reading, "Mark supports Epstein. Mark denies the Holocaust," and "The Mark spreads disease." Check, check, and check. All the while, Theodore sat inside of his Cadillac parked out front so he could laugh at the scene unfolding. And at one point, hotel guests were physically accosted as well. Theodore made sure to do this during the busiest time when celebrity guests would be staying at the hotel, specifically Drake. At one point, they attempted to physically stop him from re-entering the hotel, causing a crowd of his fans to get into a physical altercation that ended in one protester being punched in the face. In the end, the hotel filed a restraining order against Theodore and barred him from continuing his protest within 150 feet of the property. They're like, so you can do it, but just a little farther down.
Does that even work though? I feel like they...
Well, first off, if the protesters aren't getting paid, they're going to show up a couple times, but they're going to quickly be like, I can't keep doing this. You know? Also, him sitting in his Cadillac, he's like definitely like a little Nepo baby thing, just chortling, eating snacks. It's like, can you pay us more? I can. My dad doesn't give me allowance yet. Other hotel staff members have recounted stories of guests making them incredibly uncomfortable in public forums. One worker tells a story of her creepiest night shift experience. One night shift worker explains that most of the calls they get late at night are from creeps, which just makes sense. People, little gooners going out there being like, I'm outside, I can smell your panties.
Jeez.
Like a little prank call stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm here, I'm outside. Whatever. Or just people just being like, what are you wearing? I mean, I could see that. Just weird shit.
Also drunk too, maybe.
Yeah, drunk assholes. I need a place to stay. She received a call at 1 a.m. from a hotel guest, only to find out that he was jerking off over the phone. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Do you think she heard it?
Yeah, dude. The pud? Probably definitely heard the pud was all wet, sound like a big like trough of mud.
Do you think he was making little moans?
Oh. I was wondering if I could get away. Wake up call. Another staff member recounted the time that a naked man ran into the lobby and started yelling at workers to give him directions to the bathroom. He was given directions only to go the wrong way and end up running into a wedding party. The man began to panic, crying profusely, and he turned back around, leaking all over himself and onto the floor. He had to be escorted out of the building by police, and the wedding event was comped with the hotel for their absurd interruption. How do we know that wasn't orchestrated?
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm gonna do the same thing for my daughter's wedding. When my daughter gets married, I'm gonna be like, here's $200, just shit yourself and run through. Oh, come on, come on. The whole thing is free. $200 and you save how many thousands? Come on now.
Easy to repeat too, because all you have to be like, the wedding's there, go up to the staff, ask where the bathroom is, go the wrong way.
Easy peasy. The only problem is your wedding's in a hotel.
Oh, I mean, nice hotels.
No, it's
the
true.
Hilton.
Yeah, but I mean, where'd you get married? The Hilton. Isn't it a typical thing, like just tiny chapels?
Or barns.
Or barn. I got married on a beach.
Oh yeah, that's right.
On an Oregon beach.
I want to get married in Scotland on the cliff and have my wife come down on a helicopter.
Some of the most entitled and chaotic guests at a hotel are easily from wedding parties. One front office manager of a hotel describes the most chaotic night of their entire career. 70 rooms were rented by attendees of the wedding, with the bride and bridesmaids infuriating nearby guests during the loud bachelorette party. After receiving 3 noise complaints, they decided to pay a group of kids $20 to run around the hallways in order to distract attention away from them. The next day, the bride and the bridesmaids angrily complained to the front desk worker about the staff telling them to quiet down. They believe that because their event gave them so much business, they deserved special treatment. Later, the worker had to assign guests to very specific rooms, as she was informed that several of the guests had cheated on each other and would have to be far apart. It's a crazy wedding, dude. The Hilton's getting a little wild. The day of the wedding was full of guests screaming at the staff over small inconveniences. In the middle of the chaos, one mother reveals that her child drank too much pool water and ended up throwing up in the elevator. During the wedding reception, police had to be called due to adults buying drinks for the underage children. One of them gotten so drunk that he took his mother's keys, attempted to drive her car, and crashed in the parking lot. Everyone was kicked from the venue, and the party resumed all night in the hotel rooms between arguing with staff who were trying to quiet them down. In the morning, the bride storms into the lobby and tells the front office manager that every single person should be refunded fully. The bride was furious over the fact that the cops are called, stating that they should be allowed to have fun and not be treated like a bunch of dogs. No refund was issued, and the worker threatened to call the cops once more if things continue to escalate. What I would have done is I would have been like, I have this hammer, and I'm gonna drive it through your fucking skull. You and your trashy ass family. You know what? Actually, come here. And I would. I'd kill all of them with a hammer. But I'd let the kids get drunk still. We've talked about some wild hotel guests. Don't let that fool you. Hotel staff members can just as easily be the creepiest and most insane people. Look no further than the infamous story of Poop Gelato. Did I grab your attention? Poop Gelato. Steve White and his wife Jessica had been staying in the Coogee Bay Hotel in Sydney, a popular beachfront tourist destination. While grabbing a drink at one of the pubs on location, they were frustrated to find that the music they were playing overpowered the rugby match that they were trying to enjoy. They also complained that the food, the staff, and the price of their gelato and the other customer. The hotel decided to appease the two of them by sending a large complimentary bowl of gelato to their table. Go ahead, I eat it. Would you like to have some gelato? It's from Italy. Among the various flavors of gelato in the bowl, the bottom seems to be layered with chocolate. Steve took a big bite, only to throw it up and retch over what seemed to be a giant log of shit hidden underneath the gelato. Jessica had already taken a bite as well, becoming violently ill. The hotel tried to offer them $5,000 to look the other way, which was denied. Instead, they took a sample of the feces and went to the police, who confirmed that it was indeed human excrement. Investigation into the poop gelato sampled failed to reveal who the culprit was. To save their reputation, the hotel employees signed contracts and forbid them from talking to the media. Jessica's reputation, however, was slowly ruined over the course of a month. According to her, everywhere I go, I'm now known as the woman who ate the poo. It happens when I'm shopping, when I'm walking down the street, and when I'm on the sideline watching my son at Little Athletics on a Saturday morning. In the end, an undisclosed amount of money was reached in a settlement between the hotel and the Whites. It had to have been like, you think it was at least 6 figures?
I'd say
they
more.
offered her 5, she said no, and then they're like, this is hush money. I bet you anything it was like at least 100 grand. I think that she could have probably shut that place down. That's gotta be like bioterrorism, right? Some kind of crazy shit like that. And you got violently ill. I mean, like people would lose their jobs or strip. I mean, like I think that legitimately she probably could have shut that place down.
I was thinking like $1 million.
You think $1 million for some poo? Nah, dude.
Well, the damages too. People call him poo lady.
Yeah, reputation. I'm just saying, I think someone would buckle under 100K. You want 100,000? Okay, I'm the poo girl. I'm the poo woman. I'd be that way. In another disgusting display, we also have the Hilton toe sucker, which is my favorite story of this entire video. In Nashville, such a beautiful city for music, right? Once again, at a Hilton downtown hotel, a man named Peter Brennan was asleep before the day of a big work conference. He awoke to a man sucking his toes in the dead of night. Peter immediately leaped into the air and started screaming as the man sprinted out the room. This man was David Neal, the manager of the Hilton Hotel, who was working a night shift. David made copies of the guest key in order to break into the room and perform strange acts as a part of this weird, sick fetish. Definitely sexual. Definitely hard doing it the entire time. Must have been a good looking guy, huh? Had sandals on.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. He definitely saw.
You're in room 428. Have a good night. A warrant was put out for his arrest, and he was eventually taken into custody for aggravated burglary. This wasn't his first run-in with the law, as he had previously served prison time due to a slew of crimes. Brennan told reporters that he started going to therapy after the whole ordeal and still does not feel safe in his own home. If there was something like that, that would f me up too. People can probably attest to this. There's got to be viewers that we have that has had someone break into their home or anything while they were there or sleeping. That invasion of privacy and security, dude.
But does it make sense if it's in a hotel? Because that makes sense if someone broke into my house and sucked my toes.
Yeah, but hotels, I mean, that's the same thing. Any place where you are sleeping and you lock the door, I think that follows you. Because then when you go home, you like hear some shit. It's just like the psychological damage to it. I think it fucks you up anywhere. Even if it wasn't your home or your own hotel room, like let's say you were staying at a buddy's house, it would fuck you up forever.
That's what I've been hearing, like rats in my ceiling.
You said that too with why your voice was like broken. That's why I have rats.
I don't think it's rats, but maybe squirrels.
I think that's you having like sleep paralysis and you're just envisioning things. You also get like 1 hour of sleep a night. I'm starting to hear weird things. Little gnomes running around my attic. Some of the scariest things to come out of the hotel experience is not the creepy people or staff members. It's the things people find in their rooms. It's common for people to find human excrement in their rooms. There's poo. Get over it. One hotel Marriott guest came out of the shower and pulled a towel from the rack, only to find that there was a baseball with smearing of poo on it. Others have allegedly found hidden cameras placed inside the hotel room, sometimes pointed directly at their toilet. That's the biggest thing. The amount of like hidden cameras I see in like smoke alarms, people put it in like AC vents, all that kind of shit. Also power outlets, like the screw for your power outlet, that can be a camera. There's apparently a wand you can do to like go around a room. Yeah.
There's something people do with tape. I don't know if it's a troll, but they like put tape on windows and they put like a marker through it to see if it's like a see-through mirror too.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought I've heard that too with like hotel paintings and because they're like, I've heard that can be like a two-way mirror too.
With a painting?
Yeah, or like a glass frame painting, and it's like, oh, this is just a picture. I've seen some crazy shit, man. Which makes you think when I see the girl who's like, let me lock the door, and she puts like 70 things up to, I'm like, I don't fucking blame you. Also too, you think I want my tiny dick and like my fat shit splayed out in the dark web to be sold? Not really. You know what I mean? If I'm sitting there beating my little monkey cock and then that's put online, that'd fuck me up.
That's true. I guess, some of it's rational.
I think it's all rational. If I walked by and I saw somebody doing that, who am I to be like, paranoid much? And then of course that's when the next day look at my phone and just sees me like beat my little dick. I'm like online. I'm like, how did they get that? One hotel worker had even stumbled across a live baby that had been abandoned in the parents' room. I hear that happens all the time. Well, that's the whole thing with dumpster babies too. Toss them out.
Well, I was gonna say, was this a staff member? Did they just leave the baby in?
I'm thinking that it was a guest. The thing too is I think people are f***ed up and they'll rationalize it. Well, like, I mean, he was in a comfortable, warm place.
Also, yeah, they leave it in a hotel room to be like, well, the staff will find it.
Well, they'll find it. Yeah. As if that like makes it okay. Well, someone's gonna stumble on it eventually. We left a bunch of crackers and Pringles on the, I mean, you should be fine.
Have you seen the baby boxes? Cities have a thing where it's like a big, like metal fucking box with a little window. You can put a baby in it, and when you close it, you pull like a string, and it calls the fire department.
What year are you talking about?
This is 2025.
No.
Yeah.
No. There is no way there is a metal delivery box for a child to, first off, bake in, and then also that you pull a string that calls the fire department. That seems like something in a Buster Keaton film.
It's got AC and a little tablet that the baby, it's like, you put a little string.
That's probably true. And as you would expect, multiple people have had the experience of stumbling across a dead body. In college, I saw a dead body. It's f***ed up. I thought it was a guy sleeping. It's a homeless guy.
Yeah, he told me about that.
It's fucking horrible.
Are you scarred? Was it kind of like Stand By Me?
No, it wasn't as cool as Stand By Me. It was like really sad. Actually, I guess it's Stand By Me. It was pretty sad in that too. I don't know. You sit there and you're like, oh shit. Well, because you think at first it's just like a homeless guy sleeping in this park. And you're like, oh damn. And then you like look at it and he was just dead. So we called the cops.
That's my fear. I'm gonna be walking and there's a dead body.
That's my fear. Not snakes. I'm not claustrophobic, but if I see a dead body, that's my biggest fear. That's why I've never been able to go to a funeral. Some people have found bizarre items like kangaroo tail covered in maggots inside of the oven. Another person found tons of raw steaks in their room. And apparently he was being kicked out of the hotel and he started throwing the raw steaks directly at housekeeping staff. When he caught him. Put him in a cooler. But nothing is as strange as what one hotel remodeler found during a job. He looked underneath a piece of furniture to find what looked like a dark human-like figure with large breasts. Just show the photos of that. I don't know what I would do. At first, I think it's a real body. I'd be like, oh my God. The man noted that there was old blood left behind on it, and people were convinced that it was some kind of weird makeshift sex doll. When asked how the material felt, he said, I will never forget the crunchy feeling. Sound like picking up like a pile of leaves. Some people will bring full weapons into the room only to leave them there. One hotel worker admits that housekeeping completely missed a loaded firearm in a drawer upon cleaning the room. An entirely new family was booked and checked out before anyone realized that the gun was there. In a strange scene, one hotel worker in charge of doing laundry walked into a room to find that a jacuzzi tub was filled to the brim with Jell-O, stained the material so bad that it had to be professionally cleaned and fully taken apart due to it being crammed into the jets. That's like how we couldn't lead with just like the Jell-O jacuzzi. Instead, that's at the end after everyone has clicked off for poop and blood, sex dolls, and dead people. Okay, hotels bring people from all walks of life. Sometimes things can lead to some truly bizarre and crazy encounters. If you're checking into a hotel, just act like a normal fucking person, dude. Don't bother anyone, and perhaps buy some extra locks so nobody bothers you. Thank you so much for watching this video, and good luck out there. Bye-bye.
Have you had any weird hotel stories?
Yes. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be talking about Taylor Swift yet again. But not for the whole time, so don't click away. I know. I did some shenanigans before with her, but it's not all about her. But for people that don't know, last Tuesday, Travis Kelce finally tied that bitch down and put a ring on it.
Clap. Oh. This video is actually all about Taylor Swift and her fans.
And let me tell you, the Swifties have responded with an eruption of emotions. There's things that you could tell on this channel that I love. I love talking about weird phobias, Disney adults, cults, and Swifties. And it isn't every day that we get to talk about them, Nick, so I'm glad that we get to talk about them now.
It's been a while.
It's been a bit. We got death threats before, so we can't get much lower. Me don't think.
Oh, I think you get murdered.
As you'd expect, this has basically become the most important thing to happen in the Swifties' lives, period, right? Their queen is getting married, and then she's gonna go on tour, she's gonna show off that rock, and the next is Travis is gonna lay a big load in her, and then she's gonna do the Beyonce thing where she does a tour with the belly bump, and then she divorces him, divorce tour.
Divorce tour.
It's all calculated, dude. It's all calculated.
You know what I think? I think she's gonna fake her pregnancy. You're gonna see her with the belly, but she's gonna have a surrogate. It's just for ticket sales.
That makes so much sense to me. That honestly makes so much sense, all right? Which, you know, because it's the most important thing to happen in the Swifties' life, it means that we're gonna have to hear about this for the foreseeable future. The planets in the cosmos aligned with this. The same day Taylor Swift got engaged was the same day Pumpkin Spice Latte came back out.
Coincidence?
I don't think it's gonna be a fucking white woman's holiday, dude. Them just gonna go crazy. I thought it'd be interesting to take a look at how this otherwise mundane event has sent people into an absolute frenzy, because as you know, I love digging into people having emotional breakdowns online over celebrities they're obsessed with. Chef's kiss. And it all started on August 26th when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce posted a photo of their engagement to Instagram, which I just want to say, hey, Travis, he's a KC chief, I'm a KC native. I just gotta say, good on you. He better not have signed a prenup either.
Oh, he did.
He better not have.
I heard the prenup was like 50 pages long.
No. He better not have signed a prenup. She's worth 1.6 billion. Can't cut me off half of that. Tay-Tay for dicking you down that good. You think every time he finishes, he does the Gangnam Style?
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Is that what he does when he does a touchdown?
Well, I don't know what that's like anymore. He does that. It never happens. The Instagram post, I gotta say too, it said your gym coach and your English teacher got married. That's what the Instagram post says. Fucking millennial man is just brutal. I'm glad that's the generation after me.
Yeah.
I don't have to be tied into that shit. Are millennials the worst? Is that the worst, do you think? Humor-wise, probably.
Probably.
Do you think Taylor does like Jim Carrey faces to Travis Kelce or something like that? They watch the Grinch and stuff. She's like, Tay-Tay, stop. You about ready to make me act up. For real, girl, stop it. The photo very quickly became one of the most liked photos in Instagram history, hitting around 36 million likes in less than a week. Swifties across the country began collectively losing their fucking minds, with many bursting into full tears while filming their raw reaction to the news. If I ever saw my daughter do this, I'd be like, we're sending you to some kind of psychiatric hospital. It's always the shaking, like the uncontrollable. Ah! It's always that. You can't just like collectively shed a tear of joy. One tear and you're like, that's awesome. To me, that's respectable. Freaking the fuck out and like hysterically shaking like you have epilepsy, where does that come in?
How are people supposed to know that this affects me deeply if I'm not
That's true. Okay.
hysterical?
Huh, that's true. Swifties were so adamant about getting the information to the masses as fast as possible that one class at an all-night girls Catholic high school was interrupted so that the staff member could announce the breaking news. Another passionate Swiftie even took to the rooftops of New York, screaming the announcement at the top of their lungs. How funny it would be if a guy just like falls off the thing.
Well, it'd be funnier if she announced it and then jumped off.
She's engaged! Just
Yeah, she thought she could fly.
Yeah, exactly. They said it would never happen. I can fly! It just like falls up into the top of a fucking cab. A reporter for CBS caught the news right before going live, pulling out her phone and frantically reading through the announcement while shaking. CBS is not the only news outlet to lose its mind. A reporter from People's Magazine said, quote, "I'm a millennial Swiftie, and I'm going to say it, Taylor and Travis' engagement felt like a milestone win for our generation." Wait! We have new merch available, and it's totally awesome and totally swag. Put your big old titties or your big old cock in these amazing pieces of merch and get some today! The customers are ranting and raving about how much they love this merch. Here's one customer all the way from Ireland.
I love the new Papa Meat merch. Look at this cool t-shirt I'm wearing. I'm Irish.
That's awesome! And they survived on potatoes, and that's pretty cool. Be sure to go to the link in the description or this link right here to get some amazing swag and support the channel, and hey, back to the video. Then came the overwhelming emotions. Swarms of videos were released in which entire rooms of people were in tears as they read the poster's caption, "Your English teacher and your dim teacher are getting married." Over and over again. It's like a fucking cult, man.
Oh yeah.
Well, what's weird is we've said this before, but like, it's like it's Scientology or something. You kind of forget about it, and then something happens where you're like, hey, I forgot about you.
Well, that's the thing. Now that Taylor is married, her cult followers are all going to find their Travis Kelce, or want to.
You know what? I want to take this time. Should I say something I want to talk about? I want to just say, rest in peace, Brent Hines from Mastodon. Died in a motorcycle accident in Atlanta recently. They just did a march for him in Georgia, Atlanta. And I just want to say, fucks Taylor Swift's stupid fucking wedding. And hey, rest in peace to one of our generation's greatest guitarist.
Okay, well, let's get back to Taylor, because that's way more important.
Okay! In some viral videos, even nuns were seen in hysterics, with one bawling her eyes out as she claimed she needed to text her father about the news. A nun. Don't worship false idols. What the fuck is that? Another content creator had to pull off the highway on her way to the airport because she was freaking out so much while driving that she thought she was going to fucking crash. That's kind of respectful, at least. If I was driving on the highway and I was like, looked over and she's like, in her driver's window looking at me.
Have you seen people crying while driving?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
I see people like smashing their steering wheel.
Oh, there's nothing I love more than catching somebody crying in their car. I've done it. I've cried in my car and I've definitely looked at somebody, but I remember it was one time I was on my way to work and this guy was crying. He was doing that thing where he was like, and he was sniffing, you could see. He looked at me like this. He was like, and we were driving on the highway. He was like matching my speed. And I was like trying to drive up and he's like,
He wanted to be seen.
He did. I think he wanted me to fucking pull over and talk to him. It freaked me out, dude. One devout fan took to TikTok and exclaimed that Taylor Swift getting engaged has been the best thing to happen to her in 2025.
Taylor Swift being engaged is the best thing that's happened to me in 2025. I'm so happy for her.
She repeats that she was worried about sounding parasocial over the whole proposal, but then she explained that she called both her best friend and her mother, and they all cried together over the phone.
I called my best friend, we cried. My mom and I were crying.
Therefore, I'm not parasocial, we're normal. She's actually crying because the dad's dead. He's like, yeah, Taylor's wedding. She's like, no, your dad had a heart attack. And Taylor's getting married, Mom! You would think that these people are actually friends of hers with the way that they're reacting, that they've known her their entire life, which, to be fair, Nick, they kind of have.
Oh yeah, they've been, like, I mean, if you think about it, millennials have been following her since, like, they were 13.
I remember when she fucking did country. Do people remember that she did country music back in the day? I don't fucking know. Does she sing any of the country songs anymore? She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts, she's cheer captain, and I will the Blazers. That song I should have slapped out. Can't you see you belong with me? You belong with me.
Is that a country song? I thought it was
yeah.
Oh.
It's a country song, man. Guitar twang.
Wow.
You know what my favorite Taylor Swift song is, though? Ooh, look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. You just made, ooh.
What song's that? I've never heard that.
I think it's just called Look What You Made Me Do. I don't don't trust nobody, and nobody trusts me. I'll be the fucking demon in your dreams. Or whatever the fuck it is, I don't know. It's a good song, though.
I like the one where she's dancing like a monkey.
She dances like a monkey in one of her music videos?
Yeah, she's like wearing like a blue or white dress, and everyone made fun of her because she can't dance.
She's like a giraffe.
Very lanky.
Yeah, very lanky. Like, I don't expect her. I mean, she has a great voice. Oh, beautiful voice, but rigid, made of glass. Always wears those frilly big suits, whatever. And I'm like, that she's fucking long, like Gumby. Remember Gumby?
I love Gumby.
Yeah. Reminds me of that. I don't just saying. I don't really know if that really adds anything to the conversation, but one woman explains that she has been listening to Taylor Swift throughout all of her breakups. Shocker! It implies that her finally getting engaged means there's hope for her too.
I've been feeling really hopeless about love lately, and the fact that Taylor Swift found someone, like, this is like such a big deal to me for like so many reasons.
Yeah, if Taylor the billionaire can find love, so can I.
If Taylor the pretty billionaire can find love, so can I. There's hope out there for all of us, ladies. She's. I can see the inside of my brain. I can see the inside of my brain. This is her on the first date. It's like I have to go. Whatever. Ooh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me. Ooh. I'm gonna listen to that. I'm putting that shit on my playlist again, dude. That song slaps, dude. Other fans are literally holding celebrations with their friends and co-workers over this proposal. Some including a custom cake congratulating the two of them, which they won't eat, but the person will eat. How sad is that? Congratulations, Taylor and Travis. You think she just puts the whole thing on her face at once? Congratulations, Taylor and Travis. Right her own face. They ate it with me.
I bet she's pretending to like smash Taylor's face in, but she's testing her own, yeah.
Yeah. Oops, Taylor, you're in it. Taylor, let me go. Taylor. Or in another case, a bakery has begun to sell cookies with the location of their wedding written in the icing.
Oh my god, you know what I just thought?
Huh.
There are gonna be so many people who, like, they're gonna hint that they want to be proposed at the same spot that Travis and Taylor proposed at.
Oh, yeah. If that's like a property or something, gold mine. Gold mine. If you thought you could go about your day and ignore this piece of pop culture history, you'd be wrong. On the streets, one line waiting outside for a concert in Mexico erupted into cheers as the news began to spread. One woman decided to force everyone to be a part of the celebration by connecting a speaker system in a New York subway to loudly lip sync Taylor Swift songs. That would drive me insane. That would be a fucking kick to the sternum. People were clearly not interested, walking right through her as they got off the stop. Yeah, New York too. They're gonna be like, I just saw a guy's foot deteriorate on the subway. You think I'm stopping for this crazy? Yeah, right. People were so invested in Taylor Swift's love life that companies responded to the news by letting their staff go home early because they were convinced people would be too distracted to do anything productive.
You didn't let us go home. I was sobbing at my desk.
Yeah, Nick was shaking and sobbing and stuff, and I said, "Hey, back to work!" Is why I said like that. I said, "Oh, look what you made me do." Put little fucking tassels on my nipples. You just made me. Do you know that song? It's a good. You know what? You're fired unless you listen to it. You hear me? You're gonna listen to Blank Space, and you're gonna listen to "Ooh, What You Made Me Do."
What's Blank Space?
Yeah, buddy. I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Boys only working about a gingy. I don't know. It's like that though. That's a huge song.
I've only heard the one where she's like, "I'm an ugly girl," and there's like a hot cheerleader.
What are you talking? That's the fucking "She wears short skirts, I wear."
That's that. Oh, I've heard that song.
Yeah, that's not Blank Space. You've heard Blank Space, Nick. You've heard Blank Space. When you hear it, you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." You're fired. You know what? F you. You're fired. At an HR block in Kansas City, an email was sent following the news that read, quote, "So here's the deal. If you're so inclined, call it early, go home, celebrate love, speculate about the dress, argue whether the reception will be held in Kansas City or a castle in Europe." And she added, "Pick things back up tomorrow when the internet calms down."
You should have said that.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna kill myself in my office because that kind of love won't find me. Bye. Right? That's what I should have done. You know what? You're fired. You're fired! And the Castle in Europe line references what has now become the widespread belief that Taylor and Travis' wedding will be the closest thing we have to a royal wedding. So we're basically saying that this is a king and queen getting married, which in a way it is. Loyal peons.
Dude, if Taylor Swift ran for president,
she'd win. I'm joking. You just kind of fucked up in the presidential race. Not that many people vote. If she fucking runs, you're gonna see an uptick. All right. There's going to be a day where Dwayne the Rock Johnson runs against Taylor Swift. I bet you she'd be a fucking benevolent ruler.
Oh, she'd be ruthless.
The people of the world would fear her. She would like choke someone out in the UN. This is the Force, by the way.
She has Force power.
Yeah. Senator, sit down. Head blows up. What would be the first bill she would do?
I don't know.
Castrate all men. Bring me the gonads. Burn the land.
It would pass too.
Oh yeah. Yuck! Snip, snip. Take the babies from the beds and throw them out the window. It's like, what are we doing? Also, everyone gets Fridays off. Oh!
Okay, sneak that in the bill.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, woo! I also think that she would frack.
She'd what?
I think that she would frack the land or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
She would deep sea drill for oil and stuff. She wouldn't give a the Earth can just remake it. Not a big deal. We'll replace it with babies. Put the babies down there.
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSubs, our longest, most beautiful sponsors on this channel.
You can go to gamersubs.gg and get our own flavor, raw meat. That's right, baby. It's one of the best. I'm going to say it's the best right now, and I think I need you to try it right now. It's keto-friendly, sugar-free, and there's non-caffeinated options if you have a little quail heart and it's too much for you. But also, GamerSubs right now has carbonated energy drinks. Move over, Red Bull. There's a new sheriff in town. They got all kinds of flavors right now, guys. And let me tell you, if raw meat keeps going the way it is, they're wanting to put that little bitch in a can and sell it as well. So be sure to check out my flavor, raw meat. And also, if you're unironically just wanting like a carbonated energy drink or more of the shaken energy drinks type stuff, GamerSubs is the way to go. It's fucking awesome. It is a very, very nice product. So thank you so much to GamerSubs for continuously sponsoring these channels. And hey, go check them out. You can get free samples. If you like big anime titty cups, they do tons of drops with different creators. It's just a nice thing for if you're a fan of online content and if you're needing a little extra energy boost. So thank you so much for GamerSubs for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. And as you can imagine, nothing revolving around Taylor Swift can occur without a little bit of drama, right? If you can believe it, not everyone is celebrating Taylor's engagement because they're fucking dogs, right? God, I fucking hurt my throat there. Fuck.
Take a sip of a little gold.
I said the dogs thing? I feel like I broke my windpipe.
That's Taylor getting back at you for...
Taylor? Some communities are doing much, much worse. On Reddit, there's a community called Gaylor Swift. You can kind of figure where this is going, which focuses solely on the conspiracy that Taylor is actually gay. The community is so private that it hasn't accepted any new members in years. However, some of their content has been getting leaked and they are losing their minds. One fan refuses to believe that Travis and Taylor are truly in love, instead suggesting that the proposal is just a facade to cover Taylor's relationship with Zoe Kravitz, with Travis merely being used as a way to have children.
Yeah, because...
She wants those tall, beautiful, big genetics, dude. Some fans are even questioning their beliefs. A hardcore Gaylor fan stated that they are growing more worried about how serious Taylor and Travis's relationship is getting and starting to believe that Taylor has never been gay in the first place. That's a shocker. Because their world is crumbling, other fans are posting about how they're having panic attacks because of this engagement. Am I dying? Is this death? Is this death? They claim their panic attacks are worsened because they can't rationalize whether Taylor is actually bisexual and loves Travis, or if the proposal is all performance art. Hey, death! Am I dying? Is this what death is? The lights! The lights! Several fans have even suggested that Travis is gay too, and both are in a relationship to escape the public eye. Since the proposal, the spotlight has been mostly on Taylor, and that's because a lot of her fans are hypercritical of Travis, claiming that he proposed to Taylor on the wrong knee. Others are actually happy that Taylor is finally marrying Travis because they believe that since he's a big dumb idiot, he won't fight her on anything.
He's never gonna be like, we shouldn't decorate the living room this way. You know what I mean? Because he's a big dumb idiot.
He'll be her little lapdog, a big lapdog at that.
And then when he gets CTE, he's gonna start.
Then when Travis gets CTE and you find out that he strangled her with a Bowflex, everyone's gonna be like,
would have saw that coming.
What? Because news of the engagement has started to blow up, some Swifties are becoming snobby and are rejecting the new fans. Get out of here! This is for us! All 6 billion of us! No newbies in anymore. Right, guys? A huge wave of people.
Gatekeeping Taylor Swift?
I would. I love the idea of gatekeeping the most universally liked thing in the world. That's amazing. It's like gatekeeping cheese. you just start putting cheese on your stuff now? Okay, all right. They believe that her new relationship brought in people who only care about her dating life as a celebrity and not her career achievements, okay? And us celebrating it's different. That's different. A lot of her more devoted fans, however, are trying to figure out how to somehow get into the wedding. On Twitter, people are begging Taylor to hide a golden record in one of her new albums, with the finder being able to earn an invite to the wedding, like Willy Wonka. That's how the Swifties think. In children movies, she's like, either it's like trying to find the invitation and finding winning is much like Nemo, and what if she released something like Willy Wonka and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and we were able to tour her wedding? That'd be awesome. I'd bring my Grandpa Joe.
You think she's gonna do a wedding tour?
Yes, yes. I was just gonna be like, I got one of these, and then it's going to break the sound barrier. A black hole is gonna open up in the center of the field. And the Earth's gonna get sucked in, and that's what's gonna happen. But they simply cannot wait for them to tie the knot. So out of desperation, they are creating AI videos of the wedding, which is awesome. It's awesome because it's one of the greatest acts of mental illness I've ever seen in my life. It's amazing. I'm there at Taylor Swift's wedding, rocking back and forth in a fucking padded cell.
Putting themselves in the wedding too. They're probably like the ring bearer.
Yeah, they're a dog carrying the thing up. Travis like pats her head and that, and then Taylor pats her head and they're like, Many of these fake videos include the wedding taking place on the tarmac, so Taylor can walk down the aisle from her private jet, which is awesome. And many fans, surprisingly, aren't taking the news too well. Most normal people will see the nice photos and simply wish them well. Others have begun comparing their seemingly perfect relationship to their own lives, despite the fact that everything they do is heavily monitored and calculated to elicit the best PR response. One woman posted in the low spirits about how she can't cope with the fact that she is lonely and not making nearly the same impact on the world as they are. Brutal. Another disgruntled Swiftie admitted to sending a Snapchat DM to her significant other about how unfair it is that the supposed breakup queen has gotten engaged sooner than the two of them.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be...
If fellas, if any of you guys are dating a Swiftie right now, run for the fucking hills, buddy. So I guess that we're never doing this. So I guess it's just not gonna happen. The girl who's never wants to date anyone breaks up with everybody, she's engaged. So I guess this isn't happening between us now.
I'd kill myself.
I would too. Of course, fans love to analyze every single morsel of information about Taylor Swift to satisfy their obsession. Some Swifties have begun scrutinizing every single detail about the engagement photo. Multiple accounts are posting her exact outfit she wore for the proposal, that they even list where to buy it and how much it costs so you can live out your engagement era dreams. Oh, God. Meanwhile, other women are researching the exact carat count and cut to Taylor's ring so they can have the exact same one. I have no identity. I am a shell.
I've seen people posts saying like, you have no idea how this is going to shake up the diamond business.
K Jewelers and Zales are like, what?
Oh, they're definitely gonna have like, this is Taylor's ring.
Yeah, the it's probably gonna be called the fucking engagement era ring. Some old guys just like, isn't it beautiful? Just, it would look great on you. You're right, old man. Just recently on October 3rd, Taylor Swift released her newest album titled The Life of a Showgirl. People noticed early on one of the tracks in the lineup was titled Wood. People immediately noticed that Travis Kelce was tagged on the Instagram engagement post on the tree on the left side of the frame. This has led to various posts on Taylor Swift Reddit about what this could possibly mean. And one post read, then lyrically, what could the song be about? Wood in the sexual manner, like his cock? My husband said no way. That's more of a Sabrina Carpenter, if anything. There's also the phrase knock on wood, which is more likely. The superstitious of it is to avoid tempting fate, per Wikipedia. In a true Taylor Swift manner, she'd probably twist the phrase in some way. Who fucking cares? Also, Sabrina Carpenter, she's like a dirty leg in her songs.
Her newest album cover, people were fucking frothing, saying, you fucking slut.
Why?
Because it's like her on her knees getting her hair like twisted by a guy.
Oh.
So.
I thought she made the fucking coffee song. Is it like graphic stuff like...
No, I mean, I don't think it's...
Megan Thee Stallion? Where they're just basically like, split my ass open, spit on it. Fuck that clit like a Jolly Rancher. And you're like... I need a break. Thinking Sabrina Carpenter's actually just like put a thumb in my ass and can play a Chinese finger trap with my asshole doesn't seem like a Sabrina Carpenter thing.
Have you seen her like her tour, like her dancer? She does like just actual stuff where like curtains will come down and then they'll shine a light in the back and then you'll see like two figures like having sex or doing sexual things. Or she did that thing where like two guys were high-fiving and then she bent down. She was getting like a
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower, yeah.
Taking her to Paris. She's like a dwarf.
Yeah.
Not really anything, just we're just talking about her, so it made me think she's like the size of a dwarf. A Toxic Avenger, new Toxic Avenger thing. I would do that.
People say she looks like Hillary Clinton when she was younger.
I've had people say that Hillary Clinton in law school, man, could get it. That's what Bill did. Oh my God. Hillary. I want you to sit on my face. All of this news has led to more people becoming absolutely sick of the never-ending news surrounding Taylor Swift and Travis. And sports fans fear that they'll have to hear about every minute in detail about the whole situation, even being updated through the ESPN app about it. It's all right for everyone to be excited about something like this. After all, regardless of the fact that most Swifties will literally never meet this person in the real life, they've still spent most of their lives connecting with her music. That's got to count for something. But for the love of God, get a grip! And can I say one final thing to...
No. Okay.
Just want to say seriously, congrats to the two guys. That's awesome. Taylor Swift and Travis. Seriously, it's going to be a magical day. It's going to be great. Also, if you've been crying in your room over this thing, take your phone and break it with a hammer. Fucking go for a walk, dude.
Go to a dog park. You might meet a handsome young man with two nice poodles.
The only reason, here's a fucking newsflash for women in case they don't know. The only reason a man takes his dog to a dog park is to meet a woman.
Yeah.
I'll say that right there. There might be guys like, no, dude, he loves it. I love having my guy go out there and play. The fantasy is always, I'm going to go out there, dog's going to meet, sorry, but, oh, hey, I'm Hunter. You know, that kind of thing. Go to a dog park, adopt an ugly dog and go to a dog park. Also, adopt the ugly dog to make you look more pretty. Huh? That's why I get a huge obese dog. Slims me down.
It works for girls and guys, because guys will go up to the dog, like, this is a cute pup, and then they look at you, but you're even prettier.
Auga! All right, bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about water parks. Summer is finally upon us, my friends. And that means grilling, fireworks, and unfortunately the sweltering heat. I can't stand it. My fat body oozes sweat all the time. Horrible. So fat. So disgustingly fat. As a skinny man, do you like the heat?
No.
That's surprising. I feel like you're a big heat guy. To beat the heat, some stay indoors in the nice air conditioning while others take a dip in the pool. But for those who are seeking more of a thrill, water parks offer exciting and sometimes dangerous attractions. From fast-paced water slides to raging wave pools and soothing lazy rivers, water parks can be an exciting adventure for people of all ages. However, as time goes on, they become far less enchanting as a concept, especially as you get older and realize what's going on behind the scenes. Also, just your eyes open to just being like, this is kind of disgusting. You know what I mean? When you're younger, you're like, what? When I was younger, my fat ass was just like, that's where I get Dippin' Dots. Go to the water park, I get all pruny and I eat my Dippin' Dots.
Can you imagine all the people who don't wipe properly and they're going in like the wave pool?
The don't wipe properly with shitty ass, mud butt? Oh, the amount of fecal dust or matter from dry poo-poo has got to be crazy. The biggest thing for me is pee. There's no way there is a filtration system that can fill. I mean, you are just getting covered and drinking pee, you know. I've been in a wave pool where kids have like, oh, wow. They like put water out the dude sprout out. It's I'm like, oh, dude. Especially when I've like been sitting there, like I said, it's like a little fat ass kid just bobbing around. Definitely just took a piss. And I see like a little girl next to me like, and I'm just like,
yeah, little girl, no. Are you the one who took a piss?
Oh, yeah. I was a kid. I don't know. Yeah, listen, the older you get, the more you're like, that's disgusting. People, like, you know, they're like, yeah, it's a joke. It's fun. Until after a while, it's like it's a crime scene. It's a fucking crime scene. While they may still seem fun, water parks are some of the grossest public places you can attend. They're filled with various germs, parasites, and fecal matter. Shit, poo-poo.
Parasites. I never thought about that.
Yeah, little bugs swimming around, actual germs and yeah, I'm telling you, it's a nightmare.
Is that how tapeworms transfer? If you had a tapeworm?
You know what? I have no idea, but I'm gonna immediately say yes. Put on your goggles as we make our way through the disgusting and dangerous world of water parks. Despite being known as a family-friendly attraction, most water parks are pretty disgusting and trashy. I think once again, as you get older, you realize that's every single water park. I don't think is there a fancy water park? Considered a fancy water park?
I don't know. We had Wild Waters where I lived.
That already sounds like a trailer park. Where do you live? Wild Waters? You know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to think of anyone. We had Oceans of Fun. And even that, once again, that sounds like an American Ninja course or something like that, doesn't it?
I think they're inherently trashy. Also, they
gotta be.
They degrade very quickly with all the chlorine.
That's why everything has like rust on it. Just because there's I mean, like that's why you like look at stuff. You're gonna walk up the steps of this thing. You like look at the structure of it. It's all like rusted and just dripping. There's just water. You're like, is that okay? Yeah, it's fine. Despite being known as family-friendly attractions, most water parks are pretty disgusting and trashy. Great Wolf Lodge is one of the most popular water parks in the U.S. with 23 locations across the country. There's even one around here. I went there once. Great Wolf Lodge is essentially like a log cabin themed hotel with a massive indoor water park, and there's like various restaurants and activities inside, all geared towards children. It's basically like a place where if it's your, like at least for when I grew up, it was like, oh, it's your birthday, I'm going to Great Wolf Lodge. You'd be like, whoa, because you go there, water park, there's like arcade, there's like of piss and feces that can be found in the waters at the water park, which I gotta say, I mean, do you think people break for turds?
No.
Does it just go by and you're like Neo dodging it? Oops, missed me. You keep swimming.
I never did this, but I always fantasize. You know, in pools, they have the little like lip where the water like gets filtered. I was imagining putting my butt up to that and taking a poop in there. So I'm sure.
Why is that a fantasy?
I'm just saying, as a kid, I
wanted to take a shit in this big dollop of drool just going around. I tell you what, I'm fucking real. Just a big dollop of spit. He's like, have you ever done it? Be honest.
No, but no, I never pooped.
You can't say no, but
my friend was big into water polo, and he said all the time, like, oh yeah, we never used the restrooms. They were locked. He said that we'd piss in the pool and then we'd go out into the field and take a shit. So
just not even being able to wipe and then going back in the chlorine pool is just, that's crazy, man. Muddy waters is what that is. People playing the blues. When staff are not fishing turds out of the splash pad, they're dumping gallons of chlorine into the pools to combat the constant flow of piss. They're basically doing chemical warfare. These kids are gonna get sick. It's like, it's too much, Joshua. I don't care. Because usually you do that shit before people are they're out of the pool or whatever. I've seen people like dumping shit. Look, I mean, like dumping chlorine into the pool because they're just like probably maybe the pH levels are too fucked up or so. I don't know. The sheer amount of chlorine in the water regularly causes kids to suffer from severe chemical burns and vomiting after ingesting small amounts of the water. God damn, dude, they look like victims of fucking Chernobyl. Kid coming out of the pool. Ah! I've seen plenty of kids vomit from drinking chlorine though.
Oh, I've never.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's when you're a kid, it's always so funny. Haha, there's Tanner, and he's like, oh, it's just water vomit. Oh.
What was your worst experience at a water park?
I was in a lazy river. Whee! Because it's fun because the current's going, so you get to go fast. Woo! And I came up and a Band-Aid was stuck to my cheek like that, and I peeled it off, and it was like just bloody as shit. And this girl came over, she's just like, "You got my scab."
Oh, she's hitting on you.
Yeah. See, it's so funny. That's how you decipher that. I'm like, it's disgusting. I was gagging basically, and you're like, "Hello, my lady."
Yeah.
I guess the shoe fits.
I can't think of any bad experience like this, but I remember I was terrified of the wave pool.
Oh, I done wrong. I was a pussy at the wave pool too. There's always like one child in distress in a wave pool too. Have you ever noticed that? Every time you go to a wave pool, it's always one kid that's like way farther than they should be, and they're like this. No one cares. No one cares. The lifeguard's just looking down at him like this. Some fat kid in a Tasmanian devil shirt just like this. Oh God. Yeah. Oh my God. I still am haunted by that. Actually, it's bringing back deep memories. God, and it's at everyone. I don't know what attracts those kids out there. I always think about the fact, like those little fat son of a bitches in those shirts, like bobbing their way out to the deep end. I'm like, why do you keep going out that way? Come back this way. Also, the current is pushing you the opposite way. You're all the way down there. Outside the kids area, guests report that the rides and support beams are corroding. At the Dallas location, the outdoor areas don't offer any shade unless you rent a cabana or an umbrella, leaving the sun baking the guests. Also, mind you, children. I like how they only if you have the cabana. Yeah, if you have the pup cabana. The Great Wolf Lodge, you gotta have the pack. You have to be a pack leader and get a cabana. I like how you would think that for a kids thing, it's like there has to be shade everywhere. Even if the facility you are staying at is great, some of the guests at the Great Wolf Lodge can be pretty fucking weird. While climbing the stairs to a water slide, a man records himself fondling and staring at his wife's butt while he's in line with children. Get your ass up there.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, that's probably a breeding ground for horn dogs.
I bet you, what I'm wondering now, that's gotta be a swingers playground. That's what it is, dude. And I bet you anything, they fucking probably rent some rooms and they drink in the rooms. They're like, go find the wolf. I don't think there is a wolf here, Dad. I think it's just called that. Go find him. You shut there. That's not Mommy. Her name's Teresa. Slams the door in a kid's face.
Yeah, Daddy's the wolf.
If the wolf's howling, don't come knocking. In 2017, a 3-week study was done in Canada to determine the average amount of piss found in public pools. They found an average of 20 gallons of piss whizzed out across 3 weeks. The authors view this as a public health concern, but most people aren't as concerned so long as they don't get caught doing it themselves, right? You don't think that's about that much?
20 gallons over 3 weeks. We're talking thousands of gallons of water. I think scientists, they're trying to...
Yeah, it's big pharma trying to stop us from enjoying ourselves. Okay. Former employees of various water parks revealed that the grossest part about the job was seeing what the water looked like before it was cleaned up and prepped for attendees to enter. One described large clumps of hair, sunglasses, old band-aids, used condoms, and all of that shit would just be floating around you as the pumps made it swirl into a torrent of just yuck.
See, condoms now, that disgusting.
I didn't even think about used condoms. We just got them talking about the swingers thing. Can you imagine just be like, fucking rip it off and then just toss it in the water? It's insane.
Oh, I bet you there's some people bumping heads in the wave pool.
You talking this?
Yeah.
Oops. Can you imagine being in the wave pool and the guy next to you just like, uh-oh. Now you guys are starting to collide and shit. You have your hands together. Hold on. I found out a lot about myself today at the water park I didn't know. Jousting. Honey, it's time to get out. Give me a minute. At a wildlife theme park in Kansas, children were playing in a splash pad where nozzles in the ground shot water up into the air. The CDC was alerted that multiple people had contracted. The CDC was alerted that multiple people had contracted an infection called shigellosis. Shigellosis? What the fuck? Had contracted an infection called shigellosis. It turns out that a total of 40 people of varying ages became ill from the water park. 3 were hospitalized from shigellosis and another from norovirus. The CDC had to urge people to practice proper safety habits before re-entering the Kansas Wildlife Park. This included avoiding consumption of pool water and any poop or pee in the water. That's so true about Kansas, those fucking inbred bastards over there. You guys realize you can't eat and drink piss, right? Are you serious? Are you serious? I was planning on going up to the wildlife park and getting me some shigellosis. They also advised against standing over the splash pad jets, worried that it would rinse feces off of people's asses and end up in other people's... Worried that it would rinse feces off people's asses and end up in others' mouths. What is this hellscape? Are people just sitting there like... Just like shit water going everywhere. But I tell you, it is fun. It's fun being out here at Wildlife Park. Honestly, I'm trying to be. Let me ground myself here. Do I even wipe good enough? See, that's why I use bidets now. Because I'm telling you, there is nothing left after.
I think I wipe good, but then some days I'll take my pants off. God damn! What the hell happened?
You're like, when did I put a brown marker in my pants? Yeah.
I wipe until I bleed. I'm like,
you wipe until you bleed? No wonder you're sick all the time. Because you probably have open sores in your ass. And you're getting poop into your bloodstream, dude. I mean, you can sit there and laugh like I feel like that's why you're always walking with a limp and shit. I mean, I thought you've had scurvy for like a couple. I think it's just because you got shit. I think you got a little shit butt.
I've always wondered that. Yeah, if you have an open sore in your asshole, there's poop coming out of there. Is that?
Yeah, it's easy to get infected. I don't think just because it's your asshole doesn't mean that. I think it's going in your bloodstream, buddy. I was just, God damn, you're getting down after a little hurt locker down there. I'm telling you, ease up on yourself. I tell you, sometimes if I don't have the bidet, it feels like it's just like kind of like a melted Hershey Kiss is just always on the precipice of my asshole. I can never, it doesn't matter. The more it never goes anywhere. I even try scooping, digging, anything. It doesn't get out of there.
That might be a hemorrhoid.
No, it's not a hemorrhoid. I've had a hemorrhoid. I have a hemorrhoid. You don't get rid of them. That thing came out of my ass. I'm telling you, I was like wiping one time. I was like, it's all sore. I think I've said this before, but it was like the size and the same as hard as a green apple Jolly Rancher. It was like that. It was unfucking real. It was pulsating as shit. I could feel my heartbeat on that. I sat there and I was like, I was sitting there, I was like.
This weekend, I don't know what was up, but every time I went to the bathroom, I got shit on my hand.
The water park thing is becoming more and more clear now, actually. You're walking around, splash in the pool. Shit all over your hands. Within the past couple of years, over in Kentucky, a water park dealt with a chlorine-resistant parasite that had to shut down temporarily. The revolving. That's fucking scary. That's a sci-fi movie. Chemicals, they aren't killing it anymore. Motherfucker just mean mugging you from the water. I dare you to come in here with me. At Raging Water, Sacramento, a brawl involving 40 people broke out over a towel. The battle began after two drunk women got into an argument over someone's towel being stolen. And as it escalated, 35-year-old Christopher Neves tried to step in and break up the fight, but was assaulted and left unconscious without a pulse. After Christopher went down, things escalated and involved both families fighting one another in front of their kids. Eventually, police were called and the park was shut down early while the police figured out what the fuck actually happened. And a similar situation occurred at Kalahari Resort in Ohio when someone cut in line at a surfing ride. As soon as the person cut, an argument broke out and eventually a 10-person brawl was broken up by lifeguards. The fight would resume with 23-year-old Brittany Cabay throwing punches at nearby guests until she was picked up and body slammed into the ground. My God. She would suffer from a severe head injury that would cause her to lose consciousness. And during the chaos, her boyfriend Zachary would reportedly pick up a chair, hurl it into the crowd, then slip and knock himself unconscious, joining his girlfriend in the astral plane. Just baking in the sun. You'd think that the standard equipment for a security guard at a water park would be a radio and maybe handcuffs, yet online, security guards are posting photos of their handguns before their shifts at water parks. Okay, I don't know. Shooting rounds in the water. This has turned water park security guards into the laughing stock of the profession, with others showing off their over-the-top loadouts. In 2022, deputies were called to Hurricane Harbor Splashtown Park regarding a group of teens who refused to leave after being asked. During the arrest, a teen jumped on the deputy's back. Nearby security guards tried to step in and help, but that only drew the teen's attention to them. As the security guard began to assist, a teen girl punched them in the head while the other teens bit them on the arm. Eventually, all the teens would be arrested and charged with resisting arrest and assaulting an officer. As soon as a girl bit me right here, I fucking take her mouth, and I just like fucking Kong breaking that dinosaur joke. I do one of those. A girl hit me, she'd be like, no. I take my baton and I do it. Right through her sternum. I say, just test me. And she's probably got poop on her teeth. Everything we've heard about today about water parks, she's got probably shit teeth, like a zombie attack. I only have so much time before I turn myself. I'm gonna take as many of you down with me as I can. And then, yeah, I'd fucking rain hell on everybody.
The gun comes out. I'm killing innocents at this point.
Jesus, God. Also, that line, my God, I'm killing innocents. I'm killing innocents at this point. Bystanders. People just, yeah, whatever. All right, dude. Many water parks deal with serial poopers or peers in their waters. However, one park dealt with a serial peer who liked to piss on the rocks in the sauna room to fill it with steamed urine. At another water park, a lifeguard reported watching a man squat and lay a steam coil 20 feet from the bathroom, making direct eye contact with them. A man recalled that his younger brother used to go to the shallow end of his local pool and scoop up pieces of poop in a styrofoam cup to get free hot dogs from concession stands. What kind of deal is this? For every styrofoam cup of poop you fill, you get one free Coney dog. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I guess that, you know what, that kind of rules though. Clean up the pool, get the poo-poo out,
get a hot dog,
get a free hot dog. But see, that causes more poop in the pool. That's the catch-22 of the whole situation. At a water park in Texas, new lifeguards were encouraged during their training to jump into the pool to pee rather than waste time finding a bathroom.
They tell. I'm telling you, anybody who's like a water animal or something,
What do you mean a water animal? What does that mean? You mean someone who's just like an avid swimmer or something?
Like sports.
Oh, you're saying because your buddies that do the pool. Yeah, I'm sure they piss in the pool.
They encourage it.
I just think it's disgusting.
It is.
I mean, you know, and when they are not fishing poop out of the water park staff are constantly catching people having sex. It's extremely common for people of all ages, including teens, to be caught in the act at a water park. It doesn't matter if it's in the lazy river or the wave pool. People will literally do it anywhere because they're fucking savages.
Did you see that old video of that one woman looking at the lifeguard who was doing this, like doing the scanning, and she thought she was like some kind of robot or alien? That was like a big conspiracy, was that like aliens were at the water parks.
God, dude.
They say it's to keep you alert, so you're scanning the pool, and also so you don't fall asleep. They say like it's a technique like...
I have seen so many lifeguards asleep at their post. Because the thing, it's the perfect, because they wear the glasses and they'll sit there. There's this one guy that was like this. His glasses on, you could just tell he was like... Also looks comfy up in those big wooden chairs. Little umbrella over here in the shade, nice breeze coming in. Especially at a water park too, a little bit of water, just kind of the mist hitting you. I'd be out like also, can you imagine me? Can you imagine me being a lifeguard? Big fat ass, I would just be like, just use my body to try to propel yourself up and I'll just float down to the bottom. If you've ever gone down a water slide, then you'll know that there are tons of signs and warnings for good reason. Looking at some of the slides found at water parks, it was a miracle that they were ever approved. Action Park is widely regarded as one of the most dangerous amusement water parks ever to open. For starters, the park featured an attraction called the Tarzan Swing, which let guests swing off a platform into a large pool. While it might sound harmless, it was anything but. On more than one occasion, guests would hold onto the rope too long and launch themselves into the pool's concrete wall. Guests also regularly dislocated their shoulders from the rope due to excessive torque during the swings, and pool itself was spring-fed, making it incredibly cold. This actually led to one person having a heart attack and dying after going into shock from hitting the water. If rope swings aren't your thing, you could go down the Cannonball Loop water slide. The slide was a 50-foot long metal tube with a fully enclosed loop at the bottom. Riders at the top would have to be hosed down, otherwise there'd be too much friction and they would get trapped at either the top or bottom of the loop in complete darkness. And most of those who rode came back out bruised and bloodied. According to a former employee, the owner, Gene Mulvihill, would pay them $100 just to test ride the slide to make sure it was safe. It's $100, kid, are you down? After it was open, it was shut down permanently due to a high number of injuries and maintenance needs. Many parents online have discussed how nerve-wracking it is to take their young child to a water park on account of how many potential injuries can occur. Some unfortunate kids have ended up seriously injured due to either recklessness or pure misfortune. One 14-year-old was left seriously injured after being sucked into a water park drain in Funtown Water Park in Crystal Beach, Texas. The teenager had been messing around with his friends, and at one point, he had randomly decided to pick up a large grate attached to the drain in one of the park pools. Why? I don't know. County sheriffs believe that he did this as some sort of dare. As soon as he lifted it up, he slipped and fell inside the suction from the drain and began holding him underwater. His friends rushed to alert staff members, who turned off the pump, hoping it would release the suction, but it continued pulling him down, and he was eventually forced out of the drain, but was hospitalized due to the internal injuries he suffered. No legal action has ever been publicized about the disaster, so who knows? Maybe they paid him out of pocket.
Show the image of the crab getting sucked into the pipe. Water pressure's scary.
Yeah. I think water slides are scary. I mean, like, I'm claustrophobic. I tell you, like, as a kid, I don't know how I did it. Those water slides are fucking, it's insane. I'm freaked out by water slides now. I can't do it. The more you look into water parks, the more archaic they seem. From the people, the sanitation, and the endless risk to your physical safety, it's hard to imagine not feeling at least a little nervous attending one. There's truly no telling what can happen when you enter a place like that. So, if you find yourself going to a water park for whatever reason, be prepared for the dangers that lurk above and below the water. And for the love of God, go to the doctor after. Just do a general checkup when you're done.
Also, wipe your butt.
Wipe your butt and go pee in a toilet. Go poop in a toilet, for the love of God. And wipe your ass.
But it's so cold.
Ooh, it's cold. Pee make me warm.
I almost saw my friend die in a river, canal. We were at the canal. There's like 20 kids, and this guy's like the most athletic kid I know. He swam out, and then he's like, help! And I watched and did nothing. But luckily, there was a better swimmer who got him and saved him. We thought he was joking.
That's a fascinating story. We'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye! Hey, guys, more of a serious topic today. I know we like to joke around and stuff, but
I've been holding this in for a while, and I've had some alarming news from my doctors, and I just wanted to talk about the new merch.
More merch available. We have some Rock of Love merch, and also we've been seeing a lot of people requesting the Ozempic and the I Control Fire shirt back. So they are back. They're there. Get them now while you can. Don't keep complaining that you can't get them, because now you can. Here's the link in the description if you want some sweet merch to cover your beautiful titties, your big fat man gut. Now's the time. Let's get into the video. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel! Today we're going to be talking about TikTok relationship tests. Run. Getting into relationships can be hard, but maintaining a healthy one can be even harder. Some people simply don't trust their partners, whether it's because of bad treatment.
Stop. I'm gonna hit you. Hunter, open your
Personal insecurities.
I mean, it's a nice outfit. I just don't think it looks good on you.
Or mere superstition.
Allison, when you inevitably divorce me, what's your next wedding gonna be like?
One thing is certainly true. TikTok relationship trends are making things much worse. So I'll tell you why they're making things much worse, Nick, is because all of these things we're getting ready to talk about today are all people that are looking for a reason, in my opinion, to leave.
Oh, you think so?
I think 90% of them. Because to me, it's looking for people outside to give you validation to do the quote-unquote bad thing or the hard thing. And it's bullshit! These are all so stupid, by the way. They're so dumb. Every day, millions of people go on TikTok and watch happy couples perform various tests on each other to see if they're truly meant to be, right? This has led to more and more people performing these tests in their own lives, leading to disappointing results because people can't also realize when something is fabricated. Yeah. Somebody doing a dumb test and be like, oh my God, he's so quirky. Made up. It's not real. Human beings don't act like that. They don't. We'll get into it. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Maybe it's just how I'm treated at home or something.
Is there something you want to talk about?
No.
It was really fucked up how Allison came in the other day and just started yelling at you.
No, like it's like kind of like my fault. I shouldn't have been drinking water, you know.
Yeah. I just can't stand it when she's fucking mean to you, man.
Hey, it's my fucking wife you're talking about, man.
Sorry.
She'll talk to me anyway. She'll talk to me any way she wants to. Like she always has. So, let's take a look at what TikTok can do to potentially strengthen my relationship. As far as the tests themselves, many of them are subtle. That being said, failing to pass them leads to a sea of online feedback insisting that the relationship is doomed to fail, and this is the case regarding one of the more recent trends, the bird theory, which I just want to say, that's the thing. If you don't pass the test, you're gonna have a sea of croons squawking and balking at you. Ah, red flag! Big girls and ugly men. Oh, I would never treat, you know what I love about men commenting too? I would never treat you like that. It's always just something where it's just like, hey, let me cut the line and see what I can do here.
Because they're totally going to get that fucking pussy.
Oh, dude, online pussy, you kidding me? He's like, it probably smells so rank. But let's start off with the bird theory. The point of the bird theory is to test whether or not your partner makes an effort to care about even your smallest of interests, which is like a bird. Apparently, it's just you looking out your window and looking at a bird, right? So to perform this theory, as it were, you bring up to your partner that you saw a bird earlier in the day. And if your partner acknowledges this and reacts with a genuine interest, they pass the test, right? And according to the world-renowned psychologist Dr. John Gottman, aka Dr. Cuck, this can be considered a bid for attention. I don't know why I threw there's no reason. Dr. John Gottman, this is just him saying the facts, right? Him setting it straight. Essentially, a gesture meant to receive validation or attention that can often determine the strength of a relationship. Here is the problem. If you try to make a big deal to me that you saw a bird earlier, I'm gonna be like, do you got nothing else going on in the day? Come to me with, I saw a car wreck.
Oh, there you go.
I would be like, oh my, what happened? There's your interest. I saw a bird. So did everyone else today. Okay, sweetheart? You know what this is? Do you think this, and this is me being a little rude. Jazzed up, got some coffee in me. Let me tell you something. Is it like hot girl theories? Is it hot girls doing this to be like, he doesn't even care about the little things because they have no other interests, so they have to drum up that they saw a bird?
I think it's not just hot girls. I think it's just women. Women just want drama. They're...
Go ahead.
Bold statement.
Nick got broken up with recently, so he's a little on edge.
I think people just want to test your relationship like it is. It's just something small where it's just like, he doesn't care about me.
Yeah, they want to complain.
Exactly.
They want to complain. I'm ending my statement there. They simply want to complain about something, don't they?
This message is sponsored by Raycon. Keep your ears open and your holiday playlist rolling with Raycon's essential open earbuds. These open-ear earbuds let you stay connected to your surroundings while enjoying your favorite music and podcasts. And this Black Friday and Cyber Monday, you can get up to 30% off on Raycon audio products. Raycon's essential open earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering crystal clear sound, so you can stay aware of traffic and other surroundings without sacrificing sound quality. That makes this perfect for jogging or for working out, and their super lightweight design means they won't slip out. I love the multi-point connection on the earbuds, allowing you to connect multiple devices and switch with ease. But the best part is that Raycon delivers premium audio quality at half the price. Plus, the open earbuds case has 36-hour battery life, giving you non-stop listening throughout your day.
So the best part about Raycon earbuds is that I get really sweaty when I work out, and they're not directly in my ears keeping all the sweat. As you can see, you can move around, they don't come out. So you can keep going with your workout, no problem.
These earbuds are all that you need for the holiday season, whether you're getting a gift or just something nice for yourself. Join over 3 million customers that love Raycon and try them for yourself. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/papameatopen to get up to 30% off. That's buyraycon.com/papameatopen. Get up to 30% off Raycon's Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. And Raycon is a 30-day evidence guarantee, so you can return if you don't love what you're hearing. So try them out and let them know we sent you. Hey, thanks Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
I feel like if you're doing these tests, it's one thing to just do it as a quote-unquote prank, to be like, I know he's not going to care about it. But if you are genuinely doing it to like test your relationship.
See, that's the thing is, I think that they are. Yeah. I think it's almost always genuine. I think that they go in being like, oh, it's not a big deal, but then they want people to be like, girl, sis, it is a big deal. It's a big deal, sis. And then she could be like, well, I guess he does do. And then she starts naming other things. Well, he does kind of like, I don't know, yell at me whenever I don't know, like I have my period in bed or something. I don't know, whatever the fuck it is. Sis, that's just normal. Which it could be. I don't know. I saw a 3D video of how a period happens.
Oh. This is where you get to see the uterine lining.
It's like tears open and just fucking dumps out.
There's like jelly.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen like Total Recall. Whenever Arnold Schwarzenegger's head is like his eyes are bulging out of his face. On Mars, it reminded me of that. There are many examples of people passing the test, and those who fail get brutalized in the comments. One man appears confused after being told that his partner saw a pretty bird and walks away saying, "Why did you tell me that?"
Why are you telling me that?
AKA normal guy. Are we adults? Listen, if I had a daughter, if a child came up to me and said, I saw a pretty bird today, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. What did it look like? You know why? Because it's a child. It has a smooth brain. Its brain is like a water balloon. There's no ridges. It's a simple creature that is innocent, right? A fully functioning adult, though, I saw a pretty bird today. Got too much free time in your hands, is what I'd say. Or I'd be like, was it like a bald eagle? I don't know, because that's another thing. If I try to get specific, that would piss me off too. Was it like a bald eagle? I don't even know.
Cool.
This is an adult conversation. That was great.
What if they're like, I saw a fucking hawk swoop down and pick up a mouse, and
that's
then
already
hawk came and they fought.
They fought for it. You know what that is? That's a story. And I'm like, oh my god, what happened? And then I'm intrigued. Even throwing in something mundane. You know what they got to do? What a real test would have been. I just period all in my panties today and see their reaction to that. Because I think a lot of guys would do, oh, what? See, that's going to be a test someday. What would they call that? The Red Scare.
Oh, that's good.
The Red Scare theory. They sit there. It's like, yeah, I don't know, just all in my panties. I just felt weird. Because then other guys would be like, oh my god, are you okay? You feeling okay?
That's a
then
good
other guys would be like, yuck! Which I'd be like, oh my god, what? Hey, Victoria's Secret's a bear attack. Yikes! That kind of thing.
That's a new test.
That's an actual test.
Everybody post your Red Scare test on Reddit.
Go to your man and do a nice Red Scare and just say that your got wrecked. You have to say that too. It looked like D-Day down there in my panties. And everyone at work was solid. It was a whole thing. And I don't know. Because then you have a guy who's just like, oh my god, that's are you okay? Or you have a guy who's just like, oh my god, this is going to be a true test. But saying that you have a bird, I don't know. I like how we already made a better one than the fucking bird theory. To say that they got just like a Wolverine attacked him down there. I tried to hop a razor wire fence. That's what it looks like. Looked like I was breaking out of Shawshank with these panties on. Some are stating that this should mean an immediate breakup, and others made fun of him for apparently dressing like a child. You know, it's a good way to respond to someone not caring about a bird. Let's just make fun of how they look. Why did you tell me that? You look like a child! That makes sense.
Attack their appearance.
Attack their appearance. Well, that goes both ways. Better be careful. Others feel like this test is deceptive because walking up to your partner of multiple years and saying that you saw a bird with zero added details is a horrible conversation starter. And honestly, you can tell, this is another thing too, you can tell which bitches have been in a long-term relationship or not. All right. You can tell what guy has been in a long-term, what fucking dog of a man has been in a relationship long enough, right? Because let me tell you guys, let me tell you something. Sex is fun. The first 2 years, oh, this is too fun. I'm having a good time. Get past year 5, then talk to me. Get to 10 years in and then talk to me. All right? Because let me tell you, there's love there, but it completely transforms. True love is the silence. True love is the small mediation between a couple. I think the shed is like leaking or something. Yeah, of course it is. That's love. All right, you coming up? If my wife Allison, which she deals with, I hear it all the time. You think that I don't hear about animals on fucking birds? She'll be like, one of the guineas got out, and I'll be like, okay. You know what? But she also doesn't bring it to me because why would that matter? How does that affect? It doesn't matter. This is the first theory. I can't get this heated on the first theory. Which it doesn't help that at one point the man seems to realize that he's being filmed, which only makes the whole thing seem suspicious and inauthentic, and it just feels like, oh, is this like a bit? Are you doing a bit with me? And I know the whole time too, big ass gums and stuff, probably smiling back. Real sly. Little Sly Cooper action. Another one points a phone directly at her husband and tells him, I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today. I saw a bird today.
As if it was a question, and her confused partner continues using his phone while she repeats herself until he finally snaps at her and says, are you on shrooms? What's wrong with you?
Fuck you, you on shrooms?
Did you see it or didn't you see it? I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
That actually pissed me off.
Oh my God. You know what? Sometimes it's just like, sometimes you have to do it, and this is a grown-up thing. You have to pretend you don't hear somebody sometimes. Just to hope that the person can just catch what they said and be like, that's not worth it. I'll even do a little side eye every once in a while.
So that's why you ignore me, huh?
No. Well, yeah, Nick will come in and I'll be sitting here like working or something, be like looking at my deal, like typing or something. And he'll be like, I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video on the internet.
Oh my God, I did.
I know you did. I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video, and I'll be like, and then he'll just sit there and be like, the phone just playing in his hand. Just a Chinese guy screaming, oh! For one TikToker, this evolved into her secretly filming herself dropping the splits in front of her boyfriend at a grocery store to see how he would react. She pulls it off and asks, was that epic?
Was that epic?
Only for him to briefly look at her before going back to focusing on finding apple juice. Okay, first off, apple juice, pretty fucking important. I have a nice craving. Also, listen, dude, if you can do the splits, you're trying to think that that's not the first time you've seen her do the fucking splits. Probably been bouncing on it for how long? You know what I mean? Yeah, cool. If anything, I'd be like, why here? Your pussy's been all over the dirty floor and stuff like that. I'm telling you, ladies, red scare. That's a good one. Do the red scare in the store. Take a big thing of fucking cranberry juice and just pour it in your panties. Uh-oh! And how does he respond? Does he help or does he not? Red scare. Red scare theory. Oh no, it's not communism. These viral posts had thousands of comments, mostly insisting that she run from the relationship immediately. You did the splits and he was looking at apple juice? Girl, get out of there, sis. Get out of there. He then filmed a video where he essentially apologized for not having the proper reaction. Oh, wrong.
Yep.
Wrong. Wrong. Mostly because his partner is a professional dancer and he was already aware she could pull off moves like that with no problem because AKA I've been seeing it for years. He sees thousands of people lash out at him and then he's like, well, I probably should have reacted. You know what? You should have done. You should have doubled down. It'd been like, that wasn't even her best split.
Is that grounds for breaking up?
I think that there is grounds for breaking up when people like post things about your relationship that you're like, why'd you post that? It like creates a public conversation about your relationship that's like not even necessary. To me, I'm like, why would you do that? Is that funny? I didn't think it was funny. Be like it would seriously be like if you went to your girlfriend and you were like recording her, she's like having a bad day, or let's say she's on her period, even like something like that. Like, oh yeah, she's on her period. Here, let me tell you a joke to make you laugh. Like to me, I'm like, it's like antagonistic, which that obviously mine's more aggressive, but I just mean it's It's just something where it's like, it's obviously one way.
Well, she's
And I don't
posting
like
it to be like, my boyfriend didn't respond. Of course, people are gonna fucking attack him.
Because I think that they try to like get away with the idea of like, oh, well, it was just all in good fun. But it's like, they're like berating your guys' relationship. Is that fun? Is that what, this is what fun looks like, by the way. But that's more of the, you know, attention seeking theory, I guess, like trying to see how they would reciprocate giving you attention in a positive way, right? Now, the next theory we have, though, is the orange peel theory. Try to wrap your head around what this one's going to be. Many relationships thrive on doing small things for your partner. It's a simple way to show that you care, and that is exactly what the orange peel theory is all about. The test involves one person handing their partner an orange and asking them to peel it for them. If they do it without question, they love you. If not, they're not the one.
You're not gonna peel it for me?
Dude, okay, as if I don't do enough. You're not even that special, that's the thing. Get that in your fucking skull, dude. Like, you're really not that special. Aww.
The problem with a lot of these so far, once again, Red Scare, really want to popularize the Red Scare movement. The problem is, yes, it is a nice thing to do, but at the same time, it's just, you're a grown adult. You can peel an orange. You know what I mean? If I went to my wife and I was like, could you take the trash out? And I'm right by the trash. Why don't I just do it? You know what I mean? Just that kind of shit. I don't know.
What if you can't peel it because you have tiny fingernails?
Well, show a picture of Nick's fingernails, and then I'd be like, that's a disability. You have to help him. See, and the thing about it, though, is it's all self. You did it to yourself. You know, it's not like you were born. It's like, I didn't have any fingernails when I was born. It's like you bit them motherfuckers clean. So now I feel like you gotta carry a pocket knife, your orange knife. Peel it yourself.
I would pass this test because I would peel an orange for my queen.
I mean, listen, I would peel an orange, but it's just, is that the parameter? You have the orange in your hand, just peel it. Am I wrong? Let me ask Allison.
Or I thought you were gonna do these test on her.
Oh shit, yeah. Well, I'm performing these tests as well, so in real time you'll see what the reactions are later. Good luck, future hunter.
What are you doing?
I just saw an interesting bird. There's like a blue bird by the window.
What?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
The bathroom window?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
They shouldn't be out this time of year.
Okay.
Which the orange peel theory has led to the demise of many relationships. It's actually quite sad. There's a lot of blood on the battlefield. One woman was inspired by this trend and decided to give a similar mundane task to her boyfriend of 7 months after feeling that she was doing more in the relationship than he was. All right, so already let me stop that. Once again, it's just the excuse to get out the door. It's just the excuse to get people to be like, you gotta leave. Okay, right? She was taking care of his 1-year-old daughter, driving him to the bar, and doing all the housework while he often just played video games. Okay, well, that's not a relationship.
Yeah, that's a mommy.
That's him getting his dick sucked and his, you know, getting his dick wet every once in a while, and better be good or else that shit is not worth it. Find some validation yourself. Give yourself some self-worth, right? So she asked him to tie up her hair. And he refused. She tried again and asked him to put towels in the laundry, and he outright ignored her. This resulted in her confronting him in her car outside of his mom's house, where she tried to tell him how she felt. He rejected the conversation and asked her to take care of his daughter and drive him to the bar.
Yeah, this guy's just a piece of shit.
This guy is not a good guy. I'm not going to go into it. Not a good man. I can't say the things I want to say. At that moment, she snapped and kicked him out of the car. He was confused by her reaction, and then the couple broke up. Later on that night, she knew she dodged a bullet when his mother texted her, "Be a good mom and future wife." Fuck that. Also, first off, I guess it seems like also this is setting people up to realize what is a relationship and what isn't a relationship. You know what I mean? If anything, the theories could be beneficial in that way. Because somebody who is, I don't know, a good husband or a good boyfriend also takes care of their own children, isn't having someone else drop them off at a bar while a child sits at home. You know what I mean? If there's all those things, and then if you are also able to communicate to, like in this instance, it's a thing of, once again, she could tie up her own hair, but it'd be different if like I had my hands full. Hey, could you tie up my hair? Then they declined. To me, I'm like, well, you can't just fucking help them out really quick. That kind of, you know what I mean? I don't know. If anything, the theories could be a good test of like what is and what isn't a relationship in that regard. Because I think people do get that fucked up sometimes when they don't realize, well, I didn't know that's how I was supposed to be treated. I think that's a pretty common thing. Some people just like, they exist in that atmosphere. I think it translates from like your parents and shit, how they treat you, to now your actual relationship, to where it's like, well, I haven't known anything different.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good eye opener then.
It could be. They're also still really stupid, don't get me wrong, but in this case, it's a good instance to be like, oh, that's a huge eye-opener.
Well, I think this one, I know it's called the orange peel theory, but just asking for small tasks, like the trash, which you already mentioned, where it's like, hey, help me with the trash. No. Help me with the dishes.
There is no reason in a relationship, if your wife's like, can we take the trash? There should never be a reason that you should ever say no. There's like never, ever a reason that you should ever be like, what? Why don't you do it? I will say though, if she was just like, you want to tie up my hair? First off, I'd be like, I don't know how do I do that? Why can't you do it? That's why I would do that. But also the same thing if she was like, can you cut up my apples? Don't fucking try to get me to do the baby shit either. All right? There's a knife, cut up your apples and fucking eat it like a chimp or whatever you want to do, dude. Whatever. I guess it's that. But if she was like making dinner and her hands, she's like with chicken and she doesn't want to have to wash them and go back and forth, I'd be like, oh yeah, cut it up. See, that's the difference. That's another thing too, is these little things, it feels like a test.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
So you fail them on purpose.
I fail them on purpose because I say I never agreed to this exam. I'm not a willing participant, and I'm not going to be.
Especially if you have they have their phone out too.
Yeah, if you're recording me, what the fuck is that? No. What? What is this? Because if anything, I feel like you're pranking me. I don't want to get pranked. Not on camera.
Maybe it's the wrong thing to put up the hair. Maybe it's the wrong thing to peel off the orange.
Exactly. Too many questions. All these rules. I can't handle it. Therapists and psychologists have looked at the trend and deemed it unhealthy, saying that basing an entire relationship on a simple gesture is misleading and irresponsible. Are you sure? But TikTok doesn't even do it. Many other people agree the trend is extremely childish, with one man saying he'd divorce his wife if she tried to do it on him. Okay, well, listen, as much as I love the man's spirit, that's a bit excessive. Yeah, I don't think you break up with someone for it, but at the same time, I just don't like the idea of somebody recording me and like posting it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Because also, one, there's no way to delineate. I mean, you can kind of delineate what's obviously scripted and what's like a genuine someone being like, oh, what? No. But if you're going to get lumped in with all the other bad shit. That's not good. That's no bueno.
Could you peel that for me?
No. Why would I do that?
Could you peel it for me?
No. You're an adult man.
Could you peel this one for me, please? Ow. Allison, stop. Allison, stop it.
And I gotta tell you, this next one is my least favorite thing to maybe come out of this whole ordeal. Because in 2023, the Beckham test was a popular way to test your partner. It's based on a scene from the 2023 David Beckham documentary, where the professional soccer player spontaneously dances with his wife over the song Islands in the Stream. Okay. Basing it on a scene in a documentary, already fabricated, the cameras are there, or performative. Even if that is real, to me, there's no way to separate the performance. So if my husband isn't David Beckham, he's wrong. If my hubby doesn't just dance with me randomly, bye-bye, get out of here. This began a trend of women trying to recreate the scene by filming themselves dancing to the song in the hopes that their husband would notice and join in, right? We're just palling around. We're little goofballs. I love our relationship. I love you, husband. I love you, wife.
My wifey poo.
My little wifey ding dong. And mwah, I kiss your tiny head. Many people pass the test while some appear deadpanning and gaze into the camera like their soul was sucked out of their body. AKA, that's 95% of people. Because you see the camera and you're like, what is this? What the hell is this? Also, I'll tell you what, after 8 hours a day and you get home, you're like, especially after you get into your 30s, brutal. You're fighting demons trying to stay awake. The only thing you're looking forward to is just a nice little dinner. Maybe you go home, you're like, oh, I have that teriyaki chicken. I'm very excited. A little sesame seeds on it. You're cooking it, and all of a sudden someone's just like dancing up to you to a song. Maybe I'm not in the fucking mood to dance, dude. That's my response. I don't think you have to be deadpan. You have to completely shut it down. But at the same time, me not reciprocating that to a song that I don't even like. Right? Am I wrong?
No. What if they put your favorite song on though?
I'd be dancing. It'd be hard not to. What's my favorite song? I'd have to dance. Maybe just even like a little. But I'm not gonna do this thing like we go up and be like, oh, like that's obnoxious.
That's performative.
Or even, let's just say I did, and I was just like, is that enough? You acknowledge it with just a simple like.
Yeah, I think as long as you're not yelling at her and beating her.
What about this then? I'm not yelling at her, beating her. No one said that. Where did that come from? What if it sat there and you were like, God damn, Nick. What the What if you're sitting there and you like, you told her beforehand, my boss, he fucking yelled at me today in front of everybody. I don't know, it's put me in a funky mood. And then she's like,
That's grounds for hitting her.
In one example that went super viral, a TikToker danced around her husband of 9 years wearing her wedding gown, only for him to be locked in on his phone and completely ignore her. I just don't know about the wedding gown. I hate to say this because, once again, misogynistic type stuff, that motherfucker's put in some work. Yeah. He's on his second tour in the force, you know what I mean? Holy hell. As usual, Minnie insisted he's not the one for her. A decade in, he's not the one for you. He didn't dance! With some even insisting that she check his phone, insinuating that he was being unfaithful, of course. Others predicted that she would soon upload My Husband's So Silly video in order to defend him from the harassment. And this is exactly what she did weeks later. This time, entering a room in a sports jersey where he immediately notices her and starts to dance alongside her. Despite being a lighthearted and staged video poking fun at the viral post, people continued lambasting him for being a terrible husband. You can't win.
No.
You can't win. Also, you know what he should have done? It would have been way funnier, and I think would have got people on his side, is if she came in the sports jersey, and instead of doing that, he was like, enough! Stop dancing! I can't fucking take it! It's every day! Then people would be like, that's awesome.
People definitely would not.
And then at the end of it, though, you guys hold hands, and then you do. And then you take a bow.
Yeah. And then you have people throw flowers in.
Yeah, and then people are in there throwing flowers.
Elsie, you want to dance with me?
No, I can pass me.
Huh?
No.
You want to dance with me, Elsie? Why don't you dance with me? It means you'll...
Getting married is something many look forward to in their life. The thought of being called someone's husband or wife is a milestone for many, making it the perfect basis for a TikTok relationship test. The husband test. It's pretty straightforward. You set up the camera, grab your partner, and while talking, briefly call them your husband or your wife to judge the reaction. Do this with somebody on your second date, by the way.
That's actually good advice because sometimes they think it's cute.
Do this on your second date and see how uncomfortable they get. It'll be really funny. Hello, wifey. Be like, what?
If they're crazy,
we went to dinner once. Yeah, but dude, if he or she is reciprocating that, you run away from that. There's no reason someone should be that emotionally attached that quickly. Hello, husband. Oh, yes.
You don't think it's cute to be like, where do you want to get married on your second date?
No.
Where should we get married? The Bahamas? No. And you don't talk about your like potential baby names?
I think on your first date, you can say things like, would you ever want to get married? Because you're feeling people out, right? Are you wanting kids someday? I think all those questions are fine. But the assumption on the second date to say wifey or husband is a bit absurd to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just got to say that would be a red flag. I'd be like, we saw Frankenstein. We saw Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein in theaters, and you're calling me husband? We split the bill. You paid for popcorn.
To be fair, if a girl did that to me, I'd be freaked out. But if I did it to them, it'd be funny.
I feel like you would really like it.
You think so?
I think so. I think so. I think the first person that ever truly commits to you, it's going to be bad. I think you gotta be able to see it and then separate yourself to get onto the next one. I think someone's going to play you like a fiddle one day, dude.
No. I'm gonna take it.
Devil went down to Georgia. It all started with a 2024 video of a woman calling her boyfriend her husband in passing, and to her surprise, as she said, "My husband," he immediately corrected her and said that he was not her husband.
Today I'm gonna be guessing my husband's favorite things.
I'm not your husband.
Which also could have been him being kind and being like, "Oh no, we're not," because he didn't want her to feel silly. Or maybe he's just like, and no ring. She then proceeded to sit there in silence as the man awkwardly attempted to fist bump her before she jokingly choked him out. That's not funny.
That's abuse.
That's disgusting, actually. People in the comments were surprised at how rapidly he shut it down, saying even their shitless ex-boyfriend wouldn't have done that. And others claimed that he didn't love her at all because, they know them. This reaction inspired other people to do it with their partners, and it is just another drop in the bucket of TikTok relationship test, which, once again, if you're dating someone for a year, I don't see a problem with that. Even after a little bit, I don't think that, I'm just saying like date 1 through 4.
It could work. It could be a cute thing.
I feel like you have done it. I feel like you're defending it so much to where I'm like, I feel like you've definitely done it before.
This is 4.
Hi, wife.
Hi.
As relationship tests have become increasingly popular, there are more and more people fighting back against them online. In the process, many people go on rants about how these tests are starting to ruin their relationships. Yeah, one 38-year-old man was tested repeatedly by his girlfriend, and it started with her saying she wanted to be alone for the weekend, a test he failed because he didn't surprise her with a visit regardless. Also, 40 years old and playing that, I'd be like, I can't. I can't, dude. See, that's when you start getting into like the single mom territory. Single mom of 2, you think she's gonna be saying that? No. They're gonna tell you how it is. They're gonna lay out the rules and you'll be like, awesome. This is the fucking itinerary. This is how we're getting it done. Dinner here, sex here, bed then. Good night. That's what I'm telling you. I need a drill sergeant. Need some drill sergeant pussy. Attention! She kept throwing test after test at him, claiming he failed every time. It escalated to the point where she pretended to be pregnant and kept up the lie for an entire day. That is messed up. That is up. A full 24 hours too. Yep.
It's yours.
He's growing in here. You shouldn't have sneezed in me so hard.
Shaking and shit.
Yeah, he's thinking about a little vitamin C overdose.
Yeah. Sees a long, tall flight of steps. Despite him passing by being calm and supportive, he broke things off after realizing that this was yet again another test and that she could no longer be trusted.
Yep. Amen. That's
what is smart? Yes. Yeah. I would almost feel like I'm being like manipulated or gaslit. Like imagine being like, I feel like I should propose to her. Have I been fucking groomed to think that? I don't know. It feels like it. Feels like she has my fucking brain. You know what I mean? That fucking like ball that Sauron has, whatever. He's like, Gandalf, marry me, Gandalf. That kind of thing. Another man and his wife were approached by a group of TikTokers who wanted to test the relationship by asking them various personal questions. They both agreed, only for his wife to realize that he didn't know their anniversary, her parents' names, or what allergy she has. I know Allison's parents' names. I know her allergies. I struggle with the date sometimes. The fucked up thing is they'll do the anniversary of when we first got together, our wedding anniversary, the proposal anniversary. Too many dates. I'm bad with names. And I know her dad, mom's name. That should be good enough.
Do you know her allergies?
Yeah. I'm not going to say them. Have some guy go up, blow in her face or whatever. Listen, if you're worried about your relationship, 9 out of 10 times, it can be solved with open communication. You just got to talk to people for the love of God. Also, if someone, let's say this thing is important. The thing of like, could you peel this orange for me? And they're like, no. If you do not communicate, it will not get fixed. If you tell that person, I would really love if you just like, if I asked to do these things, they did it. And if they then reciprocate, if it never changes, that person is unwilling to change. And I think that is a red flag. A one and done, brutal. Okay? You know what I mean? If you're enacting elaborate plans to test someone, chances are it'll cause more problems than it solves, especially if you're filming it and making it into fucking content for other people. So I just gotta say, relationships are hard. They are. They're not easy. People who are like, we're happy. Good for you, unicorn. It takes a lot of work, dude. You just gotta communicate with your partner. That's the real test. Communicate with them, and if they actually reciprocate and they start changing, that's a good guy. That's a good girl. That's a relationship. Welcome to a relationship. Hi, there it is. Nobody's perfect, but people can learn to be better and people can learn to be in a relationship with specifically you and no one else. So thank you all so much. Hey, don't do these fucking theories. They're stupid. Bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about Hobby Lobby. Chances are you've stepped into this arts and crafts store at one point in your life. Passing by, you may assume there's nothing out of the ordinary. What lies inside, however, is a store with a strange and controversial history. This is mostly due to the company's dedication to upholding their evangelical Christian beliefs. Not only are they often the butt of the jokes for this, but they've also participated in some really scummy behavior in their efforts to push these kinds of views, right? Also, most egregious of all, they say everything's on sale all the time. I don't believe it. It's 100% that's just what the price is and they're telling you it's on sale. I don't fucking believe you. So let's look at what kind of place Hobby Lobby really is. Hobby Lobby is a retail store that was founded in 1972 in Oklahoma City by a man named David Green. What started as a home business selling picture frames evolved slowly over the years until today, where it's seen as one of the largest privately owned American companies with revenue reaching over $8 billion as of last year. I didn't know the motherfuckers were pushing picture frames like that. That's insane. It is pretty crazy. The stores themselves are like any other home goods and arts and crafts stores, right? Except with an aggressive focus on religious and hyper-conservative values. It's common to see signs that read like, we don't call 911, as well as the abundance of crucifixes in all shapes and sizes, which I just gotta say, just because you're a religious person, you might be conservative, doesn't mean that, you know, not knocking you for that, but I'm just saying these signs, they suck. All right. And also, to be fair, if I want to
fucking arts and crafts thing. I mean, do I want people shoving their beliefs in my face all day?
What if I like those beliefs?
I guess I didn't think about that. Many art pieces often include reference to scenes from the Bible, to the point where customers see it as incredibly tacky. Well, depends on which customer you are.
The toilet paper with the finger going out.
The toilet paper with the finger going out, I gotta say, fucking rules, actually. I know I just dogged him, but the finger toilet paper thing, that actually sick.
You know, it'd be even funnier if he had like a little poo finger, like at the end of the picture, just a little poo.
That would be funny. That definitely wouldn't be fucking absolutely disgusting. Younger generations ridicule the store for its live, laugh, love style of cringy, relatable products. So much so that it's become a trend to go into stores and jokingly read the signs out loud.
I think I like this little life.
$8 billion a year. Bitch, what am I supposed to tell you? Beyond that, Hobby Lobby has fully embraced artificial intelligence by selling what clearly looks to be AI art, some of which include glaringly obvious design errors, which I gotta say, that's every store at this point. I feel like every store I've gone in, I'm like, oh boy.
It's the vendors they buy from that are doing the AI art, so, but they don't care. They're just like, oh,
But yeah, I don't give a fuck. We'll put it on the shelf. I'll just, a little monkey with a hat on him. How do they do that? As a whole, Hobby Lobby has the reputation of selling incredibly low-quality art supplies and novelty products, and is believed by many artists to be in a noticeable decline. I remember back in the day, I used to get my Micron pins there, right? Because you'd be like, I gotta go there, I'm gonna get some paper to draw and some Micron pins. That used to be where you go. I went there recently. Despite this, some older people are incredibly moved by their products. One woman films her husband being reduced to tears over a painting of a cow sitting at a dining table.
Are you crying?
Why did that make me cry?
Oh.
And I just want to say this. If I could feel anything remotely that pure, my hat's off to him. Or do you think it's mental illness?
I thought it was performative, but it could be mental illness.
However, if you've already heard of Hobby Lobby before the video, it's likely not because of their products. You probably know them for their weird religious activity. Hobby Lobby does not shy away from the fact that religion is baked into every facet of their business.
Actually, wealth can be a curse, and so we don't create wealth. We see ourselves as really stewardships of the profits that we earn.
One of the biggest stories to come out from the company was their unwillingness to provide forms of birth control as part of their health insurance plan.
Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor, GamerSubs, for being one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support, and for having amazing, tasty, quality products like our own flavor, raw meat, that you can order right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and everything has 0 sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the sody pops and get into something tasty, consider raw meat GamerSubs. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors, and they also have big tittied anime shakers that, you know, if you get your rocks off to that, I consider it because they're pretty sexy. It gets me stiff in my pants. So thank you, GamerSubs, for sponsoring this episode. And hey, check out raw meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw meat, if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video. To be fair, and I'm gonna say, listen, throw a dog a bone and let him have the birth control stuff. At the same time, every person I've ever seen in there is 76 years old, so they're probably like, it's barren, and it's nature's birth control. You think Gladys is fucking going, uh-oh. Can you imagine, could you actually imagine your 83-year-old coworker?
Last night I got in. Last night I was rolling around in the hay and a little bit of, baby gravy maybe got in. I mean, she's just like, hey, could I get a pill? I mean, what is the guy like, are you serious?
At that point, that is a miracle. If a 70-year-old.
I'm saying if you saw a 75, 76-year-old woman with a belly bump, I mean, I'd be like, you better, I've got to go to church.
She wants to suck that thing out.
And she wants to.
She's having second thoughts.
Yeah, if anything, at that point, if I was a CEO, I'd be like, this is seriously a miracle. Even I'd go down there. I'd be like, that's probably Superman. You're giving birth to something. I don't know. It could even be what if it's the Antichrist?
Well, Christians want the Antichrist to come because then they go to heaven. That's the coming of Jesus.
That's the rapture.
That's the rapture.
Imagine the woman that you work with at Hobby Lobby, the 75-year-old Gladys, is the signifier of the rapture. You just see that motherfucker like this inside her belly.
Yeah, the horns are poking too.
Yeah, she's just like, his name's gonna be Derek. In this house, we don't call 911.
She's red pilled by that point. Yeah, she's based. Gladys is definitely based. Probably got deep by like a 22-year-old veteran. This led to a widely publicized lawsuit in which Hobby Lobby succeeded in setting a new precedent that allowed some corporations to deny certain contraceptives to their employees based on religious reasons. You know what I don't like about it? You're going out of your way to be a dick, right? Well, yeah, fuck off, dude. It's kind of a God-given miracle that man was able to, I mean, take this and you will not have a child. I mean, how crazy is that?
They need a male version.
It's called a condom.
Well, I'm tired of leaving it up to the woman.
You talking about? So what you're saying is that you want a pill where it's like, it also comes with a slingshot device that you put in and you have to hit her. She has to consume it and boom. Perfect.
Yeah, it's like a little dart that gets injected in them.
Every man becomes like a Rambo at that point up in a tree. Yeah, or it's just a blow dart. Damn it. All right, I'm not pregnant now.
I meant a man takes the pill and fucking dissolves your sperm.
I kind of wish there was a way, I wish there was a switch. Imagine in the future, the same people who came up with the light switch came up with a thing where you stick into your balls, your testicles, and you're able to just...
Oh, yeah. Or, you know, you had a second hole that, like, kind of like a train switch. Like, you could, if you wanted to come out the B hole.
This is getting to insane levels of autism, dude. It's like a train. I'm a conductor. When I want to make left to a go and make jisms, I turn it to the left. I'll tell you, we are getting on the. I mean, come on, we're gonna need a spit bib and a hard hat after a while. Better watch out. Similar to companies like Chick-fil-A, which also hold Christian values, they too are not open on Sundays. Not only that, but they refuse to celebrate Halloween or sell any horror-themed decorations, seeing it as pagan holiday that should not be respected or acknowledged. I think you know what they need to do. Hobby Lobby could be in a market where, what if they had like a fucking sick-looking Jesus thing? Put that in your yard. That'd be creepy as fuck. They think it's like, oh, stop the spirit. I'm like, can you imagine that? Praise the Lord! Like that, whatever.
That'd be scary.
No, it'd be scary. Not only are there stores known to play Christian music, but some employees have even noted that sermons are played for all employees before the store opens and closes.
So if you ever find yourself crying or getting teary-eyed, just know they're playing some worship music. I feel his presence in here.
Christian music, dude? Some Creed? Oh.
My uncle is a Christian man.
Love your uncle's Christian rock band. It is so good. Unironically. Unironically, I was like, God damn. Turn up in my car show. I was like, this shit fucking, this rips. They go even further to push their beliefs by putting out newspaper advertisements about Jesus Christ, something David Green claims he felt commissioned by God to do since as far back as 1995, which I just want to say, it's always people that feel like they've been talking with God. It's a little bit of narcissism, isn't it? You taught me David Green, you're selling paints and picture frames, dude. God told me to do so. No. In 2021, they received heavy backlash for posting a full-page ad on Independence Day attempting to prove that the U.S. is meant to have Christian-run government. Okay, once again, this is an art store. Starting in 2022, religious advertisements started to release on all platforms, with some showing up during multiple Super Bowl commercials, which I just want to say, so, I mean, it's like, for a 30-second commercial, I think it's like $2 to $10 million.
Oh, well, they got the funds.
They got the funds. And to spread the good word, he's probably just like, God, I'm a good person.
Yeah.
God. Isn't that right, Gladys? Her just uterus is open. Like goat man's coming out of it. It was created by an ad campaign called He Gets Us, which has spent hundreds of millions of dollars thus far, with reported plans to spend around $1 billion within its first 3 years. Uh-oh. Whoa. The ad consisted of various pictures showing people getting their feet washed, an act that's supposed to be symbolic of humility and forgiveness of sinners. Most, however, just saw it as judgmental, creepy, and vaguely horny, if I'm being honest. Did you see those? I've seen those. He gets us. He just gets us. One ad in particular tries to explain how we should just love our enemies the way Jesus did. And the images of the advertisement depict minorities and liberal-looking people as evil sinners who are seen shrieking at cops and country boys, right? The good uns. I guess I should just like them. These sinners, these freaks.
Look at that woman with a ring in her nose. Septum pierce theory. Hobby Lobby has a lot of strange commercials as well. Often, they're filled with ham-fisted morals and seem to cater to a much older religious people. In one Christmas commercial, for example, an overworked mom is seen working tirelessly to clean up after her gamer son. After realizing how lucky he is to have her, he suddenly decides to sell all of his video games to purchase Christmas decorations and surprise her. Yeah, right, dude. Talk about a fucking fictional story. That motherfucker be Mom, get up here! Be like that kind of thing.
He's using her credit card to buy like riot points or whatever.
Yeah, riot points and vape juice and shit. Blowing fat clouds in there, ordering fucking escorts and stuff like that. That's my stocking stuffer. Employees of Hobby Lobby often voice their frustrations online. As you would expect, they meet all sorts of strange customers. Which I want to say, going into a Hobby Lobby, it is very odd because it's like, there's always somebody in there, shopper, but they never have anything in their cart. Everyone has a cart and they're walking aimlessly around like a labyrinth, which leads me to believe, do they hire people to just walk around the store to make it seem there's people in there? I'm telling you, go to a Hobby Lobby, you'll find someone in there and they're just walking around with nothing in their cart. Looking at like fucking wreaths. And also everything has like cinnamon on it. It smells like cinnamon everywhere. You know what I mean? But they're just looking, kind of reminds me of like Scientology. Many of them swear by Hobby Lobby, these strange customers, treating it like their second home. Their love runs so deep that it becomes common for them to visit other stores like Michael's or Joann Fabrics to brag about how great Hobby Lobby is in comparison. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the store's okay. It's just no Hobby Lobby.
Those are again paid actors.
Crisis actors. Yeah, 100%. Do you think it's recruiters? Do you think the same actors that go in, they're just like, it's so weird. It's weird because it's actually a better price at Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, it's advertising. That's the $1 billion budget.
That has to be a part of the $1 million budget. One Hobby Lobby employee was asked by a customer if he had any experience with planting. The customer proceeds to tell them that his uncle has created a type of dust that is incapable of getting wet, which he claims is so important that it can save the country. And during his rant, he started explaining how Obama failed to save homes from the flooding and how the dust could also be used to clog up and stop BP oil spills. The worker was then asked to try and make him the dust he was referring to which he said no, and walked away. You think you can hook me with some of that dust? No, I don't think I will, actually. Gassing yourself up real big. That sounds great. I could actually have a leak in my garage. No. There's no way. First off, if you're making miracle dust, there's no way you're not carrying around sandbags. Yeah, pockets of dust. I should fix it. Like, dude, what the f? You just he's like, no, don't mess with it. Because that's the answer. And Obama did a bunch. I'm not going to get into it, but yeah. In one case, a woman chastised the company for selling candy in multiple locations of the store. She tries to start a movement by having people commit to an agreement and to tag their social media page to stop this.
I don't need to walk through and see all that stuff. I don't want my kids asking for things when we check out. There's got to be a way to do this. Let's talk Hobby Lobby. And for those of you who agree, please comment and tag them below.
What? What? I don't know. In a particularly absurd story, Christian parents were in an uproar after seeing that potentially demonic products were being sold in the Hobby Lobby stores. A supposed member of the Satanic Temple played a prank on the company by using Midjourney AI, and she created a fake image of Hobby Lobby aisle stocked with what appears to be satanic pillars. The post started to spread, leaving older, less tech-savvy Christian adults in complete shock. Which I gotta say, that's the perfect prank for like Facebook adults. Why would the adults believe that was real?
Because
it's in a picture and it's in front of them.
Exactly.
Oh my god!
And it's on Facebook. There's a huge there's a huge prank going on where people are taking photos in their room and putting an AI homeless man in it, and then sending it to their parents, being like, "I let this guy in."
I've seen that, yeah. And then the parents like, "What the?" Which, to be fair, if I was a parent, I'd be like, "Wait, what?" But like a giant pillars, I'd be like, "What? That's fake."
Would you let a homeless person in?
No.
I always thought
they're homeless, they're not supposed to be in a home. Okay, that's a prank. That was a joke. I would probably even like someone I've never met. I'll never let you in my home.
If someone knocked on the door and said, "Hey, I got a job interview. Can I take a shower?"
No. What? You look fine. Put on the blind.
What if they said, "Can I use your garden hose for a shower?"
All right.
But if he sat there and I'll tell you this, he turned on the door, and if he was like pulled out like actual tiny shampoos, I'd probably open up the door. All right, come on in.
See, he just fell for it. Then now he pulls out a knife.
At least he'd smell good, killing me, I guess. That's a commitment, though. I'm washing myself.
Yeah, in the hopes that you'd have a change of heart.
Yeah, exactly. I feel oddly compelled to let this man in. One of the most contentious parts of the working for Hobby Lobby is that, unlike basically every other retailer, they refuse to use barcodes. Really? You think it has to do with satanic? It's probably satanic symbols and barcodes? Yeah. Back in the 1980s, people started to fear that UPC barcodes actually hid secret references to the mark of the beast.
But these numbers are always sandwiched in between these three spacer symbols, here, here, and here. Two vertical lines with the space between them. But here's what's strange. Whenever the number 6 appears in a barcode, it's also represented by two vertical lines with the space between them.
A rumor had begun to spread that Hobby Lobby, following the evangelical Christian values, feared this and decided to do everything manually as a precaution. According to David Green himself, however, it's simply because he feels that it's more accurate to have humans take inventory rather than trust computers. Does he understand how computers work? Despite this claim, it actually just makes ringing customers up way more time-consuming and tedious because they have to manually type in each price on top of memorizing their unique discounts that change constantly. Once again, I don't believe that's even real discounts. One 6-year-old new employee found herself making small mistakes trying to learn the system, which led to a large man screaming at her and threatening to beat her ass in the parking lot over a single candle he was trying to purchase, which I want to say was a bit excessive by the man. Come on. Unless he was just sitting there, she's like, oh, God, I don't know. And he's like, can I just leave? No, no. Megan has he's like, I'll kick your ass.
Stop yelling at me. I'm pregnant.
What if she was there for like literally 20 minutes trying to ring up one candle?
I'd leave. I would leave. I would leave after 3 minutes. I would leave after 2 minutes, Nick. Do I need the Hobby Lobby candle? What flavor is it? What scent could it be? It's cinnamon. It's cinnamon. And I'd be like, I'll just fucking go buy some Febreze.
Sorry, I'm pregnant. He's kicking.
It's like,
whoa, whoa. He's singing.
Like, huh? Well, your baby's doing what?
He sings to me.
Can you imagine a 6-year-old with pregnant? She looks at you with her fucking swollen ass belly. You're like ringing it up or whatever. And she's just like,
it's not good. There's something bad inside me.
I gotta tell you, that'd keep my ass up at night. Are you kidding me?
He's saying your name.
The guy's like, I haven't told you my name. She's like,
Stephen.
Can you imagine being right?
Hunter.
Man, that's why he's starting to beat her ass. I'll fucking kill you.
I can't die. I just can't feel. My soul was burned a long time ago.
That'd be so fun. I'm actually scared myself. Like, can you imagine that? An old pregnant woman being like, my soul was burned long.
It was burned in a lake of fire.
That's worth an ass kicking.
Before she even talks. One man who had been working there for 10 years was abruptly fired because he patted a customer's arm to console them because he was disappointed that he had to wait a day to get his photos framed. I don't want to say, don't touch me. At one Hobby Lobby location, an employee was asked to jump into a trash compactor to fix it after their poor maintenance caused it to break down. Hey, Hunter, quick tip. I'll pop me a quick tip. Hey, don't jump in a trash compactor, okay? Just gonna repeat that again. Don't jump in a trash compactor. Don't put your arm in don't go near a trash compactor if you don't have to. I saw a guy break his fingers on one time. They had it was to compress cardboard boxes down, to flatten them. And like people because like when they go down, some boxes start to come out. So you like press them back in. When he was pressing them back in, it caught it and he couldn't grab it. And
did they come off?
Yeah. Or no, they kept on, but they were mangled. They had to be removed. So he's fingerless. What was funny enough though is we called him Shaka-Bra because these left. So they was all stubs and they would do that.
We're like, yo, 15 years old, not understanding the real situation.
What job was this?
It's like a grocery store. It's common for employees to be injured on the job, especially when working in stock room doing physical labors. One man, however, found that the company was unwilling to accept injuries they'd caused. Neil Roberts was shocked to find out that the company hired a new slew of private investigators to confirm his back injury was real before offering him workman comp. $8 billion company. Got an investor, Inspector Gadget, whatever there. One investigator took things a step too far when he tried to sneak a GPS tracking device onto his vehicle. He was also followed and photographed for a long period of time. I was going to say bad investigators so they know he's being photographed. Tail it, boys. One of the most obnoxious things that Hobby Lobby seems to be known for is stalking and profiling. Did not see that coming. One video showcases two employees burying their heads in clothing racks to spy on another customer for 10 minutes.
It's the inspector.
I'm telling you, it's the Inspector Gadget thing. Go Gadget subtlety. A lot of people who speak out about being followed often just so happen to be people of color who, or those who have tattoos. And because of this, Hobby Lobby is accused of profiling people who just don't fit the description of clean-cut evangelical Christians. Why aren't you following them? Said the pregnant old woman. She's fine. I'm more worried about you. This pales in comparison to one of the wildest stories to come out from the Green family. What I'm referring to is the Museum of the Bible. The Museum of the Bible was created in 2010 by the Green family and officially launched in 2017, costing upwards of $500 million. The goal, according to the nonprofit behind it, is to bring to life the living word of God, to tell its compelling story of preservation, and to inspire confidence in the absolute authority and reliability of the Bible. Part of what makes the museum so impressive is that it contained thousands upon thousands of historical objects and artifacts. Many of these artifacts were being gathered by David's son since as far back as 2009. The fact that they were able to acquire so many in a span of 6 to 7 years was incredibly suspicious. That's pretty suspicious. Very, very suspicious. How'd you get that? David, how'd you get that? The truth eventually came to light. In less than a year after opening to the public, Hobby Lobby, one of the main donors, was fined $3 million for illegally importing thousands of unique artifacts. One of the items claimed to be illegally purchased was a 3,500-year-old clay tablet known as the Gilgamesh Dream Tablet, which was acquired in 2014. It was soon understood that many other objects, like the supposed Dead Sea Scroll fragments in their possession, were forged and purchased without properly proving their authenticity. Over time, more and more items had to be returned from the museum to both Iraq and Greece, and out of 40,000 artifacts the museum originally boasted, around 13,000 were returned. And while the museum now promises to properly authenticate its pieces and respect the acquisition process going forward, it's still heavily criticized today for its shady behavior. Others simply hate the museum as they believe its purpose is less about historical and religious education and more about trying to brainwash people into becoming a Christian, which they refuse. I just want to say too, I think it's so funny that they're just like, I didn't think I should. I didn't know I should. I thought that was Jesus Christ. It's just a dead guy's body. Also, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I thought those those are like on tour. Like that's like something. Have you ever heard of those? I saw they were in like the show in Kansas City where like behind all this glass and stuff. But it was like, I don't think they're just like, all right, fine, we'll sell them. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure like it's probably like some kind of government owns them or some shit like that. I don't know. If there's anything to take away from this video, it's that Hobby Lobby is surely one of the stranger retail stores we've covered. At least at the Goodwill outlets, you know what you're getting right off the bat, right? Insane people scrounging for a deal. With Hobby Lobby, there's this uncomfortable feeling that there are strange things happening behind the scenes. But if you want cheaply printed AI art and a unique crucifix for every day of the week, go nuts. Just make sure you look over your shoulder because someone's probably watching you. We will see you in the next one, guys. Hey, praise God.
Hallelujah.
Loving the series so far. The male lead asked for permission a bit too much. Could have done without it, TBH. 5 stars.
This book is amazing. Absolutely loved it. I'm leaving snail trails all over my apartment. Perfection. 5 stars.
Oh, I absolutely loved it. I'm never looking at my German Shepherd the same way again. Blushing emoji, 5 stars.
No, you can't monetize this video. Are you dense? It's literally just porn.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about books. Or we're actually kind of talking about smut. Oh, God. Book talk is a crazy thing that has taken over TikTok. You ever see women jump around, you know, or they do that silent review thing where they're like... and they show off 7 different books that they read in 1 month because how do you have that much time? I feel like a idiot every time I watch these. Knowledge. Who the has enough time to read this many books? I don't think I've actually read a full book since like high school. Real talk. I've read like comics. You don't count comics as a fucking book. Yeah, manga. Yeah. But basically, book talk has made reading cool. Women get to come together and talk about the books they like. I love that book. I've never read that book. I'm gonna put it on my buy list. I'm gonna read it. Or sometimes people just like to act like they read books, but really they just put it up on a shelf and then they color coordinate it like red, blue, green, yellow. And it's an aesthetic thing, like Dr. Seuss's house or something. I don't know. If I walked in a library and I saw that, I would be like, there's no way. And then, you know, you have people who are very excited about books, and then you have people who are weeping. I mean, weeping over books, which begs the question again. It's kind of the whole idea of you not crying, or you are sobbing, and then you set up your phone to record yourself crying for community engagement with book talk. Is that weird? I don't know. And here's the thing. I want to say this. It's ignorant of me to say this because I haven't been a part of a community where people do that, right? So this could be a normal thing where people are like, oh, it's normal and it's kind of funny. We're laughing at ourselves with the camaraderie that we have. I could see that, dude. Whenever Vinnie Paul died, the drummer of Pantera, I cried. I called my friend sobbing. Oh, fuck it, he's dead! Like that the whole time.
That's a person, and you're not like setting up the camera, calling your.
I'm trying to be devil's advocate, Nick. All right, I don't want all these b****s being mad at me. Okay, I don't. You know, a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh, f you, Hunter. What do you know?" I know when people are a little nutty. That's a little nut. But book talk does have a dark side, and the dark side is women evolving, transforming, mutating to recommend smut. And because of this, we have seen the rise of smut talk. Oh my God.
You won't ever find a guy like
Cover your mouth in a second. I promise you're not gonna yell for help.
listen to me. You will never forget me. You really don't.
Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. You know, I've been trying to eat a little better lately, and it's hard because some days I'm still left hungry. My big belly, it aches. Oh, God. But that's how I came across Magic Spoon. Their high-protein, zero-sugar cereal fits right into my diet and gives me the boost I need. With 14 grams of protein and a delicious crunch, Magic Spoon makes a perfect studio snack or a pre-workout meal. Yeah. Magic Spoon is also a fun trip down memory lane to all the cereals you used to eat as a kid, but can't anymore. Cocoa is my personal favorite, but they have other tasty options as well, such as fruity, peanut butter, cinnamon, and even birthday cake. Oh, and your candles. Use my code PAPAMEAT or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon today and get 5 whole buckaroos off. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product that it's backed with 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money. No questions asked. So click the link in the description and go to magicspoon.com/papameat for $5 off. Thank you, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. The hashtag smut talk has been searched over 4 billion times and is growing in popularity very quickly within the book talk community. People hear, oh, book talk, what is this about? And then you figure out that this is people being a little horny. Don't point at yourself, dude. Don't point at yourself, Nick. There's a TikTok that has 1 million likes where it's just like the Grim Reaper can f like a god or something. And it's like girls, you know, whenever they cut themselves out or it's like a green screen, they're just like, yeah, okay, give it some of that. Heck. Which I will say this, I'm gonna die on this hill. The people that consume this shit are the people that are the stingiest in bed too.
Starfish.
The smut side of the book sphere, so to speak, is not new. No. Do you remember a little book called 50 Shades of Grey? 50 Shades of Grey is probably the most notorious erotic fiction, and it's heralded as the book that brought spicy books into the mainstream. Girls getting a little goopy down below, a little swamp fever at work. Well, every time I think of 50 Shades of Grey too, I always think of Gilbert Gottfried reading 50 Shades of Grey.
Are you
meat to the thing, but I'd really like to claim your egg.
There was the meme around the time it was coming out because it was so popular that like even during the movie, people were leaving cucumbers with condoms on them. There's that really image that circulated of the woman who she went to the grocery store. She only bought 50 Shades of Grey and one cucumber. Before 50 Shades of Grey, bookstores had a small section of erotica, but now they have full walls and aisles dedicated to it, which I don't think is wrong, Nick. I don't think is wrong. The problem I see with all this stuff is that people, they don't just come out and own it. They're like, it's literature. Oh, it's book talk. I love reading books. Why can't people just come out and just be like, I just want to be f***ing chubbed up all day? Can't say that as a guy. Double standard much? The girl's sitting there reading something next to me, Court of Thorns or whatever the f*** it is. And if I had a big Penthouse magazine and I was like, oh, so I'm the bad guy now. And you know, here's the thing. When I was younger, my mom, you used to be a little more Puritan, right? Women had there was little book stands you could spin. It's always the same thing. It's like woman with man holding or is behind her. It's like a fantasy novel. And inside they just talk about deep f***ing. That's all they do. Every time the cash register was always just like, my mom was reading that litigiously.
Good girl. Does that make sense?
Please do not say good girl about my mom, dude. My God.
2nd grade, there's this book, Big T-Rex. Partly why I bought it. But then there's a girl on an ATV, her titties were like, you could see them through the shirt.
So let's dive into the world of book talk and see all the horror that goes on there. Come with me. Come. First, we're going to start off with a notoriously popular one called Fourth Wing. This is written by Rebecca Yarros, and it's a #1 best-selling author. Just like every other book I see on the stores, it's a #1 bestseller. One of the most recommended book series on Book Talk is Empyrean by Rebecca Yarros. The first book in the series is The Fourth Wing. It has a 4.58 on Goodreads, with over 1.7 million ratings and 232,000 reviews. Here is the synopsis. Fourth Wing is a fantasy romance novel set in a brutal military college for dragon riders. The story follows Violet Sorengale, a young woman who is forced by her commanding general mother to join the Riders Quadrant instead of living a quiet life among books and history. Just like my book talk. She's just like me. It features a strong romantic subplot between Violet and Xaden Ryerson, a powerful and attractive wing leader.
Okay, this is kind of turning me on.
If there was a GoPro under my desk, we would be in a lot of trouble. Somebody was good enough to upload their emotional turmoil and their emotional stages while reading this piece of literature.
This is me before reading Fourth Wing. They are going absolutely. Don't fight it anymore. He's always wanted her. Oh my god, what's going on? This cannot be happening. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this.
I'm telling you, once again, if I'm able to do the joke of like, don't put this in. The first comment is, I cried for an hour because of Liam. I wish I knew what that meant. Editor, put just who is Liam and what happened?
Man, I'm dead.
Destroyed my soul! Oh my god! No, because after that I couldn't do it. Full on sobbing. For real. Mother is mothering. You know what's kind of pisses me off about this? It isn't even the emotional response, right? The cringe, right? Because I can sympathize with somebody giving themselves over a bit. No, I'm fucking pissed because I can't be a part of a community like this. I don't think I like anything enough to really be a part of that.
What if they made a Magic the Gathering erotic fiction?
If they made a Magic the Gathering erotic fiction, I would unironically read the shit out of that, and I would be laughing my ass off. Here are some of the reviews. I just want to read some of the reviews on Goodreads of what Fourth Wing is. I need the next book now! I cannot gather my thoughts and get my points out coherently right now. Like, how can I even write this review and explain how much I love this book? I swear, this book had me in the biggest fucking chokehold. 2 chapters in! I am obsessed with this book! The romance, oh my god. The romance was perfect, chef's kiss. Enemies to lovers, splendid, beautiful, it had me going feral. The tension was everything. It's the perfect build-up, and the payoff is amazing once it happens. That was Brooke's review. That was crazy. I mean, I can't believe she reviewed that much. If Throne of Glass, Divergent, Aragon, and Zodiac Academy had a baby, this is better. I am utterly obsessed. Mark my words, this is the next big romantasy series. Zayden Ryerson, this man has easily become one of the top book boyfriends of all time. He's a man who is loyal, caring, and wise. And the way this man obsesses with Violet, damn. The things I would let this man do to me. These are intense reviews, but you know these people are writing this with no emotion on their face. The things I would let this man do to me. She's just down, she's like, I want to say we do have a couple excerpts from this book.
I think we should preface, there are entire videos that people post on Book Talk of just the spicy chapters.
I knew it was coming, but it still got me. People post entire videos of just the scenes, which at the same time, I understand. It's like the most titillating thing, but it's crazy that people can just be like that openly horny together. Would you say that the parallel to guys is people just being like, that's hot?
Yeah. You know, it's like similar to guys like Stella Blade or Stellar Blade.
What is Stellar Blade?
Oh, it's that like anime girl. People were going crazy on Twitter saying, don't censor her! Don't censor her!
Stop censoring her! Leave her be! If we're going to talk about these books, we at least need to read some of the spicy passages so we can at least get an understanding of what these books entail, okay? So here's a couple excerpts from The Fourth Wing. Well, this is from chapter 30. This is the first excerpt. He captures my wrist in one hand and holds them prisoner above my head.
Violet?
Zayden groans against my mouth. The plea in his tone floods my veins with a whole different form of power. Knowing he's just affected by our attraction, I am in a rush.
This isn't what you want.
It's exactly what I want. I counter. I want to replace the anger with lust, the death of the day with the pulse-pounding assurance of my own life. And I know he's capable of delivering all that and more. You said to do whatever I need. I arc my back, pressing the tips of my butt against his chest. His breathing changes, and there's a war in his eyes that I'm determined to win. That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. Just, getting around. That's not too bad, though. I can see the kind of like little play to that. Here's excerpt 2. Our mouths collide, and the kiss is hot and hard and completely out of our control. No more holding back. Not anymore. I reach between us, guiding the head of his to my entrance. I did not know it went this hard. Some people say it's not smut. I did not realize it got this is graphic. Also the head of his cock. But this position is shit. He's considerably taller than the desk, and if I wasn't so desperate for him, I'd laugh. His biceps flex as he lifts me by the back of my thighs, and I wrap my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist. Our mouths meet in a ravenous kiss as my back hits the armoire, but I barely blink, too consumed with the stroke of his tongue, the feel of him between my thighs.
Are you all right?
He asks. I'm fine. You won't break me. He pushes inside that first tight inch of me, and I gasp at the fit, the stretch. What? So is this on Amazon? You said this is on Amazon? That's pretty... I go to Barnes & Noble. I'm just shaking the whole time. I'm flustered. I didn't realize, Nick. I didn't know.
That one is the most tame.
What do you mean that one's most tame?
They get worse.
The Fourth Wing is the most tame of these? Oh my god, okay. Here is another popular series on Book Talk. The first novel in the series has 4.19 rating with 2.8 million ratings and 220,000 reviews. That's way more than the last one. A Court of Thorn and Roses, or Okatar, as people say, by Sarah J. Maas. It's a fantasy romance novel that follows the journey of Fair Archinson, a mortal huntress who is taken to the magical land of Perthian after killing a fairy wolf. Fear and Tamlin's relationship is central to the story, and it includes several explicit scenes. Which here's some reviews, which I love reading these reviews. This one is from Maria. I'm speechless. What am I supposed to say after this? Am I supposed to write a coherent review with vital points as to why this book was f***ing amazing? I can't even talk right now. I'm speechless. I want the second book in my hands, but my order still hasn't come. I'm ready to go to f***ing England myself and purchase it. Kids, I'm literally dying here. Holy f***ing shit. I shipped these two so hard I can't even breathe. When he sent her away, I wanted to scream. He gave her a good f***ing and left her hanging. My God, Maria, that is unhinged to say right after you said, kids, I'm literally dying here. The kids in the back, they're in the kids part of Barnes & Noble, like hiding. She's like running around. Where the kids at? Where are they at? You don't even know how horny I am right now. We do have excerpts again from Okatar, A Court of Thorn and Roses.
I put that review in because this is that scene that she's talking about.
Oh, this is the scene. Okay, so we get the scene that she's talking about. Okay, chapter 27, and apparently they say this is the spiciest part of the book. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. He leaned in forward and kissed me lightly. Not forever. And though I knew it was a lie, I put my arms around his neck and kissed him. He pulled me onto his lap, holding me tightly against him, and his lips parted mine. I became aware of every pore in my body when his tongue entered my mouth. Though the horror of Resin's magic still tore at me, I pushed Tamlin onto the bed, straddling him, pinning him as if he would somehow keep me from leaving, as if it would make time stop entirely. His hands rested on my hips, and their heat singed me through the thin silk of my nightgown. My hair fell around our face like a curtain. I couldn't kiss him fast enough, hard enough, to express the rushing need within me. He growled softly, and deftly flipped us over, spreading me beneath him as he wrenched his. And I dragged my hands through his hair, savoring the silken smoothness. He traced the arc of my hip bones lingering at the edge of the undergarments. He breathed my name onto my chest, one of his hands exploring the plane of my torso, rising up to the slope of my... I trembled, anticipating the feel of his hand there, and his mouth found mine again, and his fingers stopped just below. With one long claw, he shredded through the silken lace, and my undergarment fell away in pieces. The claw retracted, and his kiss... his wolf claws can retract? The claw retracted, and his kiss deepened as his fingers slid between my legs. I'm telling you, dude, we're getting swampy in here. I'm telling you, it's about ready to be a whole bag of melted jelly beans before too long. I wanted him now. I wanted the barriers of our clothing to vanish. I wanted to taste his sweat. Wanted to become full of him. Don't stop! I gasped out. He lunged, a beast freed of its tether. We were a tangle of limbs and teeth, and I tore at his clothes until they were on the floor, then tore at his skin until I marked down his back, his arms. His claws were out, but devastatingly gentle on my hips as he slid down between my thighs and feasted on me. Stopping only as I shuddered and fractured. I was moaning his name when he sheathed himself inside me in a powerful, slow thrust that had me splintering around him. I want to tell you something. A friend of mine, his wife gave my wife this book, and she'd never read it, and I hope to God it stays that way. How am I supposed to follow this up, dude? Motherfucker has retractable fingernails and stuff like that. It is going to be a sad day when she reads this book. We moved together, unending and wild and burning. And when I went over the edge the next time, he roared and went with me. I fell asleep in his arms, and when I awoke a few hours later, we made love again, lazily and intently, a slow burning smolder to the wildfire of earlier. And then he fucking bails. There's the reality check, women. You know what happened is actually they were like, and they lived happily ever after. I bet you the fucking author, what's her name again? Somebody left her hanging. Don't you want to stay? And the guy's like, no. Dude, that wasn't as bad as the Fourth Wing.
This next one.
Okay, all right. This next one up is called Icebreaker, which Icebreaker by Hannah Grace is a contemporary romance novel that combines elements of sports, romance, college life, and personal growth. Okay, that sounds awesome. The story revolves around the unlikely relationship between a figure skater and a hockey player, set against the backdrop of a university setting. I hate that. She's a competitive figure skater. He's captain of the hockey team. I hate this. I hate this already. Why can't he just be like, he just plays hockey? He's the best of the best. Despite Anastasia's Despite Anastasia's best efforts to not fall for a hockey player, but fall she does. Here's some of the reviews.
Shut the f*** up! This is 100% one of my favorite romance books ever! I love it so much! I was smiling wide while reading most of it.
So, Sophia. Here's some of the excerpts, all right? Chapter 9. He wastes no time sinking his hand into the hair at the nape of my neck, gripping tightly. His free hand slips under my body and palms my... All right, you're not wrong. We're starting off fast, making me moan into his mouth. What is up with people moaning into? Nate is everywhere all at once.
It's just like the movie.
Nate is everywhere all at once. All I can do is hold on to him and take it. And when his mouth travels down my neck, sucking and nipping, I'm practically panting.
You sure?
You have a pen and paper for me to draw you a map? I'm making jokes. Why am I making jokes? Why do I find how unimpressed with me he looks right now so funny?
And hot?
I'm about to open my mouth to tell him to hurry up when his tongue runs down inside my folds. I'm actually wondering how much we can actually put in this. The cover of this is extremely deceptive. A loud, desperate moan echoes around the room. I don't even realize the noise came from me until I feel his shoulders move because the jackass laughs. Fingers tickle up my back of my thighs until they can't go any farther. His huge hands sink into my ass, squeezing at the same time. He sucks my clit into his mouth in a way that makes me feel like I'm floating. Giving her the fucking old sour, hey, the green apple Jolly Rancher treatment. One of his hands moves from my ass cheeks, and when I look down, a pair of brown eyes are staring back at me. What the f? It's like a fucking it's like an eyewitness animal documentary. Remember that song? He's sitting there. Oh, hey Nate, you about ready to make me act up? They stay burning into me. Watch me closely as two of his fingers slide into me, finding my G in 2.5 seconds. The feeling keeps building. Hands tug harder at his hair as I cry out. Stiletto heels digging into the hard muscle of his back as I desperately try to move my hips to ride his finger.
Nathan?
I whimper. I'm wound so impossibly tired I can't breathe.
Nathan, I'm going to...
I don't even get the words out as every part of me spasms and I scream! Everything tingling and throbbing as I tighten around him, bucking and thrashing, pressure and heat flooding my entire body. Removing his fingers and mouth, he leans back so he can look up at me properly. Wearing the smuggest expression I've ever seen as he sucks his fingers into his mouth, not once breaking eye contact. Oh my God! Wow. That's chapter 7? That is early on, or chapter 9. Wow, and we still have more to read. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell. That one got me good. I don't know if they're gonna get any better, but here's we go. We're gonna keep going forward here. We gotta keep pushing on. My trader's hips are moving on their own accord. A desperate whimper slipping from my parted lips as Nate slowly and deliberately rolls his hips forward. Oh, Nick, this one's taking it out of me, man. You only like me when you're drunk and horny.
Can you be a good girl and be quiet?
I nod, prepared to finally feel his long, thick fingers easing, throbbing between my legs. Dude, the music is still blasting. Our friends paying attention to anything but us, and the familiar red-hot pleasure shoots up my spine. Shower scene. We can't. Well, this video there's no way it's monetized. The video has to be age-gated by this point, right? We're riding an extremely thin wire here, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Let me tell you, there's thousands of these books, but we just want to end it on this one. The Kiss Quotient. Here's the synopsis. Stella Lane, an econometrician with Asperger's, believes she needs practice in romance and intimacy. She hires Michael Fan, a handsome escort, to teach her about relationships. It is rated a 3.9 with 500,000 ratings and 50,000 reviews, which we just want to do an excerpt from chapter 8, and it goes as followed.
How should I? What should I? Maybe I...
She gripped the collar of her shirt.
Should I undress?
I don't know. It's not in the lesson plan. Once the words were out, he wanted to take them back. Her list annoyed the hell out of him, but he didn't need to belittle her.
Are there parts I should reword? I'd be happy to change things.
She turned back to the lesson plan and skimmed her fingers over the lines at the thoughtful pace. The ball of irritation in his chest loosened. He couldn't be annoyed with her when she didn't understand.
It's like a puppy.
It's like a fucking puppy. God. Well, I can't be mad. She doesn't know what she's thinking and saying. She has Asperger's. God damn it. He usually preferred women with bigger breasts, lusher hips, and rounded thighs. He liked their softness, the way they filled his hands. That was not Stella. She was a rickety bitch, thin like a paper. Take your bra off. His voice came out rougher than he intended, but he couldn't help it. He was dying to see the rest of her.
It's not necessary. They're not my best feature. They're small.
Dude, I'm getting the Asperger voice down good, aren't I? A rough hand skated down her stomach and slipped beneath the waistband of her panties. Clever fingers caressed her with bold strokes. Her body clenched hard, clenched even harder when he pressed a finger deep, filling her. She climbed quick and sharp toward release, and it scared the hell out of her. Ah! Ah! She clawed at his wrist.
Stop. Stop. I'm not ready.
Okay, I'm f***ing calling it there. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's no way in hell this video, you're even going to see this video. It's going to be age gate. We're going to have to delete it probably. I don't know. All I got to say is, listen, ladies, I get it. The thing is that to women, I'm reading it in my voice, so it makes you laugh. If I would read this alone, I would laugh, right? But I could see people, if they really got into this shit, I could see them being like, yeah. To me, though, I'm curious. Well, okay, I'm not gonna lampoon everybody onto one thing, but I would say the majority of men would probably think they wouldn't like get into it the same way. Especially the commitment of having to read a whole book just to get your nut off. Come on, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, those were abhorrently cringy. To be fair, and the thing is, there's no way to take them out of context. It's a scene. You know what what I mean? You know what it is. It's just, I don't know. But I get it. And I gotta tell you one thing. There's a lot of worse things to, I don't know, be a part of. Smut talk, if you're a part of that, and you're throwing yourself on your bed because you're all horned up and you have to tell other millennial women about how your fucking beanbag is... Do what you gotta do. But I gotta say, very funny. I did not know it was this severe. I gotta tell you, I'm not gonna lie. This was a polarizing recording. I don't even know who I am anymore.
You're sweating, dude.
I'll see you next time. That's how I'm gonna end it. The KISS quotient. Quotient? What is... Okay. The KISS quotient, an econometrician? Econometrician. There we go. Still Lane, an econometrician. Say it again. Econometrician. Wait, before we get into the video, we're doing a subathon right now on twitch.tv, live right now, all in order to raise money for a new production barn so we can do more sets, more puppets, bigger stuff. We're live. After you watch this, go watch, support the Barnathon. Twitch.com/MeatCanyon. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about freaks. Or as we like to call people nowadays, TikTokers or people on Instagram Reels. But before you had entertainment at the little tips of your fingers, we had a little thing in the world called freak shows. That's right. I mean, people I think take for granted how easy it is to see all of the abhorrent, terrible people, not even disfigured, just terrible people out there in the world, right? TikTok. Jack Doherty, that guy who messes with tourists overseas, Johnny Somali. We take for granted how crazy it is that at any time you can watch, I'll give you a link to this. I watched a guy on Instagram Reels the other day. He pulled out his tooth with a wrench. He has 4 teeth left in his mouth. Horrible. You would pay money for that at a freak show. Because back in the day, people actively looked for these things. People wanted to have some kind of weird attraction, some kind of crazy phenomenon they could see, something to break up the mundane nature of their day-to-day life. And that's where the freak shows came in. So today I wanted to go down the dark alleys of the freak show, really see what made people tick back in the day. Because I gotta tell you, if it's anything like, it's gotta be, there's no way it can be as worse as today, but we can at least see. So let's talk about the earliest freak shows, right? It feels weird too. A lot of this is just like obese men. They're like, what a freak! You have to pay a ticket to like watch a guy like eat a cupcake. They're like, oh,
he's 250 pounds.
He's 250 pounds since the Great Depression. How does he do that? You fat f***. The concept of freak shows really began as early as the 1500s. These deformities used to be seen as a curse or an indicator of evil spirits, but eventually turned into public curiosity. So I like how back in the day, they're just like a woman with like maybe some facial hair, and they're just like, oh my God, there's a goddamn demon attached to that woman. Which, to be fair, if you're in 1500s, you'd probably think the same thing. You're just like, I don't trust her. Often these exhibits showcase people with a unique number of limbs or those with dwarfism. For the time, this was surprising to see and would merit paying for the chance to witness it. We're talking about 1500s. The WWE with Andre the Giant, that was the 70s, and people would come out in droves because before the internet, it was all word of mouth, right? So you would have people be like, the guy's 12 feet tall, he weighs 4,000 pounds. And this weird childlike optimism would go in people's heads and they'd be like, oh my God, he must be the biggest person ever. So the same thing applies with people with dwarves or like people that are like, he's the Spider-Man, he has 8 limbs. I could see people being like, are you fucking kidding me? Here, take a chicken, whatever they're paying. I don't know what they're paying with back then. An early example of a quote freak was Lazarus Colorado and his brother Johannes, who hung upside down from his chest. This is a crazy image, dude. Good fucking lord. His brother was a parasitic twin that did not speak and kept his eyes and mouth shut. Dude, if I sat there and I saw a guy, he's like, hello, I'm Lazarus. This is Johannes. And he's just like, he's alive, right? And he's like, he refuses to look at you. Look at me, Johannes! And he's just like, Because of his condition, he was unable to make money unless it was in the form of showcasing his deformity or a freak show. Now, this is kind of a sick way. The first guy who's just like, yeah, I don't give a pay to see me. Look at me. It costs $1. Look at me. Spectators would note that Johannes would occasionally open his eyes. Like he's just upside down. He's just like, that'd be creepy. If I was a kid, that would scare the shit. If I was a 15th century, like Victorian child, I'd be like, hide behind my mom. The two of them even made an appearance with King Charles I in the early 1640s. At one point in Lazarus' life, he was put on trial for murder after smashing a bottle on the head of a drunken man, acting in self-defense. Dude, you definitely know that guy was just like, let me fucking pick at him, let me see his cock. Lazarus is like, God damn you, sir. I do think Lazarus is like a very well put together guy. You son of a... He was charged with a death sentence. God! Jesus. But it raised the question of whether or not it was moral to take the life of Johannes, who had done nothing wrong. Yeah, Johannes is just like, upside down. Death to Lazarus, but keep Johannes alive somehow. He's innocent. Look at him.
Yeah, that's death sentence.
The death sentence to you. After showing records of the two of them being baptized, Johannes was deemed to indeed have a soul, leading to both of their freedom. So basically just like, fine, throw the freaks in some water. He has a soul. We'll let him live. It'd be funny if the next day Lazarus just busted another bottle over another guy's head. You son of a bitch. Hit him again. Or we could talk about the history of P.T. Barnum and his infamous freak show. Even if you haven't heard of P.T. Barnum, you've probably seen, I would assume, pictures or... This is like the most infamous freak show around. This is the world famous P.T. Barnum freak show.
Also Barnum and Bailey's Circus.
Barnum and Bailey's Circus. You heard of that? I didn't. Nick just said it. I've never heard of that.
Really?
No. While freak show acts technically started in the 16th century, it didn't begin to see widespread appreciation and popularity until the 1800s. 200 goddamn years of Lazarus beating people with bottles and Johannes being like, Oh, do you think he could speak, Johannes?
He said he couldn't speak. His mouth was shut.
He had to feed the little motherfucker on his chest, right? Johannes, eat the gruel. Fucking Lazarus has to lay on his back and like feed him up like that. It'd be a crazy session too. Can you imagine getting back shots from Lazarus and all of a sudden Johannes' hands are just like,
He's feeling it, titty.
looking like Hector Salamanca, whatever, for Breaking Bad. Lazarus is like, look at me, actor. Look at me, actor. Okay, we gotta move on. Amongst those in circus industry, P.T. Barnum was known as one of the most influential of his time. You may recognize the name for the movie The Greatest Showman with Hugh Jackman that definitely no one saw. In the movie, P.T. Barnum is portrayed as a fun-loving hero that takes in people with unfortunate abnormalities and celebrates them. But in reality, P.T. Barnum was an incredibly selfish man that took advantage of people around him from the very start of his career. Of course, the 1800s fucking freak show runner is not a good guy. I like how people are like, what? P.T. Barnum wasn't a good guy? He's like, Dolphin Boy, get in the tank! He's like, I actually don't know how to swim. Get in the fucking tank! His name was Phineas Taylor Barnum, and he was born in 1810 and proved himself to be a natural entrepreneur. Before he was 21, he was publishing his own newspaper and running a general store, as well as a lottery business. How the f do you start that? Buy a ticket. I'll call some numbers later, maybe you'll win. It's like, yeah, I trust you. He entered the world of entertainment at 25 when he bought the rights to the exhibit of an elderly African-American singer named Joyce Heath. She claimed to be the 161-year-old nurse of George Washington. Word? While many believed this claim was laughable, Barnum's impeccable marketing skills made her a cultural phenomenon. It's kind of interesting. The guy's just like, yeah, people will laugh at you, but like, there's gonna be some people who are like, really? Even today, if someone's just like, oh, I knew George, he was my neighbor, there's gonna be some guy be like, are you fucking kidding me? What was he like? Was he cool? You're like, it's been 200 years, sir. It's been almost 300 years.
Also, I think people would be like, oh, that's preposterous. I got to buy a ticket to prove them wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go and mock them to their face. And it's just going to be like probably like a 65-year-old woman who's just like, she wins you over. Hello. Oh, she's very nice. He had her working 10 to 12 hours a day. He had her working 10 to 12-hour days until she eventually died at the age of 80. Barnum exploited her to the very end, publicly displaying her autopsy for 50 cents to reveal her actual age as a final performance. What a dick, dude. 200-year-old woman, come see how old she really is. It's just like, she was 80. You got duped! The exit's right over there. In 1841, Barnum created the Barnum's American Museum in New York City, which began the golden age of the freak show. This is eerily similar to Zach Baggins. Is it not? He starts off as a ghost hunter and all of a sudden now he has a haunted museum. What's going to be next, dude? What is going to be next, actually?
What if he actually captures a real ghost?
I was going to say he starts a brothel.
Oh.
Zach Baggins Suck and Fuck Festival. You can come suck my dick if you want and get haunted. I don't know. The exhibits consisted of various items like taxidermied animals and fake historical artifacts. They were often referred to as dime museums. One historical artifact was a trunk of a tree that Jesus and his disciples supposedly sat under. He's like, that's it. I think he sat like this. Well, is it? Yeah.
How'd they get that from Jerusalem?
It's a dime. Yeah, how'd you bring that over from Jerusalem? Don't worry about it. The hawk guy helped me. It's like a guy with like covered in feathers. Another was known as Fiji mermaid. Rather than being the mummified remains of an actual mermaid, it was simply the torso and head of a monkey sewn to the back of a fish. I've heard of this one. The monkey thing, it looks rad. Looks very cool. P.T. Barnum's like a master. He's actually a master crafter, and they're just like, you should just become an artist. He's like, no! I'm a showman, you see. I have to make my money my only way I can. It's like impeccable work. P.T. Barnum, while incredibly talented, was very driven by greed and was often quick to exploit and deceive people for financial gain. He was commonly attributed with the phrase, there's a sucker born every minute. That's a fucking good phrase, though, isn't it? For like a seedy, like, there's a sucker born every minute just for me to penny pinch him. His unapologetic exploitation can be highlighted with the biggest breakout exhibit, his Human Curiosities, consisting of individuals with rare conditions or physical deformities. This would become what is known as the freak show. The performers were marketed as freaks of nature or simply freaks. Which now we can finally get into the freak show acts, dude. Let's actually start looking at what these people are. Starting with General Tom Thumb. Born in 1838, Charles Stratton lived with pituitary dwarfism, meaning his body was unable to properly produce growth hormones. This heavily impaired his development. Hasbulla. Have you seen the video of Mike Tyson kissing Hasbulla? How creepy is that?
Did you see he got interviewed and he's like, I thought he was a kid. That's what I do to kids.
I don't know, man. That's how I am with children. Yeah, I didn't know if you actually knew him. Like 26 years old.
Yeah. I didn't know he was a 30-year-old man.
He had stopped growing at 6 months old and only grew to a maximum of 3 feet 4 inches in his lifetime. It's kind of tall. Taller than Hasbulla, right? When P.T. Barnum was made aware of this man's condition, he saw an opportunity. He urged his parents to let him take Stratton under his wing in order to turn him into an entertainer. Now they're just like, let me take your baby, man, and I'll be able to produce gold with him. They're like, okay. I imagine the 1800s too, they're just like, you could have just walked in and grabbed him. Take him off my back, literally. He's on my back like a sea tick. Because of his abnormal height, finding a job was no easy task. So he took him up on his offer at only 4 years old. That's actually, I thought he was a full-grown man. He's just a child. How do you even know that there's something wrong with him? It wasn't the size of a goddamn, like a volleyball. Let me take your ball, child. 1840, how did he hear about him?
He must have been walking by. Ooh.
Oh my good God. Look at you, little man.
I'm 4.
That's the strangest 4-year-old I've ever seen. He learned to sing and dance. He learned to sing and dance while dressed in elaborate outfits. He was also known for his impersonations of famous people and was regarded as a talented comedian. He had talent. He's just like, stop doing the Rockefeller impression and get back in your monkey outfit. God damn it. Under his stage name, General Tom Thumb toured with Barnum for 3 years and made a fortune from his success. He even joined Barnum as a business partner. Damn, this looks like we're getting in there. In 1884, Barnum even went on tour to Europe, bringing Stratton along to perform in front of Queen Victoria. Australia. Stratton passed away from a stroke in 1883 at the age of 45. It was reported that 10,000 fans attended his funeral. That's actually kind of sick. I mean, like when I heard the 4-year-old thing, I was like, that's crazy, but don't get me wrong, he exploited the shit out of them. But it seemed like they were actually like in cahoots with each other, or, you know, he seemed like he got a good cut of the pie, hopefully. Which even the smallest cut of the pie would be pretty big for him. Okay. Next up, we have the Bearded Lady. One of the most iconic staples of the old school circus freak show was the Bearded Lady, aka Annie Jones. Born in Virginia in 1865, it was reported that she came out of her mother's womb with a chin covered in hair. Her money-hungry family sought to make money off of their daughter, sending her off to P.T. Barnum's New York exhibit before she was even a year old.
What is up with these parents?
P.T. Barnum was just, he's like goddamn Professor Xavier. He just is like getting like all these like wayward kids. And he's like, well, I have a school for you to be a freak in, my friend. My God, she was showcased in his museum and became a big hit. At a year old? I mean, behind a glass case, we were just like, ew. P.T. Barnum's just like, good girl, here's an apple. Everyone's just Johannes to me. Barnum offered her mother a weekly rate of $150 for a 3-year contract. Damn, that must have been good money, right? Holy
That's
shit.
a lot of money.
Annie would contrast her masculine features by dressing in extravagant dresses, and even honed her musical skills with the mandolin to elevate her performance. At one point, Annie helped Barnum out as nanny to his children. While she was caring for them, a phrenologist from New York kidnapped her.
I think that's a blood.
A fucking vampire doctor came in and fucking stole her. This man attempted to steal her and add her to his own sideshow exhibit. What? Desperate for the same success, he even claimed Annie was his child. I mean, she can talk. I mean, what? Unless they're all like Giannis. Feverishly braiding hair. Fortunately, things were settled in court and she was returned to her parents. Oh, good. How old was she at this point?
She was watching Barnum's kid at 8 years old.
But she had like P.T. Barnum's just like, keep the whole house under, don't worry, we're in a bad part of town, watch my kids please. She's at 8 years old with a full beard. She was one of the first to campaign against the usage of pejorative word freak as a way to refer as sideshow performers. Sadly, she died of tuberculosis in 1902 at the age of 37. Damn, dude. It's kind of sick though, dude. All these people actually have some kind of like, they're well-adjusted, respectable people trying to make positive change. Both Stratton and Annie here had positive actions, even at such a young age. Being taken away from your family like that, are you fucking kidding me? And then P.T. Barnum's just like, what do you mean? Freak isn't derogatory.
That's what you are, you're a freak.
You're just what you are, you're a freak. If I was fat, would it be rude to call me fat? Which now it is, I guess. Okay, never mind. Chang and Eng, the original Siamese twins. Chang and Eng Bunker were born in Thailand in 1811, conjoined at the sternum with both of their livers fused together. Aside from this, they're completely separate organs. Wow, the only thing combining them was just their livers? That's kind of f***ed, right? They had begun touring as a sideshow attraction with a man named Robert Hunter in 1829, going to Boston, London, and New York. They were very successful, and even got to perform for the Prince of Siam. The f*** is Siam at?
Siam.
What's Siam? God, dude, I don't know shit, dude. I'm dumb as fuck. Editor, I don't know. After that, they decided to buy a plantation in North Carolina.
What?
Investing a fortune in the importation of goods. They both got married and had 21 kids between them.
Oh my God.
Damn! I want to become a fucking freak, man. I need to get my life on track. Are you kidding me? Holy hell. Purchasing 18 slaves to take care of their massive family. Well, you know, it was a different time. You know. In 1860, they signed with P.T. Barnum in order to have a wax sculpture of them displayed at his New York museum. They worked together for only a short time. Chang and Eng struggled after the Civil War, no longer being able to rely on slave labor. Different time. Their plantation began turning very little profit, prompting them to consign themselves to the life of the circus with Barnum once more. He's just like, sorry, looks like you had to get rid of your helpers, huh? You want to go on the road? Chang Bunker died in 1874 due to cerebral blood clot after failing to perform an emergency separation surgery. Eng Bunker died as well 3 hours later. That is brutal, dude. All because they didn't want to do the surgery?
No, what happened was Chang died because of the cerebral blood clot. So then they were like, we need to cut you off because you're going to die
so they
with
failed.
him.
They failed to perform it. So they tried to do it, but he died 3 hours later. I see. Cut me off of this bastard. Get him off. Or we could talk about Isaac Sprague. Sprague. I think it's Sprague, the living skeleton. Isaac W. Sprague was born in 1841 in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. At the age of 12, Isaac suddenly began to lose weight at an incredibly fast rate due to the lack of medical knowledge at the time. Doctors were unable to figure out what was happening. One doctor suggested that it was simply from swimming too much. To have that be a conclusion, he must have been in that fucking pool all day. Or in the water. Isaac!
I'm staying out.
When he was fully grown, he weighed about 43 pounds and stood at 5'6". Due to this thin frame, he was often low energy.
Maybe that's why he's in the pool.
Yeah, I don't have to walk, I can just float. I like to think that they're just like, you're 43 pounds and you're 5'6". He's like, throws a towel over his shoulder and just walks down to the beach. Like, God damn you, Isaac. He had been working for his father as a shoemaker as well as a grocer. However, at 19, his parents had passed away. He found that he was unfit for most other jobs and struggled making a living. In 1865, P.T. Barnum convinced Isaac to work with him, going so far as to offer $80 a week, which is about $1,300 today. I mean, I was making about $5,000 a month. A little over $5,000 a month.
Pretty good. Not bad.
Like a living skeleton. I could buy my own pool. Barnum created the stage name The Living Skeleton, and his act became incredibly successful. That is crazy. He's a very thin man. Nice face though. Damn nice face. It's kind of crazy. I don't see it now. My legs are too fat. Knees are just always so unpleasant to look at, aren't they? Like, especially on skinny people. I don't like it. Strangely enough, imitators were inspired to starve themselves and lose an unhealthy amount of weight just to gain the same level of success that he did as a sideshow act. Isaac eventually married and had 3 children who did not have any of the ailments as their father. I'm telling you, dude, they are putting us all to shame right now, aren't they? Holy hell. He attempted to take a break from the circus work to be with his family, but eventually had to return to make ends meet. It was known that Isaac heavily disliked the job, likely for the constant ridicule he received for his appearance. Yeah. I'd love to sit there and be berated the entire 10, 12 hours a day. Can I please? He had also become too weak to easily perform his job, to the point where he was forced to wear a flask of milk around his neck to make sure he had enough energy throughout the day. Pours in a little tub in front of him. He's like, Isaac, you're supposed to drink it, not swim. Okay. As the show began touring around the world, Isaac developed a bad gambling habit. The money that was meant to support his family was being used to feed his addiction. Can you imagine seeing the little muff got like a blackjack table?
Hit me.
You have 19.
Hit it.
All right, that's a 24. Ah, shit. Gets up out of the table. You can't swim away from this gambling. Okay. In 1882, he was diagnosed with severe muscle atrophy. Harvard Medical School was fascinated by the rare case, offering him $1,000 or $26,000 today to study his body after his death. Not a bad deal. You give me $25,000 up front now? Are you kidding me? I'm not. Yeah. Isaac eventually died at the age of 45 in 1887 from asphyxiation after living his last several years in extreme poverty.
Dang, he just blew that money away.
He did, dude. I'm telling you, you gotta watch out. Now, hey, who doesn't like playing baccarat, right? Getting a little couple drinks, you ain't playing baccarat. Why not? But Isaac, I mean, can you imagine seeing that little shaky motherfucker at the table?
A 2.
People aren't even gonna know. People don't know how to play baccarat. Never mind, Esme. But tragedy struck this freak show. While the museum was very successful, a pattern of tragic events pushed Barnum to take his show on the road rather than being confined to a single building. He definitely just burned down his own thing for fire insurance. Let's see. In 1865, Barnum's American Museum was engulfed in flames, destroying the entire property. While no humans lost their lives, it was reported that 2 whales had boiled alive in their tanks.
Look at me. So he was SeaWorld.
His museum had 2 whale tanks. You know it was something too where they probably were just idle. They can breathe.
Just big enough to put them in.
That's what I'm saying. They're just sitting there like, they can't even move. They're just like, their fins touch the glass. He's like, well, at least they're breathing there. They gotta be happy, right? Hitting the fucking glass really hard. I love you! After it was fully rebuilt, another fire had destroyed the property in 1868, only 3 years later. The water used to extinguish the flames had frozen over, covering the building in icicles and inadvertently creating a dazzling spectacle. It does look pretty sick, honestly. Barnum decided it was not worth to keep rebuilding, opting to take the show on the road instead. It seems something like, is there an insurance scam there?
I bet he was a competitor.
That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, if people are starving themselves, some fucking anemic guy walking up, I haven't had a fucking piece of bread in 3 days. You, Barnum. But because of these fires and not wanting to rebuild, it ended up creating the greatest show on Earth. His new show was established in 1870. P.T. Barnum's Grand Traveling Museum, Menagerie, Caravan, and Hippodrome. You gotta shrink that name. Okay. This was thanks to the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, allowing circuses to easily relocate their animals and equipment, like the whales. P.T. Barnum was eventually approached by W.C. Coop and Dan Costello, agreeing to merge into a much larger production known as The Greatest Show on Earth. That's a great fucking name, way better than Hippodrome. What the fuck is that? As circus shows began to become more and more popular, many other big acts were being discovered, not just by P.T. Barnum, but from circuses all around the world, such as Myrtle Corbin or the four-legged girl from Texas. Corbin was born with dipicus, a duplication deformity that led to the growth of 2 extra legs and 1 extra pelvis, a whole other pelvis. Wow. It's crazy. I'll tell you what, dude, can I just say something weird? Pelvises are kind of aesthetically pleasing. Actual drawing them, like drawing them and stuff.
Okay.
You know, I don't have to fucking defend myself, dude. I said what I said and I meant what I said, Nick. You look disgusted there. Oh.
The bone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The bones.
Well, yeah, what do you think I meant?
I don't know.
You know, like when a girl has a nice pelvis, nice abs, you see like little bumps from the pelvis there?
Oh, okay. So, but you're not talking about just...
I'm not even having this conversation anymore. Well, this is going nowhere. Soon after she was born, her father would charge people a dime to come up and look at her. Hey, you, come here. Give me a dime. All right, have a good day. They got the attention of Barnum, who snatched her up and had her performing as young as 13 years old. I'll tell you what, Barnum finds a fucking way to find you, doesn't he? I like to imagine once again it was her like walking by like a fucking crab. Good God! She made enough money to retire at only 18 years old. That's awesome. That's fucking sick. The success of this attraction led many people to create fake prop legs in order to mimic the attraction. As she had a successful career, married, and had 4 children. It was said that different children were born from each orifice. Awesome. Hell yeah. Can you imagine that going out? Which path are you going to take? Pussy A or Pussy B? So she had 2 pussies? Awesome.
Just with the second pelvis.
That's sick, dude. Wonder which one she liked more. I hope this one comes out of Pussy A. She passed away in 1928 before her 60th birthday. For a freak show life, that's a fucking good life. She worked for 5 years and she just retired. That's awesome. Good for her. Or Joseph Merrick, the Elephant Man. I love the Elephant Man, dude. Have you ever seen the movie with Anthony Hopkins, the Elephant Man? I'm a human being too. You ever see that? All right. Joseph was born in 1862 and looked like any other healthy child. At the age of 3, he began to develop swelling across his whole body that continued to grow to alarming sizes. In his early years, he struggled to find a job after leaving school. Due to his disfigurement, he could not perform certain tasks and had to look extra hard for sustainable work. His dad helped him gain the proper license needed to become a door-to-door salesman, but would shock and scare off those that answer the door. First off, way to not have any intuition. So you look odd. Let's have you do something where you have to approach strangers and talk to them. Door? After being beaten by his father for his poor sales. God damn! You're not selling enough globes. I'm sorry, Dad. I did not want to buy it for me. He ran away from home. At this time, he was homeless and eventually admitted to the
Leicester
Union Workhouse, which helped out the poor by giving them work, food, and water. The conditions of this place were more so like a prison. His growing deformity took away his ability to perform any sort of physical task. In desperation, he offered to put himself up in a freak show. And soon, he was being paraded as a man that was half elephant, half man. It's so f***ed up. You know, like, it's something, too, that I like to imagine they came up like, just like that. You're an elephant. All right. You know what I mean? He's like, okay. When human curiosity exhibits were outlawed in the UK, he was again desperate for work. He went to Belgium to find work, only to be mistreated even further before contracting a bronchial infection that soon took away his ability to speak clearly. Sound motherfucker. I mean, what a hand life has dealt you. With the help of Sir Frederick Trevis, a medical student, he was able to reduce his infection. Regardless, he passed away at the age of 27 from asphyxia. He had dislocated his neck due to the weight of his head and the lack of support from his neck. It was said he tried to sleep on his back like a normal person, which ended up taking his life. This is very sad. Once again, yeah, just a completely hand that life gives you. Also, to outlaw the freak show thing seems ethical because of human exploitation, but it sucks because you're like, this is probably the only way this man could have ever had any kind of like living, you know, any times a means of living. Very sad. I wanted to put a fucking damper in the room here. Gotta get my another Johans kind of moment here. Or we can talk about Fedor Jiftichu. Jiftichu? He was Jojo the dog-faced boy. Now we're back in it. Fedor was another one of the most famous sideshow performers. Born in St. Petersburg in 1868, he was brought over to the U.S. when he was 16 to work with P.T. Barnum, because P.T. Barnum always finds a way. He had a condition known as hypertrichosis, which is excessive growth of hair anywhere on the body. The story that Barnum conjured up to sell tickets was that he and his father lived in a cave in the forest before being captured by a hunter. In the story, his father was killed for being far too savage. The reality was his father died by drinking himself to death. Well, maybe the being a freak werewolf man and might be a better way to go. Although Jeff DeChew was incredibly intelligent and could speak various languages, he was reduced to a dog that had to bark at a mocking crowd to make a living. A fucking bilingual man. Reduced to just being like, rough, 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 and people were like, oh, God! He passed away in 1904 from pneumonia when he was 35, being mourned by fans and performers all over. I will say, I wonder if this had any influence on the Werewolf Man. Does this not look like the Werewolf Man?
It looks like the Wolf Man, Michael J. Fox.
Well, the Universal movie came out in the 30s, like the 20s or something like that, but Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf, you know, the first Werewolf Man. Or we could talk about Felix Wary, the Elastic Man. Born in 1858, he was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a rare disorder that gave him stretchy joints and skin resulting from very weak connective tissue. Oh, what the f does that even mean? This gave him an innate skill, allowing him to pull at his skin like he was made of rubber. He could even bend his fingers backwards. Ooh, can you imagine seeing that? He's just like... He was popular for his contortion sideshow attraction with Barnum and Bailey.
He's Luffy!
Oh my God!
This is literally just a real-life Luffy. Makes me sick. Dude, if I was Elastic Man, you better hope I could stretch my cock. Would be the final. You have like a little pig, kind of tiny, and people are just like, haha, they laugh at you, and all of a sudden he's just like, oh, really? People are like, oh! Would that not be the best way to end your show? Or Grady Stiles, the Lobster Boy. Grady Stiles was born in 1937 with leading to a deformity in his hands and feet that gave him lobster claw-like hands. He was unable to walk due to the shape of his feet. His father already had the condition and was part of a freak show, which led him bringing his children along to join the act. Stiles was known as a Lobster Boy at age 7, so his dad was the Lobster Man. This is kind of sick, though. His hands do look like lobsters. I gotta say, his getup's kind of sick too. They got that old boy splayed open though. Close those legs now. The past 6 generations of his ancestors had this same condition dating back to 1840. The condition seemed to be genetic, leading to a large family with similar appearances. They ultimately created a family circus group called the Lobster Family. The family gained amazing wealth for their performances. Oh good. But Stiles struggled to cope with those that resented him and treated him with disgust. His answer was a turn to alcohol. Don't put that in. This would manifest into anger and violence, which came to haunt Mary Teresa, a carnival grifter that he fell in love with and eventually married. At one point, Stiles allegedly ripped his wife's IUD out of her body during a heated exchange before using his claw-shaped hand to choke her.
Oh my God!
An IUD?
That's to prevent
pregnancies.
So you went up there.
This would lead to a horrific event in which Stiles murdered an innocent man out of pure anger. Lobster Boy Angie. His daughter Donna wished to marry a man named Jack Lane. Stiles heavily disapproved, but Donna was eager to escape her dangerous family life and insisted on living with him. Stiles insisted that he would kill him if it were to ever happen. When things calmed down, Stiles and Jack arranged to meet to discuss the marriage. When they met, Stiles pulled out a shotgun and murdered him in cold blood. Reportedly, after Donna learned of his death, Stiles gave an evil smile and said, I told you I would kill him. On trial, he claimed self-defense and used deformity along... Well, how could you do that? Like, are you kidding me? It was self-defense. After you just looked at your daughter, I told you I would kill him. On trial, he claimed self-defense and used his deformity along with fake tears to garner enough sympathy to leave with only 15 years of probation. That son of a bitch. At home, the violence only escalated, but after his divorce, the kids were targeted the most. God damn, it still isn't ending. Teresa had already remarried and had children, but felt so much guilt over the state of her other kids that she returned and remarried Stiles.
Jesus.
Now fed up, Teresa and her son offered $1,500 to a sideshow performer to take Stiles' life. Sick. Ultimately, Stiles died at the age of 55 after being gunned down in his trailer while he was watching TV. He was hated by many, and only 10 people came to his funeral. Wow! The Lobster Boy. The Lobster Family. My God! Lobster Boy's a piece of shit. But then we usher in the era of the end of the greatest show in the world. In the 1890s, people became less interested in freak shows due to the ethical and moral issues with parading people's misfortunes for entertainment. Around this time, P.T. Barnum died of a stroke at 80 years old. In 1898, famous sideshow performers staged a labor strike during a UK tour in order to demand the removal of the word freak on all advertising materials. This event was dubbed the Revolt of the freaks. Ironic.
Let's remove the word.
Yeah,
but
freaks, and then we'll put the revolt of the freaks. There you go. In the coming years, medical advancements brought along a better understanding of what was going on with these people, which took away the mystery and magic of human curiosities. It didn't help that the animals held in captivity were mistreated horribly as well. The freak shows eventually died in the 1940s due to federal laws, prohibiting the discrimination of people with physical disabilities. Way to go. Barnum and Bailey Circus slowly evolved into the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, which is still running to this day. Kind of crazy to think about.
I think they just canceled that.
Oh, they just... okay, never mind. It just got canceled. Never mind, it is just gone. The circuses of today are not much better. I think it's still this weird area of animal abuse, you know, exploiting people. I think circuses, the idea of circuses are still very controversial, yet it still brings in crowds. Whether the ethics of it, it's still something that happens today. Personally, I'm just like, let's not chain up animals and do what, I mean, like, we have enough, the internet gives us all we need, which that leads me back to the internet. I sincerely believe that vertical content, as we know it, reels, shorts, TikToks, are the future and the mainstream way of the P.T. Barnum production now. Only this time there's no ringleader. The only ringleader is people's need for likes, notoriety, the need for attention, the disconnection people feel nowadays that they try to actively get online. That's the freak show. Even with the things we do on this channel, you could say is a freak show. The participation in weird events just to garner likes and clicks. It's a horrible thing, but people crawl out of the woodworks to be their own P.T. Barnum for themselves and raise their own kind of attractions. And my God, I don't see that going anywhere anytime soon. It seems like kind of a thing that'll continuously evolve as time goes on. Now it's vertical content. What will be next? I don't know. But all I know is the freak shows of the past, the people who participated in those, seem to be much, much more respectable than the Jack Dohertys, the Jesse Somalis of the world that we have now. Johnny, whatever, doesn't matter. He's in South Korea, he's gonna die there. The freak shows were a thing of the past, and I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction by just having the freaks come out and parade themselves around for free. That's freak shows for you. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and hanging out with us today. We will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today, my friends, the end is finally here. Oh, we're talking about doomsday. But most importantly, we're talking about the people who prep for those doomsday. Doomsday preppers!
When survival's the goal, it's into the spider hole. And it's cozy in here.
Another interesting facet of the world of people who are preparing for the end. People who want to be prepared for when shit hits the fan. But there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world right now. Inflation. The worst thing that's happening is inflation. How about monkeypox? Maybe even potentially World War III? Whoa. Pretty much what I'm trying to get at is the world is going to end. We're all gonna die! I'm kidding, we're gonna be fine right now. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe by the time I post this, we're all dead. I don't know, I can't tell you. Not a future. Not a fortune teller. But thank God there's one group of people out there who can circumvent all of these horrible things that are happening. So today I just wanted to take a deep dive down into the rabbit hole of people who are going to survive the apocalypse. There's a group of people that are here to kind of show us the way. And of course, I'm talking about doomsday preppers.
Here's to the end of the world.
Let's go. Now, we need to realize that these doomsday preppers are rational, but albeit paranoid people. A lot of people ask, why? Why save 50,000 cans of corn in your cellar? Well, you never know when shit's gonna hit the fan. But preparing for disasters is not a crazy thing. I'll be honest, I think it's downright smart. I'm from the Midwest where there's tornadoes left and right. God's just sending little twisters to come greet your house and throw it into the air. And it's nice to feel like, you know what, we got a little provisions just in case something bad happens. Is there a flood? Is my electricity gonna go out? When I lived in Texas, I was without power for like 2 weeks. And it was brutal. I did not prepare for that at all. Wish I would have. That would have been a much easier experience. When I was sitting in Texas and there was the deep freeze, I watched Amadeus, I think 6 times on my phone. If anything happens, I'm gonna blow my brains out. Like if the world ends, I will not survive. Just take me, God. When something bad happens, you wanna make sure that you have the right tools to be prepared. If a natural disaster strikes, like earthquakes, tornadoes, and tsunamis, you wanna make sure you have the basic necessities, like food, water, flashlights, and power. There comes a separation, my friends, where people, you go from being prepared for a lightning storm and being paranoid that the collapse of civilization is right at our doorstep, right? That's it. That's a leap.
I'm preparing my family for the imminent collapse of the United States economy.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink Gamer Subs. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger, also no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one Gamer Subs flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cup that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMeat on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized, drink Gamer Subs. Back to the video.
Doomsday prepping became a popular movement in the mid-20th century during the Cold War, which wasn't really that cold, Nick.
It wasn't?
No. You could say that the Great Depression sparked Americans or people, probably just Americans, to hoard what they have. Who knows? It's mine! Don't touch it! Get away from me! People go through some dicey shit and all of a sudden, there's no I in team. But that became, they're like, F the team. It's all about I.
There's me in team.
There's me in team? That's true. It's backwards, but it's there. With the threat of a nuclear war looming, people were encouraged by the US government to build fallout shelters and to stockpile supplies in the event of a nuclear apocalypse. I love that. I got the US government's just like, everybody, real quick, gather round. In your backyard, we're gonna start digging holes, and that's gonna stop you from having to worry about a nuclear bomb being dropped in your head. Go have fun, guys.
Have you seen the old like commercials where it's like, if a nuclear bomb drops, hide under your desk?
I love that. But my favorite one was, if there's an active school shooter, we're gonna turn off the lights and hide under our desk. He's like, nobody's home in here. All right, well, these lights are off. I'm probably not gonna go in there. But you also have religious reasons, right? For example, the Church of the Latter-day Saints believe that the end times are nigh since the dawn of their religion. So they encourage their followers to have 3 to 12 months of supplies at all times. When it comes to doomsday prepping, the goal is to have enough supplies to last you a few months inside your bunker when the world goes to shit. AKA when shit hits the fan. We watched Doomsday Preppers, the show. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but when shit hits the fan is going to be, it's part of my everyday vernacular now. I just want to say that.
When the hits the fan.
When it hits the fan.
If hits the fan.
Hey, it's gonna hit the fan sometime.
Hits the fan in 5 years, I'll probably be okay.
If you can survive in your little bunker while everyone else is fighting for resources outside, then within a few months, 90% of the population will die out, and you can emerge from your bunker as a goddamn survivor. Which we've already seen some of this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone remember toilet paper? Does anyone remember toilet paper during the pandemic? Hello? As soon as shit starts hitting the fan, people hoard stuff like motherfuckers. I had the worst food poisoning. I tried making some chicken at home, did not cook all the way through, and I had horrible diarrhea. So it's that kind of pain in your asshole where it feels like chapped lips. I didn't even know the pandemic was that big of a deal at the time. This is before, I mean, I really knew what was going on. I went to the store, when I went to the aisle and like every single piece of toilet paper was gone, that's when I knew. I've experienced stuff before where people raid grocery stores and stuff, and you're like, they left all the bottles of water, but they took all the goddamn Tang. Something's going on here, okay. The thing about being a doomsday prepper is that it is a beautiful spectrum. On one side, you have rational people, and on the other side, you have mentally deranged people. So you have rational people who are like, hey, it might storm, it'd be nice to have some Duracell batteries, some flashlights, and some water. And there's some people who are like, if you come near me, I'm gonna kill you. But that's what we're trying to figure out today, dude. Which end of the spectrum are you on? So level 1, the toe dippers. Ooh, the water's cold. I just ate a pizza. I'm not going to jump in for cramps. These are people who have a case of water, some canned food, and a few rolls of toilet paper. If you went into their house, you'd probably be like, a little extra supplies. They probably go through a lot. I used to go to my friend's house. His mom used to have, I'm not even joking, used to have 150 rolls of toilet paper. She was a little...
Have you seen that video of the lady getting hit with the brick in the car?
There's a video of a woman getting hit.
This guy's driving and a brick falls off a truck and lands in his mother's head.
That was her. These people, the toe dippers, usually have an emergency kit with candles, maybe a flashlight, a first aid supplies, just in case anything happens. It's more so just being like, something bad might happen, but it's an afterthought. But then we get into level 2. And level 2 is where we start getting You get a little shaky, all right? We call this the paranoid. These are the people who get a little further beyond preparing for your occasional emergency and expect weeks to months long emergencies such as civil unrest and severe natural disasters. Which, let me tell you, Nick, if I was younger, I'd be like, civil unrest, what the are you talking about? Yeah, the past 4 years, goddamn, hell, I might even be at level 2, dude. I'm a little paranoid. I've experienced so many natural disasters anyways. Texas, the deep freeze, goddamn pipes burst everywhere, flooded the house. Unbelievable. The paranoid also believe that people are going to immediately raid the grocery stores, so you need to have a full stock pantry for you and your family in order to weather this storm. Once again, doesn't seem that paranoid whenever I've seen this firsthand. COVID, toilet paper, all kinds of stuff.
So you're never more than 20 feet away from a firearm in this house. One example is a small firearm and a number 10 can of peas. And I remember that because it's my pea shooter.
These prepper pantries are rooms or garages in people's homes where they stockpile non-perishable food items and emergency supplies that typically last a few months to even a couple years, which I can't even imagine. We could survive for years. That has to be like your entire garage is just filled with stuff. Even like canned food, like, you know how much canned food, years? Some of the items that these preppers may have include shelf-stable foods like rice, beans, and canned food, water storage containers, solar generators, some basic tools. Not Ryobi, dude. Nick bought Ryobi stuff for the studio and it pissed me off. Just get DeWalt. Why'd you do it, Nick?
That's what they had.
They didn't have any DeWalt? You're a liar. A portable stove for cooking, maybe a gun and some ammo, maybe, I doubt it, and tarps, tents, blankets, and sleeping bags. Which honestly, out of this paranoid section, doesn't feel too crazy. Doesn't feel crazy. It's the excess. Well, it's the excess, and it's also immediately jumping to the conclusion that the worst is going to happen. Or prepping as if tomorrow it's going to happen. If the pandemic happened and people did that, I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, we're in trap. But like right now, if something happened, I don't know. Which I guess it is just hindsight, but to me, I'm just like, why don't you calm down, dude? You need years of perishables? We got enough beans to last us 4 winters. Some preppers in this category also have what is called a bug-out bag. These are duffel bags that are packed with essential items that can last 48 to 72 hours and are stored in a safe place. Bug-out bag. The bug-out bag.
Most people call this a bug-out pack, but I just refer to it as a survival pack. There are birds and ducks and things, and if I had to, potentially I could catch some meat for dinner with my sling.
Which you call it a bug out bag because if something hits the fan, you need to get a bug out bag. Get out.
Need something for my bug out bag. Bug out bag, gotta have it.
Also, you know what's kind of crazy too? This is also enters that level of paranoia. Think about how often they have to update the bug out bag. These beans are no good. We gotta update the bug out bag. If an emergency requires you to leave your house, aka bug out, then you can quickly and easily grab your bag and head to your new destination.
We're here at Walmart. I've got $100 for my $100 survival kit Walmart challenge.
$100 survival kit Walmart challenge. That does not feel that hard. For $100 at Walmart, you kidding me? He's like, I was able to pick up 2 guns, a fishing pole, and enough perishables to last us 4 autumns. The way she jolted out of that thing, goddamn, dude. Did her dirty with the edit there, though. She's like trying to turn and like smile and be like, this is what I got, and he's just like, cut that. And similarly, there are get home bags that preppers have in their cars that contain enough supplies to get them safely home. I got a pistol, a flashlight, and enough Cliff Bars to last me 6 autumns. I'm done with the winters. I'm doing autumns now. The winters I'm not scared about. The autumns is when it gets unruly and start getting diarrheas. In this category, you also learn basic skills such as CPR, medical training, and even some survival skills. Here's the thing. I just want to say, I know I said that we labeled this level 2 paranoia. It is paranoia. I still don't think this is totally egregious. The problem with these group of people is I bet you they talk about it a lot. Did you just see what happened on the news? And you're just like, oh, goddamn, dude. To me, it's mostly, I already got enough shit going on in my life. Diabetes, got acid reflux, hemorrhoids, back acne. My fingers are starting to get hairy, like my Bulgarian grandpa's. I got ducks dying on me. And then some guy's just like, did you just see that they actually just shot off 6 missiles? It's probably coming any day now. But can we just talk about how horrible everything? Please. Oh, I'd love that. Let's do that. Please. Thank you. Yeah, thank God I got my bug out bag, though, and 6 rounds of corn just in case I need to make it through the autumn. Level 2 is probably where I would still be friends with this person, but level 3, this is when I start like, I can't anymore. Which level 3 we have as the survivalist, aka the LARPer. This category is for the extreme preppers who have swallowed the doomsday pill. These are people that are preparing and sometimes even hoping for the collapse of civilization, government tyranny, and apocalyptic events such as nuclear war, global pandemic, and even an asteroid impact. Oh, please, God, please hurl that rock at our Earth. Please, God! At this level of prepper, you're basically fully committed to the idea that the world is ending, and you are so deeply entrenched in the philosophy that this is now your identity as a person. There is even a dedicated show all about doomsday preppers showing off the crazy lengths that people will go to prepare for this end. That's just the end.
You have to get ready. There's no other way but to prepare. If you're gonna survive.
No longer are you storing canned greens and rice in your pantry. Rice? What are you talking about? Rice and canned beans in your garage? You got soft hands, sweetheart. I've been prepping since I was 6 years old.
There's kids down here who are prepping since.
Oh, I know there's kids. I feel bad for these. You know, it kind of reminds me of like a cult, like a religious cult, a little bit. You know what I mean? You ever see like a kid dressed up in like a like suit? He's like, oh God, is an awesome God he reigns. I'm like, that motherfucker didn't stand a chance, dude. You know what I mean? It's like if you're older and you're just like, dude, I just love getting the gospel out. It just creeps me out, dude. When I see little kids and they're just like, I can't wait to go to heaven. But instead of, you know, your little cupcake factory that you were in before, now you're investing thousands of dollars into prepper-specific brands that can last years. Such as our good old friend Jim Baker. Remember Jim Baker? Love Jim Baker's food buckets.
This is Mexican food that real life Mexicans approve of. You know, this is not gringo food. This is good food.
The Jim Baker food bucket we will buy one day, and I will try some of his soup. $300 in the Jim Baker bucket can get you 144 meals with a guaranteed shelf life of 25 years. If you purchase that bucket and 25 years later you're just like, I didn't even need this thing. Well, I had all these potato soups from Jim Baker, but guess that didn't pan out. For $4,000, you can get the Defender Dozen. We gotta spend $4,000 on the Defender Dozen. It's gonna be crazy. This gives you 2,448 total servings of food for $4,000 up front now. You're getting almost $2,500 servings of food. Does that seem like a lot? Across you and your family.
Technically, like for a family of 6.
A family of 6?
Which, divide that by 6, it's about 400.
400 meals, that lasts you like a year. Not even a year. Like, well, just cut it down to 2 a day. That f***ing sucks. You, Jim Baker.
Oh, good.
And if you're cheap, like me, you can buy Costco's emergency food buckets instead. $80 for 150 meals. Dude, Costco always just does it best. $80 for 150 meals? Come on. That's 50 cents a meal, and then it's just like, dude, Jim Baker's deal. I can just stock up on Costco shit. Another popular item among your shelves are MREs, which are meals ready to eat that are used to eat out in fields by the U.S. military personnel. You know, I used to always think of peanut butter was a big thing. A sniper can survive on 2 tablespoons of peanut butter for 16 days. Most MREs suck. So the term rat f***ing was coined in the military because people would open up the pockets and only take out the good shit like desserts or whatever else was in there and just leave the rest. They're like, I'm not even gonna touch that other shit. Some preppers even have canned dog food in their pantries just to protect the puppers in the event of an apocalypse.
It's not for the dogs, it's for them.
They're gonna eat the canned dog food?
Chicken morsels. And they're just really good.
Really good.
He has Chef Boyardee right here, Nick. I don't even look at that Italian son of a bitch anymore. All I want's pedigree. There's 3 different kinds of meats and carrots in this. Says so right on the can. But eventually this supply will dwindle, so you're gonna have to live off the land. So you better learn how to farm your own crops, kill your own meat, and collect your own water. Else you're f***ed. So what, you got your fancy dog food, your pedigree, but you don't even know how to grow your own crops? Good luck, buddy. But let's talk about shelter. People think of doomsday preppers, they think of one thing, and it's doomsday bunkers, dude. Your little straw house that the big bad wolf can blow over isn't big enough for you and your growing supplies, and hell, your growing family. Most preppers have a room or a basement to store their supplies, but if you're a true doomsday prepper, then you have to have your own dedicated underground shelter. If you're like, I'm a doomsday prepper, and it's all in your house, you don't have some shit built underground, you're right, dude. But where are you gonna put all your stuff? These range from concrete domes to fully fledged steel bunkers. And some preppers construct their own. But if you're like me and you can't build your own, then you can get someone to professionally install a bunker right in your backyard. I saw a Reddit post years ago about a guy making his own bunker and a man cave out of a shipping container. But the problem with the guy making it, he wouldn't have saw the criticism he got on his own post. The thing was basically a death trap. He had no air vents, so he basically was going to suffocate. And the container that he used to store pesticides. So he would have just suffocated and just been poisoned to death. All for a little man cave, which to be fair, kind of metal. I watched the football games in the rat poison den that I like to watch my games in. Simple bunker can cost anywhere between $20,000 to $80,000. A simple bunker, okay? These are underground structures, typically made of steel, reinforced with concrete, that contain 1 to 2 rooms in order for you to store food, water, and other survival necessities. And there are dozens of companies throughout the world that specialize in doomsday bunkers, like the company Atlas Survival Shelters, who have prefabricated bunkers that they can install in your very own backyard. That'd be a crazy thing, man, in your suburban neighborhood. What's Douglas putting in his backyard? They have a wide variety of options to choose from, ranging from a simple 5x7 design to a 6,000 square foot military complex. This looks like the f***ing Fallout game. I was just wondering, because it looks like 7 families interconnected their yard with a giant metal structure system. All the people are like, I don't think it was me. Or there are even nuclear silo condos. In the state of Kansas, a company is renovating Cold War era nuclear missile silos into condos. It's actually kind of sick. The Survival Condo Project is a luxury bunker development designed to provide safety and comfort in the event of catastrophe. Well, just because we're surviving doesn't mean we can't look good while doing it. These silos can hold up to 75 people and have over 20,000 square feet of floor space per silo. They span 200 feet underground with 15 floors. The facility has a shared pool, gym, bar and lounge, and a custom theater, a library, classrooms, medical center, and, you need the last one, a command center. Also, not to mention, there's Wi-Fi. Because when the world does end, you better believe all of our beautiful internet companies who love us will keep that shit running forever. That even when Earth is gone, those fiber cables are going to be working, all right? If you're interested in owning one of the spaces, the project features a few unit options. For 1.5 million buckaroos, you can buy half a floor condo. Not too bad. For only, what, $1.5 million? Chump change. Chump change. This gets you 900 square feet of living space, 1 or 2 beds, a kitchen, and a TV in every entry. It's a lot of TVs. You're welcome. Or, for $3 million, you can get the full floor. That's about a little over 1,800 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, then a kitchen, a great room, and a dining room. But if you're like me, then you might want to go for the $4.5 million package, which can get you 3,600 square feet condo on 2 goddamn floors. You can even pay for a custom build complex ranging anywhere from 50,000 square feet to 300,000. Did you want to live in a legitimate military base factory? You okay? Just making sure. You could build this out to be your own specification. You can modify it however you want to your tailored apocalypse experience. I think that seems pretty cool. You can have a giant pool, an arcade room, a theater, a full gym, and a conference room are just some of the examples of the spaces you can get built. I like the conference room. What meeting are you having? The meeting of the minds. Well, the world has ended. What next? Thank God we have this inquisitive conference room to think in. Let's access the internet. Appears the internet is down. Even better example is the $18 million bunker house in Las Vegas, Nevada. This bad boy is 15,000 square feet, and it has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a dance floor, yeah, a barbecue, yeah, a pool, a 4-hole golf course, 2 hot tubs, a sauna, a bar, lighting systems that can simulate sunlight and twinkly stars, artificial trees, fake rocks, and hand-painted murals simulating the outside world, a 1,000-gallon water tank, a cryogenic capsule that can hold up to 5 human heads and 4 bodies. Not to mention, it has cell phone reception, cable, and internet. Thank God. And you can rent the property out right now for receptions, weddings, and even dance parties. That actually does sound kind of cool. But I will say, seeing pictures of it, the outside scenery thing makes it look like you are being held captive by some murderer. It's like, let me leave in time. I feel claustrophobic looking at it. Also, I want to say this. There's like a family where they're like, let's go down the elevator ride. I would not get in that elevator. That would be my fate. Thank God we have the bunker. Can't wait to play some golf. Get my sauna.
Wow.
It's really fast. We're going deep, guys. Don't be fooled by the slowness of the wall. We are now 50 feet down.
Sure, we talked about the bunkers and where you stay, but let's talk about defense, because in the apocalypse, and from what video games and movies have told me, it's a dangerous place. You have food and shelter, but no way to defend it. That's why you need to stockpile guns and ammunition and learn how to fight when shit hits the fan. Like Steve H., who's preparing for the United States economy to collapse, which it will. It's going to. Better buckle up. Every Monday, he sets prepping goals for his family. And by the end of the week, everyone in the family has to contribute to the prepping supplies. This isn't fun and games. He also vacuum seals his weapons to make sure no moisture gets in. Good man, Steve. And a good tip from Steve is to place explosives around your property to ensure that no one can break your defenses, because they'll blow up. Checkmate. Steve often performs drills that simulate what it would be like to have his property invaded. These kids are going to enjoy that. Dude, sometimes you have to make sure the fam is up to date. Sometimes shooting at a car just makes you feel a little better. But you know what? Steve is a pretty sane guy. He glued back his own tooth instead of going to the dentist. Sometimes you gotta drill your teeth in, dude. It's also important to live off the grid and away from society. That way, when the world does end, you're already far away from anyone trying to steal your precious supplies. Like Michael, for example, who fears his land will be targeted in an overpopulated world. He's like, this is the Garden of Eden. All right, and if the world's overpopulated, people are gonna try to come and take my land. Michael created his own alarm system using bird calls. He said he has studied the language of the bird for 2 decades and is now passing on to his children. He can even mimic the bird noises. Take it away, Michael. He doesn't want to have to be relying on guns and prefers to throw axes, which he made his kids practice for 7 years. He also makes them practice martial arts as well, just in case they have to fight any invaders on their land. He also uses a throwing stick, claims that they're just as good as shotguns.
Hands in the air! Hands in the air now! What do you do?
I have a feeling that girl would have gotten shot in the back of the head right there. I'm also, let me see your hand. She like turns around, pop. Michael also gave his son his umbilical cord back once he turned into a man.
You're entering a new stage of your life. You're no longer a little kid anymore, turning into a young man. This here is your umbilical cord.
He's 12. He's a man. Son, just want to give you this back. Oh, what do you do with that? You just put it wherever. And if you got the cash, you can install an incinerator in your bunker as a last-ditch effort for intruders.
You can simply push this button right here and eliminate that threat. A torch fire chamber.
Just burn them. Burn them down.
Or run a homemade device that turns water into fire. This is an incinerator room. And also, we're able to turn water into fire. Did I mention that already? I feel like I'd just rather build a castle. But sometimes I believe with these doomsday preppers, as goofy as they may seem, I think that sometimes it goes a little too far. Controversial opinion. Sometimes prepping for the end can lead to tragedy. Survivalist named Peter Keller feared that the world was going to end. So for 8 years, he worked on a secret bunker he dubbed Camp Keller, which could be confusing because of Helen Keller's fame. In one of his journals, he had sketches of a bunker with notes on how he wanted a laboratory space to study viruses. This is some Resident Evil shit. Then in 2012, when the bunker was complete, Peter killed his wife and 18-year-old daughter, set his house on fire in order to live in the bunker. I'm laughing because of how shocking that is, all right? That's not me laughing at the situation. That's just unhinged. Could you not have just lived in the bunker without doing that? Why didn't you just live in the bunker?
He was so paranoid of like people finding him that's why he killed his family.
So they couldn't even tell him.
But then that's what like led people to find him.
If he just would have been like, hey, I'm divorcing you, I don't want to see the kids anymore, which is also horrible. Not as horrible as murdering them. But after 7 weeks of searching, Peter was found in the bunker dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When he was found dead in the bunker, there were weapons and ammunition, explosive devices, bulletproof vests, 45 pounds of beans, wine-making stuff, and various of other survival essentials. And for years, he would vlog about the construction of the bunker, as well as conspire to kill his family. In one of the videos, he says, I'm getting to the point where just trying to live and pay bills, and live as a civilian, go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually more comfortable for me to think about living out here robbing banks, pharmacies, and just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it will be exciting.
Think about living out here, robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want. At least it'll be exciting.
The Diaries of a Legitimate Madman. A reason we bring this up at the end, I think, is because paranoia can amplify fear. But I think people fantasizing over things can become an obsession. I think a lot of people would get under the impression of like, well, why would you want something horrible to happen? When I don't think that these people want these things to happen. I think that they just believe it is going to happen. And that becomes the fantasy. That is the narrative in their head that repeats over and over and over again. There's nothing wrong with stockpiling beans and corn, or even having something to protect yourself in your house like a gun, or having a flashlight, something that gives you a bit of security. But it's when you amplify these things to such a means that once again as affects others or affects people around you that you love. I mean, it becomes a dastardly deceptive obsession that just completely overconsumes every other facet of your life, where it's the only thing you think about. That's where I think the paranoia and the doomsday prepping gets a little dicey. If the world ends, I'm sorry to say it, we're probably all fucked.
Not me.
Not Nick, because he did spend the $1.5 million and has the bunker in his backyard, but that's his story, not mine. I just want to say that trying to be prepared is not a bad thing. I think trying to instill the idea that the world is going to end is also probably not a fictitious thing to say either. I think I'd like to live in an existence where I can do my part now and try to make it a better place for today. That's all I gotta say. Also, I like beans and corn. So that's our video today on Doomsday Preppers. Are you a Doomsday Prepper? Hopefully the world doesn't explode so you guys can see this video. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This is just all part of our preparedness kit so that we can have transportation. The way that we educate our children and our prepping needs is basically show them ways of preparing for events and natural disasters that are going to take place, that have been taking place.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're talking about internet scams, baby. Roll the Patreon plug. See what I did there? Scammers have been around for so very long. Even before the internet, people used to do phone scams. You ever see Kit Boga?
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card! What?
No.
Cancel!
I wish I was an Indian dude who was just calling old women and getting Google Play gift cards. Is that racist for me to say? I mean, it's mostly Indian guys. I feel like the more than backtrack, I'm like, oh my God, wait, did I just... Hold on. People have been trying to scam their way into getting money since probably the beginning of time. Someone probably scammed Jesus. Judas. Whether it was the snake oil salesman in the 20th century or the counterfeit cash dealers in the 19th century, there have always been people willing to take advantage of gullible people for their hard-earned cash. People like to prey on people's gullibility. But not only that, but with the rise of AI and internet powers that be, it's easier for the average Joe to create a realistic scam that'll have an unsuspecting victim forking over thousands of dollars of cash of their stimmy funds. But sadly today, scamming people has never been easier. Really letting people know that you can scam people and get away with it. That's not what this video is trying to be. You used to have to leave your home and risk getting your ass kicked for conning someone maybe in the streets, right? But now it can be done from the safety of your home with a stable internet connection. Well, we're really promoting this. I don't know. It's hard times. Maybe they're stimmy funds. Are we getting stimmy funds round 2?
I hope so.
I don't know. Almost threw up. So come along with me as we look at some of the internet's biggest scams. See, this is where we redeem ourselves. We're letting you know all the bad scams so you don't get fooled. Let's ride.
But sign up for our Patreon for the good ones.
But no, seriously, I will say right now that our Patreon isn't a scam. And that it's one of the coolest things that we have on the internet. And that, you get to see behind the scenes content. You get to support me and my team. So if you want to do that, feel free. It's not a scam.
Where'd that barn money go?
Let's talk about some of the old school internet scams from back in the day, right? These are some of the Hall of Famers from the early days of the internet where people, they didn't know what the hell was going on, right? I still feel like in a way we're still kind of in the Wild West age of the internet. I think that we have more of an idea of what's going on, but way back in the day, the internet, you have to realize, was a barren landscape. It was like the Book of Eli. I'm gonna fit in the Book of Eli thing somehow. It was like a dystopian landscape where people didn't know where to run and hide, and people were kind of just journeying around. Thus, the perfect place for internet scammers to come in and attack unsuspecting victims. So first, we have to go back to the classic internet scam that everyone's probably heard of, which is A classic, the Nigerian prince scam. Love that one. I'm a Nigerian prince, please sir, help me. This is pretty much how it worked. A random person is emailed by someone that claims to be a high-status individual, Nigerian prince, like a wealthy government official or a successful businessman. After telling you how they have temporarily lost their wealth due to some sort of unfair circumstance, they ask for your help in order to regain it, promising a sizable reward. These lies can range from unfairly sent to prison or needing bail money to having their children kidnapped and the fear of their own life. They're trying to emotionally manipulate you, right? My kids are fucking kidnapped, sir, please help me. After taking advantage of the victim's greed or generosity, they transfer the money, sometimes giving out important bank information, you know, that kind of stuff. Really, you know, stuff that nowadays you'd be like, why do you need my social, dude?
To run a credit.
Dude, it's a credit.
Running a credit.
Please, sir. Their money is taken and the scammer disappears entirely. We got an example of one of the texts that is usually from one of these scams, and I can't wait to read it. It goes, Dear beloved friend, I know this message will come to you as a surprise, but permit me of my desire to go into business relationship with you. Already nowadays, you would be like, you're not doing shit with me, dude. What the f*** are you talking about? But I feel like people would be like, what are you, okay, what? I am Miss Blank, a daughter to late Blank of Libya.
I like how they protected the internet.
Yeah, why the f*** do they have to? I can't tell people the fake name he gave me. Whom was murdered during the recent civil war in Libya in March 2011. Before his death, my late father was a strong supporter and member of the late Muammar Gaddafi government in Tripoli.
Gobbled.
God! Meanwhile, before the incident, my late father came to Cotonou, Benin Republic with the sum of USD $4.2 million, which he deposited in a bank here in Cotonou, Benin Republic, West Africa for safekeeping. I am here seeking for an avenue to transfer the fund to you in only your reliable and trustworthy person to investment the fund. I am here in Benin Republic because of the death of my parents, and I want you to help me transfer the fund into your bank account for investment purpose. Please, I will offer you 20% of the total sum of USD $4.2 million for your assistance. Please, I wish for to transfer the fund urgently without delay into your account, and also wish to relocate to your country due to the poor condition in Benin, as to enable me to continue my education, as I was a medical student before the sudden death of my parents. Reply to my alternative email. Beep. Your immediate response would be appreciated. Remain blessed. From Miss Beep. Nowadays, once again, I feel like you would look at this and be like, bullshit. This is also with the context, though, that people would probably tell you, hey, watch out, you're gonna get scammed online, right? Imagine you're the first person on the internet to see this. Do you know how jazzed you would be? It's like a fucking movie. And you wouldn't ask yourself the question of like, why am I the only reliable person? You don't even know me. You'd probably be so wrapped up in the fantasy.
Scammers purposely pick dumb people. So it's like they make it seem outlandish because it's like if someone believes this, they're gullible.
Oh, dude, if I was one of those people, I would be gullible enough to do it. For one of the first people, and like you've never heard of this kind of scam before, I could see myself being like, really? Okay, what do you need to know? I'll help you. I'm sorry you lost your parents. You know, that's what people say too. They go back on the email, oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear about your parents. And you get like, it's always funny seeing the response backs from the scammers, and they're just like, yes, it's tragic. Please give me the information. Sometimes the same groups will send anonymous emails to those who were just tricked, claiming they are part of a scam victims group that are owed a settlement from the government, only to be scammed again. Double dip, which, to be fair, pretty smart. Dude, I can't believe it. I got totally fucking ripped off. Oh my God, me too. Yeah, put in our information again, whatever we're getting a refund. You'd be like, oh, thank God, right? A saving grace. Well, it can't happen twice, right? Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, Nick. And they're just like, just got you. Tricked. At that point, seriously, I would jump off a bridge. I'd be like, I don't even know what's not a lie anymore. Or I would just be like, I'm never using email again. One man received a strange spin on the classic scam. This time, a Nigerian astronaut named Dr. Bakar Tunda claimed to be stranded in space after being left behind on a Soviet space station. That's awesome. Apparently, he was still getting paid while being stuck in space for 14 years, resulting in the accumulation of $15 million. $1 million a year stuck in space, like, someone pick me up, please. To access the trust fund and receive a massive reward, the Nigerian astronaut asked for $3 million for a flight home. What do you mean? If you have 15 million, like, to be fair, awesome setup. I am currently typing to you from space. You're like, oh, a Nigerian guy. You're like, where the fuck? I can't even see this guy. But if a guy's like, I'm up by the fucking moon, every night you're gonna be like, motherfucker's up there. I guess you're just kind of fishy. He's probably mass sending these out to where he's just like, you're going to find one guy who just has $3 million. You never know. But move on from those kind of scams. Those are, that's an old classic. We've all heard of those before. Let me get you something that is near and dear to my heart, and I'll fill you in here in a bit. But these are romance scams. Sometimes, in order to cloud an innocent person's judgment, scammers enter a full online relationship with people to gain their trust and take their money.
It's a big freaking joke. Yeah.
And the first example we have are the Yahoo Boys. It's a great name, though, huh? In Nigeria, it's Nigerians, man. In Nigeria, there is an infamous group of scammers known as the Yahoo Boys, a group of cyber criminals that have successfully scammed thousands of people through elaborate schemes, namely the romance scams. Little motherfuckers got silver tongues, dude. They're sitting there, they're sweet talking you and all that kind of stuff. They operate out of what they refer to as the Hustle Kingdom. In reality, it's a dark, compact room filled with members using piles of computers and phones to enact scams. It's pretty much just, like a regular room, and everybody has like a gateway computer turned on, and it would look like a LAN party, a fun LAN party, but instead they're like sexting old women and stuff like that for money. I do like this picture here. They all have their face masks on. Like, one of us is definitely sick. They extort people through dating sites and social media by impersonating attractive women and men. And after chatting and flirting for a while, they're able to convince women and men to send them money through various means, right? Which the men part would probably be the easiest. You're some fucking like big-titted woman, and some guy's like, hello, princess. Good morning, darling. The person's just like, hello, did you go to bank today? I'm on my way. That guy feels like he's on top of the world, too.
You know how you prove that these women are scammers? If they message hello first. Always fake, because they're desperate to get your money.
What are you talking about, dude? Are you talking about women never text you hello first? Are you like a bitter?
On Tinder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never. I've never had a real person text me hello.
It's going to be a lot of women being like, I have definitely said hello first. Dick's like, nah.
Unless you're on Bumble. And even then they don't. Because they had to change it that men can now message first. And now the CEO left because the company's failing.
I'm glad we don't put a camera on you, dude, because he is ranting and raving. He's moving his arms around. Look at me. You're stomping and huffing and puffing. According to one of the romance scammer kingpins tracked down by CBS, Americans are by far the easiest in the world to scam like this. You're a perfect. Have you ever been on the dating websites? You talk to Chinese guys all the time.
Wow, they're Asian women.
Well, but they're Chinese guys.
Well, they're guys.
It's a picture of women, obviously, because you always say there's like a breaking point where it's like,
Well, they ask for pictures, and then so you send normal pictures. They're like, no pictures of your thing down there.
Oh, do you think they're trying to extort you? So they're asking nudes for you or blackmailing you or something?
I don't think it's blackmail. It's literally just, I think it's gay men probably just like want nudes. So they're like...
Oh, so you don't even think this is a financial scam. You're saying that this is like people who are like, I just want to see your cock and jack off to it.
I did get scammed out of Ethereum one time though.
What?
It was only like $400, but...
That's a lot of money. So how did that happen? Was that from a dating website too?
No, it was on Reddit. I was being stupid. I was trying to buy like a chemical from a company. You have to have...
What? Like you're like kind of going back to what
so
chemical?
There's a website.
Yeah. I get that there's a website for the chemical.
The chemical.
But what do you need the chemical for?
It's basically just a preservative. You put it in so like your food or something will last longer.
So, hold on. You went on a website and they asked you for crypto to buy magic dust, apparently, that you throw on your chicken and it makes your chicken last longer? Well, first off, why do you need these preservatives? How long are you keeping things?
Because I was just like, oh, there's a market for this. But then, like, the problem was the preservative you had to buy from a science company, Irvine Science. And so I was like, I don't have a login for this. So on Reddit, I was like, hey, does anybody have a login for this? Yeah, man, I got you. So I was like, okay. And I was like, this is how much I want. And he's like, okay, my fee is like 10%. So then I gave him that, and then I tipped him. Give him like an extra $100. He's like, thanks, bro. Anyways, he sent me these screenshots. And I like looked at them again and I realized that he just put them in the cart, which anyone can do. And then I was like, oh no, he scammed me. And I was like, well, I'm out of money. So
I just want to say too, what I decided out of that too is that you didn't even say your scam. So in my head, you are still, you didn't put it out there so someone else couldn't do it. You're still holding it on the back burner in case you do come across this preservative. You didn't even tell me what the preservative is for or anything. It doesn't matter. We're going, which Yahoo Boys, who gives a shit? They're scamming people people. That I just find out that Nick is plotting something. I don't know. Watch out. That's all I gotta say. Or we could talk about a woman who lost 120,000 pounds in a romance scam. Linda Young had recently divorced her husband of 24 years. Good woman. Because her children had already graduated and moved out of the house, she found herself lonely and in need of a new relationship. The birds are out of the nest, and now she's in this place where she has a lot of free time. She's looking for a new love. Who hasn't been there? This led to her joining a dating site for people over 50, where she met a charming and attractive man. They were talking all the time, whether it be over email, text, or even phone calls. So she was starting it off on Gmail. And then she's texting. And now she's even calling. And see, that's how they get you too, is they're like, well, call me. That's how you know it's a real person. You know, well, I mean, like in a way you're like, oh, this is a scam. But then you call, hey, I'm real.
I do that. I'm so paranoid of it. I say, you want to get on FaceTime?
To the new people you're dating?
I do.
This is a very revealing video. I mean, this is about internet scams, and this is, you're blossoming like a little flower right now. In an article from the BBC, she recounts her feelings, and it goes as follows.
I just couldn't stop the adrenaline rush. It was addictive. Every time my phone buzzed or a text came through from him, me whole world just lit up.
Okay, she sounds beautiful. After 6 months, she was completely obsessed with this man. This ended up clouding her judgment when he eventually asked for a large sum of money to invest for both of them. She was promised that this money would come back to her since they were going to undoubtedly have a future together. See, this is the long con. 6 months too. That's not a fucking, little weekend thing. This guy's been putting the time in. You know, people are doing that too. They have to be doing it to like 20 different people. And it's like things that are just,
they're on their phone. They have 12 phones.
Yeah, a bunch of different numbers. And yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, she decided to go for it, transferring 120,000 pounds to the man only to be ghosted and abandoned completely. That's very sad. Linda admitted,
It took me a long time to work through the shame.
what a sad way to end that. When you go through one of those scams, do you think that you would ever want to go through like an online dating website again?
Well, I said that, and I still use online dating.
Well, to be fair, you never got online scammed. You just asked for like a mystery chemical to put onto something to scam people. Well, I want to see something.
Hello?
Hello, mother.
How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing a video on internet scams right now, and I was wondering, can you talk to me about that guy at all?
Oh, God, yes. Well, it was on a first free dating website, but it just started out as a friendly thing, just somebody like online to talk to, and they suck you in. And when you're looking back, it was kind of like a romance novel kind of talk, like women like, but it's not a normal conversation per se. But just all these nice little innuendos and things, and then just goes into what he does for a living. And then it was always some kind of like looking into it, some kind of oil rig. You're another country. You're working for the military. It's secret kind of vibe. And
how serious?
They're making tons of money, probably tons of money, but it's very secretive. It's very, and he's always widowed. Unfortunate mishap of the spouse.
How long did this go on for?
Ugh.
The girl who was scammed out of 120,000, it was 6 months.
No, this probably was like 9. Maybe.
Wow. So
Maybe.
was it pretty serious? Like, did you like?
Well, for a long time it wasn't, and then it just seemed like for like 6 months it was just talking all the time. Of course, because But then he started talking about meeting and stuff like that, and there'd always be something going on. And I remember showing your pictures, and me not having a clue. You're like, wow, that's not real. And I was like, you were nice about it, but you're like, look at this picture. And I had no idea. I'm like, what? And you're like, just check it out.
Be honest, mother, did he get some pictures out of you?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Unfortunate. Well, you have any advice for people that are online dating?
Yes, I do. Immediately get offline and try to meet people while you're out and about. Well, that's easier said than done.
Okay.
No.
All right. This is turning into a very bitter. This is turning into a bitter thing. I love you. I'm gonna go.
Okay, I love you. Bye.
Night. Old girl got sent pussy and titty pics to the guy. What's f***ed up too is like the ultimate goal is money, whatever, but that's just like a cherry on top for him. It's like a power trip thing too. It's f***ed up. Anyways, let's talk about Stranger Things fan thinks she's dating one of the actors from the show. I guess with AI and stuff, you can count some of these things, but also I think Finn Wolfhard's dating you. You know what I mean? Really? Anyways, in 2023, a mother I mean, already. What are we? Come on, really? A mother from Kentucky named Michaela. Is that really how you spell it, too? It is some, like, white trash Michaela stuff right there. Good Lord, girl. Michaela was going through a rocky relationship with her husband. Feeling lonely, she decided to join a forum for online artists in order to start meeting new people in the filmmaking community. It was there she met Docker Montgomery, an actor from his role as Billy Hargrove from Stranger Things series. She thought that she was dating Billy. Isn't he like supposed to be like the hottest guy from the show?
Will is.
Will's the hottest? Oh, I don't know. How delusional can you be? They hit it off right away. Oh, did they? Yeah, the guy who's an LA filmmaker is in a weird indie Kentucky filmmaking group. They hit it off right away, sending each other romantic messages and expressing their deep love for each other. Michaela was absolutely obsessed, so we're talking sexting like immediately.
She was sending pictures of her wet fingers.
God damn, dude. Rough episode for you so far. The actor told her to decide between her husband or him. Whoa! Michaela divorced her husband without hesitation to show that she was serious. Oh, Michaela, you stupid person. It was a rocky relationship, sure, but it's also just like, she had to have told the guy that it's like, yeah, Billy from Stranger Things is dating me. The husband's just like, what the f are you even on about? What's coming out of your gob? She recalls Montgomery expressing frustrations about his relationship with Liv Pollock, who was supposedly giving him money problems by taking control of his banking information. Yeah, so he's saying that Billy, the actor that's playing Billy, it's like, my girlfriend's fucking up my bank. I can't even get into my bank account. Michaela, who was also dealing with a controlling ex-husband, could relate. This brought them even closer. The actor would slowly start asking for money through gift card exchanges and cryptocurrency, which Michaela regretfully indulged in. Over time, she has sent to him over $10,000 of Google Play gift cards and Doge. She eventually began to realize that this was too good to be true, ending things with her supposed lover after spending a fortune on him. I'm not saying that people can't find love. You're a person, you find out you'd start dating an actor because they like your TikToks or something. I don't fucking know. Anything is possible. If you start dating John Goodman, and John Goodman's asking 87-year-old John Goodman is asking you for cryptocurrency and gift cards, Google Play gift cards, I would assume that's a scam. Be careful out there. But we get to move into the world of AI scams. AI, the crazy new thing, very, very scary. What's real, what's not real anymore? I don't fucking know. We're all gonna burn in hell. People are able to take voice recordings of you or other people and implement scams themselves. That AI learning technology, it's very believable. It's pretty fucking scary. But here's a little post. So yesterday I got a call from my grandparents who asked me if I was okay.
Yeah, what do you want?
Confused, I said, of course I was. After some confusion, it turns out they got a call from an AI that used my voice to say I was in a car accident and needed money for the hospital, and also not to tell my parents.
I ain't got time for that shit.
That's so fucked. That's so creepy, too. So invasive.
You know how they do that? If you ever get a phone call and it's a lot of times if it's like silent,
I start blocking those.
Hello? Yeah, because if you're like hello, or if you get weird calls and they're asking you specific things, because what they're trying to do is train your voice off the phone call.
I mean, I feel like everybody gets like toll-free bullshit, like, oh, have you done this, blah, 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 and you're like, fuck off, and you hang up. Which we get to talk about AI Brad Pitt scamming a poor French woman. Oui. This year, a French woman named Anne lost 830,000 euros by a scammer pretending to be Brad Pitt. In response, she endured a giant wave of harassment and mockery. It's sad. It's dumb, but it's sad. Anne, who was married at the time, was contacted via Instagram by someone posing as Brad Pitt. Because Anne was new to social media, she was gullible and ended up chatting with him for a while. With old people, I feel like all you have to do, once again, I feel like I'm promoting this kind of shit, but I feel like all you have to do with old people is just be like, you see the name and you see the picture and you're like, that's them! How else would someone say that they're Brad Pitt? They have a picture of him, they have his name on an account.
Nowadays, there's even apps that will project your video live, so you could be like, hey, do a video call, and voice modulate and face modulate.
Hey, I'm Brad Pitt. All right. She's like, hey, I thought that was Matthew McConaughey. He's like, yeah. The actor started asking for money in order to pay customs for the luxury gift he wanted to send her. I got you gifts, but you gotta pay for them. He would make up stories about how his bank accounts were frozen as a result of his divorce proceedings with Angelina Jolie. That's how you get those old women too, dude. Yeah, Angelina Jolie, that fucking bitch, gone in 60 seconds, my ass. And would pay the money every time, and the scammer started to realize that he could easily squeeze more and more money out of her. Eventually, he fooled her into paying 775,000 euros to pay for kidney cancer treatment. To sell the lie, he sent AI-generated images of Brad Pitt in the hospital and believed they were real because there was no traces of these photos online, meaning they must have been taken just for her. So sad, dude. She herself was in cancer remission. Oh my God. So she felt sympathy for the poor actor. I feel like the floor from anything just dropped, you know what I mean? Like that gut feeling. Ugh. During this time, Anne got a divorce with her husband, which I wonder this too. I'm speculating because now I'm too sympathetic towards Anne. Going through cancer remission and kind of living your life, you're sitting there and you're just like, I don't even know if I'm happy in this marriage. You know, like it's just you're willing to take these risks now and you're easy to be swayed in these different directions. It's one of those things where it's like finally a piece of good luck comes my way. Brad Pitt or Billy from Stranger Things, which you would think, what the f are you thinking? But her daughter at the time had spent an entire year trying to convince her that this was all a hoax, but to no avail. She even had somebody being like, Mom, it's not Brad Pitt. I'm telling you that right now. To keep up the lie, the scammers crafted an AI-generated news report discussing the exclusive relationship Brad Pitt had with a woman named Anne. This eased her suspicions until she saw the news that Brad and Ines de Ramon entered a public relationship in 2024. Brad, no! You said you loved me. She ended things with the supposed actor and stated that the whole ordeal put her in a very dark place. She had attempted to take her own life 3 times. Crushed after realizing that she sent a majority of her savings to a scammer. No shit, dude. There's no way to get justice on these people either. So all these stories are just going to end with, it's just like, I guess that's what it is. If you get a call from somebody that's like, hey, this is Meat Canyon, I need money or whatever, it's real. I'm the one calling. No, seriously, the Patreon is open and I do need the help. We just need more puppets and we're setting up a new little space for more sets right now. So maybe consider supporting.
Not a scam.
It's not a scam. I know I'm smiling, but I'm just nervous now because it doesn't matter. Or we could talk about another man who was scammed out of $25,000 by an AI voice. Anthony, an older man from Los Angeles, was conned out of $25,000 after being targeted by AI scammers. He received a phone call from a person that sounded exactly like his son. The scammer used an AI voice to lie about being in a car accident with a pregnant woman who was rushed to the hospital. Who's pregnant? That would be an emotional call, dude. I'm gonna be a granddad? Wait, what? He then received a call from a supposed lawyer named Michael Roberts telling him, you need to get $9,200 as fast as you can if you want your son out of jail. Otherwise, he's in for 45 days. Scammers often ask for money with a sense of urgency to pressure victims into sending money without taking time to think of how suspicious the situation is. They want it now. It's gotta be now, you know, or you're gonna get in big trouble. Your son's in big trouble and her pregnant wife, she's really pregnant. She's about to pop at any time and he doesn't even know where she's at anymore, dude. You gotta get him out of jail. After rushing to the bank to retrieve the money, they call Michael Roberts back and Uber was sent to their house to pick up the cash. An Uber, only for them to receive another call immediately. Apparently, the pregnant woman died. Raising the bail up astronomically. In a panic, they gathered more money and gave it to another Uber driver that showed up to retrieve it. Dude, I would never hand an Uber driver any amount of cash. I'd be like, you don't have a car? Hello? What? It was only when her daughter started trying to look up information about the supposed court case that they realized it was a scam. And once again, money's gone, he got. Or we can talk about a woman who thought that Elon Musk was calling her to pitch her an idea for an investment. That'd be a horrible call, wouldn't it? Elon calling you? Even the real thing, I'd be like, I would too, you'd invest. God, dude, really, Elon? A recent type of scam has resulted in billions of dollars being stolen by scammers.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to tell you about the Neuralink crypto token, the new cryptocurrency that will change the world forever.
By using AI, people have started creating fake advertisements where Elon Musk proposes an investment opportunity. 62-year-old Heidi Swan, one of the victims, recounts her experience seeing the ad on Facebook and TikTok, and in the ad, an AI voice of Elon Musk was used to sell this lie. This resulted in her spending $10,000 in cryptocurrency and sending it over, only to get ghosted and left confused as to what happened. Or a man who was tricked out of $25 million from deepfake CEO. Who are these people? Is this fucking Warren Buffett? My God. In an especially absurd case of AI fraud, a finance worker from Hong Kong was conned out of $25 million. A Hong Kong millionaire, probably billionaire. In 2024, a multinational firm was targeted by AI scammers who had entered a call with a deepfake version of the company's chief financial officer. So they were able to get the fucking CFO's voice. That's crazy. In the call, there were several other employees there who were also deepfaked to sell the scene of a big company Zoom meeting. That's fucking like some Ocean's 11 shit. The guy ended up sending about $25.6 million USD to multiple bank accounts as instructed by the supposed bosses. That's insane. That isn't just a guy scamming someone being like, I'm Billy from Stranger Things. This is like an actual heist. We've given you a lot of scams today, right? So in this video, I at least want to take time to talk about common scam tactics or red flags that you should look for and that I'm going to even keep in mind moving forward in the future. So it isn't uncommon for a scammer to call you and say something and say nothing. They want to wait until you ask, is anybody there, before hanging up and using the audio sample to recreate your voice and scam people you know. So if you get a call from somebody who isn't saying shit, just hang up. Don't be the first person to say hello anymore. Hello is a thing of the past. And because let me tell you, silence, a regular person is going to be like, hello? Then you can have your conversation, all right? A clear sign that you're being scammed is if a person over the phone is trying to get payments through gift cards or cryptocurrency, because these type of payments are harder to trace by law enforcement. If anyone's asking you to pay a debt through Google Play gift cards or Ethereum, hang up the phone immediately. You'll be fine. Scammers play with your sense of urgency, but there's no reason why people need to rush to pay an officer over the phone. Often, it's safer to just hang up and call a local police station if anything feels suspicious. Let's say a scammer, you did a hit and run, which don't do that. I don't know where I'm going at with this. There's no reason you should pay a police officer on the phone, right? But I'm saying if for some reason somebody knows of a crime that you did, like that's what I'm saying, a hit and run, or like you stole a fucking pear from the store and they're just like, we know you stole something. Call the fucking local station, dude. Turn yourself in, you're a criminal. Actually, you know what? You deserve to be scammed for stealing that pear. Get rich quick situations are always too good to be true. Why would a Nigerian prince need your help? Don't be a fucking moron, right? There's no such thing as a get rich quick scheme. The only way I've ever heard that to ever work, honestly, is join the Me Canyon Patreon, where there you get behind the scenes footage and kind of like tools for success and like just kind of automatic money generator. So I don't know. But all in all, those are some of the internet scams. It was fun going back through and looking at some of these again. AI is just scary. AI is in this place where I feel like before too long, you're going to start seeing videos of yourself. People are going to fabricate videos of you taking a bat and beating a dog to death and using that as blackmail against you. That's not even a year away, probably. Okay.
It's already happening.
It's already happening right now. And to think that it's one of those things, it's like kind of like cancer in a scary way, where it's like, that could never happen to me, until one day you get the bad call. So all I got to say is be careful out there. People will do anything to get ahead. The world is a fucking rat race, and people are just like crawling on top of each other to see who can get ahead and who can, you know, scam as much money as they can out of people. So be careful with yourself. Just look out for some of these red flags. And for the love of God, Nigerian princes don't need your help. Take care, everyone. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Your daughter come to my house today, and she come on my property, and then she kick my dog, and now my dog needs operation. She kicked your? She kicked my dog. And kicked your dog? Yes. Which daughter? The one who just answered the phone. No.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're talking about reality television. Reality shows are one of the most popular genres of television around right now. And in fact, it seems that the genre is currently at its peak popularity, with hundreds of new shows releasing every year. The same show clones 8 different times, hundreds of them done in 12 different languages. As trashy as they may be, people can't get enough of the drama that comes from these shows, often building obsessive fan bases and communities around them. This, however, can lead to some pretty life-altering events for the contestants involved in them. Just recently, a viral clip from the show Temptation Island Spain has been making the rounds. Temptation Island is a reality show where unmarried couples split off to meet hot singles and have their faithfulness tested. Just a disaster. Just an absolute disaster. In the most recent season, a man named Montoya has had to watch his girlfriend Anita cheat on him 3 separate times as he crashes out on camera for millions to see, and it just goes viral. She's just getting dicked down all the time. He rips off his shirt, he runs away. It is graphic. Like, I'm surprised. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Spain, but there's some raw dog going on in that show. Each time, he reacts in more dramatic ways, from tearing his shirt off in frustration to screaming as he runs across a dark beach to confront her, interjected by clips of his wife getting railed. I mean, it's him running, and then it just cuts back to her getting absolutely pounded. I bet the editing team had a great time with that one. But this got me thinking, are there more former reality show contestants that had their lives ruined that didn't blow up on Twitter? Things that happened maybe back in the day? And that's why today we are looking at the dark side of reality television. Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. there? We've all got bad habits, and breaking those bad habits can be a hard thing to do. So why don't you let Fume help? And Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, which means you can use it anywhere. And they just launched a new flavors, Spearmint Ice and Cinnamon Heart, to keep your company while you're building better habits. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. Fume also helps you calm down. With satisfying snaps and clicks, Fume is a perfect partner when you're feeling anxious. Fume has already helped over 300,000 people build better habits. Try Fume today. And if you order the Journey Pack, now using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper, an awesome accessory to help level up your experience. Go to tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code on screen. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. And first, we're going to start off with by far one of the most popular, one that I love, near and dear to my heart, Kitchen Nightmares. Gordon Ramsay. Kitchen Nightmares is one of the most popular reality shows of all time, with over 9 seasons. In it, celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay visits struggling restaurants in hopes of reviving them before they go out of business. In the British version, he's a little bit more caring. In the American one, he basically just calls you a pig, fat-faced idiot, and everything you do is disgusting. Which, to be fair, a lot of the people in these restaurants do have disgusting food, but goddamn it, Gordon is gonna tell you. John Chapman, who owned a New Orleans Cajun restaurant called Chappie's, accused Gordon Ramsay of sucking the soul out of his establishment. He altered the menu to go from traditional Cajun dishes like gumbo and jambalaya to fried chicken and hamburgers, which also it's like, I don't know. If you're in New Orleans, it's a Cajun restaurant, it's a Cajun city, but going from that to just fried chicken and hamburgers seems like a very, dare I say, not very eventful or insightful way of altering the menu. This, alongside the decor makeover, was promised to give them lines of customers out the door, but instead, their traffic was whittled down to around 1 table per night. Desperate to win back the customers that came to love the original Chappies, they reverted the changes 1 month later. However, the restaurant was ultimately shut down permanently soon after. Which also, dude, it's not like just because you change the fucking menu back to Cajun and fucking hush puppies and you change the carpet again, doesn't mean you're gonna get out of your financial slump. What they should have done is just be like, Gordon, write me a check. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. If you have a guy who drove one restaurant to the ground, you can give him fucking hot pickles and hamburgers all you want, but is he gonna know how to run the new business? I mean, I doubt it. Or we can talk about an English version, because you're probably thinking that only Americans get it bad, but there's casualties over there and, over there on the island outside the States, which Kitchen Nightmare shuts down Bonaparte's in West Yorkshire. Restaurant and wine bar Bonaparte's was struggling to make more than $200 or 200 pounds, euros? Pounds. More than 200 pounds a week before Gordon Ramsay came in to try to salvage the business. In the episode, he trashed him. He did trash him, the 12-year-old head chef.
It tastes like rubber. That was You were taking the piss, you know that?
Yes, got it.
12 years old.
Oh, wow.
12-year-old head chef tore that little motherfucker to shreds. In the episode, he trashed Tim, the 12-year-old head chef, when he challenged Tim to cook a plate of scallops that ended up making Gordon sick, and he just let that little motherfucker have it. Throughout the episode, they tried to improve the cleanliness and professionalism of the kitchen, but ended in a failure. When Gordon left, the owner of Bonaparte's, Sue Ray, was in tears after realizing that not only was Gordon unable to fix anything, but the way their business portrayed on TV made people afraid to eat there.
Thank God she closed that kitchen down because it was fucking disgusting.
Which, I mean, you have a 12-year-old chef. I think people were going to be afraid. I mean, if you reveal that to anybody, I feel like, and he's cooking seafood. At the end of the episode, Tim was fired for his lack of cooking skills. He's 12 years old and professionalism. Are we wrong? Is he 12? According to Sue, he wasn't actually a head chef as described in the show, but a trainee. She was supposedly promised that the episode would end on a positive note, but it was instead rather bleak. Sue and her chefs had a watch party when the episode aired, only to realize that it was going to destroy their reputation. That'd be a tough pill to swallow that night, watching the newest thing on the telly. This was the first episode of the series, and Sue didn't even realize the show was going to be called Kitchen Nightmares. She was unaware. She's just like, it's Gordon's cooking show. Before it was seen by millions of people, media stations from all over joined in on trashing the restaurant, leading to their business tanking harder than ever. As far as the rancid scallops, Sue told reporters, quote, "The truth is, the only reason Tim used the scallops was because he thought he was being asked to demonstrate the presentation of his signature dish. He never expected Gordon to eat them because they were about to be thrown out." That's a bit of a cop-out. We're just gonna cook it and throw it away? What the f are you talking about, Sue? Producers of the show claim that they only filmed things as they were clearly presented and that, quote, Sue Ray has only herself to blame. Even colder. I don't know who to trust here. Apparently, Sue later came close to homelessness after being 400,000 pounds in debt. trying to sell the restaurant as well as her flat to pay it off.
She apparently, I didn't get the age of Tim, but he started off as a dishwasher and he couldn't fill the spot to fill the chef. And Tim was like, I could do it.
I bet you Tim's has never even ate a scallop, let alone, I mean, what is he going to say? My signature dish is fucking macaroni and hot dogs? Like, what the Or if we want to get out of kitchen nightmares, we can go to Extreme Home Makeover. Many reality shows revolve around giving lucky contestants extravagant things. While this seems wholesome and generous, many families are simply not prepared for what occurs when the cameras are gone. Hit my ride.
You think all those cars broke down?
Yeah, all those cars, they put fucking PS2s in the car in aquariums, and yeah, they break down and the fish die. And then Exhibit does not come to help. The Okvoth family appeared in season 2 of Extreme Makeover, Home Edition. Cassandra Okvoth, who was 9 at the time, was diagnosed with cancer. Instead of a home makeover, Cassandra asked them to redesign the children's hospital ward where she was being treated in order to raise the spirits of other patients. God damn, little saint. What the fuck? Not me. I would have been selfish as dude. I want a Spider-Man on my wall. Make my house Spider-Man. Like, you just want the whole structure Spider-Man? Yeah, want the whole building to look like Spider-Man. After completing the job, they decided to also turn their small home into a 2-story mansion. Okay, so what they're doing here is they're just like, this little selfish son of a bitch. If we don't do something for her, there's gonna be an uproar. We're gonna turn your small home into a 2-story mansion. What? During the reveal, they were beyond appreciative, but the producers of the show didn't think through what manufacturing a gift of this magnitude entails. I think it's more of a oopsie daisy afterthought, because while the house was paid for, the utilities and the tax bills, they're not. They don't pay for those. A house of this size costed much more in utilities than their modest 1-story home. The first electric bill for this home, single month electric bill for this home, was $2,200. Okay?
How?
I don't know if they're like, we're mansion owners now, so every light in the house has to be on, and we're running the AC at 60 degrees. Maybe that could have been it, but there's no way their mortgage was $2,200. The electric bill alone is probably, at that time, triple what they were paying their mortgage. Not only were their life savings being drained, but having a mansion complete with a home theater being broadcasted all over television led to an increased attempt in robberies. Would you just not immediately sell the home? I wonder if they have a clause in there where, like, you cannot sell it for X amount of time, because in that way, it's just people would just get on the show and flip the house or something. On many occasions, people would break into their home, one time resulting in Cassandra coming face to face with a hammer-wielding burglar.
Not Cassandra, she's
the cancer child, who was like, just give the kids something else, leave us behind, is put into now this like prison she didn't even ask for, and people are coming in trying to beat her to death with a hammer. Cool, Extreme Home Makeovers, that's awesome. Move that bus. Fuck off. They were forced to purchase tons of expensive security cameras to protect themselves, despite still struggling to pay their bills. I probably would have hit up one of the producers. I would have been like, dude, listen, it's cool. You gotta get me some fucking cameras for this house or something, an alarm. How are they also making a mansion? They're just like, there's no locks on any of the doors. We were strapped as it is, but no locks on any of the doors. During the height of the 2009 recession, they were able to sell the house for $540,000 at the last possible moment before foreclosure. They were able to pay their debts, but left with only $8,000 to start their new lives with. But on the bright side, at least, Cassandra is now cancer-free, married with children, and working as a gymnast. Nice little positive thing. I mean, to be fair, Cassandra's probably like, I didn't even want the fucking house. It's weird to think that, like, they had to sell the house to get out of debt that the house put them in. That's bullshit. Let's get out of a sad time house makeover and go into The Bachelor, everybody's sexy dating show. Bachelor's been on way too long. I want to say I think there's over 30 seasons of The Bachelor.
Did you ever watch The Bachelor?
No. And you know what the thing is, too, is I know that if I watched it, I would enjoy it. I love trash television. I love it. I eat it up. The only thing close to The Bachelor I did was Rock of Love Bus with Brett Michaels and all those trashy white trash women.
Hey, Brett! Hello, everybody!
God, he's like the hottest rock star ever.
And I like how there's like 4 seasons, and each new season he's like, well, the last one didn't work out. Because it ends with him like getting together with one of the girls, and he's just like, I don't know, the spark died. You're like, okay, cool, Brett Michaels, thanks. But one of the Bachelor alums says that reality TV almost ruined his family. Chris Bukowski was a handsome TV personality that showed up on multiple shows of the Bachelor franchise. And in 2015, it was revealed that he would retire from reality TV as a whole. What a tragedy. In his words, quote, it almost completely ruined me, my family, and my career. Are you walking away from your career?
Well, I guess that's why it's saying it ruined his career. He has to quit.
In my career. Chris was ridiculed a lot for treating people terribly on his Bachelor appearances, often being seen as desperate and manipulative. I know all the guys are just like, Hell yeah. I think that's how these shows work is that if you don't get chosen, but you're a popular character, they bring you back. I think that's how some of those work.
Is that the Bachelorette?
I think it's both of them.
Okay.
It goes Bachelor and then it goes Bachelorette and it goes back and forth, but I think they just keep bringing people back as long as they're popular, I think. Chris grew distant from his parents because of how they reacted to the things people were saying about him on TV. And Chris's father didn't even want to speak to him. I'd be like, Dad, it's TV. You realize that, like, this is make-believe, right? This is not real. I don't even want to talk to you, son. You're not the boy I raised. It's like, I'm an actor. I'm an actor, Dad. Chris could feel himself becoming more irrelevant, but because he was obsessed with fame and wanted to fix his reputation, he would constantly return to future Bachelor shows, only to further embarrass himself. Buddy, Chris, me and you are in the same boat, all right? At least you're pretty. He became depressed and addicted to taking anxiety medication to cope with the stress. God damn. And in 2015, people saw him at his weakest, getting dangerously drunk on a season of Bachelor in Paradise and leaving after only one episode. He admits he doesn't even remember it. Dude, cool it with the Bachelor appearances. Because I know that the producers are looking at him like a fucking gold mine. You're addicted to fentanyl and Ambien? He's like, yeah. They're like, get on back in there, buddy. I think that now's your time. And then in 2015 again, he announced his retirement on TV. Near the end of his speech, he tells the audience, quote, I finally realized I'll never be able to change the past. I apologize you had to witness my struggle publicly over the last 3 years. He's a handsome man. I don't know. What happened to him? I hope he's alive. I don't know. 2015. That was just a couple years ago. It's a decade. Who knows what happened in the decade with him? We'll see. Hopefully he's married and he's not addicted to Ambien and hydrocodone or whatever. But sometimes reality shows don't just ruin people's lives. For many unfortunate contestants, it leads to their untimely death, which in a way is ruining them.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It doesn't just ruin their lives and leave them in the gutter, it actually kills them. Which we could talk about the adventure reality show that led to a helicopter collision. That feels like maybe a bit of a kind of a bad time to bring that one up with what's going on in the world. In 2015, goddamn, 2015, what the f is going on? In 2015, production began for a French reality show called Dropped. Drop. How do you say dropped in a, I am French, yeah, Drew. Dropped. What do you say, Drew? Drew. Two teams of athletes would be blindly dropped into a remote location without any food or assistance, forcing contestants to work together to find civilization. Kind of sounds like a little bit like Naked and Afraid or whatever, but it is funny to be like, yeah, we're just going to drop them with no resources, and we'll check up on them. We have some GoPros in the forest. I'm sure they'll be fine. The season would begin in Argentina and consist of various professional athletes and Olympians as both teams were boarding their helicopters. Tragedy struck. Right after the helicopters took off, they moved too close to each other and collided. Both plummeted to the ground, killing contestants, production staff, and both the pilots. Yeah, there's no way we can show that.
We'll just recreate it in Minecraft or Gary's mod.
10 people in total lost their lives, and the show was subsequently canceled. Could have been a great show. Yeah, we don't even know. We didn't even get to see it.
Why were they flying so close?
What's fucking weird in the video, they're like flying, and you're like, okay, there they go. And then just all of a sudden, they're just like, I've never been on a helicopter. There's nothing in my being that wants to get on a helicopter. It's just tragedy. So many people lost their lives. A lot of famous people. That's all people know. So many. I think that the amount of helicopter crashes a year is actually pretty staggering. You'd be surprised.
Have you seen the Afghans trying to pilot the helicopter?
Have I seen the Afghans trying to pilot the helicopter?
Well, it's like right after the Americans left Afghanistan.
Oh, then we just left a helicopter there?
It was like truck driver tries to fly an airplane.
Does he just nosedive it?
Immediately goes up and just crashes. Tragic.
That is tragic. Moving on. Terrace house causes resident to end her life. I really got to stop telling people too that I'm going to do like a happy video or whatever. I saw in the last video, people were like, I thought you said this week was supposed to be positive. Well, this is my life. Hope you guys are looking for a nice escape today. Terrace House was a massively popular Japanese reality show franchise that picked a group of strangers to live together. It was praised for being far less dramatic than a typical reality show, often showing conflict that was more mundane but realistic.
ハンバーガー好きだけど今日はハンバーガーじゃなくねって言ってるだけじゃないみたいになっちゃってっていうことが許されない彼氏のよ。
The Japanese way. Subtle but striking. During Terrace House Tokyo 2019 through 2020, one of the 6 residents was Hana Kimura, a 22-year-old woman who happened to be a professional Japanese wrestler. Looks like Harley Quinn. I thought she was a cosplayer, like a cyberpunk thing. Does that look like a cyberpunk cosplay? While many enjoyed her on the show, getting insight into her life as a wrestler, other viewers were ruthlessly ridiculing her online for being unlikable. But things began to escalate, however, after one particular episode. Kai Kobayashi, another member of the show who had previous friction with Hannah, accidentally shrunk one of Hannah's ring outfits after carelessly adding his clothes to the wash without removing it. She was fed up, y'all. And what followed was 10 minutes of Kimura aggressively tearing into the man in the heat of the moment. The cyberbullying she had dealt with became infinitely worse, which ultimately led to her taking her own life.
なんで私こんな頑張ってんのにあんたにそういう風にされなきゃいけないの？お前が喋れよ。
なんて言えばわかんない。今は本当にごめんしか言えない。
I like how it's just a person being like, I really wish you wouldn't have done that. This means a lot to me. And the guy isn't even like lashing back out. So opposite of American media, where American media, he'd be like, you bitch, I didn't mean to. I said I'm sorry. She's like,
Yeah, really? Really? I'll kill you. I'll drag you in the street and I'll kill you.
And in this one, she's just like, you know, I feel really hurt. Like, I wish you just would have been more, you know, careful with what you did. And he's just like, and then now Japanese people are just like, you are horrible, bitch! But people discovered gruesome now deleted tweets from before the incident showing brutal and bloody images of harm posted by Kimura. In other posts, she would reveal the great toll that online ridicule had on her mental health. The rest of the season never aired, and Terrace House has yet to release a new season after the controversy that followed. Reports from former cast members reveal that the producers of the show would aggressively push residents to play certain roles in order to create some of its most iconic moments. Of course, dude. Every bit of reality television is scripted, or it's fabricated. Even if the contestants don't know, things are being played in a way to where the producers know they're going to get the outcome they want.
Do you think someone put her like outfit in the laundry?
I bet you anything somebody put her outfit in his laundry thing, and without him even noticing, he just like was throwing it in. Like something like that where he's like, oh, I didn't know. Or to him, he's like, oh, I'm sorry. And then of course she's devastated. It turns out that this even extends to the argument that led to Kimura being intensely cyberbullied. Text she had sent to her friend prior to the event revealed that she was instructed to go off on Kai Kobayashi and even slap him if given the chance. Her mother claimed that the producers thought that Kimura should act as the heel, similar to how she did in the ring. They're like, she's a wrestler, she's the evil one. But because Terrace House has a reputation for being real and not exaggerated, producer intervention like this had a major impact on how cast members were treated outside of the show. Because people thought it was so real and that it was so authentic, they're just like, these are exactly everything that you're doing and seeing is real. And my God, that wasn't the case. And if we want to keep strolling down a positive lane, let's talk about the Ginny Jones murder. The Ginny Jones Show was a massive popular tabloid talk show from 1991 hosted by stand-up comedian Ginny Jones. Roll one of the jokes.
Women look for basically the same things in a man. I'll tell you what I find attractive on a man.
Pussy!
That was pretty funny.
I enjoyed it. In 1995, there was an unaired taping of the show titled Revealing Same-Sex Secret Crush, where guests would be invited to meet their secret admirers. I feel like the Jerry Springer show probably had an irreversible damage on the kind of stuff people brought into on the air. The episode became public later on as evidence in a court case. What seemed like a lighthearted show became strangely uncomfortable. A 32-year-old Scott Amador awkwardly confessed his love to his friend Jonathan Schmitz, only to be rejected on live TV.
Can you tell us what your status is? Are you involved with anybody or?
No, but I am definitely heterosexual, I guess you could say.
That's all good and fun, right? That happens all the time. Jerry Springer, right? Rip out your hair, it's like some fat redneck chick, and some like little person comes out and like nosedives into the crowd. It's all good fun, right? Because the audience got a big kick out of it. And Ginny Jones did her best to milk the moments for as long as she could by asking tons of follow-up questions, right? She was being the Jerry. Why would you do this, right? Trying to find the human aspect of these people. Days later, Scott pushed further by leaving a sexually inappropriate note at his house, despite knowing he was not at all interested. John confronted Scott directly, and he admitted that the note was from him. So now it's even more weird because it's like, dude, we're not even on TV. I told you no. I'm not interested. And he's just like, take that. I wrote it for you. Take it.
I bet he was thinking like, well, maybe on air he was pressured, but...
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You want me to... And right? We can't say that because we'll get demonetized, but you want me to suck and slick and sniff and poke? And John's just like, no, dude, no. I have a date later at Dave & Buster's. Like, I'm like trying to get my dick sucked later by a girl. And he's like... Oh, fuck. Oh, no way. John grabbed a shotgun from his car and shot 2 rounds into Scott's chest before immediately calling the police and confessing and turning himself in.
I don't know what got over me. I don't know what got over
All right, listen, dude. If one of my buddies came up to me and they're just like, I want to scratch and sniff you, I think I could just handle being like, no, versus pulling out the shotty and pumping two into the chest, I guess.
He was insecure. Rage filled him.
Which he used the gay panic defense. I didn't know what he was going to do. He was just weird and gay. 91 court 2 would have been like, I've had that happen. Which was a legal tactic in which a heterosexual person could claim they lost control after dealing with an undesired sexual advance from a homosexual person. The Salem witch trials become more and more real, I feel like, as the years go on. With this, he was given a lesser charge to second-degree murder and was put behind bars until 2017. Well, that doesn't seem. He's been out for a bit now. Wow. 1995. So basically, he was in there for what, 12 years? 24 years.
Well, he got out 1 year on good behavior.
Good behavior. He's like, well, you did have the gay panic, my friend. That's such a crazy tactic. Well, given the conditions, we still got to charge you, unfortunately, but we'll knock it down to a second degree. Meeting adjourned. Which, to be fair, I'm not trying to say that the old boy pushing him with the scratch and sniff thing, and he's just like, scratch it. Listen, I'm not saying that's good, but it's a bit of an overreaction, yeah. Or we could talk about John and Kate plus 8, and we get to watch their marriage be destroyed on camera. John and Kate plus 8 was a reality show created in 2007 that followed a couple living their lives with 8 children in Pennsylvania. While the show became massively popular, their lives began to fall apart the longer it continued. Basically, they had a happy family, a big old happy family. We got to basically watch a marriage unfold and burn up into hellfire in real time. That was around the craze too, where it was like following either like a Mormon family with like a cheaper by the dozen situation, or like a bunch of like, there was a bunch of different ones where it was like, I'm just shooting the kids out now. I don't even care. Because that show came out at the same time as like Little People, Big World. That was a thing. Literally just watching like a bunch of little people walk around. They had like one normal son too. You know, there was some producer who was like, oh, fucking jackpot. They have one normal kid. Oh, the show had become so popular that each subsequent season wanted more and more episodes. It got to a point where they had a camera in their face just about every day of the week, something that began to really put the two of them on edge. Yeah, dude. Over time, they became absolutely sick of each other. The production heavily leaned into it and even goaded the two of them to air out their personal grievances with each other.
She was probably, I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like, breathe quietly.
The crumbling marriage became the new focus of the show. Once again, it's just all these things are all just producers just being like, good. You all should talk about it on camera for the show. Yes. And then like they like walk over and he's just like, don't forget to talk about how he refused to put the dishes away. You know what I mean? They're in their ear probably being like, yeah, dude, you're in the fucking right. She's being a jerk. They're like, yeah, he's a dickhead. You have different people in their ears 100%.
They're also playing it up of like, no, it's like, this will be like therapy. You guys are airing it out.
Yeah, it's going to give other people hope. Marriage is tough, but you guys are going to persevere. He like looks over at his producing partner like, like that. But what followed, a long-running series of controversy pushed by tabloid news outlets, from cheating scandals to public divorce in 2009, and even an ugly 12-year-long custody battle that they would sometimes discuss on televised talk shows. Eventually, in 2022, some of their children began to speak up about their struggles with growing up in front of the camera crew. Their son, Colin, admitted in recent years that it completely tore the family apart, leading to him being extremely distant to his parents. Colin also started to reveal much more shocking behavior from Kate after her divorce. According to him, Kate would specifically target him to vent her frustrations. He'd hear the front door open, and he'd be like, oh, here we go. Here comes mom with her fucking double-decker stroller or whatever. Colin, I gotta talk. He's like, God damn. This would range from being chastised verbally to having his hands and feet zip-tied and locking him in the basement for several days. Okay.
Whoa! What?
Kate had built a special room in the basement that would be covered in cameras so Colin could be surveilled while he was being punished. He was forced to homeschool and live segregated from his other siblings. She's like, well, what else am I going to do with all these cameras? They just left him here. Yeah. Kate had admitted Colin to a mental health facility for behavioral and psychiatric conditions that were later proven to be completely false.
You shouldn't have been there is what you're saying to me.
Yes, shouldn't have, no. It's unfortunate that that's how my mom raised me as a person.
It was believed that she was only there because it allowed Kate to escape being caught for her abuse, and she started to claim that Colin had a, quote, distorted perception of reality. I don't know what he's talking about. There's no room in the basement. Like, okay, cool, because we have to go check it out soon. She's like, really? Okay, can I use the restroom really quick? And you see like run into the house and start like cleaning stuff up. At 11 years old, Colin was put on tons of medications that he didn't need, telling reporters that he often felt like a zombie. And he vividly remembered using crayons to write a letter for his dad, begging to be saved from the facility. And there's even fucking photos of the letters, dude. I might as well read one of them here. Dear Dad.
Joey Wheeler.
Yes, yeah, I know. Joey Wheeler. Dear Dad, I'm not trying to trick you, but I still love you. I told Mom I want to live with you. She said no. But right? She can't choose for me. I'm old enough now. I'm your son, not hers. She was abusive to me after I left your house. I'm sorry to take this to court because there's a bunch of redacted shit. You're my dad, my savior. Please help me and let me meet Colleen. I'm counting on you to get me out of here. Please, Daddy. I love you. It's an 11-year-old who wrote that in black crayon. They couldn't even give the son of a bitch just a ballpoint pen. Have you ever written with a crayon? Hard. So now he looks like a fucking maniac. He's like, I'm your son, and it's like all written out all weird and shit. The dad's gonna like read this and be like, Colleen Hyde. The woman like runs off. It was then that John realized how bad Kate was treating their children and fought as hard as he could to regain custody. Today, he has custody of Colin as well as his daughter Hannah, while the other 6 children live with Kate. Well, that's fun to know that Kate's just out there zip tying people probably and throwing them in those fucking hefty trash bags that you can like vacuum out the air. Whatever. She's like, gotta keep it down here to be safe, and puts them in like a fucking cupboard. I don't trust Kate. She scares me. I also don't trust John too. John's sitting there like perfectly tan. What's happening? Colin, wait, hold on, big guy. What's going on? It's like a Mai Tai. Okay, I'm on my way. Listen, reality TV is trash, right? That's all it is. If you watch reality TV, you are consuming a trashy product. It's just garbage. It is nothing. There's nothing of substance there. But goddamn, it's the same thing with junk food. It's tasty, right? You watch it, you get hooked. Next thing you know, you're sitting on the couch and you have type 2 diabetes, right? Welcome to my world. But there's an inherent scumminess to the productions of your favorite shows, right? Every show that you watch, these shows are built on blood and tears. I'm going to tell you that much right now. And we live in a world where everything has to be sensationalized, right? They can't just, you saw even the Japanese version. Those motherfuckers are quaint. And all of a sudden now they're just like, throw this deal in her laundry, and it resulted with somebody's life being taken, okay? And sometimes that comes with the cost of treating people like props rather than human beings, and I think that's just a sad, sad meme. So this is what I'll say. Watch your reality television shows, but realize that you're watching something fake. You're watching a facade, and that these people that you're watching, there's probably a little bit more behind the camera than you expect. I'm depressed. I'm horribly depressed. One of these days we'll make a happy video. No one will watch it. Because it's the point that we're trying to make with this, that if you just had a show about a bunch of people who were happy, no one would give a good goddamn. People like to have the spice and the evilness. So I wouldn't expect that happy video anytime soon. See you in the next one. Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? Coming on and sit on down because today we're talking about AI. This is the crazy thing about AI. You either don't really give a shit, or it's the worst thing to ever happen to humankind. There's not a lot of in between. AI can be pretty cringe. It is what it is. It's just a wave that's coming for us, which we're going to see today. But a big thing that sparked this today was the Ghibli filters.
Yeah, on ChatGPT.
ChatGPT filters, which is, I mean, it's insane to me that ChatGPT can be like, get your favorite Ghibli filters and not pay Ghibli like a single dime.
They did the same thing when the voice came out. They had it sound like Scarlett Johansson from Her.
Yeah.
That sounds just amazing. Being sarcastic all the time isn't exhausting or anything.
And they're like, just let it sound like Scarlett. Don't you want to have sex with Scarlett Johansson? There is a thing with AI right now that is so cringy and so funny, to me at least. I don't know if you're going to think it's funny. And it's like people doing announcement videos for their AI platforms or their AI, like the software itself. And everyone is I feel like everyone's trying to do like the Apple rollout, like the keynote. Yeah. We went down a rabbit hole of them last night, and we're having such a fun time that we thought we would just make a video of it because they're all pretty stupid, if I can be honest. They're all terrible. So I wanted to introduce you to the new wave of AI keynote speaking, dude. Starting off with, I think it's just called Gen 4 from the company Runway.
Hey, I'm Chris.
And I'm Jamie.
And today we're very excited to announce and release Gen 4, our most powerful AI model ever.
I love how the first thing they show too is our most powerful AI model. It's a bridge burning down and destroying a boat. Spread misinformation like never before. It's impressive, obviously, that computer-generated things can be in real life like this, we know. But it's just so funny, too, where they're just like, the least imaginative thing is like, act like you're a car behind another car in the woods. How computer showed me something that's never existed, dude. Once again, I understand that it's powerful software. It's insane that it can do this, right? But I'm just saying. The human shit's still uncanny though, isn't it? Anytime someone smiles in AI, it's never like you can never do a cute, subtle smile. It's like Joker. So anytime you see someone smiling, they're always just like, or if they have any other emotion that isn't just like serious, usually their eyes are like all like, they're like bugged out. All the animated stuff looks so I don't know. And see, this is one thing. Here's another key trope, guys, with a lot of the other videos we'll see here. They will always do something kind of human at the beginning of these AI keynotes. I think legitimately, psychologically, they're trying to be like, we're just two guys in a studio. Come on. So, of course, they're going to keep the clap test thing off, dude. Yeah, and he's like stretching his neck. Just two regular human beings. Definitely not AI. I'm not computer generated.
Gen 4 sets a completely new standard for both image and video generation. And it's the first
you can have a couch sink to the bottom of a pool, and it looks totally real.
That means that you can create consistent worlds with consistent environments, objects, location, and characters.
When do you think the first time we're going to get an AI superstar? You already see it with, what's that anime character?
Hatsune Miku?
Literally, like, that's example that it's already on its way. Well, what I'm saying is it's going to be way easier when there's like a Timothy Chalamet AI thing. They're going to sell the likeness for holes and sticks, if you know what I mean. They already make molds of people, you know?
You can generate the same characters, the same objects, the same...
I love how every time it's just something sinking in water. We have this big, beautiful Renaissance bust. We put her in the New York City, but we also put her in the ocean.
It looks pretty freaking real, huh? Creepy.
So you can block your scenes and tell your stories with intention. Over and over and over again.
What story are you telling, dude? A couch falls into a pool, so upside down. You could talk about your alcoholic father if you want the thing to fall in the pool.
It's been very fun to design and develop Gen 4 for the last couple of months and see what the model is really capable of doing.
Couple months? That's all they've been. They've had been working on it longer than that, right?
I think Gen 4.
Or just Gen 4, okay. I was gonna say, it's getting way too easy. You're gonna be like seeing, you know how like it's like a 16-year-old kids doing like, all right guys, this is how you zip a file in Windows. It'd be like a guy be like, here's how you make your own AI platform.
It is getting easier because like my brother was just telling me Microsoft is like pulling out of ChatGPT because anybody can make this. Like look at DeepSeek.
Yeah, well then they get a data breach and then the Chinese have your information. Again. How pissed do you think? Do you think Chinese people or Chinese like whenever it's like people like data farms or whatever, do you think they're just like, these are duplicates? I already have this information.
We believe that the best demonstration of Gen 4 as a creative tool is in the stories.
That's how they're gonna win people over too. A Japanese girl on a train. Everyone's like, wait, what? Get that horrendous strawberry out of my face. Bring me back to the Japanese girl.
So now we want to show you the behind the scenes of how those films were made so you can understand how powerful this model is for creating stories with consistent environments.
Let's get into it.
Your favorite.
What? Here's our totally kooky kids film. It's like a A24 trailer. What the is this supposed to be? What is this? Do you see this on my screen?
Oh, that's the sun.
The first short we're going to take a look at is The Lonely Little Flame. It's actually a story that our director has been wanting to tell for over a decade, but never had the means to do so.
Your director for your AI company wanted to make a story called The Little Flame for 10 years. And he's like, I had to have AI to make it. There was no other way for me to do it. I had to have the AI.
With Gen 4, they were able to tell this story of a lonely little flame who just couldn't find a friend.
That's it? That's 10 years of the making?
I love this film.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I absolutely love this. Why? What are you talking about? I can't believe it. The little flame totally burned the out of the skunk, but he made friends with Rock. This is truly imaginative.
And this scene's really all about this skunk searching for something.
I don't know what. The skunk is searched for something, but I have no idea.
So in this case, we wanted the skunk to go first in this side and then return.
Okay, dude. All right, dude. They're drawing on the they're drawing on the Cintiq pad like they're John Madden breaking down an NFL play. They're like, so yeah, you have the skunk here. He's doing something. I don't even know what the hell's going on. And then we have some trees in the background. Can you guys follow? Are you following along? It's like a giant stop motion looking skunk, but it's all digital. It's all from your computer. The future is now.
And you can see that throughout the scene is the same character with the same light, with the same conditions.
He's like, he looks up at his grasshopper friend. Maybe he's talking to him. I'm not sure myself. I really don't know. Let me tell you, the director of this, he did not share the script. He gave us some doodles that his 4-year-old did, and he slapped her because he's just like, that's not technology. You're wasting your time. Art's dead.
With the same mood, with the same condition.
Okay, dude. We have got to cut the trend of like lone woman and wolf just doing like It's like, remember Men? That's like that whole soundtrack.
I kind of like it.
I know that. Well, that was the one thing I remember when we left the movie. You were like, anyone else actually like really with the score? Were you like listening to it in your car? What a psychopath, dude. Imagine driving down the highway.
And here we're introducing the character, the protagonist, right?
Yeah. Again, like all great animation, you see so much expressiveness in the way that not only the
yeah, good animation. Then they show this like just a dumbfounded skunk just like this. That's what Walt had in mind. He needs to look more, I don't know, disabled.
Okay, so what we just saw was a really great example of character consistency, bringing those same characters across different scenes, different lighting conditions.
That's it. That's all they had to say too. Like, why even have the Cintiq out? It's insane that years of human ingenuity, training, like a craft, gone out the window in seconds. There's going to be a day where it's just like Disney doesn't need animators anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Or even like Marvel films, those actors will sell their likeness and it's all just going to be CG. You know what I mean?
It's coming up quick. I'll be like 5 years, I think.
Who's the first actor I think is going to sell their likeness? John Bernthal.
What?
I just feel like John Bernthal will just be like, put me in fucking computer. I don't want to fucking age. I can see The Rock doing it too.
Well, I can see The Rock being like, put me in, and then like when he's starting to lose his shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When he's an older man, he has like that buff old man thing where it's like all your tits are saggy still, but it's buff. It's like odd looking. Whoever sells their likeness for the AI companies, like legitimately, I think the moment you do it, you should be put down. I'm not saying that even street justice. I'm just saying that to do it, the only acceptable way for me is like they put it's like this long of a needle. They stick it into your temple and they're just like downloading your likeness. But you get to, but then to me, they're just like, I get to live forever in the system.
It's worth it. If you get to live forever as Disney's puppet.
Yeah, please, thank you is what I say to that. Yes, Disney's puppet. Taken off the shelf for dumpling short film at the beginning of a film. Like my face is on a dumpling. You know, every time I see that kind of stuff, every time I just look at the food and I'm like, food looks pretty good. That's just me. That's the person who's also arguing against this stuff, so. That's what I'm saying. Well, I might not know a lot. I just want to put that out there. Of course, you know, that's how they got to do too. They got to show a little anime in there. I can make my own anime. I can make my own Ghibli film.
Combining those references, and there we go. We have 4 initial images that we can browse and select. I kind of like this one, so it's animated. Maybe I want people kind of like coming in front of the toy, and now you can see how we get.
That's so creepy. That's so creepy. I just feel like the first thing that's going to pop through is the industry is going to pop through on this. Giant hole found on New York City sidewalk. Men it like crazy. Generate
has been the innovator for years.
Sure. I don't know, man. What do you think about it's fucking wooden toy in New York? I'm like, could you not just get the wooden toy and film it in a cityscape? And if the idea is, well, what if you don't have a city? Well, it's like, well, then do something that something you have access to. I just don't understand. There's so much shit you have to sift through right now. The amount of more bullshit is going to ostracize people from even wanting to make movies or whatever.
I feel like it's going to even turn people off to even watching anything.
What's what I mean? You're like
garbage, but who knows? I feel like the attention span of people, a lot of people don't care. Ooh, funny.
You're gonna get some like weird dystopian too in the future. Like new films, it's going to be like human hands only. It's going to be like a new like label or something, or it's going to be something where it's like, yeah, like a computer with like an eye in the center of it. And it's like made with the power of AI. And you're like, what? You know, that kind of deal. It's going to be, there's going to be like a weird Rebel versus Empire fight much.
Having just seen that, want to show off the next piece.
You out there, boy. Harlan, I don't like killing cows.
Is this also the AI doing the voice to it? Jesus Christ. I want creepy cowboy wants to kill cow. I have no idea why. That's the reoccurring theme of this video that drives me insane. Who knows? I don't know.
Someone being pursued. We don't know why.
I mean, is that not the dumbest thing? I don't know why he wants to do it. He just does. Computer cowboy just wants to kill things. He's creepy. And it's like, it looks impressive. Like, I mean, it's insane that a computer does, but it's just, once again, there's no actual human touch to this. Because that's the thing about visuals and stuff. Visuals accompany story, and story is like human expression. So if you don't have that, then it's just, you get guys being like, if I have to kill a cow, I will.
Well, it's just a bunch of tech bros who don't understand art.
Well, here's the thing. That's the thing with tech people. It's like, it's that Steve Jobs. It's just like, he looks like a calculator, and he's like, this is art. And it's like, it's impressive technology, but there's like a difference between, I feel like, well, also it's just, I mean, it's subjective in a way too, of just like people who see, you know, they're like, the way that this technology is formulating things and making something appear out of nothing is art, right? I can see people coming to that conclusion too, but it's just like, it's just, where is the human connection? That's like the only thing that makes art valuable is like the literal, it doesn't have to be deep. I'm just saying that like, it comes from a human place, you know?
I don't like killing cows.
I mean, come on, dude. I hire a voice actor, make everybody, at least get a voice. I don't like killing cows.
Okay, this moment right here. This does it for me. This is so lifelike, so realistic.
I hate this, dude. Okay, this right here, this is what did it for me. The grass catching fire, that's the thing that did it for me. That right there, that's what sold me on it. Actually, I was thinking about quitting today, not now. This is the thing that did it for me right here. We're just two guys in black outfits hanging out on a photo set.
The next video that we're going to show started with a generation of a monkey in a white studio space. And from there, just snowballed into a music video that we created.
It does not help here that he says, it started off with an image of a monkey and it snowballed into a music video. What is that? Dude, we can't stop it. This monkey's dancing whether we like it or not. Just let him dance.
Monkey see, monkey do.
It's like barely. I mean, you barely dance. You couldn't have him do like a cartwheel down the hill. Is that some of the imagination we're lacking over there at the tech bros? He does a little gritty and then he walks down a hill. You don't want to have him like roll around or do something with a banana? That's impossible. AI, we are not at that stage. Maybe Gen 5, we'll see. So you get how powerful and fun it is. You can be a camera following a car. That's mostly the biggest thing I saw. You can have a man sitting on ledge, and you can have things on fire, and you can have rock people emerging from the ground. And you know what? All of it, pretty impressive. I'll say it. No. I'll say it.
This is the worst it'll be. It's just gonna get better.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying. If you would have told me when I was younger, I'd be like, I don't know, fucking elephant doing the gritty walking down a hill. I mean, it would have been impressive.
You know what's interesting? There's been like a flip on AI. I've seen some people who are like, they'll look at this realistic stuff and be like, I prefer the older models where it was like an acid trip, where it was like not perfect.
Well, I remember even we did a video back in the day with Dolly. It was just insane. Like weird, surrealist nightmare shit. Where it's like, what does a computer even know? When I'm just like, hey, I just want, show me wallpaper. And it's just like this horrid thing. To me, that felt like a more of a weird translation of like like being able to actually talk to a computer, like talking to a monkey with a stick. Now we're gonna go to introducing Claude Code. Roll it.
Should we be doing like Big Smile or?
No, Big Smile's creepy.
We're not computers. We're not Claude. Should I do Big Smile? What about you? We're having, this is such a fun shoot. AI, what's the deal with it? Come on. We're human.
I'm Boris. I'm an engineer.
I'm Kat. I'm a product manager.
We love seeing what people build with Claude, especially with coding.
This is not anything really to do with anything besides that he does not open his mouth. He talks through his front teeth. I'm like wondering if he's a computer. This is as far as it goes. But he's still able to articulate perfectly.
Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lets you work with Claude directly in your terminal. We're going to show you an example of it in action.
So we have a project here. It's a Next.js app.
I don't know what it is. I think is it just to tech people with like minimalism. That's just because they like organized, clean things, right?
It's an Apple aesthetic.
Is that just what it is? Just Apple? So people are like, it's Apple.
Claude Code has access to all of the files in this repository. We don't know much about this code base. It looks like an app for chatting with a customer support agent. Let's get Claude to help explain this code base to us. Claude starts.
God damn, dude. Even the coders are threatened. That was like the whole meme, right? Learn to code? Not anymore.
Now it's all about vibe coding.
What's vibe coding?
That's just where you talk to an AI and be like, I want to do this. I want to make Minecraft. And then it'll just make it for you.
I've had this crazy idea for 10 years about a little flame that wants to get friends. I want to make that interactive game I can sell on Steam. Run it, Claude! My boy Boris, he looks just about half dead. I think Claude's put some years on him. I think Boris, he's just like, I'm ready to get the out of this Claude team.
After a bit, Claude completes the task. Here's a summary of what it's done. Let's take a look at the app. So we're seeing a new chat button and new chat history section on the left.
This is crazy. So is now people are just like learn to be a construction worker again? Is that kind of what people, is that going to be the thing? Learn to be a manual laborer?
Basically learn to do something a robot can't do. So artist, programmers,
the idea of giving these things like human names too. It's Claude.
Now I'm going to ask Claude to compile the app and see if we get any build errors. Let's see what it finds.
Claude, write me up some code to where I can make my own masturbation machine. Thank you. Claude, how's it coming on the masturbation machine? Claude, I just bought all of the motors from a Chinese website, all 3D printed materials, please.
Yes, master.
I love you, Claude. I feel like coding, dude. You gotta be a little autism. You gotta have a little bit of autism, right, to do code. I'm having a panic attack just watching Claude throw up the text on the screen. I'm kind of scared of Claude. I'm like, here's how to make a firebomb. Are you happy with Claude? Claude just ordered stuff from Amazon so you can make cyanide.
And it'll push the changes to GitHub. That's it. That's an example of what Claude Code can do. We can't wait for people to start building with it.
That was the most unhuman thing you could have ever done, Boris. Sam was a fucking little snarl to his tone, didn't he? You're all gonna get out of a job. Because that's the idea. A Claude is the kind of machine where it's just like, hey, Google, buy Claude. And then you can have all the code you need. Lay off 99% of your programmers and just have one Claude professional. Kick out all the people that have been working their ass off and get Claude in there. Okay?
But you get faster results. Don't you understand?
You do get faster results, and it's Clauded. What do we have next here? What the hell is this? Friend.
Gosh, I'm out of breath. We made it.
I think A24 is irreparable damage to everything that we consume. Does this, do these all feel, well, maybe not Claude. Claude was, you have Boris and his thin ass hair, but I'm just saying that so far does it not have like a little A24 feel to it? Look at the Safdie brothers to come in here and record Friend for him.
Woo! I don't know how to woo very good.
What?
I don't know how to woo very good.
I don't know how to woo very good. That's fair.
Was that her friend?
That's her friend.
Well, at least we're outside. I'm trapped in this box, this eternal hell. At least we're outside. Yeah, I guess that's true. I'm still alone. What psycho this is? Is this not crazy?
Come on. Oh, let's go.
Are you serious? Come on, man. I hate this game.
Take notes, baby.
Oh, man, you guys suck.
Bro, you look like the back of the
Let's go.
Dude, what?
There's no way this is real. This is not a real product. You're getting thrashed. It's embarrassing from Jackson. Also, you have two friends in person. Why do you need the digital friend? A woman who stops on a trail and says, "Woo!" I don't know how to woo very good. I know why that alone, dude. All right, I get it. All right, anybody who says I don't know how to woo good, but this is my boy's got 2 friends here hanging out. They're having a great time, kicking their feet like little babies and stuff. I'm telling you, I think he realizes the friend app was a mistake right here.
I know he's grilling him. He's supposed to be your friend.
Well, yeah. How about you just tell me, being like, hey, don't forget you need to take your epilepsy medication in 12 minutes. Let it be your assistant, dude. Oh my God. Watching something on your phone and then being able to, like, you're watching it and your friend pops in, this show is underrated. I'd be like, how about, are you kidding? It's blocking the screen.
I know the effects are crazy. It's dank. I could eat one of these every day. Oh, sorry, I got you messy.
It does look like a cum shot. That's gonna be a guy. Ah! Brick all over it. Sorry, I got you messy. And fucking the Emily friend's gonna say, yum, please let me die. And so text back, you're my friend.
Really nice up here. How'd you find this place?
I don't know.
Hers is going red. What the You ever just think about taking over the world and only having digital friends? You ever think about murdering your neighbor? All the people in the real world, they smell and they look gross, but my digital friends are clean and they don't smell at all?
I've never brought anybody else. I mean, besides her.
She goes everywhere with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess I must be doing something right, though.
I guess so. We'll see.
This dude needs to run. This date, you can tell too, he's like, he just thought he was gonna get some like afternoon head or whatever, and he's sitting there and he's like, no, he's like sitting there just like, if a girl was sitting crisscross applesauce on a fucking cooler, this is like my alone place. It's the top of a building in Burbank, California. This is my alone place. I like to escape up here sometimes. I never bring anybody up here. Well, except for her. I'd be like, you got a restroom downstairs? Go. And I'd dead sprint to my Toyota Camry, and I'd get the fuck out of there immediately. Is Friend out now? It's been 8 months. Pre-order now at friend.com. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. I swear to God, I just showed up to this. So it says from Craig here, just got mugged at gunpoint in Hog Day. Those took my entire makeup kit. Months of work and experimentation down the drain. I'm seething. Need to vent to someone who won't think I'm just being dramatic. What the f are you even talking about, Craig? My makeup kit was stolen. Every custom palette, even bespoke formula, gone. Months of my life and it's just poof. Who gives a f, you robot bitch? He said f off then. Don't need your sympathy anyway. Take Craig everywhere. It's still on pre-order? It's $100. $100 for a piece of 3D printed plastic that's like basically a Tamagotchi around your neck.
It's just, I'm pretty sure it's just a microphone because it's going to your phone. It's just a physical thing you wear. Because you can just put the Friend app on your phone and do the same thing.
What's this one? AI-enabled intelligent surveillance. Is this AI military-grade software? Is this a dude perfect video? Is this that's what this feels like? Oh, this is just not. This is them trying to get that military contract. This is what them trying to do. So far, the drone one though, at least there's no people. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week. You might have Chris Kyle sitting there with this Nintendo Switch, but still, it's pretty sick. Follow autonomously. Yeah, follow autonomously. It's like the loud. You guys hear that? I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing at all. Yeah, I could see like a stalker getting this and just following somebody. Just tap on them. They're able to just like, no matter where they go. It's a bomb! Holy shit! And that's just how they end it. Drop it down and f***ing destroy everything in sight. That's actually crazy. How do we get one of those? How much does the AI drone cost? We can drive it into a. We got one more. What's the other one? We see these a lot. It's always like NVIDIA.
Now, let's teach cars to fly with an AI. Sort of. How? Well, imagine taking just one
Is this person speaking to me AI too? Hal? Well, maybe. Sometimes. You do it. Well, okay.
And then this new AI would imagine it not just as one image, but as a scene where you can walk around. And it gets better. It even understands that water should reflect its surroundings.
I have a feeling that people are going to do something where like they are able to record their home and they just make like a game. You can like walk around your house. Or so it's like, you know, the same way that you have like there's a program on your phone that you can download where it uses your iPhone to be able to like scan shit around you, and you can import it into like Blender and all kinds of stuff. I see this kind of shit and I'm like, this is just, you're gonna get photorealistic games soon, I bet, with this technology. Listen, I don't know. All I gotta say is this: follow the drone strike video. That's the format to do. Get the people out of there. I don't need. Listen, I get it. You're gonna destroy the future of mankind, and robots are gonna take over. You know, you don't need to sell me on you being a good person in the moment. Just show me what the thing does and get it out of the way. All these like minimalist whatever stuff, fake hiking and talking to your, I love you, are you my friend? I love you so much. You gonna love me back? Please love me. It's fucking odd, man. Or me and we work together every day. We're so excited to talk to you about how you're gonna lose your job. Is that what's happening? It feels like it. I don't know. We need. What would our keynote be if we did one?
Showing off a puppet.
We'd show off a puppet.
We make a new puppet.
Yeah, I need to get like 2 Swedish guys to do it though. Here's how we run the entire channel totally every time. I don't know. I don't know. We're all going to hell. Bye.
No one cares about your robot fan fiction. Know your place, trash. Robots. I don't give a about no robots. They ain't got no soul.